Wild card Riddle.
Yeah.
My wild cards go next.
Okay.
They're my dark horse of the whole tournament. Easily.
That's
not even
definitely
not even a
fair.
question. Yeah.
Definitely fair.
I think Go Next is going to be really good. Sentinel's wild card is a good pick. Let's talk a little about Sentinels. Sentinels of recent obviously has like had some roster changes, a little bit of org changes as well. Oh my God, we keep shaking our camera. One thing I will say is Sentinels has definitely. Chat, you see that camera shaking, bro? Listen,
we can't do anything about that.
So
that is just.
We're gonna have to tell people not to do that for sure. Yo, Shaheen, he's so old. God, it's crazy how like fast your fucking your hearing goes when you're old. Love you, man. Dude, that camera. People keep walking by, and that camera's gonna get fucked. No, yeah, it's getting torched. It's just straight waves every 7 seconds. Chat's
just straight waves.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's see if they're.
That's the Yoboycue earthquake.
And these 5 days will give us the answer. I'm so excited to be here, and of course, my name is Randy. I am joined by Spider Tiff and Glitter Explosion, 2 of the best in the business and good friends. Tiff, how does it feel being in this environment, getting ready for championships?
Well, it's crazy, right? I'm absolutely elated to be here. You talked about TSM, Dark Zero. Will someone else come out of the woodworks and just
I think there should be a good
take them off their throne that they have put them on?
level.
But, I mean, it's not about the cash. It's more about the honor and hoisting that trophy down there on the stage at the end of the week. And I'm just ready to kick things off.
Lauren, trophies, they are not given. They have to be taken, and so many teams here are ready for that moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a phenomenal week of competition, and not an easy one by any means. Like we heard Peep saying, the best of the best in the entire world are here today. And for the first time ever, this is a 5-day-long competition, the longest Apex Legends tournament we have ever done. It's going to be putting
I'm excited. So in case you're missing what we were talking about, what Wig was talking about earlier.
That Peeps mentioned is that history will be made. This is the greatest, the biggest event in Apex Legends ALGS.
They are going to be
history.
doing more
And of course,
events
we're
or
going
more
to see
games
exactly
during
for those at home and those watching in the stands, how that will unfold
the elimination
over
stage.
These 5 days. So let's walk you through that very quickly.
Yeah, they're about to talk about now.
In a group stage format, as you're familiar with, we'll give each team in a round-robin style a chance to go head-to-head against each other in groups throughout our first couple of days. Then we will hit our bracket stage. We will start to eliminate teams, all leading up to our championship Sunday. The 10 teams who actually progress to the highest point of our winners will be able to find themselves having a seat on Sunday and watching the action. Our Elimination 1 bracket will also send 10 teams home and 10 teams to the Elimination Round 2, where the bottom 10 teams from winners will compete for one more chance to make it to Sunday. The 10 teams in Elimination Round 2 who
Okay, when I first heard that, I thought they were saying the first 10 were automatically going. I was like, that makes sense.
Ready to compete in
How they have it though? That makes sense.
match point finals, where you must cross 50 points and then win, or we go again. There is so much on the line, so much at stake, and for me, when you look at this pricing tip, it doesn't get bigger than this. We upped it from 1 to 2, $600,000 for our winner.
So they do it again
Well,
where
that's it for me.
you don't
I'm gonna go
get
train
any
to
money
be a pro
just
now and head on that stage, because that 600K sounds really nice and can go a long way. Even with second, 320K, I mean, that's crazy.
It's an unbelievable moment, and I think all the teams and players are ready for it. As we said, the entire year of the ALGS has led to
Why is
this.
Discord
So getting to that
starting?
winners finals, that is going to mean a big deal for you. But talking about who could get there, Lauren, look at the teams that we've got participating here. The 40 that have made it through the gauntlet to get to championships.
I mean, like you guys have mentioned already, obviously TSM, DZ fighting here for that title again, or will
Yeah,
it be
who we pulling for today, man?
There are so many heavy hitters in
We're starting
this
off with
lobby.
Group
Of
A
40
versus
teams, we've
B,
got
so the
XF,
two
we have
groups of
KCP,
teams
we
on
have
the
Ascent,
left.
We have Aurora. I mean, there's too many teams to name because the competition's that fierce.
Would love to
APAC
see
North has been
Dreamfire
playing
pop off.
phenomenally. We've seen
I'm going
them
to be
top 5, top
expecting
10
this guys to
multiple
have a
times.
nice
North America
day.
has really had the year this year, EMEA. 3 events and not yet able to get a win. Will that change here in Birmingham as we visit England for the 3rd time? However, a couple of teams, as we get into any championship, will obviously have changes. And so let's keep you up to date on what those changes are. Area 310, they will replace fan favorite and familiar name Crazy Raccoon.
I wish they were here,
as well
man.
as Fire Beavers moving to Aurora.
Shame they can't be.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the Fire Beavers do here today, but it's so hard for me to call them Aurora.
Right.
I'm always know
I
them them as the Beavers. When they announced the signing to Aurora and we had the journey of the Beaver, so cute. But that roster is actually going to be Oirein and Impulse, who was able to make it in last night. Uchako will be stepping in to sub on that roster.
Yeah, so that's the team that we were talking about yesterday on the Twitch
stream.
stream.
Will show up later this week. We can only
that we weren't sure if I was going to compete. That's why Noctum thought they might.
Up to date with them at the desk, and of course with our casters as well. I mean, when you look at the way that today's schedule is going to go, you've got tons of action. 18 games in this original group stage. As we mentioned, we've added an extra day. So in days 3 and day 4, we will spend more time on the eliminations, but to get there, we've got to have everybody.
I would say we still have 18
we'll kick it off on
18 games a day for the next 2 days. So
we'll have another chance at it. D will stay there, and they will play against each other. But, of course, to kick things off, we have 2 groups that have plenty of stories around them. Some winners of LAN this previous year, some hopefuls, and trying to dash the hopes of others. So let's take a quick look at Group A.
And it's DNO, certainly a fan favorite.
They should be able to take this. Bambino, though.
Apex always does their hype videos pretty good. To be fair, I feel like part of that's just because like Endgame can give you so many good clips. Not even just Endgame, just the last 2 circles of a lot of the fights. You know what I mean?
They've been as good as anyone but the host! The host!
And Skittlegate whips out the R99 and cooks Street Fire alive!
A lot of storylines there for not only Group A, but as I lead it over to Tiff to talk about what has caught your eye, who stands out as having a chance here, or maybe who you are looking at heading into today's first matches.
This one is not actually going to be a no-brainer, right? This is, lo and behold, I'm so excited to see this team perform. It's going to be none other than Oxygen Esports, coming off a 3rd place finish at Split 2
See, I feel like they
playoffs.
need to bring the desk up just a bit, at least on the analyst desk, if they're going to have in-game be the like level of their promos there.
Up those points quickly when it came to match point finals, so we'll likely
Yo, the Oxygen coach was dripped out during the finals, like at Split 2 playoffs.
When people kind of threw their macro out the window in match point finals.
Hopefully we can see him do something similar here.
To that,
I think I'm gonna stand up start.
Prioritizing on kills and being more aggressive, but we'll see what happens. There's anything though that I learned in the year 3 of ALGS. It was don't chow the BR demons.
Oh wow, look at that. That's a good little you know, I guess threat for those who want to mess with Psycho in the green suit. We'll see if he has it this time around. Fan favorite for me and, of course, many watching at home. But they're going up not just against the teams in Group A, but Group B as well has some standouts, and they are not going to go quietly into the night. So let's see what's going on with Group B.
Now look who's going to push forward with close kill, who is doing so much damage.
In trouble, playing on top of the try and he gets deleted.
He's to the tower, and you can see at the moment that E6 are having a hold. And at LAN, and it's Split 2 playoffs. They do it in Game 2, Riddle order.
Nice, 21.
Above you.
Nice.
No way. Oh my God.
No way. No
He's
way.
in the drone.
Nice.
I might go down now. Surely there's not another redemption story. Oh, he's queuing him in the air. He's teeing him up.
From the rampart, getting melted by that play.
I said they wouldn't go quietly into the night, but the last image was him saying, be quiet. So I don't know if that was planned or not, but I will say that Group B, they've got a lot of action from 100 Thieves to APAC North, Riddle Order to Dreamfire and APAC South. But Glitter, who do you have your eyes on?
It's another tough group to pick from, obviously, and those videos are hype. But for me, I want to talk about Element 6, okay? Right off the bat, we have to talk about the addition of Tyler, formerly on Vex, and I was talking to Slayers a little bit here, and he was saying that Tyler is bringing exactly what they needed to the team.
Is that Glitter's actual pick?
Fragging role. Slayers no longer has to worry about that. He can kind of sit back, support, and then you combine that.
Don't get me wrong.
Wildly
E6
Swinny, and it's just going to bode well, in my opinion, very, very well for them. Combine that, consider their ability to flex not only Legends, but their drop spots. Just, it's a team that is adapting well to this meta, and Slayers
We the People is the host for Champions,
scared, not hesitating at all in this event, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
I know, obviously from Vex, Tyler FPS trying to find a new home, and also a little bit of the underdog story. Can he make that moment, make that move, and prove it not only to himself, but to EMEA as well? When it comes to proving, though, we don't have.
I do gotta say, this first lobby, I'm not as concerned about.
Like to talk, so we are going to go ahead and give you our predictions for how we think today might go, at least at the start. We'll show you a little bit. I think mine may not be so surprising, but I know that a lot of you have gone for variety. There's some TSMs in there. Tiff, you went
all NA though.
Yeah, it does. It
I guess it's for group stage A versus
You
B.
went
Okay.
XSET though. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
What needs explaining? I mean, it is XSET. They might not have been where I think initially people thought they were going to be in Split 2 playoffs, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Top out of the region after Split 2, and I think that especially in a champs lobby, they're going to be bringing the heat undoubtedly.
I have to say this.
It's kind of crazy to think about how much
One of the things he said is
like post desk has
I won't
changed.
mention anything about XSET, at least at the beginning of the show. But Graceful also agrees with you. Zephyr, you and Tiff are in alignment as well. Bullet, who you'll see a little bit later, he's got Fnatic. Tiff, they've been an excellent team, and I think from APAC North, they're the ones
how can you not roll with TSM out the rip?
Over the hump and claim a trophy.
They've been looking good in
I've
scrims.
been watching a lot of scrims prep just to kind of hear communications, and Fnatic
they've been looking good there.
Actually stream their POV very often.
Interesting.
So when they would eliminate a team, and I was like, oh look, we got that Fnatic POV, and that's the best way to get it. It's like, they're just working their way from the lobbies, but the Bangalore Bloodhound combination they've been using on Stormpoint has been so fun, so aggressive to watch. They're so mechanically talented, and I am just ready to see them unleash that here on the stage.
I mean, let's not even forget to talk about, as we open with the fanfare and with the pomp and circumstance, there is a whole meta that has been adjusting, flowing, changing from weapons, the automatic prowler, to Seer the Year of. About to find out, ladies and gentlemen, but you watch the championships your way. Also, as you're watching, I just want to let you know you're going to be gaining. That's right. It's not just enjoyment. You're actually going to be receiving, after 60 minutes, some of these Twitch drops. That is right. Wednesday, we've got the Crimson Striker Peacekeeper skin, the Crimson Hawk Valkyrie skin on Thursday, and the championship.
I don't know. Let's see how the day goes.
To roll out Friday,
and we'll see if it's something we want to do later.
Sunday. I'm telling you, that gun charm is going to let the whole world know that you were here. And man, what a place to be. I can only say that when the community comes together in Apex, it's one of the best experiences you will ever be a part of. So whether you're watching, whether you're in the stands, whether you're a creator, a streamer, a fan, helping to do a watch party with us, we appreciate you, and we can't wait to get
watch
started.
Party!
And speaking of started, it is about to go down.
Right,
As we have a chance
go.
now to send it over
First
to our
drop.
casters. It's Genome, it's Vicky, Katie. Kick us off. Let's start the championship.
Thank you so much, Randy. I'm so happy to welcome all you guys here in Birmingham. We're finally here, Genome, Apex Legends Global Series Champions. Day number 1 starts now.
It's the champs. This is the big one. Double the prize pool. All of the best teams that been getting those points throughout the other playoffs throughout the year. Right? It's so hard to get.
They gave him the big mic again.
Apex Legends
or not again with the one that Gas was
talking
about last time. Well, I guess Vicky's got a pretty big pop filter on hers too.
Yeah, and that's exiting out of so many changes from the game.
Although I feel like as a shoutcaster, you probably need a bigger pop filter than when you're like doing the analyst desk, right?
As we take a look at the stage.
It's been some big changes, right? I mean, as we were talking about just off screen a little bit before, Seer almost completely gone. I mean,
I love that there's no Seer.
The focus of attention was so oppressive in the Split 2 playoffs, but with a big change to that, we're really not going to see him so much anymore.
Exactly, and while we get started, we talk about the Legends, and we're going to talk about the matches that we got for you guys. We are starting off with the group stage A and B. First 3 maps, we are moving on to World's Edge before we transition into our final 3 games going on to Stormpoint.
Starting off on Old Faithful here on World's Edge. Of course, these two competitors.
All right, so we got 18 games today. Getting started with this one here. A versus B.
So we will be finishing off on them as well. I mean, honestly, at this point, you know, it's Stormborn isn't even that new anymore, right? Like the pros have 100% got that down pat. The play style for it, I think, is pretty. You know, pretty well known.
All right, let's get to it.
As well known as World's Edge.
And what's so important about having
Come
the
on,
transition
no
from
restarts
World's Edge into
on
Stormborn, we get to
kickoff
see the
here. Not
strength
like
of so
split
many
two
different
playoffs. Let's
teams
get into
going
it nice
each
and
of these
smooth.
maps. Some teams,
Let's put on a good product here.
Actually, when we talk about this, going into Stormpoint, they excel better on maps like that. Going on to World's Edge, we've been seeing, just based off of scrims, so much more fuse. You have to think about what that fuse does with the armor changes that we have, with the less catalyst actually being used since less beacons spawn, and you guys can take a look at the drop spots that we're currently seeing with our teams.
All right, so having a look around here at the setup.
So MDY White and 100 Thieves contesting.
There are a couple of contests up the top there in
Riddle Order in Disguise.
Riddle Order versus the newly minted org in
I
Apex
love this
Legends.
overview here.
Of course, Disguised Toast. So then down at the bottom, we've got these teams here at the moment. Certified LG sitting down at launch side. They had put themselves over towards Dome as well, so it'll be interesting to see if they do try and take any of that off Area 310. Oxygen for the longest time have said, you know, Mirage is ours. We are not giving that over to the staging team, and it feels like today Realize probably are going to respect that.
Interesting to see so many of our other teams here. You saw Dreamfire up to the north too, Monument with MDY White, also with 100 Thieves over on the east side of Fragment.
This looks so good, bro.
There has been base changes to the game
Honestly.
recently, right? They've lowered the loot quality overall, and that has made some of our drop spots actually a lot more powerful in comparison to some others that we had before. So we saw Dreamfire over there at Countdown. So POIs that have that guaranteed loot, right? You hit the button, you get those armors that come out in the middle of Countdown. Places like that, Harvester with
I'll try and make sure we're good on levels when we get in here, champ.
Than they have been before, because other places will regularly run out with a couple of white armors, and you know, it's just that drop across the board that means as we progress through the game, you know, the teams are picking up better and better loot, and it's not like they just have it straight from the start.
Yeah, and I like how you highlight that. It's not just with the loot that has been changed. It's we kind of touched up on it before, but it's the ring console spawn rates as well.
Pictures of all the alternate broadcasts is actually lit. Like they're all like right in front of the stage.
The scrims where some teams wanted to contest other teams, and now that's
what
we've been
settled
with so far. But it also goes hand in hand with the Legend Select while our teams do get ready here to jump into our very first game on World's Edge.
If I couldn't pick Singularity for my team to look out for, because they're already expected to be like the best team out of SA, start a fight would definitely be the next one.
We are set up in the dropship. Let's get started with game number 1 as we get together.
All right, let's go, chat.
Championship.
Game 1. Long weekend ahead.
Crowd is pumped here in Birmingham. Getting ready for our very first game. As you say, we do have a couple of contests on the card that we're looking out for. Notably up at Climatizer. That's the one we're really expecting to get. Beyond that, we'll have to wait and see.
I would contest for that too. Look at that. They got the ring console, they got the survey beacon,
right,
and the crafter on top of that. And you guys can also see currently for today, the crafting system has the purple 3x scope. We got the purple standard sock, the purple bag for the week, as well as the purple helmet.
Oh, I just realized I did not post in Discord that we are live.
Happening in the north.
Okay, so Area 310, that was one of our LCQ teams. Didn't drop in Dome, but we're going to go straight to that contest here up the top with Disguise versus Riddle Order.
With that Rampage, so scary sometimes here, especially early game as Lou take it to the high ground. Horizon so dominant.
I like partially want to like kind of do.
Love to see how this
I
team
kind of want to watch,
especially after their performance in the LCQ, getting second. But they have the high ground. They have the positional advantage.
On team stream, right?
Is on the Bloodhound.
But I kind of also want to watch
so you can see Order,
with them casting and stuff too.
A little bit more loot going down the bottom. Here,
I think that's what I want personally.
Not necessarily having to engage. But yeah, have Disguise picked up enough? I mean, you can see 9 bullets left here in the chamber, or sorry, in reserve here on this Rampage. So sure, they have the advantage when it comes to the positioning here, but will that be enough? Not when you've got a Horizon Q coming for you.
Nice aggressive approach here from Riddle. Disguise, they try to isolate Lou as he's the first to get taken out. Disguise have to look to the back, though. One member still from Riddle on the high ground. Nice split position here from Riddle.
This guy's out tough.
The first team eliminated from this lobby.
That was really well played there. So yeah, we saw DSG trying to take the high ground there, and you know, as they do that, it's good, but only if Riddle are challenging them immediately.
100 Thieves fighting MDY White.
They restocked down the bottom, and then it just felt like they did get caught a little bit off guard by the gravity lift there. They had to be looking out for it. They know that's how the other team is going to engage on them. So, you know, I feel like the fact that they, you know, just couldn't quite get where the other team was coming from. Maybe it was just like an audio issue trying to work out, oh, they left, they right.
It's also tricky because we had that gravity lift, and you could see that they were all in cohesion. Shoulder to shoulder, they were able to take that gravity lift, but then swap spots where Disguised currently was, taking the high ground from them when they saw the opportunity that they had already split up and given up that positional advantage. Great start there for Riddle Order as we take a look at more of our teams. 100 Thieves already rotating away from Fragment East, but they're not the only ones, Gino. We got MDY White right up ahead from them, as well as Sentinels in that next choke point. You currently can see where the circle is going to be pulling here. So many teams with a quick rotation.
A lot of teams pulling down. I'm sure we'll get the info on where that next circle is going soon. But as you can see, a lot of teams seem to be clustering in around Lava Siphon. I think it was TSM that actually just popped the survey beacon not too long ago.
Honestly, we have survey beacon here on 100 Thieves too.
Definitely piling in through those chokes, coming down through Geyser and you know, Budget Siphon essentially.
100 Thieves with this clear rotation, though. I do like being able to go through that choke point of Geyser. There also is a replicator there if they want to prioritize that, but taking a look at Listic Defense as they
I'll be interested to see as the weekend goes along.
Legend picks coming out here.
I was going to say, because we're seeing a lot of different legend picks right now. I wonder if we see
LCDF, we saw
it's like balance out more.
We've got, there's Caustic and Loba comps in the lobby alongside Wraith. People, I don't know, maybe they've been hiding some stuff in Screams. There's some interesting picks coming out here.
So what I really like, so we see, obviously, we've been seeing a lot more of the Bloodhound, and when I say obviously, it's just what we've been able to be exposed to between the LCQ and the Scrims in general, but between Caustic being able to also get the scan on the ring beacon, it's important to see if you're not going to run Catalyst, if you have that Caustic, you could bunker down just as easily.
Yeah, I had some interesting discussion between the teams. Some of them have been playing a lot of TDMs to sort of get themselves, you know, get themselves flowing, get that team chemistry on point when they're taking the fights. And, you know, there was a little bit of discussion because they were saying we don't want scan characters in it because it makes it too sort of easy, and then other teams are like, no, we're actually going to play the Bloodhound, those scan characters during the competition, so we need to do this to make it, you know, realistic.
Viable.
Right.
And consistent there too. And one of those teams actually that comes to mind that I know were saying that to other teams that were trying to get that practice in using TDMs was Oxygen. They wanted to be able to get that practice in because they're running the Bloodhound in cohesion with that Bangalore. So many different diversity comps, which is what I love to see, Genome. With these changes that we've had going into the season, we take a look at Dreamfire, we see the shakeup between not using Seer anymore, going towards the Bloodhound for that information. Horizon is that consistent variable alongside the Catalyst that we still see some teams opting to use if they are already using either the Watson or the Caustic.
Yeah, so I think the team comp that we saw Dreamfire on just before then, the Cat, Bang, and Horizon, that is what we're going to probably call the meta comp in this tournament, right? That's almost like the default at this point. It's just got a little bit of everything, a little bit of defense, a little bit of offense with the gravity lift and the black hole from the Horizon, and make sure you've got that ring console character in there in case you get that. So, yeah, look, the you know, Bangalore, you've seen talk about it being there because the smoke helps against aim assist. It's also
Digi, you have to think about the Digi too, and how much it's a problem sometimes as well.
Yep, and then you've got.
Well, I mean, the Digi's more of a problem on the controllers too, that he was talking about, right?
Those Digis, you know, you've always got that guaranteed scan that will go through those smokes.
This Sentinels team is a team to watch out for out of NA too, man.
High ground over Dreamfire, who, by the way, went for a very quick rotation, rotating away from their POI.
They've been looking pretty solid in scrims.
To work with. We noted that they have an L-Star in their possession here. Sentinels playing this much more passively with that slight high ground. They are running the Hemlock in the hands of RKN as well as the Havoc. Zenile having that gold Evo shield as well, so that way if they want to try to engage but not try to overextend here, they could just resort to coming right back to this building.
Yeah, and that's another thing to point out. You know, the Hemlock, it's obviously it's come out of the care package as a change since the last ALGS LAN we had, and a lot more people have been picking it up, which, you know, as a Hemlock enjoyer, I like to see, honestly.
Yeah.
What do you think? If I'm going to be doing chapters for the VOD, just doing the groups is fine, right? Probably don't need to do per game.
You are able to change the gun mode up there. Because honestly, if you're 3-tapping and they're like 150, okay.
All right, let's not waste any time. TSM is already in trouble to be.
Wow, TSM taken out by Dreamfire. Let's go.
In the building outside of the bridge where Sentinels was looking at them with the quick rotation to immediately take over this building. It's the fight for this position.
And they've got started a fight rotating in on.
The circle is going to be pulling
Oh, they're not going to push it on third party in that. Interesting.
Dreamfire playing into their composition wants to be able to settle down in. Start a fight, saw that fight from happening. They're running a Catalyst themselves, but with the bunker down comp that we're also seeing from Dreamfire, they're not going to be able to contest and fight for that spot. They know that there's other teams in the area, so they're just going to be able to rotate and play more on the edge of where the circle is going to be pulling.
Wow, that's certainly not the start we expected for TSM.
Especially with our press.
Exactly, I was about to say, you saw those predictions from the caster. TSM probably the most picked team to come out on top of these groups. And yet they have fallen so early here. Look, it's, you know, it's group stages. It's game one. It's not all over yet, but damn, I mean,
I do kind of want to. I do gotta say, starting off, the game director doing better than we saw in Split 2.
Into Optic Gaming, another team. Now, when you take a look at the results of
although obviously it's very early, right? First game, but
has been able to excel top 4, top 5 very consistently out here. Knocked on the other side, as you could note, there is that team that's neighboring that building right alongside them. Optic always exiting out of this BOI with such amazing loot, and with the changes that we had over to this side of the map on World's Edge, not this season, but previous.
I'm not gonna lie, sometimes though, during
really good ult.
I can't even see what's going on.
I have no idea, bro. We're watching a 1920 television. I have no idea what's happening, but SAF, good bang ulti to hold up the boys.
Yeah.
A 1920 television.
Yeah.
XZ might be opting to take the low ground here.
Yeah, it's not definitely not ideal for XZ. I think the attempt at the fight was worth it though, for sure. There was no reason not to. It was a pretty isolated fight. Oh man, never mind. That's the caster's curse if I've ever seen it.
Oh my. And Fun goes down.
I mean, dude, I need a
Dude, XZ gonna go out down here early too?
Come on, Fun, get res, please. This can't be my fault.
And at the same time, E6 is now fighting in the tunnel against LG.
And here we go. LG's going to be going down, man. We're having a lot of teams that were used to winning fights now losing.
Good shots from Nizul.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Hogwarts and Nizul here as E6 puts the cat wall down. We're going to get aggressive. They are cracked. The Slayers get the full kill onto Yanya. We're going to see them stabilize here a little bit. They're going to get a peek here and try to get some shots down. They're going to leave, actually.
Yep.
And Sykes in the top
going
right.
down to side cop.
Are they going to be able to get out from here, though?
Wait a minute. It's going to be Slab and go next with a third party on the E6. An unexpected penetration from the backside coming in for the boys that go next.
Yep. The Fusing looking to do some work here.
Insane.
Actually, they're opting to give it up here.
Why not push
this?
this?
Very, very good. I like this play a lot from the boys that go next.
I mean, I guess they already got one limb, right?
Wow, look at that zone pull back up towards the geyser side.
No way that's real life, right? Oh my God, an exit would have been in a great spot, Greek. But it's
Dreamfire's going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, and now Aurora and Fnatic
after their early fight.
On the bottom side, they get a knock onto OJ, and OJ
and
is going to be and Finn, yeah. So now it's a 2v3 for Fnatic here. We'll see how this goes. The push going to start. It's going to commence, and we're going to see Fnatic try to get aggressive for some 3KP.
No Maggie Ball for Meltstera, so they're going to have to do this the old hard way.
Yep. We'll see.
They wide swing around, looking to push the stairs now.
Let's say they're pushing early, though.
Aurora's now full pushed out of the building, so now Fnatic
nice drill.
have the entire building to themselves. And we see the zone pull as well on your screen.
Yeah.
They're going to be in the zone.
This is a perfect play for Fnatic. They're late rotate to Geyser, and they're hold there.
Funny enough, that's what they're watching here.
Incredibly important.
I wonder, are they just watching the same feed?
Down in here as good as some other teams.
I don't think they're actually controlling their game feed this time around, right?
But it doesn't help them stay in there necessarily.
Ooh, the follow-up.
Or are they?
You love to see it. The 1-2 Scooby-Doo with a 30-30 and the follow-up too. Umi-chan as well giving some help. You talked about the Hemlock earlier. That's also another heavy weapon that some of these players prefer. That 30-30 makes you cry.
So I do think I want to...
Especially when the follow-up comes through right afterwards. They can engage on that knock nonetheless because there is still that team behind them. Needs some extra loot here for them to work with before they try to see what's happening in the building right behind them for now. You also noted, and you can see it on the mini-map, where the circle is going to be pulling. It's the type of circle that has a very high to low ground disparity.
So it's looking like Dreamfire's shields, what we just saw before their players got taken off the bottom left-hand corner. I think they're purple gold.
That circle was going to be pulling, and you can currently see the mother load being called in. Go next, having the high ground right here, playing on the outskirts of where this circle is going to be pulling. I believe they're chasing after area 3110, and right underneath that bridge is also Aurora, where they have to worry about, as they contain the space of that bridge, they're going to be sandwiched between 3 squads.
Yeah, Aurora, of course, with a couple of subs in the bag for them.
Now Element 6 going to have to find a way to push in. They're going to at least cut off the line of sight. Oh.
The catwall doesn't come up as fast as it used to, but they still get those bullets through it, man. They're chasing the zone, though, and Element 6 may have left this a little bit too late now. K-Swinny, the only one who manages to get
Swinny was talking, I can't remember, LG out.
Damn. To get you out of trouble in a situation like that. So
Swinny was talking with, I can't remember who it was. Say he realizes he's got the pressure on needing to win on a big stage.
Deathbox falling to his feet as he drops right down.
Go next and go out.
That shield swap ready to him. Thank you very much. It was Christmas coming early, but having to get out of the Nox gas right on the outskirts. But you can see the tick damage coming in, and they've already spotted him.
He's been spotted by a trio here. Good morning, Nightmare. How you doing, homie?
And it's area 310 who are right below Aurora on this bridge to clean up that last member of the squad.
Yeah, desperate shots from K-Swinny there. Knew he was done for pretty much. Thought maybe, hey, he can take someone with him. Not to be realized now so many people have tried to push up here and take some of these buildings. This is Riddle Order on the other side of that. Can Overly get through there?
Okay, Obly.
Up. Does he have
I was going to say, can they get the reset, though?
The closest team is Startified at Grandma's house.
They should be able to at least get the double revive and be able to get everybody refreshed here.
Out where the circle is going to be pulling, plus they have the high ground.
Oh, they still got time to loot boxes, too. They're Gucci. Yo, Nightmare, I'm good, fam. Got a decent night's sleep last night. Decent. Not great. Decent.
So you haven't had much of a look at Big Mord so far.
But was able to get up and kind of take my time before we got started here. Long day, man. 18 games today.
Around here, as you can see, MD White, they are in that caravan right now. So 100 Thieves, they wait for the zone to close, holding on to that Gibraltar ultimate here, so that as soon as the other team pops out, they can get out. Now you can see they're not worried about it. They can take the balloon. They won't take shots in return. The other team having to blow the Gibby bubble here. And
that's smart.
Nice, safe
that's actually a really smart play.
There from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's the option coverage there too, just so that way it can be their insurance policy. Only thing is here, while they make this rotation and they land from the evac tower, they're not running a Legend that would be able to get that scan up in the air. There's no Valkyrie to see which teams are right below them, but they found themselves a nice safe spot. They have the Bangalore so that they could take some time
3 sets today and tomorrow.
Get some cover, assess the situation with the teams that are currently
around. And then even on Saturday, even though it's only 2 sets, it's sets of 8 instead of sets of 6, so it's still 16 games instead of 18, so it's not as much different.
And this is the importance of the Catalyst here. They are able to reinforce the door from the inside here, keep 100 Thieves out, while they try to assess what they're going to be able to do to rotate around this building, because they got to get into that next circle, inch forward, but not have their backs towards Dreamfire once they exit out of this building.
Yeah, Catwall's kind of weird right in these doors, but you can actually
Is this Dreamfire's building still?
On who's on the inside there, how they're playing, but you do have to either waste some grenades or sit there and just melee the door down.
MDY White overlooking Fnatic here.
So just sort of scoping out the surroundings first before they make that decision.
Unfortunately, MDY White can't really look at them too much where they're at.
On the high ground here, they're just above Fnatic.
But this is such a hard spot to rotate from nonetheless. You can see Aurora's in that next circle here. MDYY are playing from the high ground. Started by Esports get eliminated, which is so important because that was a spot that they were holding on to for a while, but it's actually not even going to be pulling there. It's actually going to be pulling slightly south.
It's not, but it's a fantastic spot to rotate from.
Because you're on the high ground.
So realize after that big clutch up by Oberly have actually moved in there and done what Exit could not and removed Startified from that position.
Amazing comeback there from the opportunity of being able to restabilize for Realize. It's taking the best spot, but these wingman shots.
Excuse me?
Coming in clutch for Reeds. The re-knock comes in vain though.
Oh my God, Reeds.
Gonna be able to get the shield shield swap in as well.
It's just over. He's gotten 2.
Through the edge of the dome.
Needs to get himself a shield swap.
The bank smoke is just being detrimental in this fight. He needs to back away. It's a disadvantage, but the ring is hurting so much for Aiden and added some extra pressure here for Oxygen.
Aiden's dead though. Yeah, unfortunate. Oh man.
Who clutch up? I mean, Wingman highlight clips in a dome fight? What is this, season 6?
Oh man, and he was moving around the corner there too. MD White coming on top from that fight as Lucita France seeing where they're situated on the high ground. Slight high ground here. They see the fight from right in front of them. They had set up a portal earlier.
I was gonna say they don't have anywhere to go where they got cover though.
By what looks like to be the 30-30.
100 Thieves getting dropped on by Dreamfire here. 3MC needs to stay alive.
To maybe clean up some extra KP to their name. Having to be careful. You talk about those digi threats. He's got one in his hand here, playing right through the Bangalore smoke from 3MZ.
Dreamfire playing around this fence.
Look at all these people here.
They want to get rid of that black hole before it spells the
yeah, Realize pops up on the backside here. Dreamfire out, 100 Thieves out. Oh.
Dreamfire out. We got 4 squads left. Aurora still alive somehow.
Fnatic, of course, still alive.
Aurora may be a rat here in this situation.
Fnatic's got a long way to rotate though. But I think the other 2 teams are starting to fight.
The Cedar Fronts are playing off the low ground. They're trying to inch forward and they're playing this as a duo. Aurora get called out.
Yep.
That last member, Uchaku the Rat, gone. Now we have Fnatic as a full 3-man team and the high ground.
Fnatic start off with the dub. All right, all right.
That's a big result to start off the day. The Fnatic fans are out here in
Let's
force.
go.
The flags, the light up signs, the jerseys in the crowd there. Love to see it. Man, the new Fnatic jerseys are fire.
They are nice.
Yeah, the new Fnatic jerseys look really, really good.
They deserve it because they just pulled off an 11-kill win.
And those zip-ups look hot.
Of the day.
And this is a team that I had my eye on because we saw what they were able to do last champs, where they were able to get 4th place. This team is so
I think if you were to, if there were a team outside of NA or, well, I guess DZ is technically NA now.
But it's also the rotation
if there is a non-American or OCE team
we saw teams like Dreamfire hold down that
to win the hoist the trophy, it's probably Fnatic for real.
CSM being the second team to go out from the lobby. We got to see what they were able to do to counter rotate around 100 Thieves, and then we had Fnatic come in right behind them, finding the opportunity to retake that high ground when we saw Riddle.
See what they're saying over here.
They ain't lying.
All right, well, that's going to be it for Game 1, chat. We're going to head into Game 2, man. I think it's a new code, correct? It's a new code, right?
So now just puts Greek is not him in the chat. Why am I catching straight?
I mean, we just catch straights. You're a caster now,
what?
bro. You're a caster now, man. Give me the codes on your phone.
Bro,
man.
I want a new keyboard.
Shut up and give me the keys on your phone. Or code on your phone.
I
Put it
want
under here. Put it under here because
going
you're going to show it.
Just relax, bro.
Bro, you're going to leak the code and then we're just talking.
Relax, bro.
Leaked. I saw it on the screen.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if they're changing lobbies.
For sure.
Can you ask new code? Because my space bar doesn't work.
Yeah, is it new code? Let's see.
Yo, he's like, not working.
Down here, they don't necessarily have that gravity lift to just get back up and out.
So when we saw the pressure from the other side of this low ground, at first it looked like 30-30 shots around them. It was that hand block with the burst on to destroy the attempt of rotating off that low ground. But somebody else did the job for them with the gravity lift. While that fight was happening, oh my gosh, look at the outcome from that drill there too.
Would have
that fight was going
would have
right
been
here on the high ground.
Realize?
This was Realize getting taken out and Fnatic being able to move in right behind the fight.
No, because Realize came in on the other side of the fight.
With Lecita France stuck on the low ground in that case. They had also rotated on the low ground originally right before the circle had pulled from this side with that raid portal. So unfortunately, they were in a very bad position and Fnatic had taken advantage of the beautifully gifted gravity lift by the other team.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even see the drill.
See there, Mad Bang using the riot.
Can we watch that live?
Out of cover. I mean, she's one of my favorite picks to play, honestly, and I'm so excited to see her getting some time on the stage here at LAN. Yeah, the thing that really interests me, Vicky, will be seeing if Fnatic decide to take this playstyle all the way into the finals as well, should they make it there. And let's be real, they're probably going to be there. They are.
I mean, they'll be in the finals. They do have to worry about that more, like, heavy slaying playstyles
exactly
when you get to those top 20 lobbies.
Teams around here, and you just want to push through them because you know you are better. You can ego child them. You can just get on top of them.
Yeah, that's a really good point by Genome, actually.
That is the kind of composition that this is built for. But will it go the distance?
And will it be consistent too? When you talk about this type of team, I see consistency, especially. I talked about their.
Well, I think through elimination stages,
just in the last split that we saw,
they'll be very much a beneficiary of the 8 games versus 6, right?
This tournament, they really had in their mind what they needed to do to stay consistent. Yes, this may be group stage, but they want to be able to take the energy that they are being able to pull from today and then bring it to the rest of the week. Great first game right there. They also land on the north side of World's Edge, close to Epi and Survey. They usually split that loot. So they had to traverse through a good amount of ground when we saw a lot of the fighting happening by that choke point, not by Geyser, but going into that no-name spot north of Lava Siphon by that hillside.
And this is another, bringing up that drop spot there, this is another thing that we've talked about a little bit, where it's like Fnatic, they're such a good team. Why are they dropping Epi Survey, right? It's not the best POI on the map. And we wonder why they don't chow for something a little bit better. Is it a cultural thing? Are they a bit too afraid to step on other people's toes?
Or is it a beacon thing too, especially with the change up on the beacon rates? So you can see them super happy, waving to the crowd.
I don't know so much about the beacon change being what's affecting them dropping there. I do think, Genome hit a pretty good point with the culture thing.
Man team and the high ground.
Just with the sense of they haven't, they feel like they haven't won anything enough to be able to push their way into whatever.
Next 20
I'm
years
just
of
listening
life.
to what you're saying.
Bro, you're like this. Like, you just literally.
I'm just listening.
You're like, those flashbacks, bro? Like, that just happened to you, dude. Like, you just actually had flashbacks to
Yeah,
something.
I miss her, all right?
Okay, I had a feeling. That was crazy. But yeah, I mean, no one wants to play on 300 ping. Like, at all. So, dude, you're actually like this.
I was just locked.
I mean, yeah, you were definitely locked on something. God damn. Just picture your next 30 years with her. Or without her. Oh, my God.
Probably without.
Real shit, man. Real shit. That's crazy how that goes. We the People is going to lose his voice by tomorrow.
That was a very good game.
By the way, chat, for those of you who don't know, We the People is like the host now of ALGS here for this time. He's getting the crowd hype, everything. That man, I guarantee I will actually put 3 cough drops down. That man loses his voice in the next hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
we're going to be hearing
the experience.
Are you ready? Are you ready? ALGS! That man's going to lose his voice, and we're going to hear this voice cracks over and over again. Year 4 ALGS, are you ready? It's going to be egregious. It's going to hit the yodeling, bro. It's going to be crazy. Someone get that man some cough drops, a jelly shot, and some honey.
It's a rookie mistake.
I made that mistake way too many times.
We did it too.
Bro, I watched my first year of casting, and I'm actually just, he's one shot, oh my God, the whole time. I don't think there's a moment I'm not screaming. It's insane. It's insane. I totally understand why people thought I was annoying back then, for sure.
Bro, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever said this openly.
Oh, boy.
In Sweden, right? You know how there was 2 separate times where the one you had to do like a game by yourself because I went down to the desk and vice versa. That game that I was by myself, I was shitting my pants the entire time. I was so nervous to even speak. I think I was just flip-flopping the teams. I don't even think I said anything that entire game. I was so nervous, I was shitting everything.
Thank God he didn't tell me that. Thanks, I would have roasted your shit.
I was defecating my pants.
That's actually really gross. That's like a really gross way to put it, to be honest, if I'm being completely honest. But it's okay.
I'm wondering, so
just passing the baton along, and the same thing happening to the house that was south of that divide. Just a couple of really important spots that teams would just throw themselves.
So have they had a different host for every event this year? Stage host?
11 kills to Fnatic's name.
So we didn't have a stage host for Split 1. Split 2 we had Blaze.
23 points, but you know who's on my mind right now?
That 23-point game from Fnatic.
Real life with 10 KP. Yes, They got 4th place. They got the placement points, but they settled down with 15 points in total, thanks to the amount of double-digit KP that they're able to get there.
All right, remember APAC North, though,
at Split 2 playoffs.
looked good during
like
group stages.
The
first, like, day and a half, or even just through group stages, for real.
Knowing how to bully others and push through that mechanical prowess that they're
but then
for. Oxygen there also
kind of fell apart in the back half of the weekend.
6 kills, so a nice little point tally for them to just keep things ticking along. And then you see other teams like Sentinels here. Of course, they want to be doing well in this group stage, Vicky, because they have Overlook here, right? And we know from some of the discussion we've had before, Sentinels, they were going to be contesting that with Moist. It sounds like it might still be up in the air. They were losing the contest in scrims, but will they continue to push that issue here? Oh, I think we're gonna have to wait and see.
And you think about contesting, you think about what we first saw at the very beginning of that first game.
What up? How you doing, homie?
Between the gravity lift.
Good morning,
Riddle
happy
well.
Wednesday.
That was the first team that we had to say goodbye to, was Disguise before we said goodbye to TSM. A lot of calling out from a lot of these teams mid-rotation. I mean, you take a look at TSM landing and Lava Siphon, trying to secure that building, Dreamfire ruining their dreams, and also securing so much KP themselves before finding themselves in that top 5. Nice to being able to see the overall standing of where these teams were able to get those points already off the rip. Again, that was just game number 1. Moving on to game number 2, where we continue on World's Edge. Taking a nice glance. E6 having some fans in the crowd out here too, just trying to get locked in. Wonder though, with Optic Gaming, we saw what was going down over on the other side by Big Mod. We saw the circle pulling on the other side of the bridge. It was a tough rotation nonetheless. Look at Riddle.
Oh, man.
Bro, Riddle always has like great vibes on stage.
Yeah, as you said, Vicky, it was just game 1, right? And you know, if you guys were listening to the desk beforehand, you would have heard them go through that format. But just to recap, you know, they play series against all 3 other groups. And it's the point total throughout that decides where you go after the group stage, whether you're heading into winners or heading into losers next. Yeah. And over our last couple of events in Split 1 playoffs, the cutoff for groups was 100 points exactly. In Split 2 playoffs, it was actually 92 points. So we're looking, you know, let's say on average, high 90s to try and get through this. So that means you need roughly, let's say, 33 points a game.
My boy Apex Comp's like, yo, no crashes, command center's up and running. If you don't knock on wood right now.
33 points, that will get you through into that winner's bracket, most likely.
So that 23 points are ready to start off the day. But Fnatic is already doing amazing, especially we have those 5 more games to go. Love you, Hannah. Oh, shout out to the fans in the crowd, giving their support over here, saying hello.
So let me guess, since it's Wednesday, everyone's sitting down low, right?
Apex is more important. I've come here, but I still love you. Like, you know, the story. I need the story behind the sign.
I need to know.
If I had to guess.
Do you love him back? You can tell. You can be honest with us, Har. You know, that's the real story.
Maybe he just revealed it here for the first time on stream. You never know.
And while this is day number 1, we have so much more action to go. I'm expecting this crowd to get filled to the brim. So many more people coming out to show their support for our teams. Fnatic, as you can see on your screens,
Probably
the winners of
Friday, since Friday they start later. I do like that idea.
Talking about the legends that we had, though, Genome, you mentioned it perfectly. You saw the Cossack, we saw Wraith, we saw Mad Maggie, we saw Fuse. It's the nice, different compositions that these different teams are running, and that's what I love. Yes, last split we got to see more so.
Honestly, Aiden, I would love it.
So coming out there too. It's the fact
I keep going back and forth on this thing, right?
Swapping off and seeing much more diversity in these compositions.
Because I would love to be on the desk.
That really determines the strength of some of these teams, but
I really do think I'd be like most in my element. I love it. I love it. I think I'd be most in my element as a stage host.
I'm not.
I'm scared, man. I'm running for the hills.
I feel like they're fighting
not just.
Right now.
Did you not watch the last game? You should be scared of these guys.
Man,
hyping up the crowd, but you know, being able to interview the people in the background. We've done some interviews over here on the channel.
Like, just after they take that, or just before, like
having a good understanding of, you know, not just only NA and EU.
Playoffs, when it was TSM that got taken out on match point. Remember, it was Scuri who threw the grab lift up to help them get over the top there, right? So I don't know. It's
That's so true.
It's just the recurring theme. 100 Thieves are like, you know, look. our game's over.
Bro,
But, hey,
APAC
we can
travels
grief someone
so
else.
good.
But you know, that's also a good point to talk about when it comes to
Is Dreamfire
when a team
having
wants to start
tech issues?
engaging on a fight. If you're not running a Horizon and there's a gravity lift in front of you,
But yeah,
and
Aiden,
you're
I would
limited
love
on
to.
time because you want to get on top of the high ground and the team's
I mean,
not
that's goals
expecting
for
you
sure.
to take that gravity. There's no noise when a team takes the gravity lift. It's just the noise of the gravity lift itself. It's not like your footsteps or anything. So what the only thing you really do here is, I guess, their feet planted on the ground when they come from the gravity lift, unless, you know, sometimes you hear the slide of the Horizon. If there's another Horizon that doesn't work for a gravity lift, wants to save that maybe instead when it's not on cooldown. So little things like that that teams could take advantage of and we could see reoccurring as the days go by.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are going to make a beeline straight for that, right? Like, you know, stuck there or down there on the low ground. If you can imagine that position without the gravity lift, right, they would have had to take down the, who was the other team, the LCDF, was it? Anyway, the two members who were down the bottom, and then realize up the top, probably get a fantastic chance to just reset, go through all those death boxes, and then start spraying those teams down from the top. So it would have been completely different without that gravity lift. Like, that cliff is not that scalable.
Yeah, and on the other side, the Fawns were running the Wraith, and they had already used the portal, so there wasn't really much of
Yo, this thing crashes on Stormpoint after all these people are hyping it up. I'm gonna laugh.
Why don't we take a look at some highlights from that first game already? Talking about it
so it looks like we do have, I'm guessing, probably some sort of tech issue over on
but starting from the very beginning with
the Dreamfire side. We saw the extra official over there with them.
Had gotten that first stock. They got traded first, but it was the split position that they were sitting in before then. We got to take a look at this fight between Dreamfire and TSM, but nonetheless, it was about like 6 fights happening all at once, and these different parts, south side of Lava Siphon by Geyser, and the choke point north side by
Fnatic is just a team I would not want to see like just straight up 3v3. Like dead ass.
Yeah, Zone 2 was pretty chill. It was kind of.
Nah, I'm good. I'll chill, fam. You know what I mean?
If we do see a change up in tactics going back to that,
yeah, I'm
going
good.
back to the contest there at Climate.
Granted, me personally, I'm a bum, so I wouldn't want to see any of these guys 3v3. But like,
other contests we've seen in the past, Vicky,
in this lobby of the teams, they're one of the teams I just would not.
They had to wait until the game was over, until a series was over, until they sort of had a chat with their coach to change tactics up, and you know, try something new against Aurora. I'd love to see a team who can adapt game by game. Just
I wonder if Taskmaster ends up
and you know, getting one back on the other teams that they're contesting with. Because it did feel like going for the high ground that early was not the play this time. And not when Horizon's in the meta.
That's a really good point too, because sometimes
this Reed's clip was pretty nasty.
Well, we'll go back to Star Wars. I have the high ground now. I got the advantage, but that's actually not the case with some of these early rotations, especially depending if you have a bunker down Legend, if you've already gotten the read on the console, for the ring console, to see where that ring would be pulling. I love these shots too. Looking back at Fnatic with that hemlock, beaming right through with the 3-round burst, just right through that Catalyst wall, and then 100 Thieves. This is a team that's playing outside the wall, and in this moment, Fnatic was fighting, and then we saw what happened right before this, where the Horizon gravity lift from, I believe it was realized previously, that allowed them to get to that high
So
ground
it was
before taking
realized.
that last
Okay.
spawn, which
I guess
was
Realize
Silverfawns
just
playing as a
took
duo
it up and then
after
went to the
losing
other
out
side,
in
entered
the
themselves into that fight.
What's funny that you've even got a. Like,
Yo, we're gonna be looking for the big ginger, not that guy there.
Probably not, right? Like, is anyone gonna take this gravity lift up after me? Do I need to?
Actually, that might have been Brad.
Like, we need to get up.
We're gonna see if we can find Brad
It's gonna come behind
in
us
the
and then kill us
stand.
straight after. It's, oof, it's honestly a hard
big
thing
gooner
to take into consideration.
It's tricky, but that's something that they're gonna definitely be thinking about. Look at CEO Yukio. Okay, I love it.
CEO Yukio.
One
Okay.
of my favorite players as well, Fnatic. Again, with their stone cold face, just ready to go here, taking a look.
I'm
at
debating
their
on
first
if
placement
during
for our first game, not just taking the double with 11 KP.
later rounds, I end up wanting to go like command center-ish style.
The match points that you want to be sitting at,
man,
points in general for these type of
first off, I guess
stages.
let's see
So
if it gets through the first series and it doesn't have issues. If we see it, still says it's fine. Because I don't want to be in the middle of a series.
11 kills. That's actually pretty efficient. Like, you know, they're not
We
pumping
switch
out
over
huge amounts
to
there. They are
Stormpoint.
taking the fights with people and
All of
ending
a sudden
them.
it crashes and now I'm frustrated. You know what I mean?
I really want to highlight how important it was for Realize to restabilize, take the high ground from start of fight, and then rotate around to then use that gravity lift that then Fnatic was able to take advantage of. Lou's girlfriend in the crowd right there too, giving some support as well. Love the little image too. Welcome back to land, Lou. It's been a long time.
I think he was there was a great post on Reddit that had some really fun stats on it, and I think it was saying Lou and a couple of others they haven't played LAN since Poland.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been a long time.
Really?
It's been a long time. So happy to say hi to these amazing players once again, but they didn't have an amazing first game, so things got to turn around here. Let's get started, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Game number 2 is underway now.
Bro, if we're at this rate of a game every like 50 minutes,
skins, by the way.
Yeah, a long day, bro.
That have already made the rotation inside this building. I like this because they were limited on ammunition and loot when we first saw them in that game number 1.
This time,
I want to hear the crowd go crazy for Duplex just once.
Here up on the top. Okay, looks like they're going for something similar. They'll loot just a couple, but they will be chowed much more quickly this time by Riddle Order. But yeah, if you take those first couple of hits, you kind of got to you got to back away, pop those couple of cells that you do have. I mean, even picking up 2 cells.
No, that was DSG's first couple of hits on the Riddle Order.
Change everything. I mean, look at this. He's got a bat and 6.
One tappy. Getting blessed by the loot gods out here. I mean, it's the beautiful.
RNGesus hooking my boy up.
It's the best you could do when you literally loot like 1 crate and then immediately go try to take the high ground. Oh, he bumped his head on the top of the roof. Having to be careful with that gravity lift. They weren't going to go, but Yoboycue with the Sentinel shot, knocking Lou first right through the
big
back
shot.
window. It looks.
Now we can push out here.
Up here. The charge does run out. He's got to get it, but he's got the wingman. Not a bad weapon to be having if you're going into these initial fights. Good shots coming out. The hip fire there from the
nice.
J7
2v1.
is enough from EMEA, and DSG go down again.
2 times was not the charm here, but in this case for Riddle Order, it is coming out. Yoboycue with those Senti shots all charged up and ready to go after rotating.
Area 310 already taking a fight with Ascendant Harvester. Looks like it's probably going to be a Harvester ending.
Another crafter like it did for game number 1, but I'm sure they're happy with that loot that they got to.
Oh, it's definitely a Harvester-ish ending there.
Circles gonna be pulling Gino.
Got another fairly
Unless it for some reason pulls up like
you'd have to say,
to that north of the cutoff maybe, but probably Harvester.
Occasionally get some circles to pull. We're 100 Thieves there north of the choke, but I'd say very rarely. So yeah, I think Harvester is probably the call here. Ascend.
I'm getting so good at
the
these.
team who is currently landing at Harvester when we've got groups A and B together.
With the circle pulling towards Harvester though, teams like TSM with their quick rotation out of Lava Siphon. We're looking at area 310 for right now. They see a team out in the distance taking the evac tower. While we wait and we take a look at so many of these teams, let's jump into a listen-in from TSM presented by WD Black.
You can just start
So we need 2x.
Listen,
yes,
I have nothing on my thing, on my 30.
Let's go to TSM. Let's just start fucking these dudes, bro.
They're love ulting over here.
I have 50 heavy on a car as well.
I could help you a stack, Jordan.
Oh, that's funny. TSM shit, man.
Yep.
White armor.
Start a fight right outside there.
Just start poking. Just keep poking the side room.
Can you? I don't know if I'm gonna get a lot. There's a team below us now. They're reinforced.
Yep. To that door.
I'm breaking that door up. It's a Lobo team. We need to be careful.
There's 2 Lobos team. There's 2 Lobo teams. There's another one in that shop.
I only have a 2x on my scout.
Same. I have a 2x on my 30-30.
I have a 2x4 on my 30-30.
Good listening.
You know what side they're on? Inside mid?
No.
Can you queue them and I just start shooting
You can hear how patient they have to be on this push.
I only have 1 queue.
Even being a team that knows they can take 3v3s with just about anybody, man.
Walk up.
Okay, EMP.
Yeah.
Coming back. We might get pushed.
So is it just start a fight?
Right, nice listen in there just to see the setup that TSM want to go for right before they decide if they want to engage or not.
I mean, you don't need to engage here, right? You know this the zone's ending here, and you know that there's going to be teams already rotating in.
We see the double Loba team that's on the other side, a team that is playing for that final circle position.
Realistically,
so
if you were going to take that fight, you needed to take it like 45 seconds ago.
Pushing in towards Aurora here. Fun taking a little bit of damage at the start, but Psych completely catches 9 Impulse off guard.
Hit him with the Psych real quick before dipping away inside of this building, and he's got the gold extended heavy mag on that Hemi. Having to be careful.
This thing got a Hemi?
On the other side. Eats the grenade right at his feet. Safety inside this building though, while Nocturnal's taking an off angle from the low ground. Not gonna allow for that res to even come out, but Rain is trying to take a look at the positioning of where he's trying to finish off that knocked player here. They are gonna be able to get that finish on to 9 Impulse, while Rain does pick up the banner real quick, and with the smoke grenade too, he tries to run away, but Uchaku falling behind, unfortunately, cost his life. So now we have that one solo player from Aurora trying to get away, and unfortunately it's
there
not
we go,
Xset coming out on top from that team fight over here by Skyhook.
Skyhook belongs to them.
They're my team to watch out for from NA that I posted on Twitter yesterday.
Sometimes we'll just make weird pushes at them. Well, in their words, weird pushes. I think Aurora
Team to watch for from each region that's not a
not gonna let it happen
favorite.
Once. And probably time and time again, I think we'll probably see that outcome.
Time and time again, take a drink.
Of the survey beacon that is currently located in Skyhook, right? Yeah. So, you know, with the Bloodhound. And the Crafter. So, like, with the Bloodhound being there, too, yes, you can only scan it once, but it's about the information of where everyone's already rotated. And
most of my other teams to watch for from that tweet are all in the next.
There by the choke point right next to Xset. It's MDY White.
Exactly. MDY White, of course, if they did hit that survey beacon, they would have, MD White would have seen the ping.
Look right there.
if not, you know, they would have heard the gunshots probably coming out of Skyhook as well. So if there's a good place as any to try and gatekeep that team who's coming in from Skyhook, it is in that tunnel. MD White, they have a poke, don't see anything, so they will fall back now. And the ring pulls ever further in towards Harvester.
I love the chants of the crowd, giving their energy to
MDY I should probably...
White. Quick rotate while Sentinels engage in a fight of their own. It looks like LG in some trouble. Chivas are getting the res already. Nice arc star to at least block out that door for right now. Black Hole on top of it, tries to pull him into the spikes, as well as the nade, but Sentinel's playing outside of that space nicely, but it's wasting a lot of time for this engagement that they could have been able to take.
Well, if they've been playing Control, you know, they've probably taken this fight 1,000 times, so they should know, you know, the routes, the avenues you can take to push in here. But LG, we did see them getting the res off there, and it's a full reset to push in and try and see if they can get off the back of this here. Just playing a little bit carefully through the smokes.
I think LG's another team that could be...
I'm going to point to their name there, looking to change that now.
See, the squad is completely diverted into that low ground building. They're going to be holding the high ground here. I like this position for LG Chivas, but hear the bullets from right behind them as they make this rotation.
Oh yeah, let me get a scoreboard going for y'all, chat.
Still playing off that slight low ground. Love how you pointed out the control. At least they don't have to worry about the 10 Pathfinder zip lines that could appear from nowhere. Being dramatic as the Catalyst Dark Veil does come out from that low ground to help them rotate. Again, that is Sentinels just trying to go around LG Chivas, but there's a lot of pressure coming in here, but this fight's taking a little too long. You can see them just trying to gatekeep them on the edge of where this circle is going to be pulling. It's still a very good spot for them to hold because no other team is rotating from Lava Siphon, and this circle does have Lava Siphon in that general area. But what rotation do you want to go from here too? Do you want to approach Harvester from that south side? Then you're going to be able to meet up Optic Gaming from the north side of Harvester while they engage in this fight, calling in the creeping barrage.
Trying to get on the back of Go Next here. So they've scared them into the building with the creeping barrage, but now they need to take the next step. Black Hole goes off, does manage to knock those doors out of the way. One of the great uses of that ultimate.
Drop's got that gold R9 in his hand. Nice beamage coming through. With the Digi, it's
the
so
nice beamage,
so
baby.
Smokes that Drop is going to be able to take advantage of.
There's updated scoreboard after game 1. I'm going to try and keep those up to date throughout the weekend. So if you pop in, you want to know an updated score, use that spatial point, and now it's whatever lobby we're watching.
That knock onto Bambino. Skittle Cake himself has cleaned up Go Next, but this is the opportunity for the third party now to go in from Riddle Order.
Yeah, you saw immediately thinking about starting to fortify the doors, putting the cat cues down, those piercing spikes to to get these other teams away from them. They didn't manage, you know, they didn't take
We're able to get them
knocks
any
in
sort
the
of
fight.
entry
It was
there,
a
though.
solid effort from Optic here.
And now they've got to figure
But
themselves
they
another
were
way
quite
in.
low. I think if Riddle Order had to push through there, they might have been able to finish that off. But great util usage there from Optic to dissuade them from that option.
And that's why we've been seeing a lot more.
They're gonna go
use to it in
around
general.
here.
Aside from the armor changes that we've seen and trying to deal with the catalyst, it's a lot of space being bought from that.
So playing patient in game number 2, I can dig it. Only the second ring, so it doesn't do too much damage.
Trying to engage in the fight, and now we're taking a
I wonder if they
very long
knew who that was.
But they are rotating from the back end, trying to go from the back side of where this circle is going to be pulling. So approaching from the north side, from where that circle is going to be going towards Harvester.
Yeah, so much respect given there by Riddle to take that very long rotation through the zone and back out. It's actually probably going to work out for them, I'd say, because, this is a spicy zone, by the way. This is going, I mean, you may have expected it by how much of
just north of the Harvester cut off, huh?
In the circles 3 and 4. But wow, this one's going right into the choke, actually. So Riddle, by going north, have unknowingly put themselves in a fantastic position here.
Nice.
But Optic as well, this little spot here, assuming they don't get sieged indefinitely by knuckle clusters from other teams, are probably going to be in a good spot too.
40% of the circle is the mountain by that north side of
That's
the
crazy.
Yeah, and another 20 is the lava river underneath it, right? So.
But this is one of those circles where we talked about in game number 1. You go for those early rotates, and it could cost you.
Yeah.
You have the natural land formation to prevent yourself from being in the line of sight from some other teams. Use the high to low ground as well.
I say, why are we watching them right now?
That knock. They craft themselves a nice little Nemi on top of that while Nocturnal gets that first knock. Beast of the Hunt activated on the
I like it. Roots is killing it on the
from using that digi threat. Gets the beam image himself as he's going to try
game
to go
director so far.
on the shield battery, and Nocturnal's going to try to help cover it.
Okay, he's got the gold armor to pop a double syringe effectively there. And you can see Exit really want to take this spot off of Optic. They take the first step towards that by putting Noct on the ground.
And Nemesis is actually a problem out here. That's why it's in the Crafter.
Yep.
And that's why you see it in Nocturnal's hands, prioritizing being able to have that Crafter.
Okay, so we've got 30 seconds left for this zone to close.
And now they have to figure out where they're
going
to look over, because they get a couple different sight lines, right?
This is a fantastic move from Exit.
They shouldn't have to worry about anybody rotating in from that little choke that you can see.
That many of them would have predicted it from zone 2, honestly, because
I don't know who it was that was looking behind them.
Oh, no one's going to be able to get away.
Area 310's in trouble.
Here, and it's LG getting engaged on this fight, wanted to take control. Over this canyon side here of Harvester, gets that next knock here, but Waguadas and Yanya go down. Right behind him though, it's a split push attempt. LG Chivas get taken out by Optic Gaming.
Optic got 5 kills so far. Sheesh.
They were had it, and now they're going to be able to move on with a good amount of KP to their name. Skittlecake is going crazy right now with 5 KP.
Backs against the wall, they didn't have an option. They had to go down there after Exit pushed them out. Now they're just hoping that maybe a Moby Res is in one of these boxes and they can get knocked back into the fight. But even after that, they'd still have to go through Sentinels in Area 3-1 ahead of them.
Still though, getting the 5 KP is big here, right? Because you can play this out for placement here. Especially because you can figure out that this next like zone closing, there's going to be a lot of teams falling off.
But they're all just going to get thrown like they're on a tidal wave, just pushing towards that north choke, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually manages to stay up on that surfboard.
And that's such a good point, too, to call out because of the fact that we have so many teams alive still right now in comparison to this pace that we had from game number 1.
Stuck.
The stick on the Artstar.
Oh.
He tries to get away. He puts down the smoke, but it was a double Artstar also at his feet. This is the engagement from Exit. Amazing opening from Sykes.
Wow.
Gets the second knock.
What a push.
Only one member left for
that was
MDY
insane.
White. As we say goodbye, 15 squads left. Exit in a good spot on the slight high ground here where the circle's gonna be pulling.
No aim required. They just shove the R9 nozzle into the face and let the trigger do the work there. Riddle Order, though, are coming up now. They've seen this. You can see Beast of the Hunt has been popped. 25 seconds left on the timer, but they do have to wait out some of the ordnance coming their way.
They did push slightly just to engage on that fight, talking about Exit here and taking a good amount of pressure while Riddle Order wants to pinch their backs against the side of that circle.
Oh my god,
Exit!
Exit!
He's literally, both of them, Exit are going crazy! with the damage output.
Yo, Exet popping.
Take a fight that they just could not finish.
There's still a third running in?
Take out another team.
They barely had any time
Fanatics out in
They
13th.
just come back like a split second after the ALGS.
TSM's chilling on the low ground here.
Down on them.
Oh, Oxygen came in and closed in on them.
Exit, honestly, I'm still very impressed by how they
say really solid. What was that 6 KP for them? 5 KP for them? 12?
And unfortunately, it does finally end with Oxygen.
Meanwhile, you see Dreamfire also going crazy in the feed. Verholz takes out K-Switty, TSM.
See DeFrance out.
In this fight, Lassie DeFrance get eliminated here. As I said now, playing with the Watson fences from inside these bunker doors. They lost out on Kashira before. They try to engage on a fight here. Having to be careful and playing on the side. It's only Postkill alive.
TSM can help out though.
Drop down alongside Imperial.
Oh, what a play by 100 Thieves moving in.
From the other side. On move back,
They're just getting shot on their backside though.
E6 also say goodbye. 7 squads left.
Oh, this is one of the
TSM's
most
caking
chaotic
up.
things you will ever see. So many teams coming out of the Harvester just having an impossible, almost impossible ordeal to make their way out of it. Honestly, if they could even get Hal back up here, it would be a miracle. 100 Thieves right on top of them.
Ooh.
Nothing to see, trying to dance away.
There's a team in there.
Limited ammunition he had with the Havoc. It's because they rotated so early, didn't really have a lot of loot to work with, and they
100 Thieves gonna be right up underneath.
in that fight.
Ascent. Dreamfire's still alive as well.
And 100 Thieves clear out this bottom area. Great push here from 100 Thieves. They had rotated from the high ground originally to jump on the heads of TSM, who were already engaged on that Ascend fight.
Yeah, it'll be a good spot for them.
Oxygen getting
here where Oxygen have
their
managed
third
to get their third back into the fight after this. Finally, the death box with the
Solid.
We found it. We found it, Vicky. It's there. Now, they've got a good spot, but do they have time? The ring will just close. Hopefully, Bane can make it back in here. I don't know how much damage he's going to take. It's the DI. You'd love that. The DI to try and get out of the zone here and get back in. Dreamfire probably have the best spot out of anyone so far, but Oxygen, after taking that northern side of Exet, and now that they've respawned, probably in the second best spot.
That res is crazy. Hopefully he finds some sort of weapon in the crate right below where Reed's is standing right now. Oh, he drops his cold R9.
Nice.
That's the homie gun right there.
Yep.
You love to see it, and it makes the most sense there too. It's Bane at the end of the day, so you can look through your own smokes, but they're in some trouble playing off this high ground. The gold knockdown as he goes
does he
for
get
the
it
res
up?
here too. You love it as
Come on,
they're trying
Roy.
to engage, but Luca's on the outskirts as Dreamfire.
That's what we were talking about. The Dreamfire have been holding this spot outside, and as you can see, where they got that
Come on, Roy.
it allows them to play that rock, which has just got a beautiful view of the entire battlefield as all these other
Oxygen
teams
out.
are throwing themselves at each other. Oxygen actually can't make the transition, so now it's going to be Ascend, start a fight in 100 Thieves to walk into Dreamfire's crosshairs.
And I love the position that Dreamfire took to not even fully engage on the fight, because look at their position right now. They have Pride Rock.
Yeah, they're in such a
looking
great
to
spot.
To funnel their way outside of the building. They're not going to give away that position. Of course not. That's why they yeeted the Archer originally before you had another.
So the question is, who
trying to
makes
take
it out of this
position.
mess, right?
100 Thieves still in this spot right now. You have 4
Nice
squads
bub.
left. Started by Ascend, we're able to restabilize. How long did you see a Kraber shot in the feed? Gonna be able to take out Onmook here. Start a fight. Are out from this fight. 100 Thieves, only Backstone left. Can he go for shield up in that black market? Does it look? Oh, he goes at the very end. 3 squads left as Ascend come out.
Doesn't matter, as I was saying.
Dreamfire, they don't wait. Ascend as they're going to take that off.
Dreamfire, baby.
Dreamfire are going to make their move now while the iron is
Big
hot.
game
They
for him.
will
It looks like
strike.
2-7 KP.
Backing off a little bit though. Oh, interesting decision. Oh, if that thermite
Oh,
hits,
that
got a crypto EMP coming
EMP
out
can
as well.
hurt.
Now
They got to make sure that they can focus fire on this left side.
No.
Katagas one, get the second one.
So does
There's
the
Dreamfire.
Shadow.
Let's go.
Dreamfire with game 2.
Let's go. Love it.
The crowd goes
APAC
crazy.
showing out in lobby number
Dreamfire
1.
pops off,
North wins
taking
number
game
1.
number 2.
South wins
The
game
fans
2.
giving them the energy that they need.
Jeez.
Amazing position and call-outs from that team. You could see the patience
Damn.
paying off for them before engaging on the high ground of that building of Harvester, overlooking Ascend, who somehow manages to survive after the chaos that was going down in that building. Thankfully, they had a Watson to bunker down. I love this team. Look at Rory. Take a little breather.
Oh, I need to know who's in that photo now. Who are they doing it for? Who is this win for? I mean, partly it's for the fans out here. You cannot deny, Vicky, APAC South fans show up. Like,
oh, yeah.
Like, we're talking about the people who are in the arena. Oh, my Lord. Dude, the Dreamfire, the MDY fans just go off. And, I mean, putting on a show for them there, that was an awesome way to play that. I really liked how they were, you know, just team by team gauging their options and being like, okay, no, I know we have the best spot. We could just stay here and take this fight and still probably have the advantage, but now is the time to go in and just clinch it.
I'm reading the post chat and Nocturnal writes in all caps, anyone else feel like pushing us? They were trying to wipe teams like a bunch of dominoes falling in a straight line.
Have we seen any Seer today, chat?
So impressed.
It was crazy.
By like how
I don't think we have we?
The team before Oxygen that they managed to take out, but like
we've surprisingly seen. Well, I shouldn't say surprisingly. I know more teams have been running Bang, but
they see the Loba ult go down. They're like, hey, don't loot in front of us. That's rude. All right, we're gonna come take it off you then. So yeah, look, at this point you can see 4 squads left. You know, they're just having a look. They know they're all clustered under this Gibraltar bubble, all just sort of stacked in underneath there. They don't want to give a high ground too much, so they are just keeping their distance for the moment, but you know, they're gonna have to deal with grenades with Cactus coming out. There we go, a nice little finish. And yeah, so Thermite doesn't quite hit, and at this point they know the other team's locked in under there, so they're just trying to find angles.
It was also funny because we saw the grief onto what looked like 100 Thieves where they had gotten hit with a Craver. Could have been like a hip fire shot there too.
Ooh.
The EMP taking a chunk out of Dreamfire, but
I was saying, did they even lose a player this last fight? I don't think so, right?
They try to approach
technically 3MZ goes down, I guess.
Sandwich Dreamfire, but Dreamfire was ready. Not only with their own split position that they took the previous fight in, but joining us with the pop-off, with the dub on game number 2, and being able to hold hands while looking to the back of that building and to the front in case they did try to split push them.
I mean, yeah, look, shout out to 3MZ there. This guy has qualified.
So they're going to take a break. They're going to go to the desk then, right?
But, you know, him and Peter didn't manage to get over until split 2. And it was just Roy who had to fly the flag for the longest time. But now, finally, they're here. IGL and Frag
it looks like they got
hand here. And Dreamfire showing what they're made of.
Man,
maybe
I
getting
just
back
really
from
like the difference of pacing that we already have between game 1 into game 2. Slowing down significantly, partially because of the circle as well, because of so many teams sharing the real estate of Harvester, but also at the very end how volatile that second to last circle was with all the teams at the funnel on the outside of that one wing of Harvester. TSM tried to engage on a send that had 2 players knocked, still was able to get the reset, by the way, and still was able to get second place. That was also impressive, considering that they were also trying to contest it by start a fight. They were also contested by Under Thieves on the other side. So right now, with all the chaos that went down there, Dreamfire knew a lot better than to try to engage in a fight like that, or even take the high ground too early that would have costed them.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just see those circles, right, where you just like, okay, there's like 12 teams in Harvester. One of them's going to come out. The other 11 are just done for, and like to actually navigate your way out of that, I don't care if you're Zero, I don't care if you're Hal, like the chances of that happening for you are not high.
Man, it's crazy. While we wait on the total score after that second game, I'm going to throw it to Peeps. Show us what you got, Peeps. I heard you got some friends with you.
What up, boys? All right, so we are live from the B stream here at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK. I got Wig, I got Greek. Boys, how you guys feeling?
I feel great, baby. Excited to be here.
Love that. Wig, how we feeling?
Good. Yeah, good. Real good. Not tired, energetic, all good.
My man, my man. All right, fellas, we got a little bit of an interview here. All right, so we're gonna start hot, spicy, and straight to the soul. All right. Proudest moment in your life?
If for gaming?
Could be gaming, could be anything in general.
Okay, listen, we stay humble around here, but I think beating Prime TSM for an ALGS summer tournament was probably mine for sure. You know, we stay humble though, but we did beat Prime TSM. 18 kills on Pathfinder, was the Apex Predator for that tournament. It's all good though.
I mean, some people might say levels.
Levels, okay.
Some might say levels. Okay. Greek, what you got?
Proudest moment in my life is probably being the first person in my family to graduate college and having my family there to give me a hug.
That's big, man. I love that. Dude, I got goosebumps, brother. I got goosebumps. All right, fellas, let's take it to ALGS. Give me a top team that you guys got winning the whole thing, or give me top 3. All right, Wig, start us off.
Top 3, I'm gonna have to say, I'm gonna say TSM DZ for sure. I gotta put those guys in there. They look levels above the rest, but at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of really good teams that can win. I can't really put a third right now. I think there's like 40 teams that literally all these teams could win. And I'm gonna say though, my dark horse here is gonna be Go Next from EMEA, big time. Shout out that boy Slab, he's really good.
Love that, love that. I mean, 120 of the greatest players.
Boys, bro.
Here, man.
Telling you.
What you got?
I'm going to go TSM DZ Optic with my dark horse being Riddle.
That's hot. That's hot. I love that. All right, fellas, final question here, and this one spicy. All right, if you could game with anyone in the world, I probably know your answer already. If you could game with anyone in the world, who we gaming with? Greek, start us off.
Ice Spice.
I knew it. I knew it. Bro, if I was a bet man, I'd put my bank account on it. All right, Wig, what we got?
Oh, man, I have no idea. I have no clue. I would game with my mom. Because she's probably hilarious to game with if she knew the game, for sure. So my mom.
I love that, and I think we got to set that up for a stream, dude.
Oh, my God. Mama Wig learns Apex?
Oh, my God, bro. Content.
That'd be so great, actually. That'd be such great content.
She's amazing, man, honestly. Absolute sweetheart. So here we are, Greek, Wig. Crowd, let me hear it.
Yeah.
Come on, man, we can do better than that.
Oh, man. No, they brought some noise. They brought some energy. Oh, no, they were pretty good.
I'm laughing because I get to hear what they were saying right afterwards. You could do better. I mean, you know what? I gotta respect the Ice Spice pick from Greek Genome, you know?
Yeah, but shout out to Mama Wig.
All right, I'm gonna be right back.
Absolutely. That definitely has to be content put out there from in the future from Nice Wig. And being able to see their dark horse picks, the teams that they're expecting to take this champs, it's gonna be interesting because I feel like this is the champs where the stories will actually be determined. This is where dreams are made, and we get to take a look at game number 2, the match results after Dreamfire took the dub with 10 KP to their name. I'm loving the double digits on the scoreboard from our winning teams right now, securing themselves a total of 22 points.
Big game there from Dreamfire. Ascendo managed to get the second. I mean, the thing I realized as they were popping up there in that last fight pick is they're playing Valkyrie Crypto, by the way.
Yeah.
So yet another interesting legend composition getting thrown in there. Yeah, exactly. And then you keep going down. Oxygen, again, 6 kills, just chipping away at it. That's, you know, you can't necessarily get the zone pull every time. You can't necessarily just have things go your way, but Oxygen are being super consistent about putting points on the board.
I'm not surprised too. Oxygen's a very aggressive team that likes to secure that KP, and usually I feel like they shine the most on Stormpoint. We're gonna have to see how that transitions since we still have that one more game on World's Edge before we make the swap for our final 3 games here in this group. Taking a look at the second page. Except, I mean, I know what Knock was saying in the chat. Anybody else want to contest us? They got 10 KP to their name, but not securing the placement points that they may have wanted when they had rotated to take that slight high ground in a very interesting circle that was very limited on space that they could have worked with already.
I mean, I think it was a fantastic call by Nocturnal, honestly, to be up there, to be taking those fights. I think it was the right call. I mean, sometimes you just cannot deal with the fact that there are 20 other teams in the lobby, and if they all decide to throw themselves at you at once, sometimes there's just nothing you can do, but that does help Exec get into the top 10. And, you know, look, placement points be damned, they're still there with 14.
Absolutely. Looking at that entire first page too, and the gap that you could already see being built up for our first 2 teams that have already taken a dub, Fnatic, Dreamfire, that's what the double-digit KP does for a team to secure those points here in these group stages. After that, we already have a tie between Oxygen and Realize, 2 teams that we've been seeing very interesting, not just team fighting, but with their rotations as well, specifically Realize on that regard. Then all the way on the bottom, you see Aurora, Optic Gaming, actually another team that has no issue securing the KP that they did. We saw Skittlecase go crazy securing the
top
that they
3
needed.
APAC
but again,
right
the
now,
rotation was so difficult coming in from that south side of Harvester when the circle was pulling more so to the north side. Then on the other side, unfortunately, Disguised with 0 points with that 50-50 contest that has not been working out in their favor against Riddle Order.
I mean, look, I hope they get a pop-off at some point, Vicky, just so that we get to hear the crowd, like, with a big Duke chant. That's all I want.
Facts, though, dude.
We need it. We need it. We need the energy. for our old Neo squad, our disguise squad coming in here. Fnatic pointing out the team, smiling, ready, because we got some energy from the crowd to give them their energy. But before we get started into game number 3, it's the nice pan out for our teams, getting situated and with their game face on. I love how some of them, you know, get goofy, some of them just stone cold serious, just another day at work. But this is what I love the most about LAN. Take a look at Dreamfire too. We saw the pop-off. They're taking pictures with a picture in their own hand, so it was a picture within a picture.
TSM, not an ideal start to the series for them. They found themselves in good spots, but haven't been able to keep other teams' grubby hands off them at times, unfortunately.
With Raven right behind him, looking mafioso a little bit. Love it.
Was it a gray suit this time?
Yeah, it's a gray suit.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like the black suit definitely had more of the Godfather vibes.
I thought he was going to roll out with a wig just because he said he was beating the ball allegations, and I was like, you know what? I mean, I'm ready for the Raven cosplay. Maybe he wants to cosplay as Bloodhound with a Raven himself. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Bring little Arthur along. I thought maybe it was going to be the tails, actually. You know, like we're at champs. You know, like he's getting more and more formal as the year goes on, as the tournaments get bigger. Maybe come out in the tux.
I can feel a couple nods up in there.
I thought he was going to roll out with some gold rings, you know, coming in here. Gotta go fast. We gotta go fast here, at least in this final game on World's Edge. Let's not waste any more time, guys.
All right, Chad,
we're getting
game
set
3
up here, getting started. Once again, our last game on World's Edge before we transition onto Storm Point for our final 3 games between our Group A plus B teams.
We're dropping in, and because of the path of the dropship here, Vicky, we're going to be going immediately to that DSG versus Riddle order.
Damn, right off rip.
These guys are the first to hit the ground here. And once again, Riddle do see themselves on the lower. 2-0 right now to the APAC North team.
This makes me happy. This is what I was expecting. I mean, when you split Climatizer, you have a whole other building on the other side of the gondolas, including the little buildings in the middle that you could work with, and you could find some great loot in those buildings. Sometimes the purple spawns on that second one over to the right that actually loot just moved away from. You get that pretty consistently, and now they're rocking with actual evil shields to take this fight. Some weapons instead of one alternator or P2020 in their hand. So it's already a great
but now it's going to be a little bit of a standoff about who pushes over to who, especially because it looks like this is a southern zone.
Fnatic is right there by Server Camp and Epi, like we have noted in game number 1.
Yeah, they're very split though, right? There's literally one of Fnatic's players in Epicenter, one in Survey Camp, and one in the northern tunnels right now. So it'd be actually quite tough for them to group up in time to pull a third together. And it looks like they might actually have to worry about DSG, who are pulling off towards the northwest of Climatizer already. So, okay, looks like we'll be walking out of World's Edge with a 2-0 score to finish off with on that contest. The teams going very far away from each other now. We probably won't see them contest early on.
And this is a good call from Riddle Order. I don't know if they got some Evo Shield checks real quick, but the fact that they walked away with 3 whites, unfortunately, those little napkins aren't going to be able to.
I wonder how surprised the death is going to be over the course of the day when APAC North and APAC South pop off. And then we bring out the receipts from last playoffs, and I'll just be like, hey, I told y'all last one I'm going to happen. Here it is happening again.
Had no survey beacon, no circle recon beacon there too. 100 Thieves, though, do have information on that. They know where the ring is going to be pulling, as they are going to be able to rotate away from Monument.
Yeah, look, I don't know who TSM's paying off at the moment, but they've had 3 of the closest circles you could possibly get to Lava Siphon in the first 3 games of World Edge here. Look, as we said, not converting so far, but this one is actually the most Lava Siphon you can get out of those 3 rings. So please tell me that they've got the priority to take this. We know they've got the game plan in mind. But
TSM's like the LeBron of NBA. You know what I mean?
Okay,
it's an entertainment industry. They know TSM needs to be up on the leaderboard.
And it looked like Sentinels had already rotated out. I don't know if they took the opportunity to take that jump tower, but 30-30 coming out of left field. Oh, Slab gets that first knock and the finish on top of it.
There you go, gets the shout out from Wig and immediately uses that energy to come out and put some people on the ground. I mean, I have to agree with Wig. Slab is looking phenomenal at the moment.
Slab's disgusting.
I'm hoping that this is kind of like a pop-off tournament for him, where he really gets his name out there and recognized as a fantastic Apex competitor.
I like that call. It's like the script writes itself here. One team that I always have on my radar is LG Chivas.
It's crazy to think, so you have APAC North, APAC South, or sorry, APAC South, APAC North, APAC North. First NA team is Oxygen Esports right now. Brand's only 2 games in.
Rather a circle one. Usually more so it is a survey beacon, and that is what they had there in launch site as well as the crafter.
Yeah, there's something of both.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it was blocked out by the launch site title. So yeah, they actually had both. So they have both sets of information to know where so many of these teams have already rotated in Lava Siphon. Looking at where the circle could be pulling and where LG Chivas is situated inside of that building on that slight high ground across the zip line from Lava Siphon will allow them to put in some extra pressure with their weapon loadout. We saw the 30-30 at one point in their hand, so they could pressure out some more of the teams from the long field.
So it's still a donut at this point for DSG, but they're now coming up close to Fnatic and Aurora. So taking position up on the crane, still got that 2-4 he had immediately off drop here on the scout for Lou. That allows him to try and take these high ground positions and get some poke done from further away. I mean, Aurora, they've actually turned around now after seeing a few of those shots come out, but we've got another fight happening down here at Lava Siphon.
The Citra Fonts in some trouble already losing out.
I didn't realize Aimbot P had them mocks like that, chat.
But so many other teams are within this area of Lava Siphon. We saw Go Next, we saw Realize there too. Go Next engaging on the outskirts here. Bambino is going to be able to get that finish, gets another knock on top of it, tries to delete right through the fence line here. Goes around on the other side, but they got this. Bambino's on the fuse too, so that's so much space being bought, so much more extra damage. Maybe he looks to see if he can get an Evo swap here. Yes, he does. Free purple here, and they're also going to be able to get the res, but where did that last straggler go? They also got the finisher on Aimbot, who had gotten knocked when he had that white Evo.
Yeah, got the Thermite tech starting off on him. You can see Slab there with upgrading the armor. That always helps out. Now they're going to start popping some extra swaps just to have them ready should the fight start to get a bit hot and heavy once again.
The Exterminator is looking. One single player managed to get away, and it's Psychop. One cheer coming in from the crowd, giving Lasita Fonts the energy that they need right now, because in this moment they had the information.
I think Realize won, what, 2 or 3 games during Split 2 playoffs?
But now having to play this as a solo. Tuning away and taking a look at the winners of game number 2. Dreamfire have found their place inside of this cart, right on the outskirts of where LG Chivas has been holding that building, on that platform building. Ascend is also neighboring right next to LG Chivas, north of launch site, with the rotation from the south side of the circle. So we currently have 3 teams that are going to be rotating from the south side of where the circle is going to be.
See if I can find something here.
So Fnatic, they've been so close to teams the entire rotate in. Once again, they find themselves in the danger zone. This time it's Xset who's on the other side of them, but it does look like they've backed off there. I think it was just the Bangalore ult to try and disengage there and make sure Fnatic don't want to push towards them, so Xset will make their way happily towards the circle once again.
Let's jump into a listening presented by WD Black to see what their next move is going to be.
Need a Scully P if you see. Balloon northeast.
Yo, ride it. They may come. I'm gonna watch.
Watson fence tunnel.
Going up. Going to us.
I'm gonna peek in a second.
Hold on. Wait, let them in. Peek now. Gray armor!
Nice whiffs.
Unfortunately, getting out of the comms real quick here while they engage on this fight right now. Nocturnal playing from the high ground, gets the beam into the flat line. I love the follow-up with the nade. I know those comms are going crazy as they dive down.
And that's Fnatic out. Wow.
Fnatic, fun.
So I really like their play there, where they don't show face and let them get really close. Really smart.
The team from the very beginning.
Really smart.
So cool. Like, I mean, it was such a great call from Nocturnal. It's just one of those little things, I think, that separates, you know, top IGLs from other ones.
Big facts.
You see the evac tower coming out, and they know that there's a good chance here that other team is going to come towards them. So rather than just, you know, trying to shoot the balloon or take a more aggressive option, they lay there in wait and spring the trap at the perfect time.
That was really well.
A clean wipe on Fnatic.
And it's the call out too of placing the grenade at the best spot once they had landed. Because you know there's a slight little delay of startup once their feet touch the ground from that position. So being able to put that nade down, clearing up some of that extra space while also holding on to the high ground was chef's kiss here for Exet. And now they're going to be able to call out where that next reads will be rotating, as well as being able to see who's in the area with that team composition of having that Bloodhound. Meanwhile, take it to the skies. So Oxygen is going to be rotating on the side of Harvester. So many teams are on the north side of Lava Siphon. So this is going to get tricky quick here for Oxygen, playing off this low ground with teams that already have the platform advantage.
Oxygen right on the edge of the circle now. They pop that Dark Veil. They've got 1 minute to try and deal with some other teams who might be around them. Actually, it might just be to stop them taking too much fire from, say, DSG, Element 6, who are holding positions to the south. Eventually, they might be able to find their way and rotate over towards Sentinels, who are sitting up. I'm pretty sure in Grandma's house there. And again, the ring actually shifts a bit more towards that way. I mean, TSM, they're holding the pocket in front of the Vault Tunnel. That's where sort of, I'd say most of these rings do end up shifting, but it's gone a little bit more north. We'll have to see if it comes back or not.
Also a position where I do like how it's split for TSM, where they're holding both angles, but it's an early position where if you play underneath the bridge too early, you're susceptible to getting pinched by the teams that have the height over the bridge, like Aurora. Like
interesting jerseys for Aurora here.
Big Mod, or the teams that are going to be funneled outside of Lava Siphon. So holding these two different angles also allows them to keep an eye on teams like LG, Chivas, Dreamfire, Aurora, that do have the height right now on this bridge, finding themselves in a very similar situation, actually. Pinch between Optic Gaming, that have height right over them. Team on the other side of the bridge, holding that building in Lava Siphon. I believe that may be 100 Thieves. Gold R301 from Dropped. 30-30 in the hands of Noct.
All right, Optic. Winning this fight will actually be a huge boon. After this action slows down, hopefully we can get some footage of where this zone is heading.
Coifel taking out Vayne, huh?
Why that bridge right now is actually going to be a very important spot to play for the North American team.
Coifus is going crazy, by the way. Koi coming through for Sentinels as well after a rough start already. The gravity lift up, but a black hole will meet them on the other side. Trying to avoid the arc star too.
My boy Syke struggling. Oh no, he was doing that on purpose, trying to get peek. Okay.
On top of that, that actually stalled Exet enough for them to call out that fight. And instead of trying to take the high ground, they saw now there's another team right above them. Lovely smokes from Nocturnal to block out that view, so that way now they can hog the side of the rock. But playing up this low ground could be a little risky as well. They know that there's that team above them that just called in the creepy barrage that just broke Nocturnal, so a nice timing as well on that Phoenix kit.
They got a team up above them on bridge here as well.
You can see a little hint of the alternator disruptor round there, which we haven't actually seen all that much so far. Alternator, obviously, not exactly the gun you want to run most of the time unless disruptors are in the rotation, because that makes it hit like a truck.
Literally makes you cry. When I hear the disruptor rounds ring out, that's when I just start screaming actually as loud as possible. LG Chivas engaging in this fight here. Try to reinforce the doors, but the black hole coming in breaks down those doors. Yanya, Guadis forced to pop the shield battery. One tapping from the inside though, gets knocked off the side door. Lovely positioning from Nizo that we're seeing right here. After he tried to restabilize, but the 3-2-1 on the other side. We'd also say goodbye to Oxygen and the feed, and LG Chivas send Riddle order to meet them right back in the lobby.
Well played by LG there, but Dreamfire, they're in and they started off with a thermite grenade ticking.
Good thermite.
Frag grenade.
Come on, Dreamfire.
In cat cues, everything just getting shoved in here all at once.
Come on, Dreamfire.
They immediately need
yeah, get LG rotate now, baby. Catch him rotate, baby.
Oh, that was after the gravity lift there too. He tried to get around after putting up the catwall to try to navigate right through, but
let's go.
Having the advantage.
Yeah.
Left, though. You have to worry about Optic Gaming that was holding the high ground right above Aurora originally. Now probably want to get engaged on this fight.
They're actually pulling in, but their third is lagging behind them quite a while. You can see Noct actually all the way back there in the distance. If Dreamfire get onto this quickly, they could make this fight really turn in their favor, but they're just going to play around.
There's no sense of pushing to that Optic team right there. But they probably know there because they
Dreamfire
plan it
use
mod,
up
right?
The catwall right now, so if they want to try to overextend on this side, now they could be very vulnerable to not just Optic Gaming, but the team that's also on the bridge. So they have now stopped themselves from blocking out line of sight of whatever team's going to be on either side if they decide to take that rotational approach. Have to see what the next move is going to be as the Dreamfire chants ring out through the crowd. Optic Gaming pulling back, still holding this position.
By the way, Nightmare, is the volume decent? Like y'all can still hear the broadcast, but like when I talk, when I talk, I'm not like muffled into it, right?
That's where these southeastern lava siphon circles tend to push, right? So as you can see, people here getting into it on the high ground. TSM holding that down.
Can I get off the map, please?
Down there now. It wasn't there in the past.
Can we get off the map, please?
Even more fortifiable for
Roots.
TSM,
Roots.
who finally are
Roots.
looking to take advantage of one of the zones that have pulled their way.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's Reps that's holding a different off angle by that building, because he's also going to be able to add in some extra pressure if other teams want to try to fight them for that spot. But no team is rotating from that south side as Optic Gaming, again, looking left to right to see which of these teams are want to rotate from the back end if Dreamfire does want to commit to this.
Yeah, so for this next circle, you know, this is a great spot to play from. The teams all really want to get into this train car here.
I was noticing some clipping the other day when I was recording, so I kind of changed a couple of settings on my mic. Also realized that I apparently had a double.
You know, partly that's because there's not a lot of cover around there, apart from what they're in right now, but also I'm sure it's because of the pressure they're putting out too.
We know whose crypto drone that was, and that was probably Ascend that's playing out the low ground of that bridge. They've already set the walls and fences.
I'll remember it in a second.
Just trying to go right through that catwall. About to get a catwall themselves. They're already at 91%. Gets already that last player here as trying to make the rotation with the circle closing in. It is a bloodbath on the other side of this bridge.
Damn.
Oh, but the Gibby bubble, they have
compressor.
to use it
there it is.
before the end of the circle, which means it's so much harder for MD White here to stabilize.
They didn't realize that somehow got turned on in OBS from back before I had my XLR.
Dude, Koipo is going crazy.
Oh, yeah, you shouldn't have dropped down there.
He's been having an amazing moment after having
that was a really bad overcommit. Now MDY White falls because of it. Where they fall into here is that Xset? Yeah.
MDY White get taken out as
they might push Xset here is the real question.
Back up.
Now they get the reset. Nice.
To get the res off, but he still has to try and get back there. We see armor swap going down just to try and make sure he's not getting sniped out immediately again. And you can see the 30-30 shots coming out here. The warning shots from TSM telling everyone else to stay away.
I want to talk about the legends of Sentinels right now. We saw RKN go out in the very beginning. Koipo is a 17-year-old fragging legend right now that just got picked up by Sentinels, used to play for DNO.
Yeah, I mean, I think he thought he'd be able to catch them while they're trying to heal.
Here, and now we're able to put on a performance.
So I think one had the bat out.
Hugging the other side of this bridge right now and coming back.
But he got beamed.
Stabilize full purples out here too after getting that res is so important for this position.
And I think, yeah, we were talking about Slab before. I think Koipo is another one who is going to be in that same position. Could very well be a breakout star here at Champs.
Optic drops in on TSM, is about to get absolutely melted. Oh, that's a tough cue, bro.
Dropped going down, finding a little crevice. Skittle Cake hiding in between the smoke here too.
That's actually a brilliant spot.
He's raining enemies
Good play.
from behind him. Decides to maybe hold on to that black hole. Where'd that one enemy come from the high ground? Now he's behind them. Xset engaging in this fight.
Xset's about to fall here. No! Xset wins these. They take down Sentinels.
With the flat line. Sentinels get eliminated. Great performance.
Where did TSM go?
5 squads left, and Xset are still trying to replicate that amazing performance from the last game. But look to your right, Crossfire, as unfortunately not even a knockdown shield was enough to play from.
Look, still a swag of kills from Xset, but it feels like they're always playing the game on maximum difficulty. They have to push through so many teams with every decision and route that they take into that final circle. TSM have now got themselves into the top 3. It feels like this was the only outcome of the game, but it's not necessarily over here. Vicky, you can see here, we've got Realize on the other side.
Does APAC North win their second game? Or does NA or EMEA snag their first?
Gravity lifts to try and just get the little angle and peek over these rocks, as you can see. Not super
what is Realize, a solo, or is it 2 duos in the trio here?
And after getting here already at this point, you want to be able to hold this position if you're Vorhol. So you don't have that Valkyrie like you used to use to shimmy shade your way right back up to that height. But amazing call from TSM. Look at the damage that Hal himself has been able to put on. Meanwhile, Look at 9 Imp. Look at this screen.
Hands off the keyboard, by the way.
He said, nothing to see here.
He's scratching the moustache.
Well, he looks like he's too comfortable over there. Someone needs to wake him up. He's going to be comfy, not going to be moving from here. Nice little bow check shot. While TSM fight against Realize. And we have that one member of Aurora inside that crevice.
Has the better shield advantage, right? Because doesn't TSM have 2 perps still?
Make use of those smokes and the digi combo there, hoping that someone's going to peek out, not realize that he's looking in on the other side of that smoking.
No.
Get the damage
Well, they do have a
done,
perp,
the amount
but
they can
not 2.
get to start pushing in. Knuckle cluster there from Reps, just continually ticking away. This must be so irritating now that he's found this angle. He's 87% on the mother load as well. If Reps and TSM can wait for this,
I would say Reps all here would be big, especially because he can push it up. If he can set it up to the top of the mountain, it spreads it out more, I think.
For Fusey here, as he's going to be able to take the height.
Okay.
That one rep from Aurora has been called out. Realize picking that up. They have 10 KP in total. There's that mother load being called in. Look at all the space. Tries to jump right through the evac tower. Realize still able to restabilize, but not only here. Grumpe with a bow check on the other.
Now they have the high ground.
Side, TSM
it's over. Good game for TSM.
Squad.
It's over.
GG's.
And TSM going to be up in 5th after that. Nice.
Game on World's Edge.
Fascinating reaction there from our Split 1 playoff champions as well, Vicky.
I love how after they went and grabbed their monster, like legit the same time.
The 2 games, you know, look, it's a really solid result there. 25 points now. They move themselves up into 5th spot after
Hilarious.
our World's Edge portion of this series. And certainly, you know, they had identified that spot right from the get-go, and they played it out so well, Vicky. I mean, you just saw they had leagues around them of space that entire game, right up until there was only 3 or 4 squads left.
The micro of 2 of that game from the very beginning is important. You saw the split position. Why were they split? Well,
there has not been a single seer
closer to the
at champs yet. That's crazy.
Has just been added in here for World's Edge to play around from, but it's also being able to negate a push from a team that could have rotated from that south side of zone.
Yo, honestly, the end games in ALGS are so dope,
from
man.
The south side of World's Edge, we saw LG Chivas also trying to rotate through there, having to go around through Lava Siphon.
Like, as much as I love casting Rocket League and I've been getting into it more, nothing beats an end game for Apex. It's so great. Like, the adrenaline every time. Watching and seeing how it breaks down.
The comeback story for that final game. But nonetheless, still all the teams, including Xset, they had trouble rotating from that bridge area to where TSM held, because there's a lot of open space between that bridge and those rocks by Geyser.
Yeah, we're also seeing a lot of those teams who are playing a little bit more edge, a little bit more aggressive here, get their dues, right? I feel like there's none of those teams really going hungry, Vicky. Those guys are picking up their kills. Xset, you know, it doesn't matter what they run into. By the time they have met their demise, they've already got a list of names written up on that tombstone.
I think it's also important to see how much damage TSM were also able to maintain for their Evo shields while being incredibly patient. Poking from afar so that way they could be set up for that final fight was also important. You don't want to fully engage, because if you overextend, not only do you give up that spot, but you're also giving free Evo charts to other teams, and you're showing them where you're positioned and where that circle could be pulling.
And not only, they're not a Loba team, right? So you got to remember, they're sitting in that spot by themselves. There's no death boxes coming around them generally, so you have to actually be quite patient and quite diligent in how you manage your ammunition and your resources at that point to make sure that you do have you know, enough ammo to last you until that final fight where it all kicks off.
Yeah, it's beautiful to also see how this composition is working together, especially with that Fusey. Beautiful first 3 games that we had on World's Edge. I'm going to be tossing out over to the desk. Rain Day, tell me your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Genome and Vicky Kitty. Welcome to our analysis presented by PlayStation.
Oh man, Zephyr on the desk with Dia.
And so excited for them to help us spread the word on what is going on. What's been good in the first of 3 out of our first series. Of course, I am joined now by a new crew who's going to help explain and give you their analysis on the topics. Of course, that is Dia looking sharp as well, joined by Zephyr and Bullet down at the end. Everybody looking sharp here, gentlemen. I really, you know, I'm impressed.
I feel sharp.
You look good.
You look good, you analyze good. I think that's the metaphor. So I'm trying my best.
Everyone's going to get a great chance to give you their thoughts, and obviously throughout these games we'll have moments with these analysts and varying experts in Apex.
You know it's cold up there when they're all wearing jackets.
Heading into this
in front of all them
how
lights.
TSM was able to take that fight against Realize. Walk us through your thoughts as we take a look at that footage.
Honestly, it was just beautiful composure from TSM, you know, holding their spot in zone. They had an opportunity to go fight Optic, but instead they stayed, they held their spot, they held their edge, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of get into a situation with the grab lift there in the end. You kind of brought it up yourself, Bull, the composure to pull the trigger at the right time.
That's it.
And this is in contrast to something that we saw during Game 2 as well, where you and I were talking, Bullet, about Riddle giving up their spot to go and fight Exet pretty early on. And now that we have TSM retaining their position that is arguably a game-winning one, we get to see how that can play out in the long run. And this is, make no mistake, a risk to sit here because, as Gino was talking about on the desk, you're not collecting loot, you're not getting any additional supplies via.
So I wonder if we still see
and it could all blow up in your face.
Yeah.
Bullet, who would you rather
a no pick rate going into World's Edge? I don't know why that would change much for Seer.
For a moment. What about you in your eyes as a pro?
I mean, Ugly had an opportunity to do damage. Unfortunately, TSM isolated him and just jumped on his head straight away. So he had no breathing room at all.
I mean, honestly, the grab lift was really good timing for TSM to be able to take the dominant position there.
Just to know, playing Fuse, that's an interesting thing. Not every team is doing that.
I like it. It's a new adaptation, and I also like the fact that we're seeing TSM continue to grow here. They had a Lava Siphon pull in Game 1, and they continue to adapt and now deliver on that win, proposing sending them to the top, 17 points off of that placement.
TSM already in a good position, starting off after
all right, let's see that means we've already got
they've been in our top 3 throughout the day. Aurora,
updated scores.
Exet, another big overall kill game that's resulted in some points and now fifth place to match it as well. Rounding out the top 10 in this last game, 100 Thieves and Dreamfire. Now moving on to our bottom 10. Obviously, this is match 3.
All right, let me go start getting a little man up real quick.
There's some other teams that we kind of mentioned here that we were looking at. Notably, Oxygen Esports, not a good start for maybe hopefully switching into the last 3 games as we switch maps. But Dia, you know, they've got the talent to be able to change things up as well as Riddle Order.
They do, and I mean, I spoke to Oxygen before the competition began, and a big part of this does have to do with them changing their composition in scrims. Up until very recently, they were running Seer, and just now in this past week have actually begun to prioritize picks like Bloodhound that a lot of other teams are favoring. So they're changing the style, the pace of their game to an extent, and that's likely what's contributing to a tough early start.
Zephyr, I'm going to bounce it to you. What do you think is the story overall after these first 3? We've got World's Edge. We've obviously seen the tournament begin and these teams start off. What has been the tale of the first half?
Absolutely. You know, you talk about the big hitters that represent when we come into Groups A versus B, the Oxygens, the TSMs, and everything in between. But what really has shown up is APAC North and APAC South leading the pack here. Of course, Realize with a fantastic result in this third game that now presents them in first place overall, but we would be ashamed not to bring up Dreamfire, who has consistently performed throughout these last 3.
They've been phenomenal in Bullet as well. I mean, obviously APAC, they have been chomping at the bit in terms of getting themselves in those finals, almost with a chance to win. Could this be it?
Yeah, I mean, look, APAC's recognized as one of the more aggressive regions in the game. You know, they just don't care. They just run at whoever they see in front of them. So, yeah, if you're in front of an APAC team, mate, they'll run at you.
Are you a little biased there?
Oh, maybe slightly.
We love to see it, though. I appreciate all the candidness. Also, I think Exet, TSM, you know, we didn't talk about them, but coming into Game 3, they had TSM specifically 8 points. Now they are in the 25 range. This is a team that always is in the prediction realm because of how consistent they are, and even if they're not starting well, having those big games that ultimately give them a chance to win.
Yeah, their macro is fantastic, and it's something that they pride themselves on quite a bit. What I'm curious about is, as we prepare to transition maps, how the recent changes to loot are going to affect them more on Storm Point than anything else. Raven was speaking about this earlier, but where Lava Siphon is very much a jack of all trades, whether you get good loot or not, at least you're in the center of the map. Wall is not like that. And
that should be an onset and gask and casting World's Edge.
For TSM in the first 3 games.
Well, fellas, thank you so much for your thoughts here after 3. We're going to come back and have some more later on. But of course, earlier on in the week, we all get here and have a chance to talk to our pros and shoot a few pieces that we showed throughout the tournament. And a few days ago, we had a little bit of fun with fun. And I guess it got a little messy.
The finger painting again?
Hey everyone, I'm Hotsick, coach of the Exit Apex team. I think we have one of the funniest teams in the entire league. But today in particular, we're going to be testing just how funny fun is. He will be delivering one-liners to Nocturnal and Sykes, and the caveat here is Nocturnal and Sykes have mouths full of water, and whichever one laughs and spits water at the other one is the one that loses. Let's get into it.
All right, Doc, Sykes, let's get some water in their mouths and start telling these jokes.
Bro, we didn't even get to the first one.
Y'all picked the wrong team for this.
No, it's definitely the right team.
Y'all should have got TSM.
TSM would have been sitting here just.
Look at this guy. All right, lock, bro, lock. I'm literally soaking wet.
Dude. Ready? Hotsick once told me to embrace my mistakes in the game.
He didn't get to the punchline.
I didn't even say the punchline.
I'm sorry, I just heard that in your voice in my head.
What did Fuse say when he jumped out of the supply closet? Supplies. What is the only thing that will shock Watson? Sykes making a smart play. Bro. I don't even need to tell jokes, bro. Hotsick is so old. He still remembers when emojis were called hieroglyphics.
What the heck, man?
I told you. The mountains on World's Edge aren't just funny, they are hilarious. Dude, he's about to.
He's struggling. He's about to.
Ooh. We're gonna need another water bottle. We're gonna run out of water. After I retire, I might become a garbage man. Teaming with you guys has given me enough experience with trash.
You gotta get knocked once, man.
Dude, I don't think we can get him.
I don't think I've ever seen him laugh, actually.
After many years, I think I'm gonna change my gamer tag finally. Maybe glove FPS? It's pretty catchy.
You didn't even get to the punchline, man.
No, you're right.
Why'd y'all make me do this?
That's all about.
I don't think you need a referee to tell who the clear winner is here. Nocturnal taking it by a landslide, complete shutout. But one thing is for sure, is fun is really funny, at least to Sykes. Maybe not so much to Nocturnal. That's it from all of us at Exit.
Maybe not so much for
Wow, I was not expecting any of that, but let's be real. I am so glad that I wasn't there.
Tiff and Glitter, huh?
My water out there.
I mean, Nocturnal held it together the entire time. Sykes could not survive that challenge to save his life.
I mean, look, they are always throwing memes on the timeline. Some recent Lotuses. I saw some angry Gengar memes this morning when they're like, please do not mention us on the desk. But now we're up here in the caster booth, and it is a fair game because Exit has been looking absolutely amazing.
And to be fair, I did mention them. I did mention them at the top of the show as my pick to win the entire series. They're close right now.
Yeah, they're sitting, what, fourth?
Seeing some pop-off performances
Third.
from other teams that we didn't even really get a chance to talk about. I mean, we saw Dreamfire popping off. Realize very consistent. Riddle Order was doing well. Like, there And that's just the first map. Things are going to change once we head into Stormpoint.
I love that you mentioned things changing, so I would love to look at that map schedule as we are on the back half of our second moment, right? We're getting Stormpoint for the first time here at the Year 3 ALGS champs. And as a look, we have Fnatic, your map 1 winners, Dreamfire, your map 2, and then TSM. They're, hey, showing up there on that match 3 winners, but it's all on the line here in Stormpoint. We're the first time.
All right, once we land chat, I'm gonna go get Z-Man his
breakfast. Some of the teams that were contesting on World's Edge will be duking it out in the beginning. Aurora and DSG going at it for Cenote Cave, and you know, I'm kind of excited, but Aurora, even with a sub, has
and
been
DSG is getting contested both maps, huh? Both
just starting
maps,
the entire
huh?
event. They've
That's
got
tough.
a lot that they have to adapt to here, and the fact that they're able to get themselves in a decent spot after the first 3 matches is going to bode well for them. But we also saw Fnatic, they took home that first game. Shout out to Bullet, calling them out. You spoke about them at the top of the show as well, potentially seeing a contest from them.
And this is where I saw a lot of Fnatic.
LG still
strength.
dropping
It was on Stormpoint. When
fish
I
farms
got
here.
a hold of their POV throughout scrims, it's been so crazy. But let's get a good look. Groups A and B,
Yep.
their drop spots. Riddle Order contesting on World's Edge. Well, hey, they're running it back and contesting here. It looks like DSG has walked away from the Aurora contest and is going to go for Riddle. But they are so strong. And LCDF going to Lightning Rod to take on Element 6.
Dreamfire's been looking pretty good at Mill during split 2.
Now, this will be interesting, right?
Question
Because
becomes, where
Riddle
does
came out on top 2 of those 3 times. DSG didn't
end
want
circles
it the 3rd
go,
time,
right?
but now
Because we've
they're
seen
gonna have to
so
decide,
many
do they
southern
try to claim
circles.
this POI and hold down Stormpoint.
Well, that's the important point, right? Riddle Order coming off of Split 2 playoffs, their focus was securing a powerful drop spot POI, and they are doing just that. Mostly Climatizer there for World's Edge, and if they can contain Launchpad and make them leave, this should be really exciting. And Yoboycue, at one point when he grabbed that Sentinel, charged it up off rip, that thing is so powerful, and getting that opening knock, I mean, look, a nice 3v3 off rip, it's all chance, but they're making it look beautiful.
That aggression was paying off in spades for Riddle Order. If anything, this is the time that they need to continue doing that, not only because of this map, but because of the stage of the competition that we're at. This is where you can be a little bit more aggressive, and if it doesn't necessarily go your way, they still have that cushion to continue through the group stage and continue getting points. I think that they really need to push that here.
Well, speaking of pushing, I know we're about to start our Legend Select here shortly, and I can't wait to see if we will witness any changes. I know we had Fuse kind of dabbling in on World's Edge, but what will be that wild card for Stormpoint? I'm expecting a lot of Bloodhounds to come through, once again paired with the Bangalore. And whether you want to throw in a Horizon or be like Fnatic and
Bro,
bring out
if
the
I were
Mad
there,
Max,
I'd
that
want
was pretty
like front
crazy,
row
but
seat.
it's
I ain't
gonna
gonna
be
lie.
match number 4.
You know I would have
First
paid
one
for
on
premium.
Stormpoint, and as our
All right,
team
here we go.
walk into that dropship, I couldn't be more ready to see who is going to come out on top.
All of our teams flying in now, getting to those drops, and when you guys are able to see exactly where everything is panning out, this zone is going to favor a few of those squads that we were talking about, specifically the fact that Fnatic was able to get their POI all to themselves, but there is going to be a potential contest out of Placita France now. They left their POI.
Look, we said LCDF was going to be taking on Fnatic at Northpad, and then we said Lightning Rod, but it looks like they went straight for Northpad, forcing Fnatic to take the IMC Armory, kind of stuffed in between TSM at the wall. That is going to be a rough start for them.
Interesting.
Should be interesting to see how this plays out. We still have 100 Thieves and Go next. Also going for that contest, seeing how they're going to pan out down there at the bottom. We've got a little bit of damage that was already dealt down onto Go next as they back off and get some of those heals down, trying to hold off 100 Thieves. And we talked about this before we even came into this match. We were wondering if this specific contest was even viable for these two teams, thinking that they might not even bother going for it. It looks like they want to see what they can do in the first match.
Yeah, we've seen this being contested over throughout.
Has Revenant already been getting played? I didn't realize that.
The center of it, but let's go check in with Riddle Order and Disguise. Now, mind you, Disguised went down 2-0 and then walked away on the 3rd map of World's Edge. So with 4 points coming into this, this is a critical contest for them. And with the knock onto Mia K, Doom coming in with the vault, and Riddle Order has fallen. Disguise win their first contest of the day.
This is why we were wondering if they're going to continue doing it on Stormpoint. It's a different map, different gameplay, and DSG knew that they just needed a little bit of time to warm up, potentially take Riddle Order out. Now we can see if that pushes Riddle Order.
So we're just going to overlook the rev pick on Stormpoint.
Based off those maps, back on board now with 100 Thieves and Go next. We lose Scurry. 100 Thieves now down to 2, backing off a little bit here. This is massive for Go Next.
But Bambino on the Revenant,
there we
were
go.
talking about what was that wild card Revenant coming in with that recent rework has been crazy. Once they pop that ult, get the shadows around them, it's a little wild. And, you know, show off that side. That's kind of beautiful.
Looks
but
good.
I mean, I like it. 7 points, 17th place, and now 100T electing to kind of get out of dodge there. Scurry's not going to be recoverable, but on the Gibraltar, let me just tell you, you can craft a banner.
100 Thieves are pretty spread out right now as well, so they're going to have to do a little bit of work here to get themselves back with their third, if they can. At least keep themselves alive, checking in with TSM, winning that third match of the day. TSM getting themselves up here to start going for these early rotates. A couple squads seeing them, getting some shots in the air, but TSM are masters of this.
Well, let's chat about this, right? You see TSM, you know, the wall, they're already moving into North
Quick
Pack,
rotate
kind of
for
down here, playing the bottom of the Red Room-esque area, and a lot of our teams are making sure that they can get a foothold in North Pad. Now, throughout scrims, so many of those zones did tend to pull to the northern side of Stormpoint. A lot of teams were like, hey, you know, going into LAN, will we actually still get northern zones with so many of them pulling ahead of time? And it looks to be the case. So Fnatic, Ascend, LCDF, Certified Esports, and now Area 310 are trying to make their way into that.
I mean, this is an area of North Pad that all these teams should be very familiar with, so you know they're going to try to get in here early as possible to at least hunker down, hold a decent position before anybody else can make their rotates in. A lot of these squads were close enough to get in there early and do exactly that. Start a fight now, having to fend off some of these teams that are pushing their way in. Not the best shields for Certified. They're going to play this a little bit more conservatively, but at least set up with those fences and give themselves a little bit of safety.
So the Dark Veil, incoming Missile Swarm, and Oddly on your screen, utilizing the piercing spikes to kind of stave off that area, but with one already down, we just need to stave off the rest.
Now, Realize is a squad that I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on, not only because they had such a strong performance coming out of World's Edge, but this is the map where they typically get the majority of their points on as well. So if they can continue that for them, it'll be huge. Realize going out. Did I just curse that?
You might have. That was the cast aggressive I've ever heard one. And now Area 310, they have the positioning that Realize was holding. Now, granted, Certified Esports is still kind of overlooking this vicinity, but with the majority of our teams, with 18 squads remaining, already making it through the choke points through checkpoint. The Down Beast teams have rotated in. This is going to be, oh no, not my team, not my team to pick.
Aiden, the last one alive right now, trying to
look at that arc star.
To heal, knows that about to get pushed, and there's only so much they can do against Dreamfire, who have also been looking very strong.
Dreamfire, let's go!
It's
a Rampage, it's a Roy, and Oxygen has been eliminated. And that's actually really clean, but I'm not really sure why we have the Trident out into the middle of the water. They could have been utilizing it to rotate up. Maybe
that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to rotate over to one of these fingers up on North Pad.
But you still have to
Dreamfire's going to finish doing it.
They get the Trident, they can utilize that as some extra cover. But we were talking about zones on Stormpoint and how great Fnatic is, right? I've witnessed them win a very similar zone to where Yuka is positioned. Yes, it's pulling just a little bit further to the northeastern area, but they were the ones that won this in scrims.
Now checking in with Optic Gaming. A squad that's obviously positioned very well to get in here early, only having to come through from Down Beast. So they should be quite comfortable here. Comfortably looted up as well, 17 squads left, so they can kind of hold this spot for themselves. And this is going to be, I think, a slower portion of our first Stormpoint game of the game here when we get to the mid-game.
Well, you have to think, right? We're pulling all the way to the north. All of our teams on the southern side of the map, that rotation that goes straight uphill. At one point, 100 Thieves did drop all the way down to Shipfall, where there was crafting
What is this park job, though? I want to know.
To a three-man stack.
That's kind of lit.
What was happening, but they had split completely running in opposite directions, and now Optic utilizing the Trident to block the door. It's looking very subtle for them, and they just need to kind of go out and peek. You got Luskin, Sleep in the distance, but you want to keep apprised of where everyone is, especially, right? No seer. No seers.
And you know, we keep talking about how so many of these teams have moved their way into the zone early. Let's listen in with Optic Gaming and see what's going through their comms right now.
I can give you some here. I'd give you 31. I have 120 for right now.
Fuck, if we... I guess you knew, but
so much for the listening.
That would have been some loot we could have played for, potentially. Should I pop ult excel, you think?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm at 26 on Bengal.
Get it back. A lot of shit going on. Like
Come with me, Nuck. Come with me.
1 second, I'm getting you done. Coming.
I want us to double swing this and see if we can insta kill a kid. I need 34 for perp, so I want to get it right here. Ready?
Yep.
Swing.
Awesome.
Well, I guess we gotta wait to see, will he double swing it? Will he get that purple Evo shield? But everything seems very cool and concise with them, just playing for positioning, looking for some extra loot, while other teams are still focused on their rotate and kind of fighting alongside Edge as we kind of overlook the area south of Cascade Falls.
All right, you know what? I actually kind of want to go sit in with Wig and the boys real quick.
Can he split the gap like Marshawn Lynch? Finds the B hole. Wait a minute. It's called a B gap. My bad.
All right.
He's gonna find the gap here, man, and he's gonna blitz it. It's gonna be good.
The B hole.
And he just hops in the whip, GTA style.
Yeah, I mean, he's just whipping the Beamer, Benz, and/or Bentley, and he might pull an oxygen here, bro. Oh, he's on fucking X Games mode.
Wow.
Holy shit. Nice job. I mean,
yeah. Great job from
Why is he
Anmu.
getting out of the car?
Wait, because they're getting pushed now by LG.
No way. So they get the res, bro. Anmu's coming in to save the boys, bro.
He really is.
Anmu looking to save the day here. He's trying to get the fuck
wanna see
over
this
to
play.
help the kid.
LG might even think it's a third party if they hear the car.
Yeah,
they might not have any idea.
Wow, what a play, though, by 100 Thieves, bro, to avoid conflict with the
Good rotate,
LG.
yeah.
Rotate around the backside. They can leave now with the car.
And now they can get
On
into
top
the
of having
Trident. That's a
car,
good
they
point.
have Jibby, who's the best character to use with the Trident because the bubble on top.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
huge.
good.
That's huge rotates.
No, this is amazing, bro. No matter what happens to 100 Thieves in this situation, bro, this is a big-time play by them. As DSG is
Ooh.
now looking to fight
They
Slab
could
and the boys
potentially
to go
roll
next, man.
roll
And
in
Slab is
on the
getting
third
angles,
party
man.
on this.
This kid is Effect 2.0. He plays just like him, bro. Just like him. The
Getting the
overextensions.
angles he is indeed doing.
I mean, he must be Kurt. Simple as that.
Obtuse or acute as well. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, we know you're not acute. That's for sure. We'll see.
That's not what they say.
Oh, they all say that to me.
They
Go
need to
next
turn their
now.
game
Try and
volume
maybe
down
just watch the back
just a
here, too, as
smidge
100
over
Thieves
here.
gonna start to rotate. I'm not too sure. We'll see.
Bambi getting cracked here. Getting
Yeah.
a bat off. Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely juiced right now. You know, with Horizon, Blood, and Revenant, they are ready to take any fight.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts. I mean, they're fine. DSG's going to back off. 100 Thieves was going to look for the third party, though, which was the right call on that, too. And now LG. Right above XM.
Yeah, they're just getting some sight lines here, seeing what's good. I think they're going to realize that it's only one team trying to co-hold all of the nuts.
I think so, too. My problem here with that, though, is, man, SAF now fighting the boys around 310. This is a very awkward fight for both squads here, man. And they're fighting very early, man, for this rotation in. This could be really, really bad. They have to watch out, man. The zone's about to close. The third parties are going to be so easy to have here. As Arcan and Sentinels look like they're fighting now, too, a little bit. As they're pushing up the boys over in Aurora to the backside. They're good.
Yeah, not much fighting going on just yet.
No, nothing.
Good morning, Ducky. How you doing, buddy?
It is going to be that zone, I think, unless it pulls front side building. It might.
It might. It really might pull to the front side, which Ascend is in a good spot for that zone, man. One thing I will say right now for Ascend, bro, they are doing a great job getting to God spot. There are now two games. Yeah.
They might. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good.
They might not be putting up absolute numbers.
Same fight here.
Sleep can go ahead and throw it down, charge it up, cover him while he's healing, and that's a knock on to Lemon, and Luskin is able to finish off area 310.
And this is why what we were hearing from Optic is so important, because they were trying to figure out when the right time to take those fights, where they were saying we missed out on some potential loot there. Had gone for it, it might have been better. Now it's too late to try and make those choices. These fights are going to break out. 100 Thieves finally making their push through that choke. Going to have to find some space for themselves. But as the zone gets smaller and smaller, all of these edge squads are going to find themselves in scuffles just to get closer in, and they need to be ready to take the fight to them.
Hey, and with a Gibby bubble on the Trident, not a bad rotation for them. And when you play Gibby, right, you have to play with a shotgun. And I saw a hammer point Mozambique in the hands of Scurry. So Mozambique here, and I want to see it get broken out. But we're running a little bit of low on the energy ammo for them, but not a bad result considering their entire loot path in the beginning of the game was completely chalked for them. But Yanya throwing the black hole as they push onto the bunker.
Trying to see if they can see into the bunker right now. Getting a couple of those nades inside. At least that Thermite doing a little bit of tick damage, but LG knowing that this is a rough push for them. They are now finding themselves in some crossfire, having drawn a lot of attention in their direction. Instantly backing off, trying to get those heals, but that gives
gonna swing this.
Opportunity to push out, possibly take them down. Skittle take goes down to Niesel. E6 in the kill feed also going down. Optic down to 2, regretting that push.
And Disguise making a big push onto Xset, meaningful.
Tough decision to make, but you can understand why he tried it. Had to, kind of.
Trying to keep it alive. Good crack there, but when you're running low on light ammo, they were talking about needing the resources, needing the utility, and here comes another engagement. It's going to be Jaguar.
LG is just so nasty when they push, man. They're able to get their third up, which is so big there.
Get further into North Pad, and just right now, Dupe, Xenox, Lou. Why is Lou overextended into Fun? It's because he probably wrapped around the other side of the rock, and Xset, they are going to destroy Picanap before Fnatic.
This guy's getting some points, though. Something they haven't really been able to do.
So that knock never happened on Skittle, then Optic might have won that push. LG comes out on top. Xset, I was watching them fight in the map feed too. They were going up against Allen 6 for a little while. They're now down to 2. Sykes out. Knock and Fun trying to see what they can do to salvage this here. 13 squads left, and this is where everything starts to get really chaotic. Xset had moved into a decent position, but
What's
now
your schedule looking like today, Ducky?
And like you said, Fnatic is not wanting to let that happen. MT White go out. Sentinel's still looking pretty comfortable from where they got themselves positioned with inside the zone. I mean, this is going to be rough for a lot of these squads.
Well, come on, guys. Sentinels at one point with a zone team heavy in zone on Crypto. They have made so many changes. The IGL of RKN on Catalyst with the Bang Blood Poiple. I've heard so many good things about him, but RKN going down. Poiple clutch it up, and unfortunately, it's going to be Go Next taking out Sentinels, getting that space, clearing that, but they must keep fighting forward because Aurora is wanting a piece
so you're at work now.
Action.
Already? Probably?
Aurora, someone we talked about at the top of the show as well. Even the top of this match, I mean, they've been doing well for themselves, just getting it into a solid position points-wise, at least being consistent and trying to get some points on the board. Go Next. Now holding this bunker.
Please let me see a Rev win in ALGS.
After being able to push it in and take that fight, it should afford them an opportunity to at least take the fight to Aurora, but they're going to have to make the choice soon because the zone's going to start shrinking, and that's the only team in their path.
100 Thieves, though, Gibby Bubble, and some Bang ultimates galore. Amu gonna fall, Scurry needs to prioritize healing, but the Mozambique was able to take out Yanya, and he turns his attention forward. Unfortunately, Scurry will go down and ascend, barricaded beyond, trying to throw out the Dark Veil. This is what is so cool about them. Their macro is impressive. They can call a zone infinitely. And you think back to Split 1 playoffs, this was your team that got second, right? They were so dominating there, and they are looking to find that form after kind of a mere fall from grace in Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, and that was something we talked about a lot.
How I'm feeling once everything's all said and done.
What will they be able to do? Can they bounce back after those Split 2 playoffs? Right now, they're looking very solid as we're trying to see.
There are 18 games today, so this is going probably to like 5 or 6.
In a safer spot. Everyone's starting to collapse into the zone, now not having to worry about that edge play. But
4 or 5, I should say.
Areas have been taken, and a lot of those squads that have just been hanging out in the north, like you mentioned earlier, Fnatic playing it really well, Dreamfire not having to move much, are able to wait all
Actually trying to think about the longer days.
Dreamfire has such strong positioning. They got the zone call. Fnatic has to move, but not very far. But TSM has found themselves underneath still in the red room between Dreamfire and Fnatic, and CDF still has to make their way in. But the question is,
yeah, all the longer days were about 12 hours.
So nice of you
so
to
yeah,
make your
probably
way back in
4:35.
after getting taken out by Scurry's Mozambique and drop straight in to a Thermite. Is going to be able to shield swap, get looted back up, but with the Bloodhound coming in, they know what is happening. They can see the drop spot, but the fact that this was able to even happen is wild.
That Trident in the smoke was so clutch for him to be able to come back and at least have the little bit of time to get that loot. LG now back up to a full 3 with that. All of those loot boxes around, that was massive. In the middle of how many teams are currently around them, that was a risky play and it paid off.
Well, we're about to close on the last circle here before everything gets crazy for Endgame, and LG Chivas making a play for Ascend. Go Next is in the mix as well, but notice this is still not in, but we need to clear out this area to have your back safe. And Aurora playing on that southwestern side of where that zone is, they're just biding their time before entering into the mix because there's no reason to full send that yet.
LG trying to wait and see what the right call is here. Like you said, it's going to be a tough decision as far as clearing everyone in front of them out to try and have a safe push into that next circle. Meanwhile, everyone that had moved in a lot earlier,
ooh,
a little bit of a
battle. We got
Ooh.
it. Esports dropping immediately down onto LCDF, trying to notch through the piercing spikes. It doesn't matter. They were prepping for maybe a Horizon grab lift approach, but not necessarily an aimbot going down, and Luskin taking heavy damage, but Jinx has fallen. Sleep is likely going to have to clutch this.
That was a rough call for Starter Fight to make. I mean, they had to go in at some point. They knew there was a team below them. Lecite de France was there, and they'd been holding that position for a while. They're now down to 1, though. They go out.
Sleep was able to clutch
it. You beast.
That was massive, especially after how that started for them taking out.
All right, we got LG, Go Next, and Ascend.
They got the points.
On 3 levels here.
It had to go either way.
Yeah, but let's just talk about Fnatic, right? They were able to just get into that most northern point of the zone. Dreamfire, they're all trying to stay out of it, control as much space as possible. Meanwhile, TSM in the Red Room have remained underneath throughout all of this, and Aurora, Go Next, and LG Chivas with Ascend, they're gonna collapse on each other. So now it's like the Spider-Man meme of everyone just pointing at each other. No, you go. We just have to wait in 29 seconds before that starts to move.
No, you go
I am
first.
on pins and needles, the calm before the storm, and it's only our first map on Stormpoint.
Is today a new season?
TSM waiting below everyone.
Yeah, just chill.
Just hanging out.
I thought today was last day. If that's
No
the case, I'm
Hallie
down.
yet, right, we're good.
It's a great position for TSM. Dreamfire, though, another one of those teams that has been quite comfy here.
Just gonna need y'all to carry a little bit more because I'm gonna be
beat.
beat,
We'll be able
honestly.
to do some annoying poke damage when all of those pushes in, those drops down that you're talking about start to happen. Only really having to worry about Fnatic to their side.
Yes, this is great. We've got the black hole. We still have an evac tower if they decide to do something crazy endgame, maybe throw it down a little bit of a distraction, and Ascend making their move. They're going to fight and try to avoid the collapse of Go Next and LG Chivas. So they're actually full sending towards Fnatic. Now a brawl is going to be happening, but Go Next decides to double down and face them as well. We're like, we're following you, and
I'm
Ascend
down.
is not going to make it out. Go Next and Dreamfire are able to pick and prod, and LG Chivas to the sky, and it's not going to go well for Neazul when the wings get clipped.
I was about to say this could potentially work out for them, but then they went high and they were spotted out very quickly. Aurora had been holding their left
Come on,
side
Go
the entire
Next.
time, but now
Come on,
Aurora
Go Next. Give
has
us a
to
rev win.
to just 2 and barely a second, really. Impulse, the last man standing for the team.
Ooh, Dreamfire's still in.
Dreamfire, we talked about it, perfectly positioned the whole time. Go up in the sky to deal that damage, Dev.
Yo, but 3MC just hit the nastiest arc star of their entire life, taking 2 members of Fnatic down. That's going to keep them occupied. And with TSM in the middle as Aurora goes out, this is where everything goes down. Roy back
Nice.
up,
I think the
and
last 2 are about to start
Fnatic
fighting.
is out. We have TSM, we have Go Next, and we have Dreamfire.
We might get a rev win.
By both Dreamfire and TSM. Go Next
Probably
had to
not now.
battle tooth and nail to get here. Dreamfire in the fight, down to 2. This is going to be a rough fight for them. Roy trying to hold on. They're not going to be able to do it.
TSM wins this.
Yeah, but they threw up the wall to hide themselves and let those 2 fight. Now thumbing over on the grab flip. Hal is going
GG
crazy.
easy for
Hal is
TSM.
showing why he has shown up to that with back-to-back wins. The champs group stages are already starting out a little crazy, Glitter.
Listen.
TSM getting crazy circles though.
TSM for the series, okay?
We're not going to talk about it. We saw those talent predictions earlier, and there was a lot of TSM in the mix. Raven back there looking super official, but Go Next, that was a dark horse pick for so many people that I've been witnessing going throughout the journey to Year 3 champs, and to see them showing up, showing out, and taking a lot of heavy hitters out, I'm
Like
pretty
other
impressed
teams in the
because
past, when
coming
they
into
have
this,
good
they
day,
were
people
saying,
be
you
like,
know,
oh, it's all the zone. Ain't nobody gonna try and say that about TSM.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a comeback performance for Go Next, to say the least. But then you think about the other two that were in the top 3 with them. Dreamfire were at the top of our leaderboard coming in, just had a really solid finish. And then, like you said, the back-to-back wins for TSM. I mean, this is some serious consistency out of the teams already.
It's pretty impressive. You know, I had a chance to sit down and talk to Verholst yesterday on Media Day, and you know, he is just locked in. He has come in with such a clear mindset, and I can really appreciate all the effort that he's made since joining TSM. You think back to when he was on ESA and just how much that story has risen. I just think that watching him anchor is
They want a break?
fun.
And you have to consider the fact that with 2 back-to-back wins in the first series of games, this is going to give them so much cushion to kind of do whatever they want here in the group stage.
They did 1,000 damage together.
Decent stats here for our match 4 stats for TSM. I mean, they had to just be patient that time. We watched them stay down low for so long.
They're saying that as a team, they did 1,000 damage.
And I wouldn't say it's luck. It's kind of a VR game, right? It's a little RNG. The fact that Dreamfire, 3MZ in particular, was able to single them out with 1 Arc Star, that really helped TSM get that left side cleared out. But let's run back that final circle. The POV, when TSM was able to utilize the Dark Veil to stay hidden, and they popped the grab lift at the perfect moment, and then arise.
You know, I almost feel like people forgot that TSM was even down here because everyone was so worried about all those teams that were pushing in from the high ground, dropping down when they saw LG coming through, when they saw Go Next there. Aurora was holding off to the side. There were so
That was their
teams down there
first kill.
Southern edge
Holy
of the zone
shit.
That people weren't really paying attention to the Fanatics, to the Dreamfire, to the TSMs, and it worked out perfectly for them.
It really did. And yes, playing low down here, it may not be the prettiest, right? You might not get a ton of eliminations throughout that early to mid game. And yes, you have a priority rotation from the wall, but this was textbook. The grab lift, the black hole, just everything about this. So impressive. The patience is a virtue, and you know, sometimes it pays off, and TSM go back to back. Your match 3, your map 4, and now we only have 2 more games left in our first 6-game series of group stages. How is this day flying by?
To be fair, we've had some very fast, especially our first 3 matches. They were aggressive. We were talking about that when we were watching back in the green room, and now we see that continuing. 14 kills.
Yeah, you said aggressive. You said aggressive. There it is right there, a 23-point game for Go Next. Are they really a dark horse? I guess you could still call them that. It is only group stages, but this is what I wanted to see out of them.
But even that, I mean, still 6 kills out of Dreamfire. Like we said, they've been playing very well today. Start a fight, we got to watch a lot of them 7 kills. They might not have had those placement points, but that is massive.
Yeah, that is very, very impressive. You have to think, Go Next, they started off against that 100T contest down at Antenna, had to fight their way. They delayed rotation, the chokehold there at Cascades against Disguised, and then finally making their way to North Path. Plus, think of all the choke points just to get up to that zone. It is so tough to do, and they were able to fight tooth and nail to get to that 100T, round out your top 10, and overall, given what they had with that contest, that's actually not too bad.
That was a fun first Storm Point match.
Where are they today, as in, where's the games? They're in Birmingham.
We saw some of those contests as well.
In the
we'll
UK.
Have to see how they end up going for the next.
Apparently, where the
it was not
arena is next to where like there's a big like con going on this weekend.
That Riddle DSG contest
So it should look a little bit thicker starting tomorrow, I think.
Results thus far, Dreamfire reigns supreme at the top with 47 points, but TSM, after back-to-back match wins, second place 41, but realize you were talking about them earlier, Glitter, saying Storm Point was their specialty and they could get more points from here, but so far they have slipped just a smidge, 10-point differential between first and third. Fnatic and Xset rounding out the top 5, but let's see, where are our other picks? I know we had some Oxygen picks on the talent prediction, currently down there in 13th, but obviously not bad. You think back to Split 2 playoffs when they started pulling barometer zones, things looked really impressive. It just has to shift into gear for them.
Yeah, they looked really good, bro.
We also got to
running the rev
even.
even.
Contest down there, Riddle Order and DSG. finding themselves at the bottom of that top 20, and that could play into the decision to continue with those contests as well, trying to see if they want to get some safer points in the last few matches of this first series of the day, if they're just going to stick it out and see what happens.
I guess we'll all have to wait to see what's going to happen, because we're going to come to a quick break. But when we come back, match number 5, will Riddle take down DSG at Launchpad? I guess we'll wait to see.
Taking us a quick break, huh? All right, well, if they're doing a quick break, then let me just do a quick peek into Z-Man's binder. Make sure I don't have to sign his agenda. I think Weevil already did it, but I'm gonna just go double check. We'll be back in a minute and a half. Game number 5.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. What's up, everyone, and welcome back to Birmingham, UK, live from the year 3 of the ALGS Championships. We are in our first matchup, Groups A and B, duking it out, and we are just underway, about to enter match number 5. I see those Dreamfire fans lined up. You know, it's really cool. I got to talk to another member of Dreamfire as well early on Media Day yesterday, and they were so hyped. It was 3MZ in particular, which I know a lot of people talk about that meaning sandwich, but he actually said it. I was like, I almost didn't believe you, but you know, it's fine. I do love sandwiches. I do, but a Watson!
Oh wait, these are great.
Those are the best cosplays I have ever seen in my entire life. The Wraith is impenetrable. Like, it's so good.
We always get such fantastic fans in the stands. We have seen epic Dreamfire signs. We've seen epic Fnatic signs. Got a little MDY White Love there. I mean, this is only the first day, too. We've already got the cosplays coming out. I am here for that.
That's a happy fence.
Yes.
I need it. I need it. Oh my gosh. I was watching when all the signs were going up outside as they were building together the Resorts World and kind of getting it decked out for Apex. And I was like, where's my girl Watson? Well, that's because she's in the crowd. No, she's out there as well, hugging the cute Nessie. And if you haven't seen, guys, there are gold Nessies in the merch store. If you saw me walking around 5 gold Nessies earlier, please don't judge me.
No,
I will be giving away one eventually by the end of the week. Just come find me, maybe, or actually don't, because I don't want to get swarmed for my 1 gold Nessie.
If you saw Tiff, no, you didn't.
You didn't see me. But Vicky had a blanket though, bro. She was walking around with a blanket earlier, and
That's
I was like,
because there's really cool merch available. I need to go and do my own shopping trip, I'm not gonna lie.
They're gonna sell out, but it's match number 5, and I'm so excited to see this as we get underway. Legend Select, will we get another Revenant? It is to be held. I am looking. I saw Lou dabbling with Revenant, but it looks like he's gonna lock in Horizon. Yoboycue going Blood. So much work on the Blood, but fun FPS, the chameleon of Xset on Fuse for Stormpoint. Now, typically we see a lot of Fuse brought out on World's Edge, but you know, not so bad on Stormpoint, I guess, either.
I was wondering if we were going to see at least 1 or 2 just to see how our teams feel about using it on here. We'll have to see how it ends up working out in their favor as we've got the drop ship ready to go. We are getting into match number 5 of our first series of the day. Let's see how this one plays out. Our teams dropping in totally different zone this time around.
I mean, look at it. We look at the flight path. It's cutting straight through pretty much mid-map as our teams are making way. We're getting a second run through of that disguised versus Riddle contest, and I am ready. When you get the high ground, right, you're pretty much guaranteed sniper material, and you could essentially stay up there, poke and prod, but Riddle is electing to double down from the backside of Launchpad, and there kind of is a little bit of supply bins over there, but once again, LCDF and Fnatic, they're essentially forcing Fnatic out of the main area of Northpad.
We'll have to see how that plays out for LCDF and Fnatic. I'm interested to see how the contest goes, if it happens at all, between Riddle Order and DSG now, because this could be a really solid position for them to fight over to start off, then do that rotation through to get to the next zone. Obviously, LG phenomenally positioned as well, coming out of Fish Farms. This is going to be another potential fight also as well for Go Next and 100 Thieves. They're all in such a solid area. They're going to want to fight to nail it down early, not have to worry about people pushing into their position.
It looks like we're going to have a stalemate between Disguised and Riddle Order as Disguised takes a bunch of the loot from Launchpad, hits the rotation out, but not before we run it back for Go Next and 100 Thieves. And on move, going to fall, and Vaxlon with the EVA 8 trying to get something sneaky through the window there, and he's going to get flanked from behind. This is quite a tough position to be in. Gibby Bubble is forced down, but time will tell. Bambino able to stay alive even with 1 HP of health, and now this allows them to push together. On move down, Vaxlon can't scurry on the Gibby, clutch it up. We're breaking out the Bloodhound Axe, one of the very first heirlooms in Apex to ever drop, but I mean, it still hurts.
Listen, as soon as the advantage was in favor of Go Next, they knew they had to push, because now they have a priority position when it comes to this zone. They're going to be able to hold this as well as not have to worry about too many teams around them for a decent amount of time. It'll also allow them a very easy rotate to where the next zone will likely shift. So this is a huge play for Go Next, especially taking 100 Thieves so early.
That's a power move right there for Go Next, and I love every minute of it. Now Riddle Order are making their rotation, but Disguised, they're just playing a little bit of ring around the rosy as they look for that IMC armory, but Disguised has already once again taken it. Riddle has to keep on moving, 2 whites and a blue shield, and now DSG, they're going to be able to level up those armors and get all of the loot because they rotated so incredibly quickly out of Launchpad. But as we move further to the south, I was talking about it before, are we moving on over to Storm Point, how everything had been in the north and it would be crazy if we got it. Well, we're going south. The deep south. Sentinels are probably so
Sorry,
happy
chat.
as they see the shitball has fallen into
Apparently, asking little man to read causes him to have a breakdown.
Very early
I had to
wide
take care of that real quick. My fault, y'all.
White getting some farming in here, just getting their damage up. Getting himself set up for the next wave because they are comfortably at least inside that first circle.
I guess it's a little too early for him. I guess.
All of those southern squads making sure they get in there early. And
understandable.
Well, as you say that, you know, you think about
We've already
Oxford,
updated
right? They
scores.
land
Okay.
Barometer. They've kind of landed there historically throughout their majority of their push through their Pro League experience. That's going to give them such a short rotation to make their way into Shipfall. And where they particularly play, it's like the left side of the ship on the high ground, but if they can get underneath or where they'll kind of set up shop, because you see Dreamfire has already rotated around with that ring console information, and this is not a bad position. Their macro has been very impressive. Think about the North pad call that they had to make on that last match, and just having a solid macro and being able to control the space around you is the key to success, especially.
He's all of a sudden all happy in there. I'm raising a drama queen.
We can see right now we've got OXG right near Sentinels, trying to suss out the situation and see how they want to handle their positioning here.
Suss out the situation
right now for the zone is only going to have so many spots for them to hold, so this could be a bloodbath a little bit earlier on.
The Dreamfire has had 3 top
Better way to
5s.
enter a bloodbath with a couple knuckle clusters and a mother load waiting to be dropped onto the team inside. You can do so much poke damage, and there's nothing worse to getting stuck into a knuckle cluster. But Nocturnal is going to get poked, prodded, forced to heal up, but they are holding down, suppressing the fire, and even utilizing the piercing spikes and reinforcing the doors. But now the grab lift.
The ability to just continue to put a little bit of like poke and prod damage with that knuckle cluster is pretty redundant.
the squad inside. This is a really, really strong play out of XZ, able to at least be obnoxious, take out Sykes, gets that first kill on the board, which is going to be easy cleanup from there for the rest of XZ, and MDY White do go down.
That was quite impressive, the way they were able to destroy that from the outside in, but not actually pushing until the very last moment. MDY White, I had a chance to talk to Feiju yesterday as well, and they were talking about the journey from the kind of just coming into it, right? In Split 2 playoffs, they're like, hey, we're kind of a relatively unknown team. I'm like, what are you talking about? Your entire squad is out there hyping you up. Your fan section goes crazy.
Their fan section does go pretty nuts.
So I hope they bounce back quite strong coming into the last match of the game. But as we move further in to the Shipfall Gale Station order, it looks like a lot of our teams have kind of split, right? We've got Riddle.
So a southern zone this time around. Dreamfire's in great spot.
That are looking to hit that rotate.
I don't think it goes as far south as they are.
Lightning Rod, the furthest POI, typically away from this, right? And it doesn't matter because TSM, fun FPS going down immediately.
Bro, Rep's shredding, dog.
I don't think XZ realized that there was going to be a squad rotating in. TSM's going to definitely try to capitalize on this, knowing that Sykes is just out in the open, taking out a massive squad in XZ, who's now down to just one more player, and this was just far too easy for TSM.
Knock just dipped, and you kind of have to at this point, especially if you're caught off guard throughout a rotation. You have to get out with your life. At 18 squads, you have to focus on playing your life, getting those placement points. It's all about salvaging, and look who has started to make it in. Element 6, when we were talking to Slayers, what he was saying was most importantly about their rotation, they have so little time to loot in Lightning Rod, and they're like, by the time we make it to this, that circle's already closing. We've been here for 20 seconds. We've got to go to Thunderwatch and immediately start crafting, and then we'll eventually make it out. So south zones for them are their worst, not necessarily nightmare, but I mean, they're making the best out of it.
I mean, not to mention they do have to go through quite a few teams to continue finishing that rotation all the way down towards the bottom. We'll see DSG down there, and then everyone that's on that eastern edge while we're keeping our eyes on Optic.
You know what we'll probably do is when we play tonight over on, I'll probably stream it on Twitch. We'll just do it off camera though again.
Easy rotation path in
so I
front
can
of them,
figure out
but
what's
not
going on.
once they hit the edge of that zone. To get through some of those teams on the side, we watched OXG go in there before. We watched Sentinels go in there. They've been holding down that western edge of the circle. It's going to be potentially a rough push for Optic.
I love this. They're not taking the Trident all the way in. They're gonna hit the evac tower and fly on in. This gives them a little bit of time to scout. You can see the shots coming in, peppering, so they know, hey, that's not safe. I've got a team up here. But then you have to say, where do we go? Throw drop down first, smoke and dodge, baby, because you got to get into cover. And if the underside of Shipfall is still free, not going to be a bad thing. But the issue is, it's not going to end there. And LG Chivas is holding the nut building that is in a perfect spot for the time being. Now, should that end game circle decide to shift kind of more towards where Go Next is positioned, that's not going to be really beneficial for LG because they're going to have to stave off anyone that is rotating from the northern side of that while worrying about moving forward.
And this is what I was saying before. This is why this is an end zone that does not have a lot of.
I feel like I'm gonna miss most of Game 5. I feel like, which is unfortunate. Or Game 6.
LG perfectly suited
which is
for that
unfortunate.
based off of their drop alone in fish farms, but this is, it's gonna be a fight to even get in to the next circle once it does shrink down to there, and should
actually,
especially how all of those teams.
I might get lucky enough where my
I mean, look,
walk time to go get Z-Man to school is like right after.
Fish farms, Shipfall zones, they can be
Looking
so
at what time it is.
unique as TSM has made their way.
That'd be kind of dope.
Final crafting, get some bats for the next step of their journey, because this is still in an area 310 will be that next team just in front of them that they will have to fight through. But Aurora, typically landing over there in Cenote Cave, have made their way into the next circle. Just on foot, though. They didn't do anything a little dramatic, but it's working out really well for them, finding some space, and Dreamfire still holding such a solid positioning, because you think on that right side of Shipfall, that was the good call, right? Because the teams are going to have to rotate towards them that are on the left side.
Almost all of our squads have at least gotten themselves into that very first ring. I'm worried about Knock as the rat on XZ being super far behind everyone and having to find a position to be able to hold and play while Optic Gaming starts making a move, holding that bottom floor and seeing if they can at least coexist here for a little while.
One bat, 12 cells. He had a Moby, so I'm just checking it out. We've got the gold alternator. Look, let me just tell you, I was like ready for disruptor rounds to come back for the longest time, and the moment they came back, I was like, oh, I needed this. And you were talking about Knock. Look at him go. Just look at him go. Would you just look at that?
honestly, this is a massive move for Nock if he's able to get that completely open area and try to hold it for a little bit when it comes to exit, because these fights are about to start popping off here. Everyone is clustered up on top of each other and will have to make a move soon.
TSM's on the backside of where this is closing in over here.
Some poke damage, feel each other out, how the situation could potentially go, and all of those edge squads.
Hey, you know what though? We haven't had any crashes on Storm Point. Storm Point has been smooth.
Anchor down.
Love to see it so far.
Vibe. LCDF doing that.
Big shout out.
Waiting. It's so crazy, the calm before the storm, before they have to say, where are we rotating? And when that pull happens, man, that next zone is going to be absolutely perfect. We were talking about Nock and kind of his traversing of the lands throughout Storm Point as a solo, able to kind of focus on healing, does have the 30-30 for poke damage, but you know how like he was able to just lock it in the fun FPS, not necessarily being super funny piece? Well, he's gonna lock it in now, and so does Area 310.
Already down one player, 2 left standing right now as they try to keep themselves alive. All of that will draw some potential attention their way, as I believe they're sandwiched between 2 different teams. We've got LCD
I wonder how much Area 310 was able to scrim since they were like a later fill-in for Crazy Raccoon.
That was crazy. Reps and Verholz did get caught in that Crypto's EMP, but Hal was able to not get that. So they're starting to move into position, setting the trap so where they can just throw that initial damage down and immediately third-party this engagement.
All right, well, they decide to get that damage in and not force anything that they don't have to, opting to rotate away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ascend in a very rough spot, instantly going out. I don't even know how that push began, but Optic.
Remember, Ascend struggled on Championship Sunday last week.
So think about what was happening there with Optic. They were underneath a shipfall, right? They flew in.
I think they did all right during group stages, right?
They hit the Dark Veil, pushed to the front buildings of shipfall, and just kept going. And that's what LCDF is currently doing. They've already knocked one on this team. They're letting the hip fire on the L-Star go, and Area 310 has been eliminated. We have 16 squads in this shipfall Gale Station area that are making their way in, but they need to take out all of the teams on the northern edge. But you remember, right? TSM hit the rotation early, and they're just going to focus on gatekeeping.
All right, well, let's jump in with TSM, see what they have to say while they do this fight.
I think we need come back. We're taking the fucking evac.
Yep. Solid.
I couldn't get off your Horizon queue.
Can we land high? Can we land high? I think we land high for free.
Yep. It's gonna boot me up.
Look forward, I have no idea.
Nice landing.
Horizon crack!
Horizon 30 flash.
Nade that. I got a bat, I'm one shot.
Popping south.
They might queue up. Get ready to queue up. They might queue up.
I'm popping a med kit.
I wasted my Horizon ult. Waiting for the queue. Get ready for the queue. Fuck, man. We should have done that Horizon.
Right side.
North.
They're gonna shot the back.
Dude, who on TSM is always breathing in their mic?
South as well. That's in a terrible
I don't have any
spot.
smokes right now. No smokes right now.
Get ready for the
Keep us down to
queue.
the south.
Get ready for the queue, please.
Yep.
They have blood on Bang.
I think it's Hal.
Is there a team on that ping, Evan?
Nope, they all died over there. No, there's like one dude.
Look at they just jumped down. They just all jumped down right here.
Don't worry about that. Worry about them underneath us, please.
I know.
I have 2
He
arcs.
said, I know.
Arc dust. I'm good. Grenade.
They're getting shot.
Well, at least Hal said please, and the offering came through. I have 2 arc stars. Would you like them, Hal? TSM, though, they've got Fnatic and they've got Realize surrounding them. But the fact is, Fnatic was able to regain and stabilize with TSM.
TSM's kind of in a tough spot. They do have 5 KP already, it looked like.
We have Aurora and Sentinel
6
still
maybe
in that shipfall area, and Impulse, we're going to have to save this off. Look at Impulse go, but unfortunately, Koifel from behind eliminates Aurora.
That was actually a prime opportunity for Sentinels there, because
Unfortunately,
Aurora
by
had been
himself.
fighting Optic before that, so that Sentinels knew that there was potential for Aurora to be weak, able to push in and really capitalize on. Now they've got tons of loot at their disposal, and that entire area locked down. They're going to have to get out of there quickly, but at least giving them an opportunity to get a decent reset and prepare for that next move. Now they know there's a couple squads in front of them. Still also off to the side will be that Fnatic TSM standoff, and one of them's going to have to make a decision. If Sentinel sees that they are over there, could potentially also be a very annoying third-party situation.
Yeah, well, as we look at the map, you have Sentinels, Go Next, Fnatic, TSM that have to move through this, and Go Next has the advantage to hold off on the push, but the moment they start holding, Dreamfire is going to make their way in and look to clean up all of that. Meanwhile, Startified Esports just took to the skies and is challenging LG.
I thought that was a death totem I just saw. Yeah, as them taking fight and Go Next here. Go Next looks like they're probably about to be going down.
Both them taking to the skies to rotate away from whatever is going on down here on the ground. Sentinels holding off a little bit here. Koiful getting some kills in the kill feed. And this could be huge for Sentinel. Meanwhile,
Dreamfire rolling in.
On the map as well, you see how many fights are about to break out.
We got
on
two
TSM.
Two grab flips essentially mirroring each other, trying to take to that high ground. You know how came down from the heavens, but it didn't work out this time. And TSM
Dreamfire told them to get the fuck out of here.
Third partying at the most perfect time, looking to clean this up as they set their sights on.
Let's go, Dreamfire. Let's go.
Go down, and Nocturno will not be able
Not
to
like
survive
this.
but still does a
Not my boy, not.
fantastic
All
job
right,
getting us at those
it's
points.
fine.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta make it a top 5 and call it a dub because that's tough. But that's what's possible when you don't have Seer in the meta. Sia.
The nut has finally been breached. Realize trying to make a move, see what they can do, at least taking out LG. Having to battle this out down to just 2 players.
Trying to realize with their realize.
Looking this direction, trying to find the right time to
Their
make
way
a
to a
move. Realize now
dub.
down to 1. And
Sorry, I
this
had
could
to
be
at least
bad.
once.
Town
They're in a tough spot here, though.
And he is making the healing as quick as possible, is obviously
No way.
able to stable. When sometimes Songjun is able to go down, you can use the knockdown shield to like kind of get behind it and hold off for as long as possible. But Dreamfire still out in the open, letting all the chaos erupt inside the building and disguised as well. So that's kind of where I'm looking at. Whoever comes out alive from the LG Chivas, realize it's gonna be Lou with an Arc Star going through with a big win.
Like you said, DSG down there with those Mobies, little bit of that ridgeline from the rock. They've got that cover, but they've also have a position that was
Something
so far
tells me
past
that
where the other teams are that nobody really wants to push them. So they
You take the fight on the high ground here, right?
Right now, it's going to be
If you're
on
Dreamfire.
LG to decide who wants to take this fight, which is going to open up yet another opportunity for DSG to be that third party.
Now we wait 12 seconds before that zone starts to collapse onto our teams, and Dreamfire, they do have
You're gonna try and see if you can force them out the other way into DSG even.
power to take to the high ground.
Because they are more central than both teams, but that also means that they're kind of like sandwiched between the two, even though they're more like, it's more triangular really than a sandwich.
They're going to have to move a little bit. Dreamfire can kind of follow them in and disguised. They're trying to stay out of this and utilizing the Dark Veil. Look how much damage just went down as Jaguar.
That should probably cause DSG to push up, right?
Dreamfire at the hands of it. We knew they were leading the charge on top of the series results, but they said, we want more.
This is why we were saying it was going to be down to Dreamfire.
Now they just got to find out where. Oh, damn.
This Dark Veiled Measle at 1, trying to survive right now for LG. Dreamfire in a phenomenal position. Everybody dressed in red, waiting for the veil to drop.
It's over. Dreamfire coming in with another one. Let's go.
There's something nice about seeing
Let's go, boys.
Leader pop up as he finds a knock onto Lou, setting their sights onto the rest of Disguised in a 3v2 situation. 3MZ looking to go big.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's gonna fall, but Roy and Pita's trying to make this happen.
Hold on.
Dupes down.
Let's go!
Dreamfire are your winners of match number 5.
I don't know what has gotten into Dreamfire today, but they are unstoppable. I want the heart. I need a heart from Roy right now, okay?
We need
what
the heart.
What is going on?
We need it. Celebrations are in order. All the Dreamfire fans in the crowd, we see you standing up and getting hype.
Perfectly played by Dreamfire, especially when we talked about how early they made the rotation in to get a spot, and they played every single incremental push so well. I mean, obviously the last two standing, like we mentioned, were the ones that either had called where the zone was going to go, had that priority position. Little swag coming out.
I love it. I love it.
Let's go. Look, that's just gotta feel good. Showing out at Champs is the best
Dream
feeling.
Fire's
Yes,
in their
it
bag
is
right
group
now.
stages.
Watch
You
out,
carry
bro.
this momentum forward to the brackets later on the
Yo,
week,
I
and
want to
then
see
you make it to
APAC South
finals.
turn the
Get
fuck
stats.
up.
15 eliminations, 13 assists, 12 placement points. That's a 27-point game, Glitter. Not bad.
Not too shabby. I would not be mad about that one. Talking about giving themselves a little bit of cushion, considering coming into this match, they were already at the top of our leaderboard.
I mean, let's talk about that, right? They land in the mill. Our zone pulled pretty much all the way to the furthest right building on the right side of Shitfall, so not necessarily one of the worst rotations that
All right,
we
I
have,
think we
right?
actually will get
But
to
they got
watch
there so quickly. You look at Optic, right?
the
down
entirety
east,
of
and even Oxygen. Dreamfire rotated before
the
Oxygen
6 games.
was in
Dude,
barometer,
Dreamfire
and that
is...
gave them such a preferential position. We talked about the right side of Shitfall being that accurate call,
That's
and
so
sometimes
dope.
calls pay off.
That was just such a solid performance out of Dreamfire. They did absolutely everything right, especially when it comes down to their patience here in these final circle moments, so that we will go back, take a look at this, because we knew it was going to be essentially a standoff between LG and Dreamfire, with DSG just waiting in the wings to see what they could do about it. Dreamfire took it to both of these teams, though.
Tiff?
All right, as we see Dreamfire, the ever so patient yet
Tiff, take the
very
handoff,
aggressive
Tiff.
team, the comp, right? Horizon Bang Cat. That was what I thought would be the leading charge coming into it before Bloodhound even dabbled throughout our teams. And as they keep moving forward, they grab the last elimination onto LG Chivas and set their sights forward. But still, despite, you know, all the contesting that DSG has been going through, this is a beautiful finish for them.
I mean, no one jumped the gun too early. They all had such phenomenal patience and tried to make that right call. It was just those Dark Veils ended up kind of working for and against DSG in those final moments. And then, of course, those 15 kills coming out of
Dreamfire, baby!
that big of a sponge at the top of the leaderboard. There's only so many more points that can go around. Impressive, though, all the way down their Sentinels, 8 kills.
I mean, that's pretty good considering, you know, they start in that area, and then LG Chivas hitting that rotation so incredibly quick. That does run the gauntlet of not having a lot of eliminations when you play such a quick zone rotate like that, only getting 1, but they were able to get a good chunk of
I'm gonna go make me a
points.
bagel
And
real
TSM,
quick,
you know,
chat.
despite that rotation towards the end on the top of the rock, landing on Fnatic and putting themselves in such a congested area, that was just tough in general. And mind you, they're coming from the wall all the way south, similarly to like Element 6 coming in from Lightning Rod. Those teams that have the longest rotations, when teams had already been set up in zone since, I don't even think Sentinels had looted before LG Chivas took that building.
No, honestly, LG knew that they had to get in there early. They called it really well. We've also talked about how good of a job we had Go Next to with that contest against 100 Thieves. They were able to give themselves a little bit more time to kind of get through and rotate and get some points on the board, and putting 100 Thieves down there at 0 is just, that's a strong team to take those points away from.
It's tough, but the group stages, they are a brawl, and if you are going to contest on day 1, that's when you have to do it, right? But the Dreamfire, 74 points, and we just have 1 more game left. Glitter, when we were doing our talent predictions, I don't think anyone picked Dreamfire, and they are out here to prove why we should be thinking about them first and foremost.
Honestly, Dreamfire has smashed it now, almost 30 points above TSM, and talk about cushion. They are comfortable right now. They don't have to worry about much for like the rest of group stage.
That's absolutely crazy. I can't believe it. It's just day 1 and all of the action is already unfolding, and now I'm just like, what's happening? I just see the most beautiful Dreamfire signs. Do you remember they were at Split 2 playoffs with the light up signs? When I talked to Dreamfire yesterday, I was like, hey, yo, where can I get one of those signs? I would really like an LED sign, but—
Are they custom?
I'm pretty sure they are, because they're very impressive. But hey, you know what else is also impressive? A lot of the things that there are to do around here. I'm gonna throw over to Peeps, because he was making his way through Birmingham, checking everything out.
What up, everybody? I'm Peeps. I am here at Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK, all right, where ALGS Championship is going on right now. We're here at the forum where we have a bunch of activities, a bunch of great snacks, and I'm gonna show you some of my favorites, all right? So with these tokens right here, you win these for free by filling out the passport, all right? And anytime you fill out the passport by doing some of these activities, you get a chance to win one of these Nessies or one of these other prizes. And I'm gonna show you guys how we win right now. Some might say levels. That's how we do it. So this is where you can get your passport, and you fill it out by doing the activities in the forum. It's right at the front, all right? And by filling out your passport, you get the tokens to win possible prizes. But let me show you my favorite part of the entire forum. You have 3 giant Nessies here that you guys can come take a picture and make everybody at home who didn't make it a little bit jealous. Come get your pictures.
He's talking about making people jealous. Well, I'm already jealous because I'm horrible at the crane gain, and now I need to go out there, test my skills, which I lack, because I want more Nessies. I told you, I only got 3 gold ones, and I don't have enough glitter. We need more.
I refuse to believe that that was Peep's first time on the crane game. Absolutely refuse. That was like 12 takes in. There's
1,000%.
That's crazy, because when I was throwing it over to Peeps, I wasn't expecting him to be touring the stadium. For some reason, I thought he was touring the city, but that is true. Those are the things that you can do here. The beautiful big Nessies and the Nessie on the screen there. Look, I'm telling you guys, if you don't have a Nessie, you kind of have to go get one.
There's multiple color options too, and if you just can't decide, just get all 3 of them before they're gone, because they will not last for a very long time. And the gold Nessie special, that's an exclusive one, so they're not easy to come by.
That's true, and look at those riddle smiley faces, the RidWin, hashtag RidWin. I need to go get one of the smileys. I did see earlier, it was like a Yoboycue Japanese CEO sticker as well, and I was like, you know what, man, I need to step my sticker game up, so I'm gonna be walking around and
I can't ever tell when they do that if they're like purposefully covering their face or like what the deal is.
Oh, show the Nessies. See, I'm telling you, everyone is out there getting their Nessies, getting their pop.
Bro, APAC South like really really traveled well yet again. South and North.
Tournament A and B going head to head here to try and find out who's going to be making their way through to that bracket stage after 2 days of groups.
This is crazy. I can't believe it. But you mentioned it, the first series of ALGS Year 3 champs, and we're in the final match. Will Dreamfire run it back and take
I
that
like
final
this screen,
win,
though.
or it's being broken? And I do love seeing new teams emerge victorious, and that's exactly what we're looking.
Oh, all right, my bad, Chad.
Comfortable position here.
PC just crashed on me, but we're good. We're back.
Also agreeing with
Stuff happens, man. Stuff happens.
So many of those teams are on the top edge of this zone. Everyone that is on that southern.
We still here. We still here.
The LGs, the DSGs, gonna be a long
all right, my bad, Chad.
K-Swinney pulling out the fusee. I'm telling you, between K-Swinney and Slayers, they are both chameleons in their own right, being able to play whether K-Swinney's on Horizon, whether he dabbles on Crypto, whether Slayers is playing Lifeline. Who knows if he'll pull it out this time. But they can just play so many different compositions. It just goes to show you, like you said earlier, they're not playing scared, they're playing confident.
The ability to flex like that in so many different ways is also massive in the meta right now, because they have to kind of change things up based off of how every single map, every series, all the different teams they're playing against, those are all factors.
What was that, 3 hours basically?
Into their next match. And you can see OXG here down to 2. Not sure who they ran across, but don't even have that banner, so this could be a tough spot for OXG.
I mean, when you're already kind of out towards command center and you've rotated from barometer, losing out on one Aiden, you know, you've got to get him back into the mix of things, but you've already found yourself so deep into that next zone, surrounded by titans like Sentinels, XSET, Ascend, and Dreamfire alone playing kind of from the bunny slopes. That's a little tough, right? We did see some craziness happen on World's Edge earlier, trying to get Vayne back in the mix on that Harvester ending, that Moby play. Yeah, I mean, it could happen.
Have to see what they're able to pull off here, because they are surrounded by quite a few.
I want to pop this out.
For them to try and coexist within the chaos as that duo, as Aurora trying to do a little bit of damage, I believe, on 100 Thieves across the way, just poking to be annoying here, not really trying to get anything too crazy.
Ooh.
FDY White, though, on the opposite end of the spectrum.
All right.
Taking out the duo of OXG.
That is tough. I told you they rotated.
All right, my bad, y'all.
The center of so many teams, down a man, and now MDY White utilizing the smoke, getting the loot, grabbing shield swaps, doing everything that they need to do to solidify a positioning for that end game. And honestly, we're just on Aurora, and it's still weird because I still want to call them Fire Beavers. Impulse was up there on the rock, kind of keeping an eye out on 100 Thieves, making sure that his teammates were clear to go ahead and hit that crafting rotation, stock up on bats, level up the Evo shield, because that's typical playstyle of what we've witnessed to them. So even with the sub, they're still sticking to the main game style that we like to see. And sometimes that's just how you got to do it, but we have to start thinking about where that rotation is going to look. And with 100 Thieves playing from Bean as opposed to Antenna, still the timing's a little bit similar, but they're going to make their way through Checkpoint as opposed to coming up through Jurassic.
And now that they've got Aurora off their backs as well, they should be free to kind of continue through, see if there's anything left over that they can pick up along the way loot-wise. Ascend, holding the top end, and they were one of those squads that got in real early, grabbed a spot on that northern edge of the zone and tried to just bunker down here, seeing what information they can garner. Need some better shields on Kashera there, though.
Yeah, that's typical. I mean, if you're going to have someone playing a crypto, you got to throw the
Dreamfire already in pretty
right
decent spot.
Their rotation, right? Straight through Stormcatcher, there's a ring console. They'll get that next information.
It's going to be another circle ending, or great ending for TSM where they don't have to rotate much. It's crazy.
How are you going to get there? Everyone's already rotated in and made that call. That's what's going to be tough. So they'll have to fight their way into that. Whereas the last zone, they had already rotated so early on and were able to play. So it'll be a little interesting.
Fnatic, another team that we've been keeping our eyes on a lot here currently. Having a pretty decent day, honestly. They're top 5 for the series so far. And they were able to pull out that win right to kick things off, so they might be finding themselves having to heal up right now, but they left where they were and opted to go into the zone to make a rotation. So they must not have been finding the area in that next circle that they were looking for.
Yeah, and that's tough, right? You're coming in from North Pad, you have IMC Armory. If you're going to rotate in through the wall directly, you have that zip line up to the building that LCDF is on the low ground. Ascend's already occupied that, but coming around from the back, that's where we saw Optic elect to play. So as we check in with Optic sitting on 2 blues and a white, unknowingly, Fnatic will be pressing in. That's going to be really tough, but look at the map though. LCDF is doing the exact same thing that Fnatic is. So Optic, while they had their backs clear, were about to have all craziness break out.
Not to mention you still have Element 6, who's been kind of waiting in the wings on that eastern side, not having fully pushed in.
TSM has just literally gotten to chill this entire, like almost the entire series, dog. It's kind of crazy.
And we're starting to see some of those shots come out from the Optic Gaming squad. TSM trying to keep tabs on who's around them, potentially get some of that additional damage down, and they are just in a really solid spot to mess with all of those teams that were trying to go for that rotate.
I mean, look, we saw the talent predictions earlier, and a lot of them had TSM, and they're currently sitting in 2nd place on the 6th game, but you still have so much further to go, and so does 100 Thieves. We knew Aurora was looking for them throughout the beginning of the game, and now the fight is here. A Dark Veil's been expended, the Gibby Bubble's already been utilized, so now Aurora has the building, and they can wait out all the utilities from 100 Thieves.
I'm surprised 100 Thieves took that long to make that rotation through checkpoints to the point where Aurora caught up with them, and now they're forced into another fight right on the edge of that circle. They're kind of stalemating a little bit here, but it's going to be a rough one in a few seconds. And as I say that, all those squads that had made that rotation on north end of the zone have started to fight. Realize is down. LCDF down to 2, trying to fend.
Damn, Realize and Fnatic out.
As well, we knew there was potential for them to have a struggle situation when they had to push in towards Optic. Optics managed to somehow get out of it while TSM's just farming people.
And LCDF was able to push forward where Fnatic could not. Of 2 members of Realize at one point, I saw some out of bounds in the kill feed, and TSM playing from their favored positioning when zones pull towards the wall, have made their exit, utilized the Dark Veil, and are starting to pick up eliminations. But don't worry, they can still go back to the building and play from there because the zone has
Oh damn, E-Fuse just laid off a bunch of people today, huh?
TSM, that was massive for them. We talked about how there was the potential for them to not have enough KP just if they were holding it down, but so many teams at the same time rotated right. Congratulations,
you've been promoted.
Incredibly well, back on board with
Okay, let me turn those off. My bad, chat.
Back and forth in this fight with Aurora. They're going to be forced to just close this one out. Someone has to come out on top, trying to see if they can maybe stabilize a little bit. Aurora actually in a very bad spot, having to back
Stack
off
up alerts.
just down to 1, seeing if we can salvage something with a little bit of a rest right now.
My bad, my
This is what
bad.
happened earlier in the day on World's Edge.
That's
Chaco
my bad,
had
chat.
to make the decision to play for their life, similar to what we saw Knock happen to them on that prior Storm Point match. So a little tough for the sub to come in, you know, not typically playing, but they are all familiar with each other, and to be able to get up to speed, play your life, you have got this. But as we pull more towards the wall, think of where Disguised has looked to position themselves, because they are the ones that likely had the majority of the information. TSM is making a move as well, looking to stay in the same building, which they won't necessarily have to move out too far, but ascend that next zone where they're playing from. You can see a little bit of the crypto drone action. They are going to be in that next zone, and they'll have a big door to work with.
Ascend have found themselves quite comfortably positioned. TSM will be well equipped.
There we go. Got my screens back after the PC crash. My bad again, by the way, for the PC crash earlier, y'all. My internet just been bugging lately.
Onto the roof before, as I say that, it looks like TSM potentially looking to go for an engagement here and start trying to clear the people in front of them out.
Area 310 on the wall. So many abilities coming down on them. Lemon trying to dodge the shots from the high ground, which is really challenging to make happen. And MDY White should be able to completely clean up Area 310. Meanwhile, TSM has still turned their sights onto Optic Gaming as dropped falls. Kashera taking down a member of DSG. So everything is starting to break out, because that circle, when we have to move, you gotta go. And Big E on your screen is looking so confident today, coming in, knowing exactly what he needs to do to be that anchor and push forward. Piercing spikes, force that team into an unfavorable position, and then just clean up.
Bro, what?
TSM
Okay, I have to
knew
look up
they
the story.
couldn't
Hold
allow
on.
Optic to live there. As the ring was closing, they needed to make sure that they had safety at their backs to continue their move forward from there. So Optic do go down. TSM now having even more loot at their disposal and a lot of free space to feel safe in. MDY White, meanwhile, trying to find another engagement for themselves here. They were doing a good job holding that high ground and doing some annoying damage. Now they drop down and take the fight to them. MDY White going down to 1, trying to clutch up the fight.
Damn.
Here, Feiju able to take down Sentinels.
Can't get any
Feiju
reset
doing
though.
what Feiju
Here
needs
comes
to
in
do.
Dreamfire though.
For a second, because Koifel, once RKN picked them up to join onto the Sentinels, had that Hemlock singing. It was a little tough, but PETA does have the Prowler. And look, when that went into the care package and the select fire came back, things were going crazy, but a rat is going to be found out, and Feiju and MDY White will be eliminated. 10 squads remaining, but we have to get into the wall. And if you're Dreamfire, you got your work cut out a little bit for you. You're just outside the zone, but this is nothing atypical from what we've seen from their playstyle in that end game.
Dreamfire coming in at just the most perfect time, not only able to clean up the solo and Feiju on MDY White, but now 2 teams worth of loot boxes before they have to make the call that you're talking about. Who are they going to try to push you to get into the zone? Will they go through LG? We've got X on one of the sides. Meanwhile, Startify has been sitting pretty this entire time. They called that zone and they've been holding it for a while.
And here we go, another engagement. 100 Thieves making the play to push into where Ascend is holding, but unfortunately, we're gonna lose out on 2 members, and Vaxlon on the Bangalore, a double time kicking in, throwing him out. He's trying to be like, where can I play? Definitely not out here. It's gonna be rather tough, as you are going to be full sending into
man.
it. TSM is keeping an eye out. They knew Ascend was in there. They wanted to say, hey, what's happening? Well, Reps is gonna go ahead and end that for them. 100 Thieves down and out, and Dreamfire still fighting their way into zone.
It looks like they went the direction of LG, so now that's the squad in their sights, but little do they know. Do you see on the map, there's an Aurora rat coming through, and we know that sometimes those solos can cause serious problems here as these
Hold
fights
that,
get
please.
into the thick of it. The black hole does go down. Dreamfire
Pizza.
absolutely decimating LG
Oh,
right now, trying
but
to
3MZ's
close
down
this
and
one
Pizza's
out.
like lit as fuck.
Sandwich down.
Oh, they're in trouble?
Everybody's solo
They're in
and
trouble?
but they need to clutch this up.
Roy, 1
Roy?
HP and a
Roy?
dream, but it is so close,
Damn.
but not going to be enough. Yanya able to clutch for LG, but they're trying to come in. They're trying to hit the res. But this is okay, though, because all of this is happening.
Sorry, that's a
while
really
Aurora
good first series for Dreamfire. Almost 80 points. I mean, usually the cutoff's right around 95.
Say, hey, you know, just don't look over here. The
100
last time
somewhere
we
in
said
there.
this happened, Nocturnal got found out. But if no one looks, it's totally fine, right?
I'm getting nervous the longer this goes on.
That's okay. Just let them loot. They're throwing out ammo. We're not going to disturb you.
Look at his face.
He's even smiling. He's like, dude, you know the heart rate is just elevating. You're like, just don't look my way. Don't look my way. Look, we'll be friendly here. Maybe I'll even help you out on the next fight. I'll throw some damage on the team you're fighting, but just don't look over here.
Somehow still alive. LG mostly focused on resetting and getting themselves into a better position as the rest of these teams have
Bambino.
nailing down
right now.
farther into the zone. Start a fight still looking very comfortable, having held the top of this building in general, the majority of this match. They did a very good job predicting where this was going to pull and nailing down that spot early. And now you've got so many teams that are going to have to push in to try and take it. Element 6 is there, XZ's there. You've got TSM looking to make a move, eventually pushing in. And SM will have to drop down.
Element 6 has been quiet today, sheesh.
But Element 6 coming in from Lightning Rod, we're able to get into such a solid positioning here inside the wall. But with Start a Fight on the roof, they've got the Watson fences, they've got the Jenny down. It's going to eat any knuckle cluster from K-Swinny that's trying to put pressure onto them. And you start to think about it, it's also going to eat Bang Smokes when they're trying to Bangalore and kind of cover that out. It's not going to happen. So keeping a Jenny for Start a Fight is mission critical, but Ascend, they're on the move. Element 6, they can be patient, but look who's running into some trouble. It's going to be Lufka.
Aurora finally eliminated. Yoboycue doing his best to try and keep the squad alive, get some more points on the board. Did just that. We do see a solo in Go Next as well, who's going to try to be hiding while TSM continue pushing their way through any single squad that's been in front of them. Now on Ascend, wanting to clear this out as well, because then they'll have that entire area of the zone to themselves. They do just that. TSM looks phenomenal right now.
Hey, look, we're in their land, we're in the wall, but LG Chivas, they're gonna make a play and try to take out TSM. Still fresh off that Ascend fight. Niazul finds Rep, Biggie's down, and TSM eliminated. Niazul, they took so minimal
So
damage.
TSM also a very solid day there.
So now they can focus their attention forward.
Also just realized I haven't updated scoreboard in a minute.
Those are your top 5
That's my
alongside
bad.
LG Chivas. We're in that final match, and as that zone starts to collapse in just 35 seconds, you have to find a viable place. And with Start a Fight, having ultimate high ground, having the Watson fences, this could look like a really good game for them.
Honestly, perfect timing out of LG to make that little bit of a wraparound and take out TSM immediately after they had fought Ascend. This is the rat that I was talking about. Gonek's been doing a great job, okay? Bambino's been killing it, at least keeping them alive, completely unnoticed. No one even suspecting this corner, but will have to potentially make his way past LG unless they wrap around and don't see him at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's like dead center of the zone, and with you, Revenant's passive, just the recent rework, you can move so fast while crouched and silent. And the climbing, if he wanted to maybe sneak up on the high ground or maybe try to play like some mid area of a climb, like, look, anything can happen here as long as he just stays. And making it to the top 5 as a solo.
TSM, I wouldn't say quite to where you can say that they're qualified the same way we would.
The little bit of Senti, that's going to keep LG a little
Our
occupied.
other squads,
they made that
right?
elimination onto Bambino, so Go Next will fall. But from the high ground, this is where I want it to end. I want them to take the win, but they still have to move. But with that, you know, all the way on the other side of the building, it's still playable.
Start a Fight can really do whatever they want in this situation. XZ, E6, LG, all on that low ground. While Start a Fight can watch and see which one of these fights is most likely to break out first. LG holding the backside of it. Element 6 directly below Start a Fight and XZ on the outside. XZ looks like they might be trying to potentially make a move onto LG, and this could be an opportunity.
Oh, Nocturnal is down, though. We did see the mother load come out, likely from XZ. But the issue here is Element 6, K-Swinny on the fuse, still has the fuse ultimate. Now, if he tries to utilize it on the high ground, it will be eaten by that Jenny unless it somehow gets destroyed first. But with the dark
Probably
rails
say other than
covering
Dreamfire and
we're throwing out
TSM,
an evac tower, and we gotta see
AvB
how are we
realize.
going
Everyone
to
else
get
still needs to make sure they're
the
really
other
showing
side,
up each
because
of
now you
these
wanna
next
stay
group
out
stages.
of the line of sight for as long as possible. You drop into the enemy one, and now
even realize it's not going to be that safe for real.
Here, but there's no Bloodhound on Start a Fight.
TSM not even really that safe for real.
Rotate away still with two, leaving LG on that side. Start a Fight dropping down to make the push.
It's only first series though, right? Though, so it's
to shrink here down to 2. But they are able to do some decent damage, trying to escape and see if they can maybe survive long enough while everybody else below dukes it out. E6 go
Start a
down,
fight.
LG go down, Start a Fight, drop down to clear out the rest of this match. It's a battle of wills, down to 1.
Start
and
a fight.
Clutch out match number 6.
Look, I'm telling you, we've been hyping up my girl Watson all day. And when the Watson clutches up in that end game, that's exactly what you want to see. Congratulations to Start a Fight Esports for winning the final map of our first series, and it was Jinx on the Watson making it happen. But even with Luskin
Isn't
on the
something
Valve,
within the culture that we see a lot of Pacific women not want to show their face on stream?
That was
I
an
wonder.
incredibly tough end game zone, but having the priority of the rooftop, utilizing the fences to kind of anchor it out, they did everything right. The question is, though, how many eliminations were they able to get from the teams rotating into the wall?
Even if they weren't able to get that many, that was a phenomenal performance. And once again, it was a really solid example of patience, making the right calls, taking the fights when they needed to take them. They did a phenomenal job. They had to make sure they were scouting everyone on both sides of their building. So that was a huge win for Start a Fight. But I'm also excited to see the numbers that we end up with for TSM. Because they mowed through some of those teams.
We'll have to find out. Start a Fight, sure, they can start a fight, and we know now that they can end one. Rain Day, I'd love to hear from you and the desk what you thought about that series.
I love it, Tiff. The question they have been asking and now answered, can they end the fight? They certainly did right there. South America, rise up. They have been looking for this chance at redemption and certainly Start a Fight, putting them in a good position. Of course, my name is Rain Day. We're back on the desk to break down the action after 6. It has been a great start to this championship day, and I've got my boys back with me here. We've got Dia, of course, Zephyr, and then Bullet. Bullet, I want to start with you again. We just saw a great in-game. Start a Fight obviously win that one, but overall, walk us through kind of what happened to set that up for Start a Fight winning, and that's a big moment for South America as well to kind of say we are here in this tournament, especially in Game 6.
Yeah, no, that was really awesome. You know, Start a Fight played like super passive on the roof. They just waited for their moment. They shot, they put pressure on everyone underneath. You know, they took their time. They didn't make any risky plays. You know, they just sat there. And then look, the opportunity presented itself. They went down at the right time, you know, and then they just cleaned up.
One of the beautiful things too is that there was a lot to navigate as well. We'll bring that up in just a moment when we have it, but there was a lot to navigate as far as TSM being in there, LG being in there. Ben, you know, when you look at TSM and LG, two teams that were vying for potentially top spots there, LG a little bit behind, but they ended up kind of cannibalizing TSM's end game there.
Yeah, especially for TSM, who this is supposed to be the circle that you win, right? You deliver on the place you start from. For them to falter in that moment, and on top of that, be choked out by Luminosity, who had an incredible rotation into it, at least gave us our entrance towards this.
I like that Zephyr has found a good way to kind of curve back the
obviously, I talked a little bit about Bullet.
excitement.
In just a second, but Dia, starting off, I mean, Start a Fight. This is
I think he's hit a very good.
They're in a pretty good position outside the chaos right now.
And importantly for me and for
Start
a Fight, for South American fans around the world, watching their growth into just the first day of championships from Split 2 playoffs is massive, and it's demonstrated here. They've held the roof, as we talked about, for a while. A relatively passive position where they're able to just farm out the placement points. The difference is that in late game team fights during the playoffs, Start a Fight weren't able to execute in critical moments. They
That's a
would
good
falter.
point, Dia.
And here, though it was a crazy endgame, ultimately, the ability to pull the rabbit out of the hat finally is the one thing that they've been working on. Team fight coordination was brought to fruition in this last fight, and it's wonderful to see.
We don't always see the Watsons with the Valkyries, with the Bangalores. South America, I talked a little bit as well to Kick and Vanglorioso as well. A-Team, their coach, running a little Newcastle potentially, maybe even playing Seer again here, even though he's been leaving the meta. I mean, I think South America, what I love is that they bring a different perspective to how Apex is played, and we're seeing that play off here. Obviously,
I'm gonna be interested to see what happens with the region.
Results, you could see some Some points obviously being adjusted. This is our Group 5, Match 5 results. We'll have those Match 6 results up in just a moment. But overall, let's start talking takeaways, fellas, as we get into a Game 6. What did that say to you, Zephyr, in terms of how you saw these teams perform?
And we're looking for a lot of the response, especially out of both Dreamfire and TSM kind of coming into this one here. But finally, a revitalization for so many of these other rosters, especially Luminosity. That was something that I liked seeing here, how they pressured from edge and showed that it isn't all just about zone play, especially off of things like those end circle changes, the ring and its pressure that it's come through with, and how you can still adapt and find your style when it comes down to it.
As we kept you waiting a little bit here, the Match 6 results on your screen for how it finished with this last game. Start a fight, they take it. Exit, though, they've kind of notably just been getting a lot of kills today. No matter what their placements are, Bullet, they've been playing quite well.
Yeah, no, they've been playing exceptionally. You know, they have the mechanics to back, and they've just been playing as aggressive as they can, you know, and look, it's been working beautifully for them.
Eyes on this top 10. LG, Chivas, obviously you do not want to get in a fight with them at any point in time. E6, Tiff, and Lauren were able to highlight one of these teams as well. Go next, TSM, Ascend, playing quite patiently, but still getting the job done. Aurora, Dreamfire, may have to talk about them in a second, and of course 100 Thieves. On our backside of the 20, MDY White, Sentinels, Optic Gaming, which is a team.
I want to see how these scoreboards finalize out before I go take little man to school.
Extremely well lately. Area 310, Disguise, LCDF, Fnatic, Realize, Oxygen Esports, and Brittle Order. Of course, it's all about what happened at the end. Who was our series winner? I think if you've been paying attention in the crowd and at home, it's a bit of a landslide, and unfortunately, none of us in the talent had picked this team to win. I don't know what that says about us. I'm going to do some soul searching after this, but I believe it is going to be revealed right now that Dreamfire will be taking over our winner position after 6.
I tell you what, I may not have predicted it. It was difficult to predict. Seeing how Dreamfire have grown from Split 2 playoffs to now has been almost entirely a macro journey for them. Their rotations specifically are just miles better than they were during the playoffs.
That's fair.
Yeah. And especially the fact that you bring up that word, rotations.
Yeah.
A lot of what we saw from some of these early matches really forced Dreamfire to extend themselves in so many of our games here. And unlike being in a POI where you can just start off and do well, they had to constantly adapt, and to find themselves at 78 on the board is an incredible place to be.
What's the difference between the separation, Bullet? What have you noticed about Dreamfire's play today that caught your eye?
Well, coming from my region, I know Dreamfire have exceptionally good mechanics. You know, they're some of the best, you know, mouse and keyboard players, really, really talented. And now we're able to see them, you know, put their talent to use. They're going at it. They're playing.
They're finally allowing their experience give them confidence to truly play in their real form.
One team after another, building their loot, and yeah, I mean, it's working really well for them.
I want to quickly add to that as well. They're not contested, which is a really big thing. Like they're from an objective perspective, they're rotating better. They're also able to rotate faster because they're not dropping hot.
And that's one of the differences that happens, you know, when you have these groups. Sometimes it does work out in your benefit that people aren't.
I wonder if KCP will still be contesting them at Milks. That contest is going on in LAN.
It does end up being a little rough, and that's where you can see these big distinctions. If you're ever at home watching, what happened to KCP? I don't know why, but they get in a lot of contests early. What happened to Dreamfire after doing so well in Group A versus B? Well, maybe that's because they're having a little bit of harder times at the outset. But right now, no hard times for DF and Roy, who I believe is standing by with We the People for an interview. Peeps, talk to us.
Hey, Rain, thank you so much. So we have Roy from Dreamfire, one of the greatest players in the world, man. Absolutely insane series that you guys had. How does it feel?
好 ，Roy 呢？你今天呢，做得很好，而且你的 Dreamfire 呢，今天表现得非常好。你现在感觉如何呢？
我现在感觉非常的爽，爽爆了，前所未有的感觉。
I feel over the moon now. This is a feeling I never had before.
I love it, and you guys deserve it, man. You guys bring so much energy and so much like love to the game, and I absolutely adore that. So from Split 2 playoffs to now, what has been the major difference? Because you guys look like a whole new animal now.
好，所以呢，你刚才讲的呢，让我也非常兴奋。这个呢，你在这个游戏里面的激情呢，让我也感受得到。那请问一下，从一开始呢到现在的这个赛季啊，还有到现在的你的目前你现在的感受是什么呢？
赛季到现在的感受。
对，你的有什么不同之处呢？
我觉得我们这一次肯定能带给比上次更不同的，给你们带给更多的惊喜，更多的 passion。
Yeah. I think this time we bring something new to the game, and I think we had a lot of more passion this time.
I love that. I mean, I think passion is such a big thing in anything in life, right? But especially video games. So you guys have one of the biggest fan bases here in Birmingham, UK. How does that feel? All that love, all that energy, how is that?
好，你讲的没错，你这个激情呢，我们也感受得到了。你看到你在这边呢有众多的粉丝，你的粉丝呢，你的队伍呢也是我们在伯明翰英国最多的。你这有什么感受呢？
说实话，我其实没有想到会有这么庞大的，毕竟我的队友皮神、三明治也都是非常厉害，因为我非常多粉丝，我也非常惊讶他们能来到现场支持我，非常感谢，爱你们。
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. I have so many fans here coming here to support me, and I'm really grateful for that.
No, absolutely. And I mean, you guys have had an absolute journey. What would it mean to you to win ALGS championship right here in Birmingham, UK?
哇，你们一路走来呢也是非常好。那对你来讲呢，你在这边我们英国的伯明翰赢了这个 ALGS 的 champion 冠军，对你来讲什么意义呢？
对我来讲，这是一个必经之路嘛。但是我们的目标一定是放在最后一个总冠军上面的，就是尽自己所能打到最好。
Yeah, this is something we need to go through, but of course, my final goal is to get a champion in the end, for sure.
I love that. Let me get some noise from the crowd. Oh, you gotta love it. They deserve it. Rain, take it away.
Thank you, peeps. Dreams in my heart, fire in my gut. Well, I think that is a saying I'm going to remember for a while as well. Plus the hearts. You know, you got to throw these up when you're talking Dreamfire, you're talking Roy, maybe bend to the side a little bit on it. I mean, it's just such a great energy from these players. And I want to go to our final thoughts here. After they have such a phenomenal performance after 6, they are the leading points leader here in day 1 so far. And Dia, what are your takeaways from seeing 6 games so far in our championships?
I touched on it a little bit earlier, but their macro game has really taken a big step up. So I'm excited to see what Dreamfire does next. There are still some sleeper teams from this lobby that didn't get their chances to shine. I'm thinking Oxygen, of course, a team that a lot of people were watching coming into today. And I'm keeping my eyes on Sentinels because with the pickup of Koiful, I'd expected a little bit more from them in our first couple games.
17 years old. Incredible. Matchless and Isle and Arcane. We'll see how that goes. Zephyr, your thoughts on 6?
I think coming into it and finally finding the pacing for some of these teams right off the bat much quicker than some of us maybe expected, especially in what is kind of posed to be this zone meta. We're still getting a lot of that aggressive tempo, so finding teams like Dreamfire, but also Realize and so many of these other APAC entities doing well is at least a nice surprise and something that we hopefully continue to see as we make our way through the rest of these days.
Bullet, it's been great having you. We'll have you more here and there on the desk in between our day. But tell me, what are your final thoughts after watching 6 games so far of our championship?
Yeah, look, seeing this current meta with Bangalore and Horizon and Cat, it's so nice to see like all these really exceptional mechanical players just have freedom to excel, you know, run around, take whatever fights they want. You know, there's just so much more freedom. And I think it's just so much more enjoyable to watch as well.
Well, it seems like the meta is changing. It seems like the players may have to adapt as well. Some of the mentions that maybe didn't have their best performance, but it's just 6 out of many more to come here in day 1 of our championships. And for those who want to know what is in store, let's go ahead and let you see the schedule for the rest of this afternoon and evening. At 2:30 p.m., we will kick off Group C and D, so a complete change. We'll see the rest of our 20 competitors have a chance to go at it. And then A and D will get a chance, a reprise, to try to either push themselves even further to the top or find themselves back in the mix of teams competing. Either way, we've got a lot in store here. We are going to go on a quick break, but do not go anywhere. There is plenty left here at the championships in Birmingham.
Legends Global Series champions. Day number 1 starts now. Is taking the best spot, but these wingman shots, the wing bro coming in clutch. Now we have Fnatic as a full 3-man team and the high ground. Take game number 1 here. Skittlecake is going crazy right now with 5 KP.
And Dreamfire with game 2!
And TSM looks so healthy.
And Riddle Order has fallen to Sky's win their first contest.
I'm popping a med kit,
And we get some hype for Roy. Dupes down, Dupes falls. Dreamfire are your winners of match number 5.
One trying to clutch up the fight here. FaZe. It's a battle of wills down to 1 and start a fight. Clutch out match number 6.
Holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
What a moment this is. Reps goes in, should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. One of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend.
There's 2 on the rock and then 1 on the left on the box. Focus the guy on the left. You two focus left. You two focus left. Focus left, both of you.
He's going back. He's going back. He ran back.
64 on him. 64 on him. On me. He walked up on him. Zero
Now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done!
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
Do you smell it? I smell a third party coming up right behind TSM. They got to start watching out, or else this fight is just taking way too long. They're getting the trade. After those 2 cracks, though, they need to be able to finally fully send it in.
And Verhols is going to call it. He beams one. Verhols single-handedly knocks 1. Can he get the double? Yes, he does. Verhols going for the triple kill to kick off the ALGS playoffs in London.
Welcome to the GG7 out here. Verhols with a hip-fire shot. He's looking to take out Alliance, and Alliance is the first squad to go down. But in perfect timing, there's the third party that we were worried about. Reps gets taken out.
And from behind them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds 2 with the 1 clips. He's going to make it 3! Zane, you are a maniac!
What a performance from Zane in the 1 versus 3. Catches him off guard. He avoids TSM. He rotates wide. Get away.
It's Zane!
Zane is still alive.
Zane.
Still shredding as he gets into the top 5.
Zane is insane! Oh! What did you have for breakfast, Zane? I want some as well.
It's gonna be a full English. Surely Jay Ling's into the top 4, and now Zane the kill leader. Remember, he's been a solo for quite some time, and he's still going. What? Still hitting shots, but has to calm it down. Instead, they are going to make the push. They are going to make their way up. They don't want to wait any longer. They waited for the death box to be out, and they get involved in the fight. And it should be simple from here. There's a lot of damage. Hackers will get the second knock.
Hackers gets the second one. One player left alive then on this high ground alliance, looking to answer back, and Yuki looking to join the fight as well. A finish is going to come in as well, and let me tell you, that's BM, brother. He's not just looking for that armor swap. He wants to let them know that this is still Alliance's playground.
It still works so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here.
Mike is going to go down here. A little bit of hip fight from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like Alliance maybe have the advantage here. But now Hackers goes down. Mandy goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments. Go! And it's clutch again! Yuki loves to win those kind of fights.
There you go. Mandy hits the grab with looking for an LOS onto North Epsilon. Racy says, I can do it too, and goes up. But Tyler has fallen. He's taking some damage. The fear exhibit out.
He didn't even know. He wasn't even looking at it. Gravity lift to get behind him on the flank. Gets the hit fire shot. And they got that flare. Two as they drop. North Epsilon looking to make the comeback. Looking to make another dub out here. And they come out being the winners of game number 6.
NTH win. Do a little dance. Show it off. APAC North for the win.
Send up to an NRG currently. They get to train, and it's free for Space Station. Well, we know the squad is playing on the low ground.
Meanwhile, the guard is just waiting. The guard is just collecting. SSG still alive. The Skyward Dive is up, and the guard is on top. The guard is going to win this game. Are you kidding me? What can you do? It's a 1v1! It's a 1v1!
Oh, what is he gonna do? He needs to finish up. He wants to get the KP. He wants to get the shields up real quick. He gets the shields up. In the 1v1, he takes a little bit of damage. He's playing off the fence line. He's got that natural cover, and he's looking to engage.
Hal versus Yuki. It all comes down to this. For 3 KP and 3 more placement points. It's the CEO versus the model. Yuki's an absolute monster, but Hal's better. He's gonna fry, doesn't take any damage. Hal is perfect, but Yuki turns it around.
No way.
Finish the shots, no. Yuki playing the knockdown, and Hal's gonna melt him again.
Oh, he's playing him. He punches him away. He gets the extra space. He punches him again. Don't get out. You just need the fist.
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food.
He's won.
But he's 1 HP.
No!
He was out of ammo. Was he out of ammo? Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? What did we just see?
The alley-oop on the gravity lift in Dreamfire, moving in, cleaning up 2 of SCD.
Can it be NorCal from the low ground who somehow wins this game? Azazel, last alive. Roy in a 1v1, I think. It's a 1v1 for the Brett. NorCal's out.
Oh, SCD, Dreamfire right now. Roy trying to find a pop-up opportunity. He doesn't have a knockdown shield for extra cover.
Oh my goodness! FC Destroy plays the knockdown shield perfectly and wins the 1v1 against Roy. You will
on the bank. Where are you, Jay?
He's fighting. He's on the right side. Nice. They're gonna climb here. You need to swing someone.
Come inside, Jay. Come inside, swing. No, spell
nice.
I got a heal. Come inside it, Jay. Run with me. Run with me, Jay. Go, Jay! Let's go! Jay! Let's go! I'm an alpha swap. What are you gonna see? Matei a bala, relaxa. Tem só mais um, guys. Só mais um. Tem só um cara vivo.
Bro, we are back at 43 minutes?
Pegar kill, tá aqui, Urso.
43 minutes.
Tá aqui, Urso, mata. Boa. Que atrás. Eu tô curando. Não tenho bala. Relaxa. Lasso. 左やろ。Get it. Lasso.
Now let's go see if what they got going on Nice Week's channel. It's like never mind. Whatever.
Shield swap gets the KP. Needs to stay alive. No, Melee does it. E6. They go down.
And it all falls onto the shoulders now.
That's fine. I need to make
Waltzy.
Have you got the nerve, son? Have you got the steel? Is the ice there to send your team through?
Intermission start. How long ago? So I can put.
Whoa, see! Does it for ANT! Ascend will pick up the win, but that one kill! Exit, gone, and maybe now the door is open for Alliance! The
8 minutes ago-ish, 9 minutes ago-ish.
It's not so easy though, smokes are down, and they get it, Alliance! From top of the wheel, get it done! Get on your chair, Monday popping up!
Yeah! Hold up, there.
32-ish maybe.
하나 필. 오케이, 할만해 와도. 기다려봐. 너 깨져. 공자. 나 키트. 필 다 빨고. 발공 타자. 야, 온다. 오케이. 나한테 없어. 나가는 중이죠?
Yeah, that's the case. Yeah, I need to keep. I thought I was making a bagel earlier and I completely forgot because we had the power out or the internet outage here for a second. I had to try and rush to get everything back up and running. So stand by and we'll watch. I guess these are just.
Singularity versus Exo.
I guess these are just highlights from.
But guess what? It all comes down to Arton. He gets one.
I'm trying to see here. Singularities there would have had to have at least been
Arton, the IGL
split
for this
one
team,
playoffs. Yeah, because there's Exo there. I wonder if maybe they're doing like a full comprehension highlight. I remember that play though. That was lit.
But he has enough cover. All the knockdown shield.
This is like a
but
game
what
of
did you
Dota.
miss?
This is like a game of
Just
Dota. They're playing the
group
resources
one
so well.
just got done.
Arton's going to heal back up.
Cool, Mike.
And there you go. Back to full health. The macro right now for these two
A
players.
versus B
the intelligence
just wrapped up.
So they see where it's going, but he didn't see him through the smoke. A huge PK shot. One
Final
and a
scores
two,
actually, I can post them in here now that they're actually updated.
On World's Edge.
Exo Clan on top.
Riddle had 11 in last place. There's just not enough characters there.
The horizon lift to get close.
What's close to the gap on me? Cracked him. Armor swapping. He's one. He died. This guy. Okay. The bang's almost cracked.
Alright, sorry y'all.
Both on me. Dead. One more.
Bro, I need to call my internet provider again because this is getting really frustrating. What's weird is I haven't had it happen over on Twitch whenever I do my gaming stuff, which is kind of frustrating, but it is what it is. But yeah, so cool, Mike, you're asking what you missed. So this is Series 1, scores are in chat. Dreamfire won 2 games. TSM also won 2 games.
It's just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through, and it's Geo, it's NRG, it's a 3v3.
And with the momentum that NRG have, is there any way
But then, yeah, more impressively was probably the fact that XZ finishes 3rd without ever finishing within the top 4 other than their last game when they finished 2nd. They just had 2 high kill games. They had a 10er and a 9er in their last 2 games on World's Edge. And then they did a pretty good job kind of combining source point kills and placement points.
He's on the box ceiling.
I got
Close. Zero now.
Also, start a fight from South America, finishing 5th.
Get above this instantly. I'm pushing the guy up top. They're fighting another team. Kill this. Kill this kid.
TSM need 1 point. 1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard Verholz get it done?
And you heard the plan. They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need second place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Too much. He seemed frustrated early because they had bad starts, but they won games 3 and 4 back to back.
The CEO puts his team on match point.
Match point achieved, but can they now double it up? It's 2 versus 3. It's on.
And then,
here comes the black
honestly,
hole.
other than those 2 games, were kind of quiet.
Goes in as well. It's all up to Verholz and Imperial. How?
It's not very fair. They did have 5 kills in games 2 and 5. Just they kind of went out somewhat early.
Will be your champions here on World's Edge.
I mean, to be fair, TSM had no game. Other than their first game, they went out on their contest, I think, or someone pushed right into them. Led the contest.
Can we get angles?
Pushed like right in towards them, or they were rotating towards circle, maybe it was, wherever it was. But other than that, they didn't finish outside the top 8. You know, so they had a pretty solid first.
I'm not kidding.
session, I would say.
I will, once I medkit. I'm 1 HP, I'm 1 HP. I need a bat, I need a bat. Following on me, 800 on this guy. Yo, you guys
Still kind of curious while they're showing. I mean, I guess it is day one.
Bangalore slow. Knock one. It's 1v1, Gildy. Kill this guy. He's so one, man.
You gotta just keep chasing. Why can't I talk?
Nice.
And then run forward and foul court. Run to the other way and foul court.
Fuck, man.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, bagel, meat, food. I need to eat.
Here we go, feed. You have Ascend players going down. Now, the Valkyrie ultimate, the Skyward Dive, has been a flip of the coin sometimes for TSM. On match point, on the biggest stage of them all, will they find somewhere to play? The answer is yes.
They find a spot, and now they're griefing. They want to take the prime position here. They know Northeast is where you've got to go here. Smokes are down, but they've got the digi-threats.
Digi-threats. Perfect to see through those smokes. Like you say, Reps picks up one, Verholz picks up another, and TSM are looking hungry for it right now. LG, you are gone. As well, they've still got the Dark Veil down to reset, but Naked still holding the line, still holding strong, and it's looking like this will be yet another win for the region. All sorts of nade markers, but they survive through it all. Tiger now having to survive. 100 Thieves gone, Exet gone. Also, Jailings will fall to these final moments, and Suzuki will go down as well.
Get a shield swap and get back into it. Alliance have lost one. The Peck gets a shield swap. Down goes Naked. Here comes Dark Zero. They push in to get the final damage. It's gonna be a melee.
Hey, let me just tell you that Crypto Red really let them go, but go next. This is their game to win. If you can maintain the high ground, keep shooting down. That's another one. Raki down. Xset eliminated, and now Onyx is once again has finished the center and able to grab a knock onto Raki. Onyx Esports eliminated. Go next, dropping down from the high ground, and they are letting it rip. They should be able to take this. Bambino though, go next.
Look left. Go to the balcony. Boys, kill left. Yeah, one sec, healing first. Hold him up. I'll kill him. I'm in. Nice. Hold him outside the left, team outside the left. Pick him a nade. Can we reset a second? I'm low. I'm gonna stop on the left. I'm fighting. Yeah, reset. Going. Give me knock. Fuck me, man.
Does have the ability to pop in. Tyson ult goes in as well, and in fact,
and obviously it didn't really pay off in their favor, but we'll see. It might be this time.
it can work, and it's already done wonders for a lot. Sort of a vertical cover. TSM fighting for the high ground in this ring are going to be helped out even by, you guessed it.
I feel like anytime someone gets...
TSM wanted to play for a second, but they disrespected MDY White. It's going to be a quick clean up for MDY as they still own the high ground. They still have the power position. They never gave it up.
Everyone gets involved. Black Hole goes down.
Go next, trying to hold on. It's all up to Obley. Can he close out? Down to 2 squads. Cannonpoo alongside him. All they've got to do is pick up the final KP. Damage being done. Flatline is the answer.
It's a 3 versus 3, but how much damage did Realize take?
Can they get the Gibby bubble down? Have they already used it? Are they going to be able to reset? Kashira's going to go down, and Sang-Yoon with that massive in his hands has made this one a little bit dicey. Lufka now moving in. He's got the car in his hands, has to hit the reload, but this is looking like a Lufka game, and no!
Series that saved them the game, and now with Complexity to fight up against LG, we're fighting for the winning squad. Whoever holds on to this spot should take it all, and LG Shiva sports go down. A collaboration of them and Luminosity, and in the 3v3 now, Luminosity has to clutch up, start a fight with the Gibby. Crack Yanya almost take him down, and Cheeks pops over on the rampart, getting him melted by Jetplay. LG!
The tune! He has to reload! He armor swaps as well! Oh my god, are you kidding me? No way! MDY White! Minuet!
through. These final two squads fight for the life, but Dreamfire has the advantage. They have the nuts, they have the position, and they're about to have game number 5. Dreamfire.
Zainu's gonna go down.
It's gonna be a 1v1, Jen.
Oh my goodness. It is indeed a 1v1, Greek. Can Jen Burton clutch up here? He's done it so many times to get slowed by the ARC-Star. He does have a scan if he needs to.
He has the knockdown shield, and Jen Burton clutches up.
My bagel like a sandwich. I'm a badass with both hands at once, alright? I promise you that, champ. Sit down too for a bit. Especially for the break. So now we only get like highlights from when Command Center was funky, huh? Oh. I wonder if Wig and them are back yet. Nope. Never mind. It seems so. My problem is when I try and open it, it seems to give my PC issues. And I don't know if that's a me thing or a command issues center thing. But I've seen people saying it's working. Oh, no restarts in the first series. Also a good thing. Positive. All right, that bagel hit the spot. Not gonna lie. You know what, now's as good a time as any. Try and see if we can get the team stream going again. Last time I was trying to get team stream going, it was giving my PC some issues. Already seems to be doing a little bit better, so that's positive. Oh, you know what we can probably also do? Oh, did they say in Woohoo games instead of why am I having a hard time fucking thinking his name now? Focus. I wonder. Definitely gonna be watching Moist. Dark Zero. Black Hand. Pioneers. So that gives us what, 5? That's 4. I think I want to watch Dojo. Man, part of me really does want to watch Singularity. Want to watch Singularity. That gives us 7. Did Effect get his did Effect get his password or not? I know he was waiting on it still, like I think last week, right? Pretty sure. Oh, Newer Esports is there. Yo, we worked with them. They're pretty cool people. I didn't realize that Newer Esports was a official watch party. Who do we want to add into this? I guess FaZe? Ah, fuck it. We'll add an alliance as well. And since it connects to our account now, that means my turbo should be working. So we shouldn't get cucked by ads, which is pretty cool. We take those. What do we think, Chad? Do we want to stick with this? I think we're going to stick with it. So if we're going to do that, I'm going to play APAC South. Sheesh! I'm going to take play Apex down in the background. It does mean we're going to have to figure out sound in each one, but that's fine. Well, we can probably assume that where that was. We'll move all these to 50 actually, and then we'll adjust when we unmute is what we'll do. Because if command center are working, I want to run this. Might even open up a thing that's just the map and put it on my other monitor and see if it can help me keep a little better track of fights. Still got 20 minutes. All right, you know what then? If they're going to still be doing that for a while, let's do Battlefy here real quick. Bro, damn, they don't start till 9:45 gone. Man, that means, so if group stages start at 2:15, means group stages are gonna run what? To about 5? Past 5, almost 6? So teams in this next group. This is our next lobby here. I know we just obviously had a thing up as well, but let's see. What can I do to? I guess. Take this. What up, Ducky? He says, I'm so tired. By the way, I was going to message Vader in Discord here in just a minute. He was saying 5:30 his time, right? Because we're probably going to be running until about 6 here. Which would be 5 his time. Oh yeah, I don't think this is going to be done by 5, dog. So it started at 5, and we got done about what? 8:40, 8:35-ish. And it starts at 2:15, the last group. Granted, the first group had a little bit of a delay between the first and second game, but we should probably give a little bit of time for tech difficulties in each series for, like, to be fair. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I know you feel me. True, true. How's work going, buddy? Does Start a Fight have a Twitter account? I don't think they do, right? Oh, it's Team Start a Fight. Third energy drink. Yo, Ducky, your heart, my guy. What are you doing up so late? You were playing Apex with Moon that late, weren't you? He'd be on them D-Gen hours, dog. Oh, damn, word. What'd you get your threes up to? Or were y'all doing duos? Oh, bad. Feel it, I feel it. Yes, yeah. So Champs at Raleigh was for season 2. This is for season 3.
Pops the battery and exit under duress. It's NRG and it's Geo within the zone, making life very difficult for all these teams. But exit are also doing damage. Burholz finally gets taken down. Here comes Fun though. Fun is starting to play with his food a little bit here. So many kills being picked up. Sykes is still down here. The Guardian eliminated while all of this carnage is unfolding. DZ will go down as well. Dark Zero out.
I miss the guard in Apex, man.
Exit are in middle of Geo and NRG. They're the two teams we want to watch. Sweet is just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through, and it's Geo, it's NRG, it's a 3v3.
And with the momentum that NRG have, is there any way that you can say Geo can do something to stop it? The Newcastle defensive wall will go down. Nathan trying to spray, trying to pray. There's a couple of shield swaps on the floor to play with, but at the moment, it looks like NRG are in a position to deal some damage.
NRG just need one kill and they'll be on match point, but they want to win this game. And Sweet takes him down.
Woo! Chat, are you gonna judge me if I go grab a bag of chips right now, even though I only just had a bagel a minute ago? Fucking hungry.
1 point.
Yo, I knew this kid into like working out and stuff would do this to me too.
They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need second place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Make me hungry all the damn time.
How gets the kill? Needs to be secured. More damage
NRG, but can they now double it up? It's 2 versus 3. It's Onyx. Here comes the black hole. Here comes the set.
Missile Swarm goes in as well. It's all up to Verhulst and Imperial Howl as a duo. Verhulst will fall down, but job done for TSM. Onyx, however, will be your champions here on World's Edge.
Yo, I can't wait to watch Fussy on the Moist Rock roster, man.
The smokes are abundant. Ascend, though, very well positioned, and Godspot, Gilderson's still alive.
Gil putting down the black market, getting what he needs here, denying that for Fnatic as they get eliminated. E36 now trying to run away. Gil trying to clean up some
I miss Fallout on the desk, man.
Warrior left from NRG.
This is a game of hide and seek right now. Gillerson's is channeling his inner 13-year-old playing Call of Duty or Halo 3, just hiding from the rest of the lobby. Unbelievable.
Let's tone it back here. With Ascend being a full man squad, GO only up to Juzna, the only one alive. Guild, the only one alive. 2 rats against a full squad that has the high ground.
Unbelievable. 2 teams to 1's gonna make it so difficult for Gildersons. Juzna, look at Juzna's positioning, Vicky. Juzna is inside the building, but has no exit without taking quite a bit of storm damage. So you got to think on low ground, Gildersons and Juzna, the crypto ult is gonna scan out.
You know, I'm not really sure.
Very
if I had to
right
guess,
Ascend, the Portuguese squad picks up the new Polish rookie.
He was not allowed to do the Apex Rising event while also working
control, Vicky. I don't see a world where they lose this game, but hey,
in conjunction with ALGS, but that's complete speculation. I don't know.
Guild, the 1v1 comes in, because they're already with the information, gets the EMP. They're going to fully send it on to Guild. No time as Ascend clean that up. Has an easy win for them there in that game.
I also know that the dates of one of the events, Fallout had like a family wedding to go to. And I think he's over in Greece even now. Oh, no, he's not. He just, I think he was doing some traveling, though, and then went from there to Birmingham. Like, I think part of it might have just been his schedule.
This is our house out here. The guard are going to be able to hold on to this high ground, hold on to the rock. They've created the fence line, and they have the height to look at these 2 squads.
We need Rambosi back in ALGS.
In less than 45 seconds, that circle is going to close in behind them. They're going to have to move forward.
Let's jump into a listen with the guard. This is going to be insane. Let's jump in with RKN.
They don't know that. They might not. Just go AFK. Go AFK. Can I look down and shoot, you think, or no?
New gen behind us.
We should just AFK here. Should I look down and shoot or no? Yo, that's Rambo to a T.
Fighting under us, maybe?
I fucking love that dude.
They're gonna focus each other on the far side. Everyone's gonna die except for us. Everyone's gonna die except for us. This team's looking. We have to drop. We have to drop. Kill under me. I died. Kill, dead. Play on me. I'm bringing knock.
Yeah.
Wow. They're all going to die, but instead the guard gets out. Nice shots from Kian. He gets eliminated. The guard's going to be out.
Currently, E6 are finally finding their momentum here, too, as the guard get finished up. Exit now fully sending in as E6 doesn't have the health advantage. Exit playing up the rock, but they lose out on sight.
That's right, Fun playing wide right, so incredibly talented. Can he clutch up?
Oh, he gets the beamish, though. The hip already connected, but it's up to Nocturnal to clutch up for Exit. E6 has the man advantage, and they win game number 7.
Damn. I was honestly half expecting Fallout to be the stage host for this event when I saw he wasn't on the desk. I'm not gonna lie to you. I almost wondered if that was going to be his role moving away from the desk, but we haven't seen him on it.
Ascend versus TSM finish, depending on how Ascend rotate, but Fnatic, they take to the sky. They could be big party poopers onto TSM here. They could very much drop, try and take this northeast side. TSM are gonna have to hold their ground.
Alliance eliminated in the meantime. Fnatic land, but only 2 of them have their feet touch the floor. TSM under duress, House taking damage. The black hole's gonna go down. He's desperate to get down to his long-time duo in reps and just about manages to do so.
TSM holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
What a moment this is. Reps goes in, should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. One of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend. Charge rifle shots hit. Who has the utility available though? Reps, you saw the Seer. He has the exhibit available as well. He can get that down to get the wall hacks out. That's going to give TSM an advantage, but the last thing you want to do here, Dan, is be the first to be knocked.
Have they been tracking the kill feed? Do they know they are going up against another team on match point? Whoever wins here wins this tournament. Post-kill, trying to take an angle, trying to get an area where he can put down suppressing fire to allow Kashira and the rest to get out.
Ascend have got to make the play.
I wonder if they have the
the
names wrong on the team stream thing where it said.
It does not get more intense than this. Match point leaves us with two teams as Kashira makes the play. Kashira for Europe gets the shots in, but no shield break as now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done!
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
Is the crowd actually cheering and watching that? Oh.
I'll scan them soon.
Yeah, snipe on the roof. There's a Watson team underneath, and there's not a Watson on the roof. So who's zipping? What?
They dropped out a cannon spot.
The
They're
cannon
right below us.
spot, yeah.
They're right below us now.
Yeah, I'm shooting them. I have free angles here. I gotta go back. I gotta scan. We should keep bullying these guys on over here. It's free peaks.
I scan at 18.
Evan, you Valko.
Coming with you.
Valko, there's a Valko.
I've scanned at 10. You guys can peek off that.
They're gonna go low ground.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm gonna go get.
Low ground. They're gonna instant die. Get ready for the kills.
Actually.
Okay. You want zero thief?
Wait, they went into the cannon. They went cannon. One guy missed it. He's inside the staircase.
Yep, over here.
Down downstairs.
Evan, come over here. Jordan, watch the side doors.
Alright.
Looking over here.
I got the Seer. They're all far right. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, team right below us, team cannon spot, and that's still the team right above us.
Keep looking my left.
I don't see anybody. Southeast. I'm on Syracuse.
Still scanning us.
Yeah, come back. It's a fire east zone. You see this?
Yeah, I do.
That's not good for us. We need to start bullying Evan. We need to start bullying. Keep bullying the team underneath.
Who do you want me to scan for you?
Just on the roof.
I can scan a guy right below you.
40 on Seer.
He's cracked. He's cracked.
Laboratory, I'm going back.
He's one. He's literally one.
He got down.
Yeah.
Is the team still on the roof?
He's walking inside. Yes, they're inside the roof.
Alright, so I actually got meat and cheese. I'm gonna be a good boy.
Kill one of us.
I know, that's why I'm standing here.
I finished one.
60 on Bangalore.
Height.
They scanned me. Height scanned me.
I'm dropping the
door.
He dropped in the door.
Even though I'm kind of letting time dictate my snack, which is weird. We start at 5 o'clock, right? I woke up early. So, I mean, kind of, it's almost lunchtime-ish for me, for real. But, so I probably could have gotten away with, you know, chips. But chips aren't that healthy. Which means we're still going to have 45 minutes until lobby. No, that was 2:15. It said on for...
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I feel like they could do better with their ad placement to get more ad revenue.
Welcome back to the Apex
But maybe I'm tripping.
Legends Global Series Championship. Championship. We are live here in Birmingham, UK in the Resorts World Arena, and today is day one of our 5-day-long epic competition. It is the culmination of a year of hard work for these teams, and things have started off pretty amazingly, if I do say so myself. Hopefully the day continues to be the same. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'm joined on the desk by the brilliant Spider, Tiff, and Dia, and I cannot wait to start talking about what happened.
Rain Day gets the series off, huh?
Well, you know how my thoughts are. We just got off the casting booth, wrapping up the first series that we witnessed, and now everyone seems to be kicking things into gear. When they learned on Split 1 playoffs, what they tried to apply on Split 2 playoffs, really feels like
it was at the end of a stream, and we don't know what happened. Because nobody was able to type in chat. So I do apologize.
So cool to see.
APAC North looks really strong. Just to
Wifey
start the day
fell
off,
asleep in
for
chat,
the first couple
in
of
chat on her
games,
phone, and I
it
think
is
she hit
still
something on her
early, but
phone
what
in
really
like
is
mod
getting
mode.
me about the start for them is that this was something that was created out of rotations, not just winning fights that seemed a little bit lucky, but out of a great game plan. And we're seeing teams across the globe really step their game up, even with South America picking up a win.
I actually remember the night you're talking about.
That's why we're saying the day started off so well. But if you're just joining us and you're wondering what exactly is on the docket here for today, let's take a look back at the schedule so you know where we are so far in our competition. Now, we started off the day with
Diane Moon and Oogie here too, and they started letting me know in Discord we couldn't figure it out.
Now we're heading into groups C and D. All right.
And then Weevil woke up and was trying to figure out what she hit. Then I just edited stream anyways.
7 p.m. BST. Lots to talk about today when we get into it, because we're gonna give a quick recap for anyone who might have missed it. The first 6 matches of the day, Tiff, it was insanity, and not even what a lot of us expected.
I mean, hey, you say not expected, but then TSM showed up and they showed out a little bit. Dreamfire, they got a couple wins, and you mentioned Startifight coming in clutch. I ran into Dutch on Startifight, and you know, it's such good talking to him right after that series win and like that match win. And he was just saying, you know, as soon as we took the roof of that positioning in the wall, we knew we had it. We had the Jenny down. We could see all of the things, and they knew where TSM was, and they knew they stayed in that building, so they were like, oh no, we're not moving.
Yeah, I mean, it really worked well for them, and to highlight a few teams that perhaps didn't get the win, I always love innovation, and we did see, while Startifight pulled out of Watson, we saw Go Next pull out Revenant, which is really exciting, and we are getting a bit of meta variation here and there, which is nice, especially on our first day, where typically teams do want to play a little bit more conservative, play what everybody else is doing. Now they're experimenting a little bit more, and it's definitely coming across well in the results.
I mean, and to give credit to Go Next as well, we talked about them a lot when we were watching.
I really want to see Singularity do good here.
100 Thieves and kind of fight them off that POI. It paid off well for them in some of those Storm point matches.
Yeah, that's where things got really crazy, because I wasn't anticipating that kind
It's crazy to think that a majority of the teams that I talked about in my post yesterday are all in this next lobby.
To elect to land in that no-name area just over the mountain outside of Antenna, but this one, it got brutal, and being able to force such a top-tier team of 100
I think the only
out, that just goes
team
to
that
show
wasn't
you
was
that everyone
XM.
that had Go Next as a dark horse, they were right. They knew something, and they came here to play.
But then at the end of the day, Dia, it was all about Dreamfire. I mean, the top of the leaderboard at the end of that first series. Incredible performance out of them.
Yeah, and when I talk about the rotations, to get a little bit more specific as to what was
I
going
think
so
Dia
well
should
for
be in
them,
Glitter's role.
They, in our very first
I'm just going to
game,
say it.
hit super
I don't want
early
that to come off the wrong way for
rotations,
Glitter.
Before even 40 seconds had finished
Although I
on
will
the
be,
map,
I will
but the
be honest, I
change
may have
up
never
in
been a huge
that,
Glitter fan.
based on where the zone was pulling, even minutely, ended up being really important for them on their World's Edge games, and I'd say Storm Point.
Not 'cause she's not good at what she does,
Really
I just
keen eye about how to prioritize a rotation that would give them high ground, whether it meant leaving
Don't feel like
early
she
and
usually gives me a
approaching
lot
from
on
their
the
strong
desk.
side of the map, or rotating further away onto the slow side of the zone in order to make that work. When we came over to Storm Point, it was a very similar story where we saw them interacting with the map in such a way that they would very quickly find themselves in a position where they could then retain high ground for the next couple of minutes.
I feel like she's just simply reading the story versus storytelling, if that
looking
makes sense.
strong to start off the day here for sure, but now we're moving into groups C and D, and obviously all of these squads want to be the ones to be going home with that trophy. So let's take a look at what Group C has to offer.
Chat is going crazy in this game here.
They fly in, the dojo, they came out swinging.
You've just got to make sure you do what you can. Well, on the opportunity, they get the first knock on the score, make it 2 on that slot. Only 1 left mounted these, and Gambare Otosan.
And they put Alliance once again.
And here, Monsoon finishes off.
She goes to arrive, it's a trade on the roses. Here comes Zero! Zero! The captain! The ID out! And send it back down under!
All right.
All right, Tiff. Lots of really good choices here, but after looking at Group C, I have to ask you which team you're going to be keeping your eyes on.
What, as if Dark Zero...
Let me know, Chan, if there's anyone you think we should be switching out. But we're going to have mainstream who will flip into
completely different that has been making waves.
Dark Zero, FaZe, Moist, Team Singularity, Blackhand,
Dojo, the roster of
Dojo, Alliance,
KCP. And
KCP.
here's why. This is your team that came first in the ALGS Last Chance Qualifier for North American region. And Timmy, very much like a Shroud, right? Just so talented, pulling the roster together.
Yo, those jerseys are so hot.
Formerly on G2,
You can't really
but
tell
Enemy,
much because it's dark in there, but it has some really cool design.
This roster has came together under the helm of Timmy, who's being the IGL. Now, what I want to see for this squad is that they make it on Final Sunday. I know they can do it, but here's the deal. Timmy has to have confidence, and his teammates need to trust in the Timmy's calls. And I think that if they can have the trust in Timmy to make the right decision.
Kind of see it on enemies there at the end, but it has like the dragon design in it. It looks really slick.
I've even talked to the dojo, and I'm sure you've heard this from them as well, but they're very aware that the way that they got here was a bloodbath. They are a very kill-heavy team, and they have this awareness.
I think that can still work for them during group stages, though.
That on the World's Championship stage, you need to believe that you can take on some of the best players across the globe. And that's a difficult mentality to maintain, so this first set is going to mean a lot for the mentality of this roster moving forward.
I feel like it's always so hard to hear them when we get to the desk
the
here.
most important set that they'll play, and it's the first one.
We'll have to see how they do. It's definitely going to be an exciting series, but we still have 10 other teams to round out this series. So let's take a quick look now at Group D.
Here's two huge thermite, huge arc star. Absolutely gonna take that. Oh, the beam!
The FC destroyed on doing it.
Consequence, nice!
Getting 1v1 on the Wopsy, no, it's Moist! Will the Mozart big shots hit?
Compliment. Right here on my pin, giving you knock.
I like the way that you can do this! MC destroy!
Easy flash, my boy.
KCP in our Sheila and the Sheila bring it down. Oh my God!
This Black Hand will take the win.
All right, Dean.
Telling y'all right now, heavy is the hand.
Choice to make, but out of Group D, which team jumps out at you?
I hesitate to say it's a difficult choice for me. Now, there's a lot of talent in Group D, but you know that I love highlighting South American teams, and we've got 2 of them. So when presented with this, you have to be looking at teams that we haven't seen before. Both Kick and Singularity didn't attend the split 2 playoffs, and yet, notably, Singularity has made it back here, and they have to be my team to watch. There's no way about it. I think a lot of people across the world know Team Singularity the best out of South America for the waves that they've made.
Don't be surprised if Kick turns the fuck up, though, man. They have Singularity's old coach.
Not making splits 2 playoffs after they lost Elysium. Well, Elysium is back. And back with a purpose, not just to play the role that he did before, but to redefine this team moving into the future. What a team that many have called the hope of South America now needs to prove that on the international stage once more.
I love that, Tiff. A little bit of a different regional representation here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need, let me tell you. But looking at this, you know, you got Blackhand.
Yeah!
And I'm really excited to see how they perform. I've been keeping tabs on Easy Flash, and I have seen some of the craziest plays come out of there. So we'll see how it goes for them. J-Lings as well. I ran into their coach Alex in the hallway just before this, and he goes, we are ready. We came out of Split 2 playoffs, and we knew exactly what the changes were that we need to make. They dabbled in their legend composition. I sat down with Noise.
I don't hate the J-Lings pick.
People I've ever spoken to early on, and hopefully
not a huge fan of it.
But honestly, this is the first time we're seeing CND, and I'm ready to see what they can bring to the table.
Now, contrasting our previous set, A versus B, CND is an interesting matchup because they hold some of our highest variance teams.
Yep.
The Dojo is a great example, so we'll start with them, but being able to frag out and take out an entire lobby is one thing, and yet you've also got teams that sometimes just end up not showing up, end up dropping 0-point games or something of the like. And the fact is that we have an incredible amount of fragging talent in CND. We have seen them hit such high highs, and yet we've also got teams that can falter really easily, that don't have reliable macro. This is going to be an interesting series to define what this tournament will look like for them.
All right, well, a new series of matches also means a new series of predictions for the talent. So let's take a look at what we all had to say, our thoughts on this next matchup, because we've got a little bit consistency across the board again. Y'all like to be picking those top contenders.
Black hand.
I don't know. Anytime someone asks me where I want to eat, I have no idea. And trying to pick out of all of these teams, it is the most scary thing. I just start like freaking out. So I'm hedging my bets on Dark Zero. Let's hope Jen Burton and co are just ready to fry out. But Alliance, I love to see that for you, Glitter, because we actually really didn't get to talk about them at all in the opening show. Mandy is actually returning as a sub in for effect. And if you guys remember what happened in Split 1 playoffs, might I add, we had a little bit of jumping on the table actually because Mandy went off.
Yeah, we sure did. Dia, talk to me a little bit about your pick.
For me, the Black Hand pick is really based on what succeeds on the first day, and it's teams that have confidence in themselves, that have a game plan, and that also have an incredible amount of firepower.
Shut the fuck up,
As
Doug.
I said, firepower really prevalent in both C and D, but for a first match set for both of these teams, or for all of these teams rather, Black Hand really stands out as a squad that has great macro, that supports a frag-heavy playstyle. They demonstrated that in Split 2 playoffs, and I'm expecting that practice that they got there to feed in really well to their first set on the world stage.
All right, well, it also looks like Genome agreeing with you on the Dojo.
A lot of
pick.
Alliance picks still,
DC
huh?
And even more Alliance on this second page. Interesting. Both.
Aren't they playing with a
Onside
sub?
Going for one of those two top teams in both of
A lot of people don't know they're playing with a sub. Huh.
Interesting. That's very like them.
I'm wondering if Alliance give us the go next treatment, because those are the two sort of mad scientist teams out of EMEA, and I'd really like to see them pull out things like Fuse, maybe things like Revenant. Alliance have so many team compositions to work with, and now that they've got Mandy, who has a lot of personality as well, I do wonder what that's going to turn into.
I mean, you speak of personality. I'm just hoping maybe they just get so far ahead that Mandy breaks out a path. We all know Hackers was comfortable on the Newcastle, on the Ash at one point, but hey, who knows what's going to happen.
I mean, if they end up with a point cushion, like we saw with Dreamfire, anything can happen in this series. But if those teams are your favorite, or if you have some different teams in mind that you'd like to be keeping your eyes on here in the competition, well, our award-winning multi-view is
all right, we're going to be running it on Team Stream. Let's see how it works.
You need. All you have to do is go to the command center down below on your
Nice,
page,
it seemed to work pretty smooth for people who are using it for the first group.
You want to follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. Make sure you guys check it out. And of course, you know we could never forget all of you at home in the stream watching us for this entire week. We have some epic Twitch drops for everybody that's hanging out in the stream, a different one every single day, and all you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day to claim those drops. And trust me, you want to make sure you get those in your account because they are pretty cool, Dia.
They are.
Pretty
It's
cool,
been a
pretty
fantastic
cool.
day for me, because sitting backstage, I get to open Command Center, I get to watch the broadcast, I get to watch a team, and most importantly for me, I get to have the map open, because that tells you a whole lot about the game. So if you haven't tried Command Center before, try it, pull up the map, and you are going to experience the Giga Apex Legends.
He's not lying. That's exactly what he looks like backstage. He just prints out a copy of the map and he's like marking rotations. He's like, where's the ring console? They've got a beacon. It's actually the coolest thing I've ever seen watching him nerd out.
All right, well, we're not going to keep you waiting any longer. It's time to get into our second series
let's get it.
matches of the day. It's time for us to send it on over to Anta and Gaskin. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And all
Really? Wait. I don't understand. So is OBS running or not? Looks like it is running. But it's glitched, it looks like. Love it, love it, love it.
and we'll back up that kind of thoughts coming in.
And I will say, in international scrims recently, Dark Zero have been dominating, especially on World's Edge. Zero now playing Fuse, they look like a different kind of beast, and they were just racking up the points in scrims, so we'll have to see whether that can carry on. Now, other in group stages, of course, they have the change. Mandy's going to be with them, and we're not going to see effect, but potentially it could happen. We'll have to see. And then FaZe. I mean, FaZe Clan had a great tournament that didn't really get spoken about enough at the last event.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think one of the
I don't know if I'm going to be able to run multi-view, man.
For this event will be FaZe. We also got a little look there.
We'll give it a try.
ACP Pioneers looking very, very strong at the last event that we had, the Split 2 playoffs, and looking to go one further this time for Europe. This is your map rotation.
I don't.
Very good flight path for Moist.
I think it has more to do with my PC than anything, so I do apologize about that.
Well, they're going to be able to rotate pretty much quicker than anyone, but there is going to be a contest going down here. It's going to be L'Équipe de France who are going to be involved in this one. You can really see a little bit of a poke, a little bit of a prod going down, and actually, excuse me, this is going to be the, looks like maybe not the right team overlays. This is going to be Kick in the Dojo, so we'll have to see how this one plays out, and early on, it's going to be the first not going for the Dojo, make it 2, and it looks like this might be a Dojo home ground.
Yeah, I mean, already you can see the easy knocks coming through, and now it's just a matter of finishing here for Designful, Enemy, and Timmy. They are an incredible fighting team. We saw that in the LCQ. This is how they got to this tournament, by qualifying in that
I'm really sorry, y'all.
And they really showed what they were made of, and then the practice they've been putting in. They've shown that they can roll with the big dogs, and I'm very excited as this tournament develops to gain that experience as a squad where they can start to believe in themselves a little bit.
I mean, we did a little bit of content with him. We won't give away what it was and, you know, all that kind of stuff, but I can tell you that he is feeling extremely confident coming into this. The build-up to the event has been very important for them. He said getting the confidence in scrims, playing against the best in the world.
All right, y'all.
And realize that they are not just a very good fighting team, but they believe one of the best fighting teams in the world. So having that confidence coming into these lobbies, certainly huge for their momentum as they go through the days.
Well, they take out 2 members of Kick. They are trying to scout out, see if they can find a third, but it looks like Kick are just going to scarper away. They don't have a ring console at Lava Siphon, but do have a survey beacon to work with, so they can at least get a rough idea, as that circle is going to be heading north, most likely northeast here. So this is going to be great for the teams dropping on that side. Complexity in a good spot. FaZe will be happy. Jay Lings will be delighted.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to watch the
Yeah, going to be interesting to see who has that ring console.
Plug-in command center, y'all.
If we're heading maybe a
Sorry,
little
guys.
More north, maybe a little more south from this, where the zone finds itself right now on the screens. But one team who are trying to rotate here, just in and around Fragment, is going to be Blackhand. And they're in a little bit of a pressurized situation, because if you're wondering who's putting some shots into their back, well, that's going to be Dark Zero.
So Dark Zero on their rotation will just try and challenge and damage where they can, but at the same time, Dark Zero will want to move relatively quickly, because they'll be concerned about the Harvester team arriving from the south. Because if you imagine you see a circle like this, you want to get over and past people, rather than being that team is getting held out and often gate kept. looking at the map overhead, it looks like we're going to be heading very far east. One of the biggest indicators for me is FaZe. They were able to get a ring console and they moved over towards Overlook, or at least the buildings just slightly northwest of Overlook. And Dark Zero also going to start making their way over as well.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the ring console information. We are going to be going towards Overlook, and another great indication of that, we mentioned about Moist, had a great flight path. They also had a ring console. Where did they go? Nowhere. That's exactly where they landed is where they stayed, and Pioneers at the moment, oh, they're in a little bit of trouble as Dell has to get away, and it's NRG who are chasing them down.
Well, NRG are going to get the couple of kills. Whether they'll get the wipe doesn't really matter. I think what's important for NRG is they were at least able to survive that initial fight, and then they can continue pushing through.
All right, so that means now we should be signing the Steam, right?
And for NRG, I guess it's a chance for us to talk about them a little bit. We are always talking about, well, NRG this, NRG that, Sweet, one of the best IGLs that we've seen. Does he kind of compare with Imperial How? Well, lately NRG have not been up there. They have not necessarily reached those expectations, but it's one of those squads who you just know on any given day can suddenly turn up, can suddenly find victories. And I think we're going to learn a lot about this team today.
Yeah, one thing that NRG cannot be criticised about for sure coming into this event was the practice regime. They were playing multiple times a day. They were involved in every scrim, and they were putting in the work, which is, of course, what you need to be doing ahead of the biggest tournament.
Sorry, y'all. I need to make sure this is good to go before later.
Village just outside of Fragment at the moment, trying to kind of tiptoe their way towards the zone. And the one thing about Overlook zones that we always kind of highlight is once you're in, great. If you're not in early, it's pretty difficult to work your way up that hill and really contest. Elsewhere, and a long way away from where we find ourselves at the moment, you've got Gambare Otasan, who are having a little bit of a scrap.
Yeah, Ironblood Gaming on the other side of this one. Also, we did see Kick finally get eliminated, so they were the first team to get wiped. And this is a fight for kind of the southeast side of this map. If you win this one, you should get an easy rotation up towards Big Mord and then Geyser. They don't really want to take this fight at the moment, but as I say that, they get the knock, and now suddenly they have a massive advantage.
Yeah, they'll be able to get this finish if they need to as well. Finish does come in, and there's going to be a second kill. Nice spray, just needs to get the finish. Try to make it flashy. Falling down from the air.
So Asia's on IVG now, right?
Finish, but Dogma will go down. So now it's a 2v1. It's just about taking your time, being patient in these situations. Zone is going to be closing behind them, though, so you just have to keep your eyes on those white nets.
Yeah, Ironblood Gaming just frustrating a little bit now. In a 1 versus 2, plenty of armor and health to work with. This is still winnable, I will say, if you can hit your shots here, but now losing all of those shields suddenly becomes increasingly difficult. And yeah, you see, the hunt suddenly comes through from Geo. They know they have the advantage, and they make sure they press it. So they will now own the southeast side of the map, but I say that, Dojo might have heard this, and if Dojo did hear this in the distance, they can certainly gatekeep here from the guys' side.
One team who's deep in zone at the moment is going to be the remnants of Pioneers. We saw them fighting NRG a little bit earlier on and not coming out of it looking too good. There is still one player.
The hollow spray does look dope, by the way, Ducky. I don't know if I ever responded to that. I think that was right as thing was starting to
all the way from staging, of course, to
go crazy.
Overlook. And speaking of which, here is the lay of the land in Overlook at the moment. And we mentioned about Moist Esports, how they love to play a god spot position early. Well, you can see where they are set up at the moment, right on the left-hand side of your screens, playing those silos, and we know how dangerous it is to control that height in the endgame.
So the teams that are going to struggle is going to be the late arrivals. Now, Alliance, of course, dropping down at Thermal Station all the way down in the southwest. As soon as they saw the ring console information, they would have known we don't need to hurry here because we are not going to be beating anyone to this zone. So instead, they are calmly walking and marauding their way across the map, as are the likes of NRG. And of course, we saw Gambare Otazan down in the southeast.
There is your map overhead for everyone at home, just to give you an indication of exactly what we're talking about. Pioneer's probably looking for
a good first circle for Moist, so it's probably going to continue pulling their way.
Probably aware that that might be the play. You can see them kind of tiptoeing their way, or should I say scuttling would be a more better adjective to use in this situation. See if they can pick up a few free KP of some white shielded, no weapon players falling through the skies.
So the likelihood is on that southern side, Dojo will hold out GO, but then they will get pressed by Onyx Esports, who are holding down the building but just below them, and it's going to be really difficult for them to try and break through, because when you do try and shift through such those tunnels, it is so tough because it's so easy to hold those angles and ambush as you try and progress.
Look how quick some of these teams are rotating, man.
Gambare Artisan are now going to be at least be aware of Dojo, so they're not going to get ambushed. That's one of the positives here.
A couple of shots coming in will give that information away to the Dojo that there's a team.
Most of the teams, I should say.
Behind them, and it's Geo versus Dojo, which is fun to say, Dan.
More fun than you thought.
That was really fun, honestly. I had a good time saying that.
NRG are being devious here. Now, they are well aware that Pioneers have rezzed, and now they are just waiting for some extra bit of KP, it would seem. As Sweet starts to press up with the rest.
This is a game of hide and seek. Apex Legends style right now. Zane is hiding, NRG are seeking.
It's a little bit more difficult without a seer nowadays. So you have to use your wits and you have to use your experience as Zane does get caught out. He's the first one to be found.
It's okay, but the rest of the team already got back in, right?
It does look like the rest of the Pioneers were able to at least scuttle away.
Yeah, the other two remaining members have completely split away from each other, just trying to survive. NRG do get those KP, but here is Geo versus the Dojo, and I mentioned it's fun to say, well, it's not fun to be stuck inside a Fuse ultimate. Dojo trying to hold the line at the moment. Zypher's kind of moving in, but player has managed to sneak through enemy lines here. Up on that rock, Timmy takes some shots in the back. He's going to have to be forced to pop a shield battery here, but it's a little bit of a messy fight here. Nobody seems to have the advantage.
And these are two teams who also had early fights with contests, so they're both going to be warmed up. They're both going to be ready. Dogma gets the first onto enemy, and Gambale Artisan have the lead now. And it's whether we can see any sort of reset here from Dojo, because this Phoenix and Medkit is going to be massive for Geo, because they're going to have such a health advantage going into this fight.
Timmy's going to try and stick the res here. Zypher's playing the height, but look at that angle being taken by Jusna there. He's trying to do what he can to cause problems. And he's still down, but Zypher does get one. So the Dojo now back into this, and Gambale Artisan eliminated. The Dojo turn a 2v3
fight
into all of them back on their feet.
Well, they said they think they're one of the best fighting teams, where you've just got a little bit of a proof of the pudding there, as they now win it 2 versus 3 and they can reset. Now this was my worry though, because they dominate South, they can push through the vault, but when they do push through the vault, it's gonna be a very difficult situation with a lot of teams that are gonna be around that vault side and eyes on those vault little clicks. Now NRG are gonna be moving their way from the western side, giving up perhaps on the Pioneers
do they want
that they were playing. But
they
Alliance
push
were some late
west and not
movers,
go
they've started to finally
through
find
the
some players
vault
to
they
play
don't want.
A little bit of the height outside epicenter they're trying to take away. They will be safe inside this next zone. Hack is going to himself finding a wall going up in front of him, just completely cut off the attempt at the push. So Alliance now retreats. You see the defensive barrage has come down as well from the Bangalore to make sure that they can't close that gap in the way they would have wanted to. But Alliance are going to be safe for quite some time. And I mean, I tell you what, Mandy, what a player to bring in, by the way. He has not let Alliance fans down once, anytime he stepped on this main stage to fill in.
A very strange position for Mandy to be in as well. I mean, there was the time where he thought he was probably done with competitive Apex Legends, and then kept getting the call, kept coming back, and keeps proving why he's such a vital piece to any puzzle. I'm sure Alliance are delighted to have such a familiar face and also someone that can step up in an occasion like this. But Alliance seem to be comfortable. They were able to force Northeption off of that.
I was gonna say, I mean, he just seems to be there like full-time sub, but not being a sub, like full-time sub. You know what I mean?
Moist Esports still safe inside of that zone. It has shifted ever so slightly southern from where Overlook was, so it might actually finish kind of in the cavernous area where there's kind of a little bit of rock cover. Onyx Esports in a great position, and Dojo, who we were talking about a little bit earlier on, being a team who are approaching from the south side. If they can force their way through the vault tunnel and exit safely, they might be in a pretty good position for this endgame. But Northeption at the moment, who are the team who are on the other side of Alliance, just trying to wrap things out at the moment. Wait to see if an opening presents itself before they move up.
Yeah, we've got 5 teams on the western side here who are all going to have to progress into the circle together, and probably will take a couple of pop shots against one another as well, but that's only going to put themselves in a little bit of a tough situation, where those who are inside, the likes of Dark Zero, Blackhand, Pulverex, should be able to.
So at least where Dojo's at now, they can at least wait for a little bit.
You're completely right to focus.
But yeah, they're eventually going to need to push north, and they have
if Dojo can survive here,
a bit ways to go.
Good for quite an amount of time. I'm just a little bit worried because Onyx Esports are sharing the vault with them at the moment. Dojo went one way, they got forced back into this tiny little choke here. And if they do get spotted out by some of these teams in no name, then they have to be careful.
I'm interested to see if they try and just hold down the inside of this build, inside of the vault, or if they do make a play. Well, we're finding out the answer to that right now. Timmy taking some damage on the cross, though. It is NRG who are kind of in the vicinity, looking to third party this fight.
There's that one of the KCP guys.
Dojo do can take control of the door, though, and 104 shots come in from enemy. Nice spray from him. Gonna have to use that Callus wall potentially just to stop this 3P being a problem. But for now, the Dojo holds strong.
Dojo have lost one. And it's whether they can actually survive this fight yet again. Designful's going to attempt to get back up on his feet, but I don't think they're going to be allowed to, because here comes the push.
Push might come in here, enemy. Gonna have to hold the line. The catwall will slow down and stall this fight, which is one of the best things about the Legend. Being able to take control of the inside of buildings, reinforce those doors. Catwall allows you to get that rest back up. Alliance have been eliminated in the meantime. and Dojo are back up to their feet, and now enemy decides it's time to swing.
Yeah, time to try and swing, try and get some damage that maybe the team can push out on, because at the moment they are being
oh my
pent up
god!
in this building, but it's okay. They can survive here for another minute or so. They don't have to rush things, because you can see the circle is going to be moving ever so slightly north. The likes of Northeption, Dark Zero, Pioneers, Pulverex, they're all going to be in that next circle. So this building that was being so heavily fought for is not going to be good enough to stay in these next 45 seconds.
Elsewhere, you can see Dark Zero inside of this truck, which is always a risky place to have to play, which is why they're looking to have a little bit of aggression added to the recipe of what they find in this game. Jen Burton with some nice shots with that vault. Zero having to take his time to get those shields back up as well, but look at these shots coming in from Jen. Breaks the shields, almost breaks the hearts as well.
This northern side is going to be absolute hell, by the way. It's going to be okay for Dark Zero, who are still holding a very commanding position, as we would expect on World's Edge. Speaking of, Nathan's just taken down Designful, so that's going to be more teams taking fights, and Timmy might need to be helping with his team, and it looks like NRG were able to push in and shut down Dojo. It was a push that was a long time coming for NRG, but eventually they are able to conquer the Dojo team who has been running a little bit of amok of this lobby.
3 kills for Sweet as well. He's going to be the kill leader in this lobby alongside a couple of other players who have certainly put up some kills themselves, but NRG, they've still got some work to do here. You see, they're trying to smoke off. They're trying to kind of thread the needle with the rotation here, trying to make sure there's no lines of sight for them to get hit by as they make this cross.
I don't think so.
They're going to take the high ground, but they need to take a fight here.
Killfeed's about to go nuts, by the way. Northern side is mental, as now NRG keep pushing in, and they want to take this truck. They want to take advantage of this damage here.
Big kill coming in for NRG. They clear the way, and now they're looking to clear a little bit more space. Not just happy with one, but they will be safe. FaZe trying to work their way in as well. It's going to be Moist Esports who are eliminated in the meantime. Complexity, they've been taken out as well. FaZe taking a lot of zone damage here. Snipe down, I don't think he'll make it in. Yes, he will.
Damn.
But what can he do from this position?
He can slip, he can slide, he can try and survive, but eventually will get shut down immediately as everyone on that northeast side tried to force their way.
Look at all these people with blue shields,
Lings go down as well. And FC Destroy have just been able to hold on to this northeastern side and these rocks, and now they give themselves cover. Northeption also eliminated. 10 squads remain.
Oh, Black Hole. Big problem here. FC Destroy managed to take it down, but the problem rears its head once more. Amateur left on his own now. It's APAC Esports who are moving in. They will get the cleanup on the fight and take that position we were talking about.
They've got 2 more teams to their north, though. This isn't going to be fun. FC Destroy get taken out. 8 squads now
I think Crusader really fits in with this team.
One of those teams is still Dark Zero. They hold strong in
That
the building.
too fussy got replaced by?
A lot of room to play with on the western side, but they are going to have to move east as Crusader tries to get those extra shots, and will do so with a Havoc in the back pocket. A lot of presence being gained by APAC Esports at the moment. They are trying to take as much space as possible on this eastern side.
Crusader, a new addition as well, showing why he is that new player that they picked up. Look at NRG though. They're making a play. It is KCP, still in the game by the way, still work their way to a top 8 position, but again, it's NRG who are haunting them.
Haunting them, but the White Armors have able to get Pioneers so far as now NRG will come through. Great shots, insane, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Pioneers will go down. Blackhand have also fallen. 6 squads now remain. Dark Zero, NRG, Pulverex, Onyx, Tom Young Kung, and Enter Force 36.
Oh, did Moist go down pretty early?
In a really good position for zone. If they could take out the team just to their north, which is Tom Young Kung, they might be in a great position for that nade. Almost takes Crusader out of the game. You can see he doesn't look like he's got any shield batteries to play with here. He's going to have one dropped by a teammate, which is going to mean a slower healing operation for them to go through before they can get back involved. NRG making their move, and look at NRG.
Pulverex still here.
Shields leveled up. Nathan on a purple as well.
On the other side of this wall from NRG.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to hide long enough, and they don't have to push in just yet, but that circle is going to be closing on their backsides. Pulverex are the team that are ahead of them. As soon as this wall goes down, you have to take the fight, and now it comes through.
Q comes through as well, trying to counteract it here, Sweet. He'll throw the black hole in as well. Gilderson is going to wrap, and it looks like NRG will win the fight against Pulverex. But look at the kill feed. Dark Zero managed to take down one of NRG as well. It was Jim Burton with a long-range frag grenade, and Dark Zero now still safe, still healthy, and still looking like they might take home a dub.
Dark Zero has slowly been going about their business on the western side, but they might now have to take advantage of this angle that they have on the tunnel. You can see they push in. Fuse is going to be the one to lead everything here. Zero trying to get that initial damage, trying to get that information. They have the grenades to work with. But I think the smokes and the catwall should just be
kind of a crummy
to give E36 enough coverage.
black hole.
When this wall does go down, they could be vulnerable.
And of course, 36 know that they
His little
need
combo.
to leave this tunnel. And they're using a lot of utility.
Oh, the
to
black
try and
hole
do
was
so. The longer
from
this goes
Dark
on,
Zero.
The more noise it is, the more likely the Dark Zero will come under pressure from multiple teams, and that's exactly what is happening. Now they're going to be forced to take this fight, and Dark Zero say, okay, we'll take the fight.
I'm so impressed with what Zonyu's done here, by the way. He was on no shields for so long, but he did push in, but Dark Zero, they get wiped. And Enter Thor at first 46, they are able to stay alive, but now NRG, they try and pick up on the pieces here.
And they're going to be able to do so as well.
So Tom Young Kung behind him.
NRG.
So Tom Young Kung won the top 3.
Nathan has gone down in the previous fight that they were involved with, but they clean up the damage, and now they completely control the western
Solid
side
squad
of
here,
this
man.
zone. Elsewhere, Onyx Esports, Tom Young Kung, they're having a fight themselves. Onyx only have a little bit of room to play with here, and I tell you what, if this fight goes down, NRG are in a position to third.
NRG do have a chance. Onyx will try and take the fight versus Tom Young Kung and get a lot of damage, but Onyx are not able to do so. They're still a 4-3 here, TYK. And now NRG are going to be a 2 versus 3.
2 versus 3 here. Tom Young Kung might be able to close this out. What a performance it would be for this trio if they can get a win in their first game here on the main stage, but it's a 2v2 now because Gildersons has just ripped someone apart.
2v1.
Now it's a 2 versus 1.
No way. Wow.
A one-man army. Walking
Damn, bro. NRG not playing around this time around, huh?
Well, we said right at the start of this set, we're going to learn a lot from NRG. Are they going to be a team who can be real threats, real competitors here at the World Championships? There's your first look at them, and there's their first victory of the weekend, and doing it as a 2, nonetheless.
I think that was a monster game from NRG as well. Didn't quite catch how many kills they had, but how many times did we go to their POV and see them winning fights? NRG, were they going to be the team to fear at this
It's a big way to start off.
It looks like they put the work in.
Because they probably at least 20 points.
I also realized
Maybe
how
25.
hard it is to say Enter Force 36 very fast.
Very tough.
I think I said Enter Force 36, and it's just one of those. But happy birthday! I love the signs, by the way. I love the signs from the crowd. It seems to get better and better every single event. We are raising the bar into the World Championships. I would expect nothing less.
100%. You see the NRG fans, understandably, very happy with what they just saw from their team. And I think the zone shift actually caught a lot of people out there. That's one thing that we should certainly talk about. Zone 2, a lot of people who got that initial beacon information probably thinking, hey, this is a guaranteed overlook zone. But the shift away towards No Name and then almost back a little bit towards overlook caught quite a few people out, and you can see it was NRG who actually worked their way through from the western side of the zone who managed to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I'm curious whether Dark Zero were just out of meds and out of shields. Zanyu, when he was pushing him, was literally on a slim bar of health, but continued to go forward because they knew they had to take the fight. But I think there was maybe a couple of opportunities he could have batted up, but I don't think he necessarily had any. And then as soon as NRG kind of sussed out what was going on down in that tunnel, they pushed straight in and ensured they got those kills.
Will say though, NRG, it didn't look like they were going to win that final circle, but win it they did in the 2v3. And here's our opportunity to have a look at how it went down. I think a lot of it, Dan, was made possible.
So they were the only duo in the final.
Coming in and making sure they finished off the last remaining members of Dark Zero in this tunnel to make sure that they had an opportunity at least to third party that fight.
Yeah, Dark Zero wanted to make that fight fast, but it was not quite fast enough. NRG got the last kills on both Dark Zero and Enter Force 36.
Very good.
And then from here, I know, I got it right, thank goodness. From here, as a 2, you're thinking, all right, well, we're just trying to survive here. We're going for second place. Surely that's what most people would think about. But as soon as you hear all that commotion, as soon as you see that catwalk go down, you start to think, okay, do we have a chance? And then look, there's a nice little present that's available for Gilderson as well.
Gilderson goes, hey, I know how to use this thing. Let me just wait for my teammate to pick up a battery. Onyx Esports do get eliminated, but they did manage to pretty much fully reset in this fight. It was a full 3. Sweet kind of baits them out, and I think that just created an opportunity for Guild to take an off angle as they stepped out from that catwall. You'll see it here, it just takes this off angle from Sweet. Sweet plays his life, he is the bait in this situation, and then you see the R9 from Guild. He gets the first one, swaps to that L-Star. A little bit of help coming in from Sweet towards the end, but I gotta be honest, if I'm Sweet in that position, I want to feel
really well done,
and
honestly.
say, hey,
yeah.
Take all 3 kills here, and wow,
holy
shit!
shite!
Kills for NRG. 32 points in game number 1. You'll take that all day.
Unbelievable from NRG, and
Damn.
to do it as a 2 at the end. The bait and switch was just incredible. What an angle that was being held by Sweet there. I mean, it really just showed his experience and how important it is to play your life sometimes in Apex Legends, but not doing it whilst cowering away and batting. Instead, he was just using that head glitch, taking shots, doing damage to keep them distracted. But a 32-point game is insane. Tom Youngkung and Onyx, I think, will still be delighted with an 18 and a 13-point game, especially considering Onyx came all the way from Tree and were still able to get on that southern side. They were the ones that were holding down that vault for so long, so when they saw that circle shift, they must have been smiling.
Looking at the other end of the table, a little bit of quiet start for Alliance. Complexity, the same could be said. Some good KP per phase, which gives them at least 4 points coming out of that one. But it was
Crazy. So they took down a finished.
When you're coming out of one game,
Literally took out a piece of the last
total
14.
Of 32 points. No surprise to see the teams at the bottom there, Dan, maybe struggling to find an opportunity to pick up points.
Well, NRG fans making sure that they are happy and letting us know how happy they are with the sides that they were able to bring as well. But you look at NRG's pathing in that game, starting at staging, getting ahead of KCP, winning that fight against KCP, which I think was massive, because then they were able to kind of build off that. They got the confidence, they got all the shield they needed, and then it was just running a train through everyone afterwards.
So it's NRG who take home in game number 1. What's going to happen in game number 2? We'll find out in just a few moments. We'll be right back.
I feel like at times, Dan needs to look at the camera more than looking at his partner. You know what I mean? I'm gonna guess car Nemesis. Probably the car. Just because of the SMG meta. Really? Effect got his visa. He's on his way. LG. This one's dumb because LG is the only one with blue.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Championship. Match number 1, we had a 2v3 for NRG to take home that win. Gilderson stepping up huge for his team to give a little bit of life to the NRG fans here in Birmingham. Resorts World is where we find ourselves, Dan, and we also find ourselves heading in towards match number 2.
Match number 2, which of course will be on World's Edge as well, as will be match number 3 before we go over to Storm Point. And NRG, I think that's what you wanted to see as an NRG fan, but more importantly, that was why Gilderson was brought into this team, right? To be that absolute damage powerhouse that can win 1 versus 2s, that can be the guy to get that DPS outputted. While Sweet is doing just IGL and big brain things, it was the perfect combination for that final circle.
Very, very impressive from NRG. The question is, what is going to happen here as we head back into World's Edge? And I think the scary thing for a lot of the teams in that lobby was some of the teams who were involved in that endgame, like you mentioned, Onyx, NRG, tough rotates for them over towards Overlook. Certainly helped out by that ring 3 shift that we were talking about, where it pulled away from Overlook a little bit, and a lot of the traffic that would have had to leave would have kind of taken each other out and kind of cleared that side of the zone. But certainly something to look out for a lot of the teams making those calls, but we'll have to see, like I mentioned, what happens in zone number 2. But Guild, look at him on the end there, probably feeling very, very,
Will you be able to get to Birmingham
pumped up,
in
feeling
time
very,
for tomorrow,
very good.
we
He's
think?
like, don't worry, just send me in, boys. I'll win the 2v3s, no problem.
And I think when you see a circle like that as a team who is going to be rotating from a distance, you hope it's going to be a less predictable zone. We do have some in Apex Legends which are very much predictable, and you're going to see everyone banking on the same spot, and you know full well it's going that way. But this one was a little bit more questionable, but certainly a lot of teams are up on that northern side of Overlook, and then they were punished for that early move. The likes of FaZe, the likes of Moist, who were for sure thinking it was going to be over towards Overlook. And that's always going to be a little bit frustrating, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes in ALGS. And sometimes you have to just accept the position that you went for right at the start and play your way out of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. In those positions as well, you kind of have to flip the mentality of we're playing for the end game to let's be the last team to leave this fight with a lot of KP, red Evo shields, and almost guaranteed a win if we can clear this side of the zone. Dark Zero, we talked about them in that game as well. It was a tough situation they found themselves in, just being stalled out on that fight down on the low ground. They had to take care of End of Force 36, otherwise they would have been flanked by them as they had to move up that hill. So it wasn't that the decision was a wrong one, but maybe just the fight took 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds too long, and that allowed NRG to wrap behind and clear it up.
But what E36 did very well was utilize the abilities they had available to them. The ults went down, the smoke went down, everything they could throw down to stop the push from NRG. It just frustrated them. It delayed them enough that allowed NRG to push in and make sure it wasn't going to happen for Dark Zero. So that's always going to be annoying when you are trying to be the aggressors, but ALGS and Apex in general, it's all about frustrating your competitors. It's all about denying points of other teams that are going to be the ones that challenge you for those places in that winner's bracket.
We'll have to see if NRG can go back-to-back then after that performance. I'm sure, as far as confidence is concerned, going into a game like that, coming back onto the main stage here with all the focus that you wanted to have and all of the strategy you put together and the match plan you put together coming into the ALGS champs, well, it's kind of been vindicated in game number 1 with the way they played. Of course, they'll be looking a lot further in the tournament. They'll want to be winning to pick up that trophy as we now see our lobby and we see some of the legend picks going down.
Yeah, plenty of fuses as expected. Are we going to see a Seer? Yes, Phonyhead still sticking on that Seer and may only be the only one we have. No, we've got another. No, we've got J-Lings also playing Crypto. So you've got a few differences here, a couple of people that are straying away from the current meta. There will be rings, there will be certain times that you will benefit from straying away from the meta, and certain legends are really going to help you in those scenarios.
Bloodhound, though, more heavy.
A distant memory, unless, of course, you're in an
Let's get into game 2, baby.
Talking about that one for quite some time. The dropship is live. We're moving. Interestingly, the dropship changed direction a little bit from south to north this time, which is going to be good for the likes of Pulverex, Onyx for those early drops.
And it'll be Kick versus Dojo again at Lava Siphon. Remember that Dojo got the better of them in the early stages, even though Kick were able to escape. They did eventually get eliminated in 20th
Now wait for these first contests. I'm going to go get some water.
If they keep losing these contests, because TSM are the other team that will be contesting them in other groups, but Dojo have already got the upper hand.
They certainly do indeed. Designful feeling all kinds of confidence. There's a second one for him as well, and I tell you what, Designful, he might be taking all 3 down. It's 3 in a row for Designful. Kick eliminated once more. It's 2-0 to Dojo in the contest.
As easy as that, and because it's so
and Kick
quick,
is going to be contesting TSM too.
Amount of time to be looting Lava Siphon and start to make
Not a
their
good
way
start for Kick.
if they have a ring console, which they do. Okay, so down at a Dojo for Lava Siphon, they have
we have any other contests going?
the survey beacon to work with, and they can get the information that we're going to be heading northeast again. Now, it's not going to be the Overlook prediction that most people were thinking in the previous game. We're going to be heading a little bit further up towards the likes of
All right, Moist, you've been gifted 2 circles, man. You got to make sure you can capitalize on this one.
Complexity are in the epicenter at the moment, and they do have that ring console they can hit. So it wouldn't be too surprising to see Cole maybe thinking about trying to take that high ground over at epicenter and play for that long game, because if they do that, there could be a big
no one else going to be contesting.
Everyone else having to shift in. Moist Esports, you can see they're going to have a lot of access as well to that zone phase. They've got a map room scan, but that's not going to be quite what they wanted, especially with this early game. Everyone's starting to stack up in Fragment. Could be one of those little misleading ones if they take that info.
Yeah, if FaZe take a while to loot up here, which they might, just giving that initial circle, then the survey beacon could very much work out for them, give them that player information, and they should be able to stack up. But I think it could be one of those that you say, it's slightly misleading, they might push away, and they could later be left frustrated that they didn't stay a little bit closer to Climatizer. We'll see how quick they are with their rotation. You mentioned complexity as well. I think that is going to be a good circle for them, especially having that ring console information. And I'm curious to see whether complexity can find that right formula here at this tournament. They have the players, they have the capability, they have the IGL.
They have the vibes.
They have the vibes, but can they finally find that formula to be a team who kind of competes at the very top level?
Well, Moist Esports are going to be moving away from Overlook here, and you can see quite rightly so. J-Lings looking for a little bit more of a comfortable game than they had in that game number 1, and they are looking in and around that height of epicenter that we were kind of hinting at a little bit earlier. Maybe they're going to try and play for the height in the distance and exactly what they're going to do, but the only problem is with the passive from Valkyrie, they're going to find that somebody's already calling that home.
Well, when Noises was back on IG, he knew everything about World's Edge, and they were one of the best World's Edge teams that we had in any region, but they haven't really been able to replicate that success ever since this J-Lings roster was formed. The addition of Nags, of course, an incredible Slayer, just being able to put so much output when it comes to his DPS, but they are going to be playing a more conservative type of formula here, just having the Watson available to get a little bit more defensive, and then the Crypto, I suppose when you need it, you can get offensive as well, just having that drone to send out, get the EMP on the go, so it's a little bit of both.
Offensive with the EMP, but not with your gun, because you're going to be stuck in your iPad. Dark Zero, they're already making a quick rotate as well from Harvester. They're moving their way past Fragment pretty much to where they died in that last game, just outside of the Overlook Tunnel. Team Singularity, you can see they're set up here. They're going to be playing for the long game in this little snake building themselves, which is certainly where we have seen some of these zones finish before, but I think Moist are in a great spot. FaZe and Complexity, we talked about them as well. They're trying to play the height for as long as possible in this situation. And speaking of DZ, look at this. Flashbacks, I'm sure, going back through the tunnel this time.
Yeah, it's a very similar rotation for Dark Zero because the pathing of the circle was almost identical for the initial, so they were already moving that way. But now they're going to have to realize that when these kills start to flood in, when that round 1 does closes, they will realize they have to go a little bit more north. But they were far quicker at going across to this eastern side this time. They didn't take that fight with Pioneers, which I think, even though it was good they got those initial kills, it slowed them down quite a lot in map number 1.
We're looking at elsewhere. Dojo, they're currently crafting, I think, over at Climatizer. Oh, excuse me. Climatizer, they're nowhere near Climatizer. At Harvester at the moment.
All right.
Alliance making their way towards staging.
So just the one team knocked out, looks like.
Again, a pretty tough zone for Alliance to access once more. Ironblood Gaming, the same could be said for them. Overx, interestingly, holding down the Vault Tunnel at the moment between Geyser and Overlook. But Complexity, one of the teams we were talking about, holding down this height. This is where we have seen endgames before. And having that information early on in this game might really pay dividends for them towards the end.
So I am noticing on my map overhead, one team who's trying to go a little bit outside the box, Tom Young Kung. They've managed to get above the likes of FaZe, of Complexity, who were holding that high ground that you were talking of. And maybe if Tom Young Kung can surprise one of them, they can steal that position away from them. But suddenly we start to see a little bit of commotion happening as all the teams are sussing one another out. Who's where, what kind of comps have you got, what legends, what utility are you going to have to use against us? As Dark Zero are still trying to make their way ever so slightly north. I think what Dark Zero have done well here, they don't have ring information, but they're very aware of the movements around them. They're keeping an eye on the teams that have been able to go northeast, and Dark Zero kind of shadowing people at the moment.
Yeah, also taking the height as well on the very eastern side of this zone. This is such a difficult spot to play, and with everyone starting to stack up a little bit later on, Dark Zeros have some premium position with the geometry to fire down on anyone who's trying to rotate across that open area, or anyone who's maybe taking a fight themselves that they can see as an opportunity to third party, especially with Zainu taking this height as well. They're going to have some great lines of sight. Elsewhere, though, we've got NRG in a fight, and it's Alliance who are trying to push them back.
NRG versus Alliance.
A versus B went pretty good.
Area, and Dojo will get involved.
Dreamfire ended up on top with like 73 points. TSM in second with Exit right behind them, like 50-some odd points.
They could be coming on this rotation. Alliance are just going to try to
cook.
If they can get damage,
this is going to cook.
I tell you what.
90 bomb. Where's the second one though? Does he get the damage? There's a couple of Hackys, but look at the movement from Hackys. Forget about your Hackys, but now he's getting challenged on the high ground.
Realize was fourth.
Hackys. That is an unbelievable play.
But now the Dojo are starting to have a little peek at this one, getting involved as they add to the damage. You can see Timmy's just taken down Sweet, and now Energy have lost 2. So
Fnatic finished like 7th after having like a 20-something point first game.
Last arrivals, but NRG are the biggest losers of this fight.
Looks like Alliance all up on the high ground now. Timmy does get the finish onto Sweet as well. And look at Designful. Look at him taking this angle. If he can hit the black hole here, he might be able to suck all of Alliance into it and cause so much damage. 38, the only damage that's coming in though, it's not huge. Complexity eliminated in the meantime.
How you doing, Uggy?
Somewhat of a surprise as Designful has taken the height.
Yeah, it was J-Lings that took that fight elsewhere, but Designful gets one onto Yuki, and now Dojo, they have the complete advantage here against Alliance. Timmy took so much damage, but then was able to back off and get that bat in, and then it meant that Dojo just had the
I wonder if anyone's been able to tell the boys on stage yet that effect is on the way.
They actually got Yuki back to his feet, so I'm not sure if the Dojo have managed to push the issue quick enough to make this a straight 3v2. So that's why you're seeing them just take their time here, make sure that they're in a position to get healthy before they re-engage with this fight. Still got a minute or so until that zone starts to close, so they're not going to be forced to make a play, and Alliance are indeed back to a full 3.
And if you're wondering, well, where are NRG? Are NRG getting involved? No, NRG are gone. They, as a 2, decided to escape and just try and play their lives, and maybe if they got that banner, potentially go for a res over towards Skyhook. And if they've done things as a 2 before in game 1, no reason why they can't. And you can see they do have Sweet's banner, so they can definitely get him back over towards Skyhook, just as the Pioneers did in the game before.
It's almost a complete reverse of what we saw a few moments ago, or should I say, exactly what we saw position-wise from Alliance. Mandy, once again, excuse me, Hackis on our screen. I was misled by the player cam. This time he doesn't have the frag grenades to maybe force the team off of height, but the Dojo still on the hunt here. You can see they love to fight. They're never afraid to shy away from an engagement.
The one thing for NRG, who are going up towards Skyhook to get that res, by the way, is because they went there to stop Pioneers previously, they know they still have the time to go from Skyhook as a 3 and get into this circle and not really worry about it, and they were still able to get a victory last time. Sure, they would have been a little bit more healthy, they would have had plenty more utility to go with, but it's something for them to at least have some confidence. As this landslide fight is kind of stalled, it's died out a little bit, but the circle coming in may speed things up.
Evac Tower going to be used by Alliance, and they've decided, you know what, we don't want none. We're out of here. We're going to try and reroute and replan how we want to approach this zone, and they're going to take a Harvester rotation instead. Should be a pretty clear move for them. Dojo kind of win the battle of landslide, you would say. Coming in as that initial third party, they got some KP out of it, and now they'll be able to rotate and, more importantly, craft some medkits as well.
Well, Alliance also hit the survey beacon on their way through staging, just to get an idea of where people are. They are going to see that the kind of southwest side by Monument and Fragment is pretty open, so once they do rotate through Harvester,
Alliance just pulled the craft banner res on effect. That's fucking hilarious.
But it's going to be a little bit more difficult when they start to get further northeast towards Climatizer. Now, Onyx Esports, who came 3rd in the last game, they really showed us what they were made of, and they had an incredible journey all the way down from the southwest side as well. It looks like they've been able to find themselves in a somewhat comfortable position, but there is a lot of teams on this eastern side at the moment. You've got Gambarrio Tazan, you've got Enterforce 36, you've got
Why is this feed so
Dark Zero as well.
trash?
So when this circle does close, this eastern side is going to be terrible for everyone involved.
So many different elevation changes as well. Dark Zero, I think, are holding the highest of the high grounds, where if a fight does break out to their south, as you can see on our map overhead, they will be able to swoop in and clean that up extremely easily.
How early did Moist go out again?
Do it quick enough that you don't give.
Oh no, they're not out. They're up over by Team Singularity. Never mind.
Anchor, the other 2 swinging out to clean up the damage. So Dark Zero in a great spot as we. Oh, I say great spot. Well, not as good as it was a few moments ago. Moist Esports though, dropping over at Overlook. They are slap bang inside of that zone.
And also Tom Young Kung. Remember, they dropped at Skyhook. And they were a team over towards Trials who were able to go all the way around and get the northern side and ensure that they could now hold what is one of the best positions in the map. They were able to get behind FaZe, get behind Complexity, and slowly creep their way in. A fantastic rotation, but here comes potentially a fight.
Pulverex versus Dark Zero. Zero's going to find that out very, very quickly. Oh, the knuckle cluster does go in. It connects with a little bit, but the Arcstar's going to do even more. Jet Burn now moving in, looking to finish it off, and Pulverex gets swept.
Bro, they like barely got touched. Oh my god.
Incredible from Dark Zero. They were more than prepared for that fight. And another reason why you have that fuse on your team, so you can just pelt grenades into your enemies' faces. As now we're going to see Zane Dalanaski move on in.
They're moving in against Tom Young Kung here.
Are they going to be able to find a home? The Newcastle to make sure they can create their own home. Homes under the hammer. Maybe that could be the next Nasky piece.
I gotta say, I do love this composition. I've been saying in the past, I like the Newcastle-Watson combo.
Let's see what they can do from here. Bang inside a zone. 17 squads still remaining, by the way. So this is certainly going to be a game that's going to explode to life when that next zone does close, with everybody being forced in. Still a lot of room to play in and around the Climatizer kind of, around the epicenter high grounds. As Dojo, who we saw a little bit earlier involved with the fight with NRG, well, look who's on our screen right now. Designful does get a knock as well onto Mandy. So it looks like Alliance, they're going to get back to a 3. That was a long time ago. I think that was just him maybe mistiming some meds.
Yeah, he went down to the ring, which is not good, and Alliance are going to now have to work as a 2, because Alliance will lose one to the ring, because they've had such a tough journey going through Fragment, and they're going to get held out as well. All these teams on this western side are going to get held out as, again, Yuki's gone down to the ring. Nathan's, though, just gone down elsewhere as NRG are trying to move through.
Trying to move down, and interestingly for Alliance.
Oh, NRG is kind of fucked here.
Cut down at the pass at the moment. as Iron Blood Gaming are looking over the top of them. Now it's going to be NRG just as a 1. Iron Blood looking to finish off the pieces at the moment. We'll have to go back just to make sure that they're safe as that zone does start to close. But it looks like Alliance will have to play this one out. As a solo player, the ring was a problem for them, and it's interesting to see why that decision was made, because they wrapped all the way around.
Oh, this is the dojo here.
Made that Harvester rotate, but they just didn't have the meds to make it.
Yeah, dojo will be more than happy because it was 2 free KP for the dojo players, who are now going to be in a very tough scrap here with Iron Blood Gaming. Alliance maybe will take a look at it, or at least the last remaining player is Designful is going to be the first to fall here.
I was going to say, Enemy was just trying to see if he could find anywhere to play there that was going to be safe. The answer was no for a few seconds.
NRG out.
In the meantime, it won't be back-to-back for the team who dropped a huge amount of points in our game number 1. They might be
I say they don't even get any placement points.
Though Dojo, with that cat wall going down elsewhere, just outside, you can see a couple of teams
Gold res too, nice.
into a little bit of a scuffle.
Dojo doing so well to stay alive as a 3 at the moment, and actually just really covering each other's bases, making sure those bait and switch goes down well, but Designful tries to push in, does manage to stay alive, Enemy alongside him. Suddenly you're going into the lava here.
Might be a little bit of a surprise on the low ground for them as well. There's a team on that bridge. That's going to be Blackhand who are looking at
let's go, Hand.
Looking to clean up this damage at the moment. But you can see, with the comps that these teams are playing at the moment, it's so difficult to get a clean fight. You're going to be constantly stalled by smokes, by bang ults, by catalyst queues. All of these things make it so difficult to get that clean finish on a player.
And I really wonder if these fights are just going to be in vain anyway, because you are going to have to push up as round 4 closes. Gambare Otazan get taken down. We're now 15 squads remaining. Every team has gained 1 placement point, so at least that's something to add to the tally here in map number 2. But all these teams on the western side
IBG is going to take the
to
evac tower, probably a good call. They're working from a lower ground, so they don't get as high, but...
The evac tower got taken down though, and you can see Iron Blood
not
Gaming.
like
Well,
this.
it's going to have to be plan B, as they can't take to the sky, but they do have another one. Maybe this time it will be a little bit more durable on the way up.
Plan B was evac tower, plan C is also another evac tower. How many have they got of these damn things? As Moist Esports, they're getting pelted by grenades at the moment. Alliance get eliminated, as do the Dojo, and Iron Blood Gaming were the last team to survive on this western side, or were they? Because they're still getting involved in this fight, and even though there's so much damage, again, it's all in vain as Blackhand.
Let's go, Blackhand!
Got it gone, Moist gone, Iron Blood Gaming gone, as well as Blackhand might be the next team to die as well. This is the complete war that's going down on the southern side of the zone, because everybody has to move. Everybody has to head
What up,
north,
Figgy?
and there's only enough room for certain teams to
How you
make
doing,
it out
homie?
here. One of them might be FC Destroy. However, they're still under pressure here. They do get that res.
I want to see you in ALGS next season. Thoughts?
FC Destroy and J-Lings held them out. Dark Zero's still alive. As our FaZe, remember right at the start, FaZe were dropping over towards Climatizer. They would have had a rough idea of where this circle was going, but they've slowly gone about their business, and they find themselves in the northwest side, as do Pioneers and Tom Young Kung, who made that giant rotation all the way from Trials over towards Climatizer, and they find themselves in a good spot. Now, FC Destroy, who have held this southern zone for quite some time,
We need a Figgy ALGS arc.
Now we're going to have to try and assess how on earth do we get to this northern side and get past Singularity and Dark Zero here.
Well, Yuka, Paradator is going to be asking his teammates if they've got any heavy ammo right now, because he's only got 6 bullets left for that Hemlock, and that, even though it might chip away at some shields, isn't going to be really enough to do some damage if they do have to rotate and cross with Team Singularity holding them out. This is the zone though. This is where we expect teams to be taking that final fight, and Pioneers still stuck under this building, but they're quite comfortable being there.
Yeah, Pioneers were delighted with that rotation. It's an interesting game, isn't it, where you haven't taken a fight, but you can
Have you gotten Pred before, Figgy?
Like
also, Figgy, I appreciate you smacking that smacking the sub button, homie.
Even more and more for making that
Appreciate you.
But having Serdal on the Newcastle here means that they can continue to make that fake cover and can be a real threat in this final circle.
Team Singularity and FC Destroy, they're having a scrap, and here is that
DSG, Oogie.
Elysium on his return to the ALGS. He's gone down in this fight, and now it's up to his teammates to try and hold it down. Enterforce 36 have been eliminated in the meantime. That was the solo player still alive, and that might open a rotate for Dark Zero as well.
They were in the first
FC
lobby.
Do survive, but for how long?
I think, right?
Yeah, they survive, but they're trying to avoid the fight with Singularity, but may just
Or Or is this guy's in this one? This guy's might be this one.
Griefing every single squad on this southern side.
No, it had to have been
Remember,
earlier.
They had a difficult journey to get into this circle as well.
Yeah, they
were able to
finished
force out
14th.
complexity as Team Singularity now go down.
Master's Peak,
Destroyers
hell
are
yeah.
eliminated, and we're down to 5.
And that's Dark Zero have just cleared that side of the zone. They just kind of avoided the fights until the teams were forced to engage.
I want to say
They didn't pick up the
DSG was
pieces.
contesting
They
on
cleaned
World
it up
Edge.
without taking any damage whatsoever, and now Dark Zero are safe on this side of the wall.
And you can see there on Dark Zero's POV where that circle's going to be moving, almost bang center of this current zone, slightly north, but pretty much central, where everyone is going to have to move. But the teams that have to move first, FaZe and J-Lings. Pioneers, Tom Young Kung, and Dark Zero can be
So
a
Tom
little bit
Young
more
Kung,
hesitant
another
with
big
their play.
finish here for them, huh?
Snipe Down trying to climb up, Phonyhead trying to climb up as well, and it looks like it might be a long way up for them. Can they make it? That's the question, or are they just trying to say, undetected for now? Well, the security camera comes out from Noises with that drone, and he's going to give away their position. This should be an opportunity for J-Lings to pick up some KP.
Yeah, I think that when J-Lings saw that this is a 2 from FaZe, they may try and just get this wipe, because then they will dominate the southwest side. It's going to be a far easier last circle for them if they can take out FaZe here. Otherwise, FaZe could shoot them in the back.
Well, Nags has also got a
FaZe
Prowler
rocking
on that
white
package,
shields
so he should
too,
be
that's
able to make
tough.
quick work of them. There's Phonyhead, he's going to go down, and look at that. Kill feed, Nags, Prowler. That's exactly what you want to see as Snipe Down's just trying to survive.
They really want to take down the
Yeah, I was
last
gonna say,
member
they
of
need to
FaZe
figure
here,
out a
but
way
they
that they
just
can-
have to forget about it because they have a chance to move up on this circle, and Tom Young Kung now trying to press on the likes of Dark Zero, who are going to be pushing into those areas as well.
Was Dark Zero trying to survive here as Tom Young Kung take this high ground. FaZe have been eliminated. Speaking of Dark Zero, we have a listen-in available as they look to pick up their first win. Let's jump over to Dark Zero and hear the comms.
Good listening, love it. They've got 10 kills right now.
Yeah, watch out, they come on.
Swinging it with you.
Does DZ just win this?
They jumped.
Because they take high grounds here now.
Playing on you.
That's Tom Young Kung.
Here.
Yeah, they just have high ground here.
I'm chilling a bit.
Unless they overextend.
I'm batting.
Don't overextend.
Okay, chill. I'm killing. I'm healing. Shoot us up. I don't have any idea. Left side. We gotta make sure that team dies though. I need lighter heavy now. I need heavy too. Here. Jet take. Yeah. We gotta slide forward. The team's on our left. Get him down. Slide on me now. Doing it. One at height. Crypto on me. 70. 150. Get a swing. Chill. Bring back drone. AvB. We're gonna swing up.
That's okay because that puts J-Lings and KCP. Yep, fighting one another.
I'm picking Jen. Above. Armor soft. Grabbing. Take fight. Oh, dude. No, bro. You win this.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, bro, he almost did it.
Close.
He almost pulled that off.
Dark Zero come in second because it's J-Lings who take home the win in game number 2.
Feel like but quite rightly so that J-Lings do get a win on the
Oh,
board.
sorry,
They look
chat.
fantastic
Hey, at least he
in
didn't
World
wait
Edge
until the end of the
scrims.
game, though, right?
Maybe looking
Smiles?
like the team they once were back on IG. They know how to play this map, but I think they were just waiting to try and find that perfect composition. And even though it looks a little bit janky, having Crypto, having a Watson, they made it work. They got aggressive when they needed to, and they find themselves finding a W. But Dark Zero still putting big points on the board and showing great consistency.
Yeah, so close to winning that game as well, but it is going to be J-Lings who step up for Europe in game number 2. And one thing I liked about how J-Lings approached that end zone as well, they weren't afraid to engage. Sometimes we've talked about J-Lings sometimes being a little bit too passive when it comes to those end games. They're waiting for almost too perfect a moment instead of trying to create one themselves by outputting damage. You saw Nags going in there. The Prowler is certainly going to help in those situations, but I think just being a little bit more proactive certainly helped them close out that end game.
Well, it was something that happened off screen as well in the early stages where J-Lings were able to force complexity out of their position, win that engagement, and take that northern side alongside the likes of FaZe. And ever since then,
Alright,
they
so
had
who
one
won
of the
game
more
1?
commanding
I need to
positions
update my
on the
notes.
map, and it was how they played it afterwards. Slow when they needed to,
NRG.
but also, as you say, aggressive at the right times, which is
So
usually
NRG
the
won
perfect
game
blend
1.
winning a game of Apex Legends. A chance to look back at this final circle from J-Lings' point of
When
view.
J-Lings gets
EMEA
EMEA on the board.
Dark Zero throughout that one. Catwall being down meant that they just had to hold out and wait to get any sort of info before they could really get involved.
Yeah, they had this side of the zone all to themselves. So you can see just making sure they didn't get poked and prodded. You see a few horizon cues being thrown down, Nags more than aware of that situation. The question is, did they have an EMP to use? Was it just a case of peaking the right moment? And it looks like that might have been the case. Surviving long enough to be the third party in these situations, Dan, that is the secret of winning games of APAC Legends.
Yeah, I don't think Dark Zero realized that they could sneak up to the high ground on their left here.
If you have got any sort of info, you have to relay that to the rest of the team. And then as soon as Pioneers get eliminated, it was this damage.
Which, yeah, I was going to say, that's
that first knock, which was massive
tough,
for
bro.
J-Lings. And as soon as they did have that advantage, you'd imagine they were confident, you'd imagine they were comfortable, and it was just a matter of playing the circle, using it to their advantage, and forcing Dark Zero into a sticky spot.
Yeah, but Tom Young Kung, what, 2 top 4s?
Controller player at the end doing what is required of him, hitting the shots to give them that win. 25 points overall after the 13-kill win.
Black Hand with a pretty decent game.
Dark Zero just in behind them though, 14 kills for them.
9-point game for them.
And as I mentioned in those international scrims, it was Dark Zero just dominating, taking so much points, but it was J-Lings who were kind of second behind them, still finding those consistent games. So it did have me curious, can they replicate that when it comes to tournament play? Because it's all well and good talking about scrims. A very different manner of style that you play when you come into tournaments here. You probably don't take as much risks as you do in scrims. You probably are going to be a little bit more conservative, holding yourself back at times, and J-Lings perhaps taking advantage of that sometimes here.
Yeah, one thing to point out as well, just Pioneers, you know, they came in third place there, they put 8 points, but the position they found themselves in didn't really give them many lines of sight to pick up KP towards that end game of teams who were rotating in, so you can understand why their score looks the way it does. Great placement, but just not the kills to go alongside it.
And as you look at the bottom half, again, it was a tough old start for Kick, and I'm very concerned about their tournament with the amount of contests they have at Lava Siphon throughout the day. Complexity also were taking out one of those teams that I said J-Lings were focusing on in the early stages. This is the lay of the land, though. NRG on 32, Dark Zero just behind them on 30, and J-Lings starting to close that gap on 26 as well. Now, Tom Young Kung,
a lot of my teams to watch for.
That still find themselves very much in the runnings in these
Pioneers, Team Singularity, Black Hand, still all top 10 right now.
The rest of the pack at the moment, but that always gives you an indication if you're one of those teams who's had a little bit of a slow start.
We take those, we take those.
And all of a sudden you fly up those leaderboards towards the top, and there is the family members of Dark Zero, the biggest fans that you could possibly want. And you got your family coming out to support you, and playing pretty well, Dan, putting smiles on faces.
Consistent, they've got into pretty much both of the final circles. The first one didn't quite go so well, the second one so close, but I think that they will probably feel like they could have won it if they had done maybe just some small adjustments, but it's one of those things that happened. It was the damage that was initially taken. Very difficult to recover from that. But that's what we expect from Dark Zero.
Kind of completely scuppered the plans of Pulverex as they move forward, and then they were just getting shattered, slowed, whatever it is, damage being taken. Easy fight when Gem moves in like that.
If you get me a Nessie plushie, I'll tell you what they were saying in the pre-game. I can be bought, and I can see everything that's said from all of the players, and I could probably ruin a few careers.
Don't do that.
I could, no, I won't.
They will ruin yours even quicker.
That's true, they very much will. But they say nice things, really. I'm only joking, but a great game 2, and that gets me excited for game 3.
It does indeed. Another thing that gets me excited is some of the cool stuff that we've got here at the arena, which these wonderful people who are sat in the crowd can certainly check out. And we the people...
What's on his arm?
Tell us exactly what that is.
Don't just say a fucking tattoo, chat.
What up,
I mean,
everybody?
of what?
So earlier, I showed you guys some
of
the
what
activities you can do here, some of my favorites, but I never showed you guys how to claim your prizes once you fill out your passport. So we are here at Resorts World Arena in the forum right in the beginning, and I filled out my passport, and now it's time to collect some loot. I want my loot, please. Please, you can absolutely see my photos. So we got that, got that, that, and that. That's it.
Good job.
Let's go.
You're within the first 30 people in the day, so you get a loot box.
All right. So if you're one of the first 30 people in the day to complete all your passport, you get a secret prize. Let's see what we got.
It's a gold Nessie.
ALGS Nessie, golden with the little crown.
Sheesh.
There's some Apex tokens up in here to win some more prizes. Come get yours.
Come get yours,
Absolutely
he says.
love that. Dan, you're right to take this because the first 30 people.
First 30 people get it. Are you off?
Yeah,
you really want one? Okay. Oh, he's not joking. He's actually left, so that's good. All right, well, ALGS just with Dan Gaskin because Onset has gone and left me. How does he do his job again? Doesn't he usually say things like he locked and loaded? I don't know what he says nowadays. Oh, he's back, thank goodness.
You look so nervous.
I was really nervous. You're my comfort pillow. You're the one who just keeps me going.
His
comfort
what?
Blanket. Excuse me, comfort pillow, one of the two.
Getting weirder.
It's fine.
Look at that thing, it's beautiful. beautiful, isn't it? And of course, if you're not one of the 30, you can fill out the passport. They are available here, so you can go pick one up, and they are looking extremely good on the FaZe desk right here, and certainly maybe something that can get the confidence going here for FaZe, because a little bit of a slow start for them so far.
Yeah, they were in one
So,
of those
Figgy,
positions where they had to kind of stay in their area.
I was trying to remember, I think I asked you this the other day, maybe yesterday. Have you been keeping up with much ALGS this season, or no?
It was just a matter of survival for FaZe. They were never really able to get going or get any kills on board that allowed them to get the shields up and making sure they could be competitive in the final circle. Instead, it was just a matter of avoiding fights, and that's never a fun way to play Apex Legends.
Yeah, and we've got to talk about a little bit about the war that happened over at Landslide early on as well, because it was almost a carbon copy a couple of times of the position.
You've been keeping up with any esports really recently, or no, not really?
I think we'll want that game back, to say the least. They make a rotate. They don't take the time maybe to craft as much as they would have wanted to, because it looked like they rotate in towards Fragment through Harvester that they decided to take after saying, hey, we don't want any part of this. It looked clear for them, so I wonder if it was a timing thing. Maybe it was the ring changes that caught them out a little bit.
Compare that to the 1,000 damage that
you know, you're dying to the zone.
Dark Zero did in their first game.
Moving forward.
And when we have two very similar circles as well, certainly with the patterns of play, Jaylings will be delighted that they were able to take advantage of a circle that was certainly closer to home. They drop over towards Monument, so they didn't have to move as far, but it still was a northern rotation.
Are you sending it via
taking the position off of Complexity, and then from that point onwards, it was just a matter of bullying the other teams that were arriving late. Because if you are a team like Alliance, like LRG, like Onyx, who were coming from that southwest side, those were two of the hardest circles they could have asked for. Now you're hoping and praying to the Apex gods. This is going to be a more comfortable circle here in map number 3.
We'll have to see what that zone does. Paul, it looks like the lobby is just on the verge of getting ready to go as the players sit back down in their positions and they lock in for this game number 3.
We gotta get you a
game number 3 is an interesting
bench
one,
with a rack so you can do like bench press.
You're a little bit, intimidated by the main stage. Maybe it's your first time that you've been on that main stage. A lot of these teams should have the experience at this point to deal with that pressure and the situation, but now you felt the lobby out a little bit. You know how teams are going to be playing, who's going to be making what rotation, who's going to be more willing to fight in certain situations than others, and this is where I feel you start to see the better quality of game, where everyone kind of knows what their play is and what they can expect from other ones as well.
Yeah, I can't say enough how important that win was for Jaylings. I remember back at Split 2 playoffs, they only had 27% of their points were on World's Edge, 73% was on Storm Point. You can't have a golfing difference like that when it comes across the two maps. You need to be consistent across both. And a team that has always fared well on World's Edge, I was very surprised with their lackluster performances. But it seems like they have very much worked
technical
on things,
difficulties.
and they have impressed here coming to the World Championships. And now it's about whether you can go back to back. Not even necessarily with victories, but with consistency here. You've got to stay with the front runners. This is an amazing chance for Jaylings to pick up.
Things are going so smooth.
I think confidence is a big thing for Jaylings as well. I always talk about confidence. I know it's almost like a buzzword when we're up here in the commentary booth, but you would be surprised as a player how much your gameplay can be affected by a win in a team fight, a win in a game of Apex. As you move over to the next game, all of a sudden you feel confident, engaging, more willing to swing in a situation, knowing that you're going to hit your shots. Some highlights, of course, from our game number 2 for you right now, and I've got to say, this play from Hackis is one of my favorite I've seen in quite some time. The way that he navigated and moved beautifully over that cat queue to take the high ground and finish it off. Masterful from Hackis.
Frustrating though, I'm sure, for Alliance.
So I wonder if those are just
such a good push onto NRG, but then
what do you mean, Oogie?
To ruin Alliance's day.
Is today your birthday?
Had that fight on the eastern side, using Zero's fuse as best as they can to get an Arc Star into the face of Shunmi and take down Pulverex. The team I do want to talk about, Tom Young Kung, and their consistency at the moment. I was a bit worried they could be targeted with the drop spots that they currently have on both World's Edge and Storm Point, but in the way they're playing and the points they're picking up, it is not a team you want to fight against. It is definitely not someone you want to try and rip their drop spot off if you are struggling with your own, because for teams like Kick, for example, they may want to find a new home as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, have to keep an eye on what Kick's
Oh no, not like this.
At this point in the game, after, like we mentioned, a little bit of a should we say a miscalculation
like
by the looks of things with that zone coming in. Dark Zero, this fight for the truck was a really important one as well, because this allowed them to be in a position to clear out this side of the zone, and you can see it right here. The Prowler from Jim Burton is always a terrifying thing, but when you are the only team of cover on this side of zone with everybody having a wrap in front of you just to survive.
Not like this, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that just accepted their fate a little bit on the southwest side, so they took those fights, they tried to get their KP. In a zone like that, when there's little to play with, you have to be one of the early arrivals, and if you don't have an evac tower to try and go above people, you're probably going to be cannon fodder and taken out by the rest of the lobby. Now, as we got towards the end of the game, Dark Zero, the ones who took out the Homes Under the Hammer team. Unfortunately, Pioneers were not able to create a stable enough house, but Dark Zero were not able to capitalize and get a victory. Instead, it was J-Lings who held their ground in that final circle, and when you're trying to push over a wall with a ring to your back like that, it's always tough to get involved in an engagement.
You say Homes Under the Hammer, I call them basement dwellers.
Oh, wow.
We all know one of those.
We definitely do.
Dan Gaskin.
That is me. That is I. But I think Pioneers, they might look at that one and say, did we miss an opportunity? We were in a great position. Did we play too passive? Because I think when you have a composition like that and you have a Newcastle, you almost want to play passive. You want to be the team that's on the more defensive side because you have so many tools to do so. But I think they were punished a little bit and maybe caught off guard by Dark Zero.
Damn, that's fucking deep, bro.
Want to shirk away from the opportunity to fight if they feel it's a fight that is going to be productive for them, either by taking space or clearing a position they believe is one to win a game from. Elsewhere, though, I think we always have to talk about the bottom of the leaderboard.
You think so? I think I would want to be on the bottom.
Certainly had some slow starts.
Wait a minute.
Alliance been one of those teams. Yes, they've had some pretty rough zones that they've had to go through, but also a little bit surprised to see Moist Esports a little bit quiet at the start.
Yeah, very quiet indeed, and I think that when you look across the other groups, it's always going to be trying to find points where they are available, as we can look at a comparison between JMW and Jen Burton, two players who are trophy lifters
on the same team.
And it is incredible to see JMW finding success after filling in and being a part of that roster alongside Jen Burton. And it is going to be a chance for Dark Zero to show what they're made of as they try and do it again.
Yeah, interesting to see. No surprise to see the difference, shall we say, in kills, not just because of play style, but also because of legend selection as well. Jim Burton on the Catalyst is always going to be poking and prodding through that catwall and able to do that entry damage in fights that gives Dark Zero so much success. He's also so good when damage has been dealt, immediately moving in and putting himself in position to clean things up. Comparison now between Nags and Zero. You got Valkyrie versus Juice.
Oh man, come on, get through the whatever the difficulties are. Get in the lobby.
The ability to pummel nades towards enemies, so damage is always going to be increasingly high when you are playing on the fuse. Only the 3 kills, but plenty of assists.
Bro, Oogie, that thing looks like it hurts,
Nags
bro.
can do with a SMG in his hand as well, whether it be Split 2 playoffs or whether it's already so far at the champs. He's a very confident player who is more than happy to get involved in any sort of fight.
Well, elsewhere we can see, understandably, it's only right that we go through the entire player comparison and give Noises and Zainu a little bit of a shout out, by the way. Zainu, by the way, what a wondrous rise this man has had. He probably thinks Apex Legends is the easiest game in the world. Turns up to his first LAN, wins it. Turns up to ALGS Championships, he's hoping he'll be able to win it as well.
I mean, we saw Gilderson's popping off earlier, and now we're seeing Zainu on our screens. 2 players who were brought in to be that guy, to be the damage-dealing youngster who can kind of learn from slightly more experienced competitors. And sometimes you need that, like almost like robots at times. You point here, you go there, you kill that. And Zainu proved exactly that at Split 2 playoffs, what he was capable of. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has his hands on another trophy come the end of the ALGS Championships. But a lot of teams that they'll have to go through if they want to get there. But it is looking good for Dark Zero so far. But for J-Lings, at least a promising start for them. They've shown that they are going to be competitive, not just in this lobby, but I think at this tournament.
Complexity Gaming there, just at the bottom of your screen. Shout out to all of the boys on Complexity. I mentioned good times, good vibes. They genuinely always look to bring that. And you can see Dark Zero looking very relaxed about the situation they find themselves in at the moment. They've done a lot of their heavy lifting so far. As we see these two groups match up and the amount of points that they put on the board, especially even in that second game there, just one thing that's impressive about Dark Zero is for when they win a game or they're in the top 3, it's not like a win a game with 4 kills. They usually have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They've usually taken a really important fight before they've got into that end game position that puts them in a position not only to be involved in the end game, but also it kind of gives them the scope of land where they can third party, they can influence other flights, pick players off to clear the zone for them to move in.
I'm more confused about them trying to do the FaZe logo at the moment. I'd be trying to create a Dark Zero
That's not
logo.
a FaZe, that's a thumbs up.
Yeah, but before.
In fact, that is a textbook thumbs up from Jim Burton. My goodness.
Yeah, as expected. I mean, everything this man does seems to be impressive.
He's got 2 of them! Wow!
And those thumbs are very important. You need to keep them.
He must be talking about Amos or something.
Be hitting those shots, but
these thumbs.
Dark Zero are
these
going to
thumbs.
fulfill maybe the expectations on this roster. There's always the comparison of Dark Zero versus TSM. TSM, the legacy.
Speaking of comparisons, there's Zero.
Are they comparing little fingers?
I don't know what they're comparing, Dan, but with that note and on that bombshell, we're going to jump to a quick break. When we get back, game number 3 is going to be live. Don't go too far.
So they are taking an actual break for the technical difficulties. They're probably like, hey, yo, take a quick break so we can tell you what form we're talking about for the next 15 minutes. Yeah, you heard that too. I heard it. I'm like, maybe not the best words. Maybe not the best words. In APAC North? Yeah, it's the 99er Prowler. I think 99 was for EMEA too. SMG meta was heavy this past season. I think they really could have thrown people off. What? But wait.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone. Welcome back to the beautiful main stage here at the Apex Legends Global Series Championship, the biggest event of the year, the one we've all been waiting for.
That's gross.
Waiting for things, Dan. The wait is almost over. Game number 3 looks like it's almost ready to go here.
That's fucking gross, bro.
Yeah, and for all these teams who have been finding a lot of success on World's Edge throughout scrims, your last chance in Group C and D to try and pick up those points before we move over to Storm Point. It's another reason why I love this format, the fact that we will have 3 maps on World's Edge and then 3 into Storm Point is you have to make it count.
Oh, Oogie, Figgy, I don't know if y'all were here when I was talking about it earlier.
Change up going into match number 4.
Interesting to see.
Or if y'all have seen it yet. But in bracket stages, they're doing 8 games instead of 6.
Yeah, I can confirm that. Can actually 100% confirm that. Wingering aren't actually here.
It'll be nice when they do turn up to an event.
If you think you see someone like him, it's not like him.
Yeah, one day they'll turn up and it'll be great to see Wig and Greek, but unfortunately not today and not here at the championships. But it is a good green screen.
By the way, I'm going to make an investment before the next LAN. I'm bringing fresh pairs of socks for everyone because the amount of times I see socks on that main stage, and let me tell you, they ain't looking too pretty.
You can tell the difference between those who wash their own socks and those who have mothers at home or fathers at home that wash theirs as well.
Someone was caught off guard. Oh, yes, care for the Nessie. Love the Nessie.
Baby.
Oh, cutie.
F-Chan.
Big F-Chan fan as well, understandably so, but that's how you should treat your Nessie, everyone.
I was able to get one of those when I was in Japan, by the way. I got it cheeky, I got it early.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Maybe I feel like I'm an influencer.
It's a very
now.
you thing.
It is.
Yo, honestly, with the way that APAC has shown up and shown out, if they don't get a LAN next season, it's ludicrous. 9-time apparatus rapper.
Enough of us talking. Game's loading in the background. It's almost time for us to get back on the World's Edge and almost time for us to see how World's Edge.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason that they added an extra day. One, so you can have like prime time for Winners Bracket 1 on Friday, because it's only Winners Bracket on Friday, or Winners Bracket 1. But then on Saturday, it's still 16 games. It's just 2 series instead of the 18-game series for 3 series.
Split 5th onward. Maybe 4
I don't hate it.
points here or there from a couple of fights and a couple of engagements.
I'll have to see how it plays out and see if it feels like it really plays any difference, though.
If you are able to get a big game.
All right, Gazer.
All right, buddy, how's it going?
Well, Alliance, a couple of quiet games for them, but I did mention they've been pretty rough zones for them to have to navigate. Dojo, a couple of good
Have they
fights.
announced officially that Effect
at the moment, so
has his
good for them to talk about.
He's on broadcast or no? I don't think they have.
It's time for us to see World's Edge for the
No,
last
it won't
time
change game
between these two
point.
groups. See how it goes.
See if there's any drastic changes that we can notice in compositions, as well as the players fill in which legends they're going to be competing on. But I imagine this early in the tournament, you are not going to see too many changes. It might be later on as you get into the elimination bracket, perhaps their teams might start to change things as they get into panic mode and either want to go back to something more
Phonyhead's
familiar
still
or try and go drastic changes
sitting
to
on the
change the meta and maybe find that one legend that could be the difference maker.
Little bit of Bloodhound, quite a lot of fuse.
I'll be honest, I think they have the team calls. Yeah, my PC is having issues whenever I try and load multiple like videos up. I think my PC's
but the game is live and the dropship is
struggling a little bit. I don't know if it's my PC or if it's my internet, but literally every time I try to open up multi-view, it keeps
Yeah, now
giving
we're
me
gonna
internet
see a
issues.
similar circle again. That's going to be the
Before I
biggest
boot my
question I
PC
have.
for a second.
Is it going to be a matter of 3 for 3 for
And I know it
Dojo
sounds so weird.
against Kick, which keeps
Which is
on
why I didn't
happening,
think about it.
and it seems to be constantly going much better for Dojo, who have been able to find guns, whereas a couple of times.
But yes,
Kick
usually
have been caught
on
with the
command
backstab a
center
little
you'll
bit and
you'll
haven't had a weapon.
have
Well, it looks
team
like Dojo want to
comms.
get aggressive. When you 2-0 up, you usually feel pretty
Oh, dear.
confident.
Damn.
But now not so confident. They lose the first, and that's going to be now a 2v3 situation. Kick get the advantage.
So can Kick make this count and finally get a little bit of revenge here going into game number 3 and maybe get something going, because if they are able to win this engagement, this is going to be their first chance at actually getting some points on the board.
Bro, DZ's already
You
here.
find yourself into the top 5 after getting a win. Hold on.
Hold up a minute.
What's going on here? Dark Zero having a little peek towards Lava Siphon, but doesn't look like they hear enough commotion to get engaged just yet.
They'll be back.
Oh, gunshots.
Designful trying to hold this position.
Oh.
Oh, there's some nice shots coming in from Designful with that wingman to make things
Oh.
a bit interesting. Designful got them all last time.
Bro,
Can't
if
do
he
it
would.
this time.
Oh.
It's all
Shut
up
up.
to Timmy.
Oh my god.
Timmy puts him to sleep, but here come Dark Zero, you little what's-its.
You little rascals. The Dark
Sheesh.
Zero boys are going to come from down under and make sure they pick up any sort of pieces here, and that's going to be frustrating for Dojo because they've done so well to win that engagement in a 2 versus 3, but that's always the problem of being in a contest. Everyone knows you're contesting, everyone knows you're available for maybe getting that last little bit of damage, and both Dojo and Kick taken out of the game.
Say what you want about it. In my opinion, that's very smart from Dark Zero. Free KP for them, easy to pick up, and now they can pick up all the loot as well.
Yeah, TV's really
from
nice.
One of the highest tiered loot you're going to have in Lava Siphon. One of the best POIs with the best loot. You're going to be able to leave feeling extremely strong. The only problem is they now have to change their rotate.
Because
You're
what?
gonna be
Isn't
right
DZ
towards-
landing is it
Yeah,
Harvester?
north,
Is that where they're
west
landing?
of the map. Always takes me a second there just to get the visual compass going
Your
in my
mental
brain.
compass was great.
It's a struggle. But we are going to see a little bit of countdown and going maybe towards the back of Trials.
Well, it is going to be a chance for Tom Young Kung, a team that I said have been doing very well and making sure that they are rotating accordingly to the further circles. But now this is a circle right next to them over towards Trials. And they were in 4th position. They were able to hold down that consistency. And now they might be able to pick up some big points here if they are able to survive. But KCP were having a little peek at them and maybe could try and get involved in a fight here.
Mike got a little armor check as well. You can see that all blue for Pioneers. There's only one purple alongside the 2 whites. So that's why Sir Dell is going to get the castle wall down and think about hitting a few shots to just maybe double up on that armor check to see if there are a couple of whites that they will be able to play off, because that's the building that they want to maybe take off of them towards this end game. This is a difficult spot to hold for, I would say, the long game, just because you've got essentially no cover over your head. It's kind of just dipping and diving around the bins, as NRG have a little poke here at Lava Fisher as well.
Well, I guess we're seeing KCP trying to set up, use the castle wall to give them that extra little bit of cover, and they'll try and reside there, but you're completely right. You can be vulnerable to a lot of damage coming from several different areas, so they'll have to play that one careful. But all these teams are going to be moving up through Lava Fisher, through Countdown to try and get to this northwestern side. So finally, all those teams who have been on the west having to have the treacherous journey.
But do we not have any other contests going on?
They get rewarded for their patience.
Staging did have a ring console as well, so that's why you're seeing.
Because they didn't take us to Gombre and S Destroy out in like mod area, did they?
It was another reason why Dark Zero quickly
Mod
pushed
stacks.
out of their drop spot and went towards Lava Siphon. They got the ring
Oh, I'm
console
guessing one of
at
those teams
Lava,
is already
so not
out,
only did
probably
they
about
get
the same
extra
time.
KP, but they're also able to get ring console information so they can make their rotation. So a very, well, it's a very deliberate decision from Dark Zero. They maybe wouldn't have gone for it if they had had a ring console to work with at their drop, but they are forced into it a little bit, and they thought, you know what, we could get very much rewarded here.
I mean, Dark Zero are going to come out of this with some serious loot if nobody's rotated through Harvester as well. They're at Harvester at the moment, and obviously you have that
One of these
high
days,
tier
I'm gonna
loot
need
pool
you
down the bottom that they will be picking up on their way
reteach
through.
me,
So they could be in a really dangerous spot
Apex a little bit
for the rest of the lobby with the amount of loot that they're going to be able to pick up on their way through. Elsewhere, though, in the northern side of things, we mentioned FaZe. Bit quiet so far. They're working their way through Skyhook. Complexity
You
doing
and
the
Oogie.
same, and it'll be interesting to see if Enter Force 36, who are kind of sandwiched between the two that we look at now, will be able to survive long enough and not get run over by one of those teams.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of teams trying to get to that far northwest side by Trials, but those who are arriving a little bit late might just have to take whatever they can in Skyhook or in Countdown, and you just hope then that there's a circle shift if you are one of
I
the
think when
late
it comes to
arrivals.
Apex,
We saw it happen
I'm
in
just
map
going to
number one,
accept
and
the fact
difference
that
it
I'm
can make for
old
those teams who
and
had to go a
just
little
play it
bit
on my
further
controller.
their journey, so it's still very much possible.
We'll have to see after Zone 1 closes, those who might be able to get a little bit of ring console information on their way through.
FC Destroy in a really good spot as well. We do see this zone sometimes pull back towards them, although it's more likely, you would say, to pull to the houses.
Yeah, I think now that I understand the game more, though, I won't have a problem doing that, right? It's just before I was like brand spanking new, and I was still trying to figure out my ass from my elbow. You know what I mean?
You almost guarantee yourself top 5.
These arc stars could be important for NRG, but Nathan's gone down. And now NRG is a 2.
I definitely won't stream it because my current PC can't handle it, but I will. I've thought about wanting to play it, honestly.
I don't think we'll be able to push up on this one just yet.
The hard thing, though, is I've been like hard addicted to Rocket League lately.
Question is, can they find the bodies? Can they get the kills? All of a sudden, shots coming in from elsewhere. And Alliance might have made a little bit of a mess of this, but no, they hold strong. Alliance will take NRG down. It was a brave play from Alliance. It was a brave play from NRG to try and take this spot. But if you win that fight, a lot of the time, you will be the team we're talking about in that endgame.
Well, it was a matter of who could actually see anything, I feel, in that building with the amount of smokes that had gone down. But I think it was just the griefing that happened from a distance, which was a real struggle for NRG. As they tried to make that push, you saw the charge rifle in the kill feed, and they were really damaged in that initial fight.
I heard they were catching some good games yesterday, though. I also heard Giggy, Ducky, and Vader were catching some fatty dubs the day before that.
Further back than them. So as Geo arrived to this southeast side, they could hold Landslide and maybe pick up some teams that are arriving even later.
Dark Zero also taking their time, I think, to craft over at staging, so they're going to be about, if they didn't come in with red Evos and like everything gold, I'd be surprised.
Well, Dark Zero should have that. I mean, they were able to get a little bit of damage from what they picked up, and also they've just had so much time down through Harvester and staging that they're going to have all the goodies in the world that they could want. And there's the map overhead for you. You can see how many teams have made their way onto this western side. A few teams having to just relocate a little bit.
It's interesting to see Dark Zero still sitting outside of this circle, even though they were very quickly out of Harvester and then over to Lava Siphon.
Now they have that ring console information they were able to gather. This has been a very well-played game from Dark Zero so far. Didn't have the ring console on top. So they go and push the teams that are contesting. They take the ring console information. They see they've got quite a journey to go. They then loot Harvester. Then they loot staging. And then they're rewarded with another ring console to now get even more info.
Well, info is not going to be a problem for them. It's execution at this point with so many teams already inside of Lava Fissure. Alliance, one of those teams at the moment, holding down what we believe to be potentially where this end game is going to be taking place. Good damage we saw a moment ago from Mandy with that Hemlock. Not enough to get that knock and maybe make things a little bit frisky. Jim Burton and Dark Zero, though, they're making their approach now from that low ground. And in front of them is going to be Gambare or Tassan, who are holding down this building.
So Dark Zero just need to be careful that they are not having anyone behind them. I think that they waited and they probably, during their rotation, had a little check to the southern side, and they should know that they are going to be mostly safe. It's only Ironblood Gaming who could potentially throw a spanner in the works if they ever make their rotation on that southern side. But Dark Zero, they've got time to work with here. It's not like they need to force themselves in straight away, but if the gap opens, Dark Zero will take it. The risk would be taking the zip line to try and get underneath teams. You're very vulnerable then, and I don't think they will go for that anytime soon, but it might be a last-minute decision. As I say that, I see on the minimap that Dark Zero have made that decision, and Dark Zero will now find themselves at the bottom of Lava Fissure.
And the Force 36 here, stuck inside of Trials at the moment, and his FaZe, who are kind of holding them out. Both teams kind of in a little bit of a sticky situation because they're both going to have to leave at some point.
Boone just wants a new toy to play with.
Has just taken down Jim Burton.
You know what I mean?
It was a risky play that we saw, and now you can see on our map overhead exactly what we're talking about. Dark Zero down to 2, but they do get that res, so they will... Oh, another player has gone down in the meantime, and it's Jim Burton this time. Should be uncomfortable, though.
So I think especially in NA, Val's still definitely the way to go.
It's always going to be a tough one because it gives such an audio cue to all those teams that are above you. But they now managed to find themselves in one of these donuts, and they've... Even though they're being targeted at the moment, there's a lot of eyes on them. If they can just reset, if they can hold here, then at least they're going to be comfortable for quite some time and should be able to watch a lot of the lobby get wiped out before they arrive to this circle.
Yeah, if you think about inventory as well, we saw them crafting on their way over numerous times. And they should have a lot to work with. And look at that, Zainu, 14 cells. He's got 4 bats, or did have 4 bats as well. Which means that they can kind of take a little bit more damage. They can take a more risky spot to play where they're going to
My boy Big vibing.
They might be
Look at all them heals.
By different teams, but they're going to be able to heal through it. So Dark Zero playing the long game here. As we take a look at that backpack that you can see on Zynu, 13 cells still, 3 bats, Arcstar, and lots of other things like the Ultic cell we're seeing popped as well. So Alliance we mentioned as well in that house that we were expecting to be the end game where they're going to be.
I mean, C2 kind of is just because it's new, but I agree with you. I start playing Go Girl? Goo Girl. Oh, Catalyst?
Two fights that happen, and actually the winners of each fight may end up scrapping against
I remember Moon trying to tell me that Catalyst wouldn't be meta this season, and then she's like, even still at this point, like second or third most picked character.
And you can also see in the kill feed as well, the Geo and Dark Zero are having a fight, and oh my goodness,
Dark Zero out.
It's going to be Dark Zero eliminated here. We talked about how it was a risk to try.
Taken out by who? Black Can, baby. Heavy is the motherfucking hand.
Here can't quite get the angles.
That's going to be a frustrating one for Dark Zero, and they're probably asking, well.
I mean, she's also pretty good for rotates, for like micro rotates.
No one else wanted to get involved in that fight. As soon as you
can cut off line of sight
in those areas, sometimes that's your best chance to try and find a new position or walk up ever so slightly to your next rock that you can hide behind. As Complexity are going to be making their move, and this is going to be
because Valkyrie isn't as needed these days because you've got the redeploy towers, right?
Being one of them.
Oh, you got to hope that they haven't got something that can clear you out from this low ground as well, because Monsoon and Luda both got to pop bats, and you can just see the shots flying in, and Cody's trying to do what he can, but look at the frag grenades, they're all there. Knuckle Cluster in as well, and
even you're seeing a couple of teams breaking out Wraith. I think we've seen a couple
as they fly
today.
Complexity will fall.
Easy as that, 15 squads now remaining. And
honestly, Figgy, I think you should be playing Horizon.
3 extra KP, which puts Jaylings still securely in 3rd position. And of course, with Dark Zero falling,
if I can keep it 1,000 with you.
Points to be gathered by those left in the lobby, and Jaylings maybe with an opportunity to top the group at the moment going into Storm Point. They'll be happy at Countdown for now. They don't have that ring console information, so they don't know they're going to have to move a little bit further west. And Jaylings might be able to get another gift here, as Enter Force 36 could be the next team to just feed them a few kills here.
I love how Oogie says it too. Yeah, dude, for real. Because you like getting entry damage and being able to push.
Should be safe enough for now. Interestingly, kind of mirroring
all the homies hate playing against Horizon. All the homies love a good Horizon. That's the thing about Horizon, right? But she's not busted enough that like you hate Horizon.
You almost did it,
like actually hate Horizon, right? Like it's not like the where Seer was. It's just frustrating as fuck.
We should be better, and my tongue and mouth.
But because of how aggressive you are.
We will see that FaZe were able to
because of how aggressive you are, and that you are pretty efficient in your playstyle, like Horizon just makes sense for you for getting entry and like buying the space for the rest of your team.
Real hindrance to those squads who are arriving a little bit late, but all of them are still going to have to move further southwest. But we have 5 teams in the next circle already, but everyone else, it's not so easy for them.
Bro, I love that Fuse is been shifted into meta a bit.
Maybe plan out what that next play is going to
I think it's so cool.
Countdown. They've got a long way to go. You can see they're on the far side of the zone. That's going to close really, really quickly behind them. Over at Countdown. As Noises sends out the drone, if you can hit an EMP, that's going to be the signal to push.
It's kind of crazy that you saw like EMEA starting to do a little bit of like Rampart meta, but then Rampart very quickly like just got pushed to the side.
This is a tough one for Jaylings. They need to force it soon because otherwise they're just going to be caught in a position where they're rotating. But now with one going down, Jaylings can continue to push up on this. But Onyx Esports might get involved. You've got to be fast.
Next does get that kill as well. So Jaylings do get the one and the finish. The question is, are they able to move quick enough to get into a good position? Well, Valkyrie in your comp is something that
Valk ulti feed phase? Ring 4?
She can still take to the sky, she can still get you into a spot, and with 15 squads remaining, now it's about threading the needle and finding somewhere to call home.
Well, this is just hoping for the best here. This is a Hail
yeah,
Mary
dude, that
play
final
for
ring
Jaylings.
gargles balls, bro.
Just about found a home, but it is a home that is already occupied.
All right, so they're standing on the donut here with
might be able to get Ponyhead back on his feet.
Pulverex.
They're trying to do similar to what we saw Dark Zero do earlier.
FaZe just seems to not be adjusting to the new meta, if I can be honest.
They do have those smokes elsewhere. You can see
they're still playing with
eliminated by Alliance, who control all of the space
last
in and around that house
splits meta essentially.
The golden house for them in this game, and for anybody who can control it. And having controlled that house and now having the high ground, they've got
really good spot for Alliance here, man.
As Hackett steps out and starts to shred away his shields.
Jaylings down.
E36 down.
Alliance just might win this because where they're at.
The best position in the game right now. They just need to be bullies and keep people away from their home. Make sure they say no to anyone ringing that doorbell. Northeption are trying to push from the north. Singularity also taking a lot of damage.
Elysium! Oh my goodness, he's just better!
But unfortunately, another team arrives, and it's Tom Young. They come on in to swoop up, pick up the pieces, and get their extra KP.
Pulverex trying to stay alive. One has gone down, and that is going to indicate that it's time to push for the team below them. F-Chan trying to survive. Can he get a bat off? No, he can't.
Bro, Elysium's that guy, bro. I understand him wanting to focus on school. That's why he took Split 2 off. But Elysium's just built different. The South American Slayer, for real.
I mean, Alliance are in a very commanding position in the moment, but sometimes when you hold this spot, you can feel a little bit too safe, and it can very much change when two teams arrive at the same time.
All right, so Moist is right across the way from Alliance.
Don't allow Moist to try and progress over.
Bro, Tom Young Kung with another big game. Even Ironblood, right? Didn't Ironblood have a decent game one?
To keep people scared. But Alliance are the only team in this circle, whereas we need to now see 5 others, make it 6 others, all try and progress across to the western side together.
Ironblood Gaming playing on the outside of Moist Esports right now. They're the team who are inside of this building. The Prowler, though, that could be a difference maker. When you're flying in and you do damage like that, surely you've got to push off the back of it. And that is exactly what they're going to do. They get that first
Nuku got stuck down there.
But it's exchanged. The damage, though, surely it was done.
Tom Young Kung, Moist, and Ironblood Gaming all fighting each other, but they're all likely going to die as soon as they exit the building because there's going to be so many eyes on them, and the ring's going to do so much damage. Alliance are still watching from above. FaZe are now making their way on this eastern side, as are
oh my goodness, Zicky!
Gunning right now.
Zicky, my goodness, that spray was a beautiful thing. Wasn't enough to keep them alive.
Tom Young Kung still in here. Tom Young Kung in first.
Eliminated as well.
Wow.
Tom Young Kung once again inside that top 5 or so.
Tom Young Kung is not finished outside the top 5 on World's Edge. That's insane.
Here for FaZe. No horizon in the comp to get back up high.
Can get back up high. Alliance still trying to hold this.
I was gonna say, but they can kind of just vibe here and hope at least a third.
Northeption have been able to work their way around all the way on the west.
For third, maybe even second? Probably not second.
Alliance just have to be careful that the Northeption don't catch them off guard, because Alliance still hold one of the best positions in the game, but this circle is going to end dead center on those tracks.
And if you're not sure, hit the ring console next year. That'll be the biggest Giga Chad play ever from Alliance. Pretty sure they know where this one's going to be ending, though, as Yuki goes up onto the height. FC Destroy on the low ground, though, Dan, still holding this building.
If FaZe were able to get up, FaZe could really influence this fight, but FC Destroy now can at least...
Bro, if FaZe had some way to sneak their way up, it'd be insane.
Really work out in this end game. Newcastle and Watson to annoy Alliance, and all the meanwhile...
Bro, I love Newcastle Watson, dude.
Because they have the high ground over these tracks, and they also...
I know a lot of people don't like Watson, but I think Newcastle Watson with the Horizon is probably like my favorite comp.
And it's interesting to see that Alliance...
It doesn't make much sense because it doesn't have Bang, and I feel like Bang is very important in today's meta.
While everyone moves up, and they take damage from multiple angles, which they are susceptible to, then this could be a bit more difficult. Snipe down on his own. FaZe survive, but Snipe down as a solo is going to have to do something magical here for FaZe.
FC Destroy did leave. They got away, so Alliance will still hold this side, and Snipe down is going to at least try and rat his way maybe into a top 3 and could be a hindrance. And Northeption and FC Destroy at the moment are fighting one another, and Alliance will take this on inside.
They will, and Snipe down just looked inside that building and was like, oh, no one's here. Well, Northeption make their move now. FC Destroy wiped. They should be able to get the shield swaps pretty comfortably as well. We'll be pretty safe at this point.
He just got that. They just got absolutely turned on.
He's going to have to watch his back here because there was a player behind him. Mandy does get the kill though.
Alliance got involved in this fight very early indeed, but they are still alive. As I say, that Yuki goes down.
Snipe down?
Alliance versus FaZe, but it's just one last player remaining. It's a 2.
I was going to say, imagine Snipe down pulls it off.
The plushie is mine, and Alliance will take the game and show that they can still get it done, even with the new player coming in and a substitute playing for them. But it's the same old boys. Mandy once again.
So they really aren't going to talk about the fact that Effect's got his visa, huh? Or do they not have somebody on site telling them that?
With that W, FaZe getting towards that end game as well. I'm pretty sure the Snipe down managed to rat into a 2nd place there as well, which is incredibly impressive from the rotate that they had to make. But, I mean, Alliance stepping up when it matters. And I'm kind of heartbroken that I lost to you.
But do you know what? I'm a man of honor. I'll buy one.
To be fair, the odds were very firmly stacked against you, and Alliance were the only team in the circle with 8 remaining.
True.
It was looking good for them until FC Destroy then took their building and were residing in their building. It was when FC Destroy decided to leave and take that northern side that it really opened up the game for Alliance. Their only real threat was the last remainders of FaZe. But what Alliance did well is they took the southern side, but they left one player to just challenge Snipe Down.
I mean, they just had, they had great positioning for when that final circle was going to be God spot, essentially, right?
Flew. They made sure there was no reset that was going to happen for whoever won on the northern side. So the Northeption didn't get the
no worries, Biggie.
properly. Alliance got the shutdown, and then it was
just
a matter
leave
of
me a tab, big dog, if you got the opportunity. I appreciate you. Love your face.
Just controlling so much space around them. You saw nobody was really able to coexist. It was one team who tried to make the play to coexist with them, but they immediately wiped them. It was NRG, I believe, who tried to take their building. They knew the value of that building, but Alliance didn't let it happen. They got that first knock and then immediately decided it was time to push to clean them out. And from there, they controlled the space so well down that it was difficult to see Alliance losing it.
Group
so
stage
much
Alliance.
so that I was even happy to take a bet because I thought it would be fun.
Well, I'm looking forward to my plushie. I'll make sure it's not a gold one because I've got one of those and I want a different color one. I don't care what color it is. You can paint it if you'd like to. But I'm very impressed with how Alliance played that one. Also, I'll give props to Northeption because they were able to get into that end game. It looked like they were maybe going to struggle. They slowly were able to sneak around on that western side and they took quite a commanding position. And had not FC Destroy changed their position late on, Northeption could have maybe had a win.
Yeah, interesting as well that Alliance, a team we talked about who hadn't put too many points on the board, and up until that, of course, only 3 games in for them, but getting a win in that game number 3 and taking that spot away after landing over at Thermal was something pretty impressive for them. So congratulations to Alliance. Very excited to see them progress through the tournament. And of course, that's going to do it for World's Edge, Dan. It's Storm Point time now, just as things get comfortable up here.
Yeah, Storm Point going to be next, and there's going to be a few teams that
see
will
where
be very
things
happy about that. I mean,
change
throughout
here.
Split 2 playoffs and throughout online seasons
Alliance did win. Yep. They had that really good spot, though. I mean,
a bit frustrated they didn't pick up more points. Dark
on that little elevator room right across from that southern donut.
Solid, and they're still up there in the top 5.
One thing that I love, Dan, is sitting down.
Right.
I know this might seem like a tenuous link, but it is. And one thing that we love, of course, is the chairs that our players get to sit on, right? And it's a wonderful thing. And the Herman Miller people, the wonderful people that provide these chairs, well, look at them, they're beautiful. The Herman Miller gaming embodied chairs are being used today at this event, Dan. Would you believe it?
I believe it.
Check out the new colorways on the Embodied Gaming online. The new colors have a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst upholstery. Be sure to check out custom Herman Miller Gaming.
You know what I need to do? I'm gonna land, once I land my, like, decent size, like, casting gig, I'm hitting up Herman Miller and be like, yo, bro, let's partner.
Well, yeah, it certainly
I'll actually sit down for my castings.
Joyful throughout any game that you may be playing, but I'm hoping you'll be playing a lot of Apex Legends when you were able to get one. If maybe we ever get one, Mark, we might have comfy ones too.
You never know. Anyway, that's going to do it all for World's Edge and from ourselves, from the Casters booth. We're going to throw it back to the desk now to let us know what we just saw.
So what do we think?
All right, I don't
Do
know
they
about you guys, but
cycle back through the same 3 sets of casters? Meaning that it's Genome and Vicky yet next?
Out of Alliance for that final game, Vicky.
Yeah, they went from what, 19?
Probably not, because they're there. Do we get Dia and Zephyr together next? Please?
And I believe now they're sitting in the top 5, top 6. Really highlights how volatile as well our overall standings are after 3 games alone. Very nice to see the difference in comparison to our last 2 groups that we saw play.
And also, Gina, we were talking about this while we were just watching that last game. Huge, huge performance out of Tom Young-Kung.
Yeah, a really good solid effort from those guys as well. APAC South really seem to be showing
APAC South turning up,
don't they? It's been a very good start from them, known for fragging out. And certainly
Boy's kind of struggling,
a lot of kills,
surprisingly.
Their way to the top of those leaderboards.
Now,
but
for those first 3 games,
it's been a close enough lobby that they can catch up a distance in like one good
right
game.
There, that end game. I mean, the way Alliance played that map, that was beautiful. You know, they had hackers playing the pipe. They made sure no teams landed behind them. That was just really nice.
All right, well, you mentioned it, so let's talk about it. That final circle, we're going to take a look back at it, break it down.
Or is it going to be Rain Day? Probably Rain Day maybe, since Rain Day hasn't been on the host side of the desk.
So they just played they played their time. You know, they had the height. They just were sitting there. They were doing damage.
Rain Day India maybe.
Made sure nobody else, you know, decided to make an aggressive play against them. That was like really, really nice. And then you'll see, like, towards the end, they managed to wrap the catwall against the train team, and then they just cleaned everyone up. That was so nice.
moments that jumped out for you, Vicky?
Well, they also had to traverse through that west side of the map. We know that Alliance landing all the way by Thermal and traveling to the north side allowed them to get on top of this high ground as well. And then going from around the catwalk here, in addition to the smoke, when you're
about time for soup,
they're able to clean up the opposition that was on the other side of this catwall.
Matter of fact, I think I am going to go throw in soup real quick.
So much space without even the catwall that they were utilizing for themselves.
And it's not just you've got to get around the catwall, right? That's really important because you've got to, like, you've got the gravity lift there, right? That's one way you can get over those catwalls. But if you can save that and just walk around it, it really does give you those extra options because it's a very important piece of utility going into those last fights.
Yeah, just really speaking to Alliance's ability to, in such a short time frame, adapt to having to use that sub, still coming out on top. 9 kills plus the win to close out match number 3, the first half of our series here today. But still some other impressive numbers up here. I mean, FC Destroy 7 kills. We've seen a really phenomenal performance out of, like Genome was saying, so many APAC spots here, Bullet.
Yeah, so I mean, the way FaZe managed to rat their way in, that was so beautiful. Like, you know, playing on the low ground, unable to get up. You know, Snipe managed to get up and he just played it so well with bank smoke.
There's always just like a single tear rolling down your eyes as you're still alive and you're watching your two teammates and you're like, I can't help you. I can't res you down there. The right play is to just stay alive and watch them die. Yeah.
Gotta get the points, man.
And you can see just how points top heavy that first page was. Little bit of a sponge going on for those teams there at the top as we take a look at the second page here, Vicky. For surprises for you at the bottom.
Well, we saw what happened at the beginning, all right? It's the elephant in the room. Well, not for me, because I was very sad while Gino was cheering in the talent room. What happened to Dojo after they won another contest between Kick, and then Dark Zero saying, hold up real quick, this is some KP that we can clean up. So easy for our last game on World's Edge. So seeing Dojo all the way at 19, what could have been is the story that we can't see anymore from them.
And it is something that you sometimes see just on the third game of a map, right? Because you do a game 1, game 2, they're expecting it the next time. You come in with one of those unexpected plays on game 3, and it's like, well, see you later, we're on store point.
Yeah, see, like, I could probably just upgrade my power source and CPU and be like, all right, right? But we also want to get Z-Man, my computer.
Bullet, any other squad jumping out at you, or just
I think is the goal.
Right now.
Honestly, Jaylings.
At least for now.
So well. Like they've been
so we
doing
just want to
so
build
much
me.
damage. They've just been like going crazy. It's
you
so
know,
nice to see. And the best part is like they're
Beefy
playing a
Boy
bit of an
Supreme.
off-meta comp, you know? They're playing Crypto,
Let him
they're
have
playing
mine.
Watson, they're playing Valk to capitalize off crypto scans. Like, you know, they're one of the only teams that are playing that comp, and look at how well they're doing. They're doing such a good job right now.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens now that we have switched maps, or will be switching maps, on over to Stormpoint, see what happens with our squads, where they're able to end up. But we're talking about Alliance a little bit, and nothing is confirmed yet, but if you have seen social media, there may or may not have been a tweet that has gone out. This is probably as good as time as any to talk about it, because I don't know
I was wondering if they're going to talk about it.
Has his visa. That's what he has said on. It's not confirmed, but we might be seeing effect here at
That's pretty dope.
That is so exciting.
That's so
I mean,
cool.
now you can see the tweet pulled up on your screen. Shout out to Affect everybody. Here he comes to Birmingham. We got to see how this plays out too for Alliance. Also, you know, this is group stages. This is the perfect time. If you got your visa now, this is the perfect time to scoop
There is
in
no
and take
ham
it
in
to the rest
Birmingham.
of the week here.
It's Birmingham.
Yeah, I mean, I
Birmingham.
honestly thought there was a little bit of an asterisk on this tournament without Effect here, because he was, in my eyes, the single best player in the last tournament, at least, at the very least, as a fragger. He was just that phenomenal.
It's Dia and Spider Tiff next. Let's go.
Even amongst, you know, the elite controller players in this competition. So, look, I honestly never doubted that.
Ooh, I wonder if that
would be
means
able
we
to
got
get it
Rain
into
and
the
Zephyr
finals,
next.
even without
Or
him.
after
Obviously,
that.
we just saw, you know, winning games with Mandy, like, you know, doing it for MNK. Let's go. But as long as Effect turns up by that final day, I think us, the crowd and Alliance, everybody here is going to be happy to see that.
I mean, and talk about a great situation to come into. Mandy putting in work, making sure the squad is where they need to be by the time Effect shows up. Bullet, I mean, that's got to feel great for a team. Obviously, you can speak to that experience as a pro.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so nice to see, you know, especially like with Mandy stepping in as a sub, you know, like that's tough. It's not easy to just jump in like that and, you know, perform well. So hats off to Mandy. You know, he stepped in last minute, and yeah, they're pulling it together.
It's crazy that he's a content creator. I mean, obviously he's been a pro in the past, right? But you know, to be out of the the pro scene for a little bit and still be that good.
Yeah, I mean, he's come in with like what 1-2 weeks of scrims, and look at him go. Like he's going crazy. So yeah, love to see it.
All right, well, we're talking about social media. That means we have to tell all of you to make sure that you are following along with all of our action at Play Apex Esports, because you don't want to miss a single second of what we've got going on here at the ALGS Championship. We have 5 days of competition. Make sure that is where you are. All right, now, we're talking, you didn't, Dia did, okay? We talked about it before we got into the series. We saw a decent performance out of Team Singularity. Well, I actually got a chance to sit down with Elysium before this competition.
I love it. Let's chat with him.
What it's been like to come back.
The South American GOAT. That's loud.
Today we have a man who spent 2 years playing with Team Singularity, a team that dominated their region. His career was put on pause as he stepped aside for personal reasons after Week 5 of the South American Split 2 Pro League. Well, now, Singularity are back. And he's back. Welcome back, Elysium. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, first I retired because I'm on university studying chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering is wildly impressive, so that's very cool. I did not know that.
So I didn't have so much time to practice with
Bro,
the boys,
people
so
literally
we
talked about it when he retired, man.
And we talked with Dean.
I hate it here.
When I joined the team, I stepped back at that time.
How hard was it for you to step away after you had initially worked so hard to make a name for yourself?
I always have the idea to finish my career. It was more difficult to them because playing with another guy after 2 years almost, it's very difficult to raise the level again.
And I love this push from Elysium, the best controller player in South America with the RE45! Oh my God, Elysium, you are a monster!
What was it like when you had to watch them not be able to make those Split 2 playoffs?
Playing with Bean, he's another fragger, but he has another way to play. It's not something you can like build in 1 month, I think.
True. Obviously, Team Singularity were the only team who made it to finals during the Split 1 playoffs. You guys got 11th with that original roster. So how important a moment was it?
Ogie ain't gonna like this. I just don't rock with Glitter.
Making it there, and then what did it teach you about competing on a global stage?
I think the most important is that we can do it.
And I feel like that's a personal thing that I just can't get over. Which is fine. She's a great caster, I'm sure.
Here we go, 101 with a pace.
I think I saw one of her Brawlhalla casts. I think she's better at that.
That'll be the knot they're looking for now.
I just don't ever feel passion when she's casting. It just feels, again, I said it earlier. I feel like she is just very much
we got 4th, I think,
reading the story instead of being a storyteller. You know?
We get eliminated on losers, so it was pretty annoying for us because 2 days we were on the highest level and then we fell off. So
what can we expect from Team Singularity, and what do your teammates bring to the squad?
Now we have Beskart as our coach. We changed him. And I think we are pretty confident because we train a lot. It's going pretty well, so we are gonna be here fighting for the trophy.
Do you think that you guys can go farther in this competition than you did last time?
Yeah, I think so. I think that we are pretty confident, and like we have the experience to be in the finals now, so we are gonna make it again.
Always fantastic to be able to chat with any of our players, but that was a really, really fun interview for me to do with Elysium. Obviously, we're only halfway through the series right now, so Team Singularity have an opportunity to do well in the next 3 maps. Stormpoint, a map that they typically get a little bit more points on, so we'll have to see how they fare in the next match, because it is ready to go right around the corner. Tiff and Dia, take this one away.
Thank you so much, Glitter, and it's always good to hear from Elysium, especially on the main stage. I was talking to Besk prior to the champs, like just a few days ago, and he was talking about the situation in South America and how dire it is right now for them to perform at champs at the highest level and fly out.
It really is, and what really strikes me about the story of Singularity with the return of Elysium is the story of self-sacrifice that the roster has gone through. Elysium stepping back earlier than he needed to make space for the roster to adjust to Bin, to make sure that they were ready to play at the top level as soon as possible. And now Besk stepping back into the coach role to allow Elysium to come back and help develop Bin as a player. In fact, Elysium didn't even return to the same role as he was playing before, where he was their fragger. He's now jumped into the position of being the team's support, and it is fantastic for them. I like seeing that at least the vibes are high as we prepare to get into this game, because as Glitter said, Stormpoint should, in theory, be a better map for them.
Hey,
I mean, they've been a better Stormpoint team. I didn't know that he was playing more of like an anchor support role, but
with that 32-point game, such a massive performance by Guild. I was talking to Natty after that. She's like, bro, I am shaking. That was such a strong performance, and seeing it cut to her immediately after was the cutest thing. J-Lings Esports coming through on match number 2. You know, as soon as we walked up to the stage, Alex was like, did you see game 2? Did you see it? And I was like, of course. I mean, obviously, we saw it, of course. Everyone here did. Who did it? And then Alliance to come off that news effect, potentially going to be here soon and getting a win. That's got to feel good, Dia.
It really does. And even before the competition, Mandy was talking about how he is going into this expecting.
I think Blackhand's been a better Stormpoint squad as well. I'm just trying to remember where they're landing.
No matter when that happens, whether it be during championships or not. So now that we have the idea that it could be a little bit earlier than not, I'm sure that Mandy is just as happy, because you still get to play on the big stage. You still get to play with a squad that you've put a lot of time into becoming the best with. Alongside that, J-Lings, it was Bullet that talked about it on the desk.
Yeah, Blackhand has Stormcatcher, and they're not contested today,
which is big. Game this time around, even with a composition that is typically more passive.
We've got Dojo and Kick contesting up at wall.
Well, their macro is absolutely
technically
incredible.
Gale Station's open.
It's just crazy to see. They're already making their way there, but when we move to Stormpoint, they're landing in High Point, and we talk about that.
Pulverex and Northeption
any of those zones start to pull
contesting
south,
at
but before
Thunderwatch.
we even start thinking about rotations, it's the contests that we have to worry about once again. Dojo not only contested on World's Edge, but they will be contested on Stormpoint. And honestly, I was keeping an eye on player chat, and that kind of hurt me a little bit. I saw Zero throwing some shots. He was like, don't worry, Kick, we took out Dojo for you. And I was like, oh boy, here we go.
If there is one player who is always ready to talk a little bit of trash in the lobby, it is Zero. So as to be expected, and I don't think that that'll stop, especially now that they are dropping over at Mill. Dark Zero's been doing this forever, but given the recent changes to loot, Mill has in a way only gotten more powerful, which is a really interesting power imbalance to factor into their return to Stormpoint.
That is kind of crazy. You're right, but that Pulverex versus Northeption contest that I have witnessed
Chat,
time and
if
time
y'all
again
are soup people,
I
think everyone should be at least somewhat of a soup person. But if you're soup people, I need you
win a handful of times, Northeption a handful of
to
times.
check out.
It's just crazy because the Northeption roster that we're witnessing today isn't even the same that we saw
Chunky
in
soups
the
to Campbell's, but they have the spicy ones.
Oh,
so
changes. You've got Ling joining in, you've got Leica from Naked, and now it's almost like a completely different Northeption roster.
We're asking ourselves the question, if you slowly replace each piece of the ship, is it the same ship? And that's a question that's going to be answered stylistically. Northeption really had a distinct way of playing the game when we got to split 2 playoffs, different than any other team, different than any other team from APAC North. So as we jump into it, we'll get to see how that play style ends up cementing itself.
If you replace every part of the ship, it's still the same ship.
Bro,
fucking Dia the genius.
Now Pioneers electing to go for the Newcastle. We also saw Seer picked up by FaZe, one of the only Seers to be played today in its entirety.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Sir Dell used to play a lot of Watts, and now coming in has been adapting to that Newcastle, and it's been really nice for them because they like to rotate super quick, anchor down in a building, and throwing down the Newcastle wall is essentially kind of what they're doing to lock and load. But this is it, guys. Match number 4, our first one on Stormpoint for the second series. And okay, you know what? Happy birthday, Raki. I saw the sides. I saw it on Apex Wikipedia. We know. I think you're what, like 21? Now you got a party.
Let's hope there's cause for celebration as we jump onto the map, because we did say that C versus D, a little bit higher variance than
even to the American. Now you got a party. Every other country be like, we've been drinking, bitch.
Stormpoint is even more of a high variance map. There's a chance for anybody to come out on top, and every point matters when you start thinking about the eventual end of group stage, as strange as it may be to think of that now since we are so close to the beginning.
That is very true. true, and as we get locked and loaded in the dropship, you can see the trails as our teams are making their way to their POIs. Alliance, though, they're gonna have one of the last stops on that dropship, and you know how long it could take to lightning rod, but let's check in with Kick, who have made their way over to Cascade Falls as opposed to landing on the dojo.
But yeah, ideally, what I would like to do when we got the new PC made, I would love to run Command Center on 2 screens, but the 9-screen one that I can do through multi-stream, and legit just run my own show. I think that'd be so cool.
Slow right now. I'm a little bit concerned for them, of course, as they jump down onto the low ground. But this is the contest we were talking about earlier: Pulverex versus Northeption.
It's one for the ages, and Sasuke has taken to the roof trying to make this happen. He literally always lands on this side of Thunderwatch and will loot up on weapons, whereas Ling and Leica will typically land on the other side. But you
Is it
can
just
see
me or are
that
they
the
quiet?
engagement has made its way
Are the
over
casters
here. They're
quiet?
sticking together, which is smart. You don't want anyone getting caught off guard.
This is such a we are better than you composition as well. When you pick not just Bloodhound, you don't need Bangalore apparently. We're going Horizon on top of it. It is simply a composition that is meant to frag and use your own tools against you, which is something that Northeption have done really well with the Horizon now, to get a little bit of verticality that's super important when fighting over this specific POI.
And it's so crazy to see them fighting over this
Northeption
area,
gave
getting the high ground and
Blackham
forcing Pulverex
bits
into
over
an
here.
unfavorable position. Even if Leica can connect a couple of those shots to force them to utilize any of the shield cells, you only get 2 off rip, and if you haven't found any, shooting me right now, trying to kind of hold down the push, using the piercing spikes to avoid that from happening, and F-Chan able to kind of hold with the PK, but only has 5 bullets, but this now is a 2v2 situation, and we're gonna connect here.
Oh my god.
The APAC North PK just hits different.
They get me excited, especially when you're hitting for 90. I'm hitting for 9s more often than not, but it looks like it's working on Pulverex's favor. Getting a quick thirst, a shield swap, and now perhaps the end of Northeption is just like up here, but Pulverex gets surgically taken down by that wingman. It is an instrument of precision.
You couldn't even get out with the, this could be the end of North Ebb when Leica just goes pop, pop, pop. I'm not even, you know, Vicky makes better weapon sounds than I
does.
do.
That's, you know,
we'll leave it to her.
She's done her whole education in that.
That's
it's
true.
difficult.
She does have a minor in it.
Yeah, I'm taking summer courses right now to try and make that up, but you know what? Trying to make up a little bit of lost time. It seems like NRG are jumping into Cascade, taking out Onyx on their way in. We've still got a few squads left around here as Kick recently relocated out, but ever more so, we've got squads that are crowding into the center of the map as this zone is starting to drag everyone together.
We'll talk about why NRG has actually already rotated through Cascade Falls. They land in checkpoint, they had the ring console available, and as soon as they grabbed that information, they made their rotation straight out to it. The fact that Kick has made it out alive and hasn't run the gauntlet of into their path, pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, at this point, NRG would like to get a few more Evos under their belt, but it's about picking the best priority spot that you've got in Cascade. This, I want to say, high ground building that they've got at the moment is a little bit inflexible. However, it is very close to some of our end game finishes, so they're gambling a little bit because it's a difficult place to extricate yourself from in the mid to late game. However, by holding on, you're saying, well, if the zone does pull over here, we're likely to get at least top 3 without really having to put forth any effort.
Oh, but a big one, right? We've got Dark Zero. You have Jailings that have made their way into that building, already starting to anchor down with the Watson fences. So keep an eye. They usually have really good, accurate calls.
So that means either of these going out right now takes down one of your
early on can prove to be such a fruitful thing.
top 3s.
I mean, honestly, though, Zero just trying to find the cheekiest
Top 4s, I
angle.
guess, really.
But the Jenny's out, and so that one's not going to work there.
These windows just super difficult to play against, especially when you are trying to hold the inside of these small ski lifts. However, as you say, with a Gen, one of the few Watsons in the lobby, you are a whole lot safer. Zero's still struggling to find a way in. Finally gets a break on the fence, but there's still no opening damage. Catalyst Wall comes up to give Dark Zero the opportunity to push in a little bit further, but this is being masterfully controlled right now by Jailings.
Zero's acting like the big bad wolf trying to infiltrate. You can see Jailings.
He's gonna huff and pop and blow this big.
Oh, wait, Zero finds noises as well, and Jailings just gets annihilated. Textbook. We're getting Jen. He's waves to the camera. What is this?
It's just a little bit too passive from Jailings, if I'm honest. They're going back to how they felt in Split 2 playoffs, hesitant to get involved, and this time to their detriment. NRG still holding on the high ground have actually taken ultimate height within Cascade, their weakness being the high ground even further above as people come out from Command Center.
Monsoon on Complexity over here. They made their rotation out of Cenote Cave. They're uncontested here in this group matchup, so they had a nice, carefree experience to really focus on just looting up and prioritizing that rotation. They've made their way into kind of the center of that next zone, but as teams look for good spots inside of Cascade, I'd imagine a lot of teams are focusing on poke damage, but NRG, they're actually going to elect to take the high ground.
Interesting. This is a eternal struggle, honestly, as you
NRG
as you go
seems to
further
be
up on the high ground. This is one of those things
pretty
where
tuned
somebody
in.
always
like
has
it.
higher high ground than you. So NRG do expose themselves to a little bit more risk since they have a lot less cover to work with. But with a nice smoke on the high ground, they can buy themselves some temporary safety, even going on an aggressive push out towards Command
I
Center.
love listening into an NRG listening.
We do have the Bang ult to work with should anything.
Probably my favorite, one of my favorite IGLs listening to. Sweet.
Which is good for them, right? They were sitting at 32 points, but those 32 points came only from map number 1. They had a 0 in maps 2 and 3, so starting to get back up there is what they needed to do on Storm Point, because most of your teams they were talking about on the desk earlier, the point sponging that has happened so far in this series, anything can happen as we move into the second half. You just have to get a good game under your belt.
And it all happens so quickly, just beneath NRG.
So Black Hands rocking 2 blues and a white.
Slotted themselves into Cascade, a place where
They've got
more
Complexity
teams are
and
deep
Snipe down
as
in
a
this.
more flexible position to go into the late game. Zone is again going to be shifting around a little bit.
South side of the
Less
circle here.
squads have data as we approach the center of the zone, with a lot of our beacon scans being now in the red.
If it
It'll be
pulls
teams
this way,
that are
though, they're
rotating
all,
late.
like they were saying
Like
earlier, like they're
Ironblood
chill.
Gaming from the south, who've just hit up Barometer for a little bit of information, that will have a small advantage as they finally approach the end game area.
So that's really tough, right? We talk about teams that aren't getting that information throughout the mid game, and you're just kind of relying on what other teams are doing and following their macro. J-Lings can usually position themselves in the dead center and predict where that zone is pulling. And if Dark Zero realized, hey, that was J-Lings, we know which building they're holding, that will be Godspot eventually. And so far, it could appear that that would be the issue. But for the teams that have the information but are far outside the zone, trying to get in is going to be an incredible battle, especially trying to break into Cascades. You have all of the rocks, all of the water, the openness. It's going to be tough, but I mean, hey, if you're Naskia, just hop in and try it.
Yeah, just
They see
just
me
hang out, see what you can
rolling.
find.
They
We'll say,
hate
not
it.
everybody's rotated into zone, so this is risky, especially with only white and blue armors, but they're taking it for the moment. It seems like Pioneers have got themselves a little bit more spare time. They're running to Team Singularity. We'll find out if they survive. However, as we look towards the next couple of zones, the big question does have to be about Dark Zero, about that power position that you mentioned, and the two teams above them, Dojo and Moist, that will both have to rotate right past Dark Zero, if not directly into their faces.
Why are we jumping to Pioneers here?
On white, last
Oh, 'cause he's dying.
we lose out on Naskia, and just like that, eliminated 16 squads remaining. But Ironblood Gaming, you were talking about their rotation coming through the south side. They have made their way in, and they are going to keep on going. We're hitting the evac tower, smoking it out. You know what, Dia? Something that's really cool about the utilization of the evac towers, they're getting poked, prodded, that gives them the information. But teams that run Horizon have been using the grab lift to jump up higher onto that. But
super smart.
I mean,
make it a little bit less predictable, right? Just make sure that you're not just on one line the entire time. NRG have been anything but predictable this series, rotating negative out of the zone to go and find kills, push themselves further ahead, but Guild overextends and gets taken down.
he was trying so hard just to get to cover and have his teammates suppress that fire, but Sweet able to go ahead and get Guild back on their feet, and just like that, now we can turn the tides to the team that is looking to approach, has the Prowler in hand, throws the grab lift, looks up the heels, but Mandy's like, no, we're not gonna let this happen. We are riding on such a wave of confidence and excitement given the news and coming off that win.
Alliance know they have an advantage to push even with Yuki down. And he's got some good long-range cover. Hemlock really putting in work as burst weapons tend to do. And long range, an extra 52 keeps him all the safer. And now we got a res onto Yuki. Takis does absorb a quick push.
Is that Hakis or is it a Mandy? I'm so confused.
He's in trouble, but he gets to retreat back to what is now a 3-man squad. Mandy falls. Guild and Nathan are on the push.
Look, if Guild and Nathan are on the push, they are ready, but Hakis tries to make something happen, and unfortunately it's going nowhere. And just just like that, Alliance are down to NRG, but it's going to be
Riddle, or Northception, sorry.
Cleanup.
The masters of edge play in Split 2 playoffs, and
No.
we'll see what happens. And we may have hit a quick pause here.
No
way! There's no better time to evaluate where we're at in the game, with Northception currently holding off to the west.
So we'll have to see how this goes. But this could be a W pause. If we can actually implement this system correctly, this would be huge. We'll see how it goes. PCs shouldn't be crashing in the first place, obviously. But having this feature as backup is definitely a big W. We'll see. We'll see. Don't put W's yet, man. We'll have to see how this goes.
Okay, wait. So a
As a
PC
player,
crashed?
If my PC crashed and they can pause for me, it's a W. IMO. We'll see.
To the southwestern side than anything else. Tom Young-Kung are currently set up there. Enter Force 36.
Bro, this
have
is
the
year
opportunity
3
to take them out. This
champions,
would be
dog.
an isolated 3v3. We've still got Kick approaching from the south side. Kick, another South American representative that we haven't really had the chance to talk about because they haven't made that much noise yet.
They definitely haven't, but now would be the way to do so. If you start getting involved in those early game contests, you kind of don't even get to play the game just yet. So electing to kind of jump on over to Cascade as opposed to challenging Dojo at the wall. But, you know, with the zone favoring a wall rotation, maybe, but regardless, the fact is they're still alive. And you mentioned Enter Force 36. Well, I haven't really seen
That
them since Split
monster
1
that was the
playoffs,
closest one, I think that's like the Island Lemonade or something like that, Pacific Lemonade. Banging. Bussin'.
So I'm really happy
So
to
good.
have them back here.
That's an important buff to any team. Having
is,
good
100%.
merch. I said it on the desk. You look good, you analyze good, you look good, you play good. Got good merch. It changes everything. He knows. He knows what I'm talking
He knows.
about.
He's agreeing
Team
with you.
Singularity, they got some nice merch. I do really like the blue on them. You know, having a nice rich blue is...
I can agree. I can agree. I got blue on. I got blue eyeliner. We're all blued out right now.
Elysium's dripped out as well. He's got like really nice chains and everything. He's got a really nice earring that you can't see because he's wearing the headphones, but I'm envious. I don't have my ears pierced, but I do really like the look of it, so it's in consideration.
It's pretty unique, but let's go ahead and think about where we were prior to this. And if I'm Dojo or Moist coming from the wall and I'm looking to hit a rotation where Dark Zero is on the bunny slopes in that building, what is my course of action? Because you know, after what happened on that World's Edge game where TZ kind of third party that contest so early on, if I'm the Dojo and I see them in there, I want their building.
I think it's a very likely possibility to see Dojo contest up against them. As we got the game unpaused, Northception are right back in it. We were talking about Dojo's course of action on the opposite side, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They can either move over to Moist, as they appear to be doing, or opt towards Command Center, one of the few beacons
Moist.
left in the lobby, one of the few bits of information.
Dojo probably actually why is Moist here.
Dojo have chosen violence today.
You know what? Sometimes you just gotta wake up and choose
Honestly.
violence. So I'm very excited to see how that goes. We got Timmy, Enemy, and Design.
I think even in these lobbies, Dojo is one of the better fighting teams in Birmingham right now.
Crazy. We just need an opening shot on to Moist. We were talking about them, some powerhouse team that had a couple bit of a roster.
Oh my goodness!
Fuzzy going down to an Arc Star, and I didn't even realize that was done and dusted within 5 seconds. They chose violence indeed.
They didn't even need to shoot their guns. At that point, Designful
Damn.
didn't hit 2 Sentinel shots.
Moist is not
Horizontal
having a good go of
detonated,
things
and
right
that
now,
was
man.
it. That was a perfectly placed ultimate, and honestly, a pretty big misstep on the other side, falling victim to a Horizon ultimate that can easily be destroyed. It's very difficult to navigate in 3v3s, of course, but that mistake is going to cost you big.
That's a pretty good high ground. Now let's talk about this isolated 3v3 fight that we're briefly mentioning with Enter Force 36 and TYK. So exciting about this, they do have to be aware that there are other teams obviously still on that southern side that they probably have knowledge of, especially Team Singularity. So this isolated fight has to be quick.
Yeah, you ideally want to finish this fight once it truly starts. Once you've got at least somebody's shields broken in under 30 seconds. Because as you said, otherwise teams start to take note. You see one knock, the fight extends for a little while longer, and things get very risky. Now, Enter Force 36 don't actually technically have to move just yet, so it is to their advantage to stall out the fight for a little while longer and allow another team to come up and put pressure on Tom Young-Kung.
Oh, that would be quite interesting. But
+2, they also get a chance to still continue to poke and prod with the 30-30. I am Brody's got a shit ton of ammo. All right, come on, Blackhand.
You have FaZe over there, snipe down Frexes and Phony on the
Stand back up.
Complexity, Blackhand, Ironblood Gaming. And the question is, where did North Eption decide to rotate, right? They're looking at taking a lot of space on that right-hand side as Timmy and co are looking to close the distance, but Dark Zero is directly in front of them still.
Unfortunately for Dojo, having just expended the Catalyst Wall, they don't have a lot of cover. This rock is the only bit that's still safe for them. Dark Zero should still have ordinances to layer in pressure on top of them, and that Horizon ult, I mean, we've seen Dojo do some good things with it. It looks like
And
Dark
here they
Zero
go.
want to do it to them.
Yep.
Jen Burton throwing down the Dark Veil. They already had the Black Hole.
Yep,
and
swing to
they
the
are
right.
Swarming around the Dojo now. So let's see what happens. Zero's going to get cracked, but there's so much damage going out onto the other side. A Thermite trying to stave off, but another enemy
Just not
team
fair.
is going to throw some nades, and just like that, Dojo are eliminated.
And it's just the right application of pressure from Dark Zero. They don't overpush. They don't commit when they know TYK are on the other side. They just let this be a dance of two teams taking out one, collaborating for the good of them both. TYK benefit because they've cleared their backs, and Dark Zero have just done the same thing. Now getting to think about their rotation towards Cascade teams. Cascade teams that have played it safe, that have sat in zone and have farmed up placement points all the way up until 9 squads remaining.
So is Blackhand
Though, once
in
the next
position
couple
here or
of
no?
zones start to close, that's where things get really difficult for teams like Complexity who now have to share space.
They have to share space, but they don't want to. They will have a favorable position in zone, but as a duo, things can be really challenging. There's no way Luda's going to be able to get rezzed back on the outskirts of this, so they're going to have to stave it off. Car SMG in hand, and we're going to pop the Bloodhound ult for the hands of Ironblood.
It doesn't look like they have grenades. At this point, the right play for IVG would just be to nade the staircase, and finally they pull out an Arc Star. It was a risky move not to use that beforehand to get the res onto Ziki, but now at least it gives Ziki the time to heal back up and actually become a full member of the squad again. Blood ult is going to expire. Beast of the Hunt no longer providing the additional coverage.
Yo, APAC South really showing up good,
You
man.
gotta hope that it's back up by the time you eventually have to leave this building or face off with Complexity once again.
We're going to have to hold off a few teams as teams look to rotate, but there's this massive migration that's happening on that northern side as Dark Zero do not get that favorable zone pull, so they have to rotate out of the safety of their building and cut straight to Cascade. So that'll be very tough because we know North Eption was holding that right side, so they have to fight forward.
As you say, it can only be North Eption that's contesting Dark Zero right now. We're Tomyeong-Kung. We know who's contesting them. Enterforce 36 has been right alongside them the whole time. TYK gave up the rotational pressure that they had and now have to fight Enterforce 36 on even ground. With that nade, it's become rapidly uneven. They're being shot in the back by Dark Zero. TYK have nowhere to go.
Enterforce 36, they said you may have not seen us at Split 2 playoffs, but we came to play at Champs and Singularity, knowing what is at stake, are finally making some moves around the rock. 17 points, but everyone's point sponge, so this could be the game where if they start out really strong here, throw themselves up that leaderboard.
Great play from Elysium, hitting a bat for a moment, making sure that he's pushing to support Bin. It keeps Team Singularity moving as one unit, keeps them from falling to a little bit more aggression from Dark Zero, and now they get them to make the push down to the low ground. It's a weak squad already, and Enterforce 36 get
Come on, Singularity.
DZ able to take out North Eption on their rotation as well. So now that we're down to the final 6 squads, it's going to come down to all the teams that are still on the outskirts of Cascade. FaZe, Ironblood Gaming, Blackhand, Complexity, and the 2 on the north side.
Ben went down to Dark Zero.
Taking on DZ.
These two know they have to kill each other as well. There is no way that you are sharing a rotation in across open ground, but with a sliver of rock between you, you're leaving too much to chance. And Dark Zero fortunately have priority on this rotation, so for them, they're actually in a slightly better position. Team Singularity have to move through the low ground, through the open ground, and hope that they can hold out as other teams from Cascade will be causing a little
Complexity
bit of
kind of get lucky that nobody realizes they're a trio, man.
Well, that's really tough for Complexity as they've anchored down in that building. Yes, they've made it to
Come on,
top 6.
Blackhand.
Looks like they might be out of shield cells and batteries. So they're just barely trying to hang in there, but Blackhand, who's coexisting with them on the underneath, have not only fenced off that door, they are stuck in there. Complexity is going to have a tough time.
And let's not forget what's happening over here. IBG, they've got low ground, but right above them, it's FaZe that took this building away from NRG, and that is a fantastic spot to be
Tom
in
Young
right
Kung's
now.
right
Still
underneath
a little bit
FaZe here.
complicated to extricate yourself from,
Is Tom Young
but
Kung just a
the
duo?
only team that you truly have to worry about is Dark Zero. And if you
Oh
can get
yeah,
a
I
few
guess
good
so. There's
shots
2
in,
duos
if
left.
you can push IBG to a position where they also have to deal with Dark Zero, FaZe have a genuinely good chance of winning this game.
They need to do exactly that. Meanwhile, Complexity as a duo with no heals is just trying to delay the inevitable, but FaZe, perfectly healthy, have plenty of utility amongst them. And it's so interesting to see. We knew the Nemesis was incredibly powerful, but how many people have been
Kind of
crafting
surprised
that
that
our first day at Champs? A lot of Hemlocks, a lot of 30-30s, but even more Nemesis.
But burst weapon's just incredible because as soon as you hit one bullet,
I'm surprised that DZ and Singularity are
it's really nice because especially the
chilling. So I think Ben got back up then, right?
more damage more often than not.
Which means DZ allowed them to get back up.
FaZe, they don't want to gamble, however, are going to push up onto IBG. A nice disengage from Frex even keeps them safe. But only a few seconds left as the zone's starting to close. And now it's do or die for FaZe. Are you going to wipe out IBG? Or are you going to play the opposite side of the building?
Nice
IBG,
play. Iron
they
Bug
don't
out.
come out on the better end of that trade. And now it's time for FaZe to move. Time for FaZe to face off against Dark Zero.
His TYK's the last duo left.
Are poised and ready to make this rotation out.
Looks like
Dark Zero
Black Hands trying to
for this to happen. The fact is, Cody last alive for Complexity in a top 5 situation.
wipe him here.
Not too bad though, because they need every
Or
point
Black Hand already roll out.
get.
Black Hand might have already rolled out to rotate in.
And with Monsoon down, at least you get a little bit more cover there with the knockdown, but Snipe goes flying, and Snipe is 1 HP, and Jen Burton making the move onto Frex.
Another pause as we are in the final zone. This one's going to decide it all, but we saw what just happened with FaZe jumping up into the air. Horizon gravity lift, it is a fickle mistress. Sometimes it saves you, and honestly,
Would just like to point out that we're on Storm
can
Point.
often be the cause of your doom.
That's all.
Definitely could be the cause of DZ and FaZe going at it. Blackhand looking to make a play onto that rotation down on that southern side. If they can just go kind of a little bit of southeastern and clean up whatever engagement is happening between FaZe and Dark Zero. Meanwhile, Team Singularity out on that western side, relatively scotch-free. They should be able to just kind of poke and prod, throw some damage down, and then move in when needed.
Now, while we have the time, we've got 5 squads left in this game. We've been focused on FaZe and Dark Zero. We know Complexity is routing, and good job, by the way, as long as you can stay alive. Every position means so much more now. But the other teams that we've got in this lobby, Blackhand and Team Singularity. Now they're going to both be approaching from the south side, Blackhand a little bit closer to Cascade. Singularity is in the power position that we talked about earlier, holding a lot of open ground. They also are one of our teams, much like FaZe, that have the opportunity to win this game. And we've even seen squads like Oxygen do it before. Oxygen, who are renowned for excellent team fighting, for fantastic coordination. We already know what Elysium brings to.
Right, they're looking to clear left. FaZe on their left, and he wants to go through that wall to get the clear, and he gets hit with a game pause right as he gets a knock. You know how, like, if you think of the turntable of emotions, right? Like the adrenaline's rushing, he's fucking hype as shit for this end game, gets a knock, he's probably screaming.
Yeah.
Right into a pause.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The other first one was a W. By far, easiest W so far, the pause feature. But are we going to do this every time someone crashes? But here's the problem.
Why are we having people crash? That's the real fucking question.
You know what I mean? Just like kind of a lose-lose situation.
It has to be situational, in my opinion. I think if you
in such a power position as a result of those rotations.
And let's not forget what this is about as well. We've talked about the stakes for the team. A lot of this, it comes down to Bin as well, who is being put in the position to frag out, the position that Elysium used to hold, the position that brought Singularity to fame. Being able to execute in situations like this, even if you manage to find yourself in top 3, as long as Bin is able to be the catalyst for why that happens, pun absolutely intended and enjoyed, he should be able to have a little bit more confidence after what has been a difficult split too. and finally qualification here. And that is what the early days of championships is about. When you are playing in the group stage, it's time to try things out, feel out other teams, and most importantly, get the good mojo going. We've already talked about Dojo very much needing to do that, and they're just not the only ones.
I think I saw a sign that said Dojo's got the mojo, so I want to see that get kicked into gear for the last 2 matches on Stormpoint, because it just seems as if, I'm not going to say teams have it out for them in these lobbies, but it just seems like they are getting such unfavorable rotations from other teams pushing straight into them or making interesting decisions that I wouldn't have anticipated them making. So that's all about that adaptability piece. So we're learning here, we're on our 2nd series, and the teams, as they learn from our team's rotations, they're like, all right, so next series, that's what I have to make and play, that's what I have to change, and we go from there. But looks like we may be kicking some things off in just a moment. So let's
Should
see.
be back into the game, so let's bring it up. This is, as we said,
All
our
right.
final circle. Dark Zero still facing off against Blaze's. FaZe's Complexity have gone down, so have FaZe, leaving just Blackhand and Singularity in the way of Dark Zero.
All right, well, DZ, they took the power position from Jlings early on. They knew they had to rotate,
yes.
and they are fighting forward.
Jesus!
The trade is going to come out, and the black hole completely sucks them
Come on,
in.
Singularity! Tell them, Bobo! Let's go!
Let's go, Singularity, able to pick up the win. We talked about it on the analyst desk, and now, having come right into the first game of Stormpoint, they very much live up to the expectations for themselves that they've set, that South America set. The world requires to be met for the sake of the region. It's fantastic that we get them coming out on top, especially after we talked about how much this means for them as a team and individually.
We knew what the stakes were coming in. They told us, they were like, it is do or die for us in South America, and we want to show the world what we have at championships in year 3, and what better way to do it than in your 2nd series of the day, and their first, making their debut here.
Besk especially, right? I mean,
yeah, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, Besk, for those of you who may not be aware, may not have kept up with it, is the player that stepped back into the coach role for this and did prep them up. You can see him sitting behind the team right there. He gave us the download on how they were feeling coming into the competition and how he was feeling and what it's meant to him. And so being able to prep up a team that ultimately takes a win was big for Start a Fight earlier in the day. Now Singularity get to have their time in the spotlight. But we had some really good plays outside of these folks, as Dark Zero did control that really well. I think they made the right play pushing down, and we ultimately saw how important it was that Dark Zero and Singularity deal with each other earlier, because the very fact that Dark Zero didn't take out Singularity before the rotation in ultimately handed Singularity the win.
It's crazy because they were so close to each other, and we'll get to run that final circle back and definitely look at that, but that's what I'm talking about. All these rotations, all the minuscule details are what make Apex Legends so fun. So now you can see it running back. Here's Elysium on your screen. Complexity eliminated as they found Cody. 4 eliminations thus far. This is going to be a good one for them.
And immediately here, as soon as you see the push from Dark Zero, Singularity's own wall decides the course of this game. What is otherwise
great
a
play from
50-50
Elysium,
rotation, maybe we
honestly.
engage, maybe we don't. Gets them height, gets them priority position.
Lets them
and
finish
Elysium is able
finish
to go
off this
through the
fight.
wall,
Yeah.
Managing to get a nice off angle and support the team in this way. That isn't typically the way that you'd see the game play out, but it speaks to the way that
I think Elysium being able to use his
South
game
America,
sense
understanding the game at such a critical level. It's a fantastic
is so
game
big for them right now.
19-point finish. But let's not forget, Dark Zero, they had their own things going on. They picked up plenty of kills on the way in, and the champions aren't ready to be dethroned just yet.
12 eliminations, a 21-point game. I think they came into match number 4 sitting on 31, so they'll be north of 50. But Blackhand, who was able to live in Cascades for so long, able to take out 7 eliminations, as well as Ironblood Gaming sitting on 7, so 10 points and a 6th place placement. I mean, hey, that's not bad.
No, not at all. Complexity even picking up just the 4 placement points is going to be, I want to say, close to a success. Complexity do set their bar a little bit higher, But they're not the only ones that have a little bit more to reach for. We've got plenty of teams in the bottom 10 that do need to push that a little bit further. Gunmarioto-san.
See, I have to agree with this tweet. It's not about the pausing or unpausing.
NRG very much
The complaint is, or the complaint isn't pausing or not pausing. The complaint is that the game should just work when it needs to work.
Impressive on
Facts.
paper because of the finish in 14th. Along with 6 kills, makes it a very, honestly, solid game for them.
Yeah, it's really impressive, right? They start over there in checkpoint. They immediately grab green console information, hit that rotation, cleaned up a few teams, and not before getting third-partied themselves, though. Sometimes Karma be like that. But as we look at the series results, Dark Zero have moved themselves up to 52 points. NRG sitting on 39.
Team Singularity in 4th, though.
37. Singularity, though, with that win, move up to break into the top 5.
This is
Yo,
this is
boy's
really big
struggling,
for them.
dog.
With 2 games left to go, you've got plenty of opportunity to jump up, even above 40 points. They could beat out our previous South American squad from earlier today. Putting these 2 up against each other, it's pretty clear how this game went down. Dark Zero's damage numbers specifically just so high, and it's due to the very active position they took on the map. Singularity in a very different situation, coming from Barometer that typically has a nice way to rotate into zone, but isn't a POI that's built for fragging as much as Mill is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely can see that. They came here, they were looking to fight, and they definitely did, immediately taking on Jay Lings right there, getting that building, and they essentially sat in there, were poking, prodding, trying to keep damage going out until they had to move, but this is what's going to be exciting. But guys, that was match number 4. We're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have match number 5.
All right. I have not been updating my thing. So J-Lane's won game 2. Alliance won game 3. Singularity. So South America only won 1 game during Split 2 playoffs. At Champions in day 1, they've already won 2. Have enough water? I think so.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back. It's the Year 3 ALGS Championships. It is day 1 in Birmingham, UK. I'm SpiderTip up here alongside Dia, and we have 2 more Storm Point matches to cast over for this series. And Dia, that one was, I feel like, everything that you wanted to have happen with Singularity on top.
I can't lie, I was pretty happy about it. I was cheering on the inside. My inner Brazilian was very happy to see them succeed. And given the fact that that was just the first game of Storm Point, the fact that we have 2 more, and that Singularity wasn't the only
So we're
team
4
that
games into
really
Storm
cool
Point,
going on.
2
And
pauses.
even though they went out early, NRG are very much carving their own path in this series, and I really love the autonomy that they've taken in creating their own legacy throughout the group stage. They're not going to take this one lying down. They're going to play aggressive, and they're playing, honestly, very differently than you might see them in a finals lobby, and it's to speak to their experience on the international stage. Take advantage of groups for what it's worth. It's a little bit uncoordinated. Teams don't know exactly what they're doing. Go out, punish them, farm it up.
That is very true, exactly. And if they had just had maybe 10 more seconds prior to that third party, that fight would have looked completely different. But there you can see Sweet. He's probably planning out the next 2 games and maybe breakfast, dinner, and everything tomorrow because he's just one of those IGLs that likes to plan out 20 steps ahead and then go that route. So it's really cool to see NRG here. And we're not going to talk about the conversation we had on Monday when we sat down about NRG, some of your hot takes, Dia. So we'll just ignore them here, and maybe we'll come to fruition later, and we'll tell you guys at home what Dia was really thinking about NRG, because that sounded a little different.
Hot takes are hot takes, you know.
It was a hot take.
What, you know, I win when we get good Apex Legends.
I mean, that's true. It's a win for all of us, right?
Yeah. NRG can do whatever they want as long as I'm getting good Apex Legends. That's the only criteria, and that has absolutely been fulfilled today. We're about to jump into the second game of Storm Point, where we could see them running back, very much so. Checkpoint is a fantastic place for them to be starting off. It gives a lot of flexibility, even more so than a lot of our other edge POIs, simply because of its slightly more central position while still having a lot of lootable areas, as well as smooth rotates out that nobody's really taking into Checkpoint.
I'm really excited though. On Storm Point, we've had a nice variation of zones and even zones in Legends. So as
pause Legends. I fucking
a lot of
can't.
Bangalores, a lot of Horizons, and obviously the Catalyst has been so fruitful. We thought that Split 2 Playoffs was the rise of Catalyst. No, it's been even more powerful here at Champs.
It's fascinating because right now, the
meta
as such, especially around teams that are at the edge, really favors the Bangalore Bloodhound composition that takes up 2 slots already. You got to decide what the third is going to be. Some teams have chosen to run with things like Horizon to give you even more aggressive capability, but Catalyst is so valuable because of the chance that you run across a beacon. First of all, just blowing her up so far and being able to get so much more value out of that pick. And then even if you don't, the flexibility that she allows. I mean, I was talking to, I think it was Graceful while we were in the green room, about the instant deploy of just a little bit of stall, being able to play with doors as FaZe did just before their exit from Cascade, provides nearly infinite value to a team that wants to take a little bit of a risk.
Exactly, but not only even stalling, but the fact is you could go up into an engagement, reinforce their wall, deny them the ability to exit, and that is so fun to be able to see. But we know what also is fun? A little bit of Fusey as Pulverex makes their way down for that contest against North Eption. Now, mind you, Pulverex did lose the first one, and Onyx in a bit of a mix here with Kick as well. Raki, though, we need a birthday present. We need to just stay alive here and take down Kick. If you mind you, Kick did leave early on.
Come here, I want to sing you happy birthday. Not going to get the shots through the floor, unfortunately, and Raki's got no verticality. The curse of, unfortunately, having lost your Horizon leaves him with very little autonomy now that Kick is on the roof. So Onyx are going to have to disengage, and there's no support legend for them. They, unlike Pioneers, have not chosen to run things like the Newcastle. They haven't chosen to run the Loba that we've seen earlier today, and it puts them in a spot where it is fight 1v3 or rat for the rest of the game, and that's not a decision that I envy.
Yeah, that's going to be actually really tough. You know, Kick coming
Tough,
here
bro.
from initially going towards the wall, but they're finding the success that they need. And Onyx did have some roster changes coming into Champs. Their prior player had already went over to Moist Esports and joined that roster, so it has left them maybe a little more vulnerable. So Kick felt confident in going here, but let's check in at Thunderwatch. Is that a little bit of Pulverex? Are they the last ones standing?
Oh yeah, and feeling quite good about it as well. That's 6 points that's been collected for them over the course of the past 2 games. So Pulverex come out on top, and that's with the less initially aggressive composition as well. They're
so where is this going?
And Fuse that really benefits
South
from their positions in
westish?
zone later in the game, and not really paying any respect to the contest that North Eption are giving them. They're fighting it fantastically, but compositionally, they're just saying, well, we can beat you no matter what.
Like barometer-esque?
What's really unique about them, right, is you think
Cascade Balls area, maybe?
Or even in Split 2 playoffs, they ran a lot of Loba, especially on World's Edge and even Crypto. So moving on to such an aggressive comp here, it just is going to allow them to shine. But Fuse, when you're contesting, is everything that you need. But DZ working their way out of the mill, hitting the Trident for a nice little rotation as we have yet again what appears to be another central zone on Storm Point.
And I can't help but look at this and go, wow, triple purples and a Trident. Mill is crazy. Mill feels so good. And it puts Dark Zero in this position where as one of the teams that has fought and won Mill so many times, they can abuse that power and get it to the point where this Trident rotation that would be risky for any other team, that was risky for Pioneers last game, just puts them in the center of a map. And a map that, as you say, is closing almost directly on top of them. Moist have taken a slightly different approach, and they, to be honest, had a little bit less far to go. Starting over by Command Center, they put themselves on this slope that should provide them a decent bit of security towards the end game. It's not a particularly coveted position, and that alone should keep them nice and topped up, because there's just not a whole lot of teams that are jumping on top of you.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough zone. They're fun to watch, but J-Lings, right, running into a little bit of early game interest. We saw them go out of the hands of Dark Zero in the last map, but now with JMW already done and dusted,
all I gotta say is if people at Apex haven't been able to at least point out that it's a Storm Point specific problem, I'm concerned. At this point, you know what I mean?
Brief stint on Wraith, that one didn't last very long, but he looked really strong on Horizon. So being able to show that they can flex and adapt throughout these group stages is powerful.
And if you are planning to play zone and perhaps be a little bit more calculated in your approach, I've talked to other IGLs about the power of crypto as well. At face value, being able to throw out a drone, having to jump into the drone, it may not seem like it would provide an incredible amount of power, but the reality is that in competitive play and in coordinated play, the quick snapshots that you can get of everything around you, you don't have to rely on your team comms, you don't have to rely on imperfect or miscommunicated information. You can literally just see everything that's going on. It provides IGLs a fantastic way to make sure that they are making the right calls and to trust in their team to follow what they're saying and not have to do the two-way communication path. It was Kashera who was really an advocate for this pick a little while ago, and unfortunately haven't seen too much of it today, but I do like that J-Lings are prioritizing it, though the position they held will be a little bit more difficult now they don't have a Watson. Tom Young-Kung on the other side, they've got a whole different set of problems. They're outside the zone, but that's really just about it. Their comp itself, I don't dislike.
It's pretty strong, but this is going to be a very tough rotation, seeing as how many teams have already made their way over. For those teams that land nearby, you mentioned Moist earlier, coming from Command Center, the short rotation for them, but so much action, and the Dojo just cannot have a break after this early game. Does get taken down, but immediately prioritizes the smoke and res, but not before Enerforce 36 decides this is an opportunity that we would like to expand on, and there's something to be said about the Havoc. You don't really see it in too many hands, and it goes crazy, but the double AR, Enerforce 36, pushing straight into the Dojo, will be eliminated. IOI gonna clutch it up and hit for the quick res.
That was way too close for comfort, having lost two in the span of a second. Enemy really earning his paycheck for a moment. Ultimately, Interforce 36 do pick up kills, and they're kills that they did not have to grab either. It was even a little bit risky to go on a push even after they got the knock, simply because of the possible presence of other teams, but they were decisive, they went for it, it got them an additional 3 points. Now, in a slightly worse off position, they do need to find their rotate back, but at least they've got the temporary benefit of a few points, and ultimately, as we look at the map, nobody's coming to them anyway.
Yeah, NRG and Kick would be the nearest.
All right, so Moist is still in. We need a big game from Moist here.
Kick is actually sitting on a survey beacon, so they can use that to deny anyone from pushing that area. But you can see right there, J-Lings once again calling another zone, have already made it from High Point down there.
I mean, this is really, it's about as close as you can get to a command center circle.
How do J-Lings do it? I know, beacons aside, zone predictions are hard.
I mean,
and this was what they
J-Lings,
for split 2 playoffs, was just
but
flawlessly
J-Lings dropped at an adjacent POI.
Manufacture this result, although
they dropped High Point.
It is going to be a little bit less valuable for them. Pioneers on the opposite side of this ring are going to be moving up from this southeastern side of the map. It'll be a slow move for them, but over by Launchpad, you've got IBG, who could rotate up behind them.
Armblood Gaming.
As there's plenty of squads in the area, and this traffic jam as it is, tends to provide a little bit of safety, even if it seems tense.
Yeah, Yeah, Tom Mankunga here revving up the Rampage, and we've seen a lot more Rampages today as well. It's also kind of like a wild card weapon pick, but it's so nice, especially when you need to break down Catalyst reinforced doors, the Black Hole being expended, and frags to double down as they make their push across to KCP, but electing to play that Newcastle on Surdell. They're not going to have a Jenny.
Another quick pause gets thrown our way, and the Pioneers going to take a moment and really think about the way they want to handle this push. There are a lot of options for how they'll deal with it. A mobile shield, of course, providing them good disengage options if they need. They can post up inside this building with plenty of catalyst walls and spikes. But importantly, right now, Zane is separated from the squad. Did a decent amount of damage onto Tom Young-Kook as they can. But since he's trapped on the outside of the building, there is a momentary weakness in KCP at the moment, and they could be taken down by a decisive push from Tom Young-Kook on the other side. Just want to see who plays this game of chicken better.
Well, it's really tough, right? Anytime I see a Horizon on a team, I immediately look at their inventory. Not only am I looking for bats, but I'm looking for how many grenades do they have? Do they have frags? Do they have thermites? Do they have arc stars to double down on the utilization of that black hole? And that's exactly what that Horizon had, and immediately starts throwing them inside the building. And with Surdell on the Newcastle, as opposed to Watson, as historically had been played, they're not going to have that Jenny. And you think of what's a Newcastle's worst nightmare if you have a wall down?
What's the Newcastle's worst nightmare if you
nade
have a wall
spam.
down? Nade spam, yeah.
The nade spam.
I was picking up a Jenny in my head, and I was like, this is just the perfect combination.
Yeah, imagine. It's almost like people used to play Newcastle Watson, but not today. Not when everyone is so aggressive.
Oh, we get a 10-second countdown.
We got rid of that legend composition, and now it is so aggressive. So you have to be able to answer back with that. But Dell, behind the wall, still alive, even has the tactical up as well, and Zane was able to grab a knock and a full.
Right back with the squad as well. This was the secret weapon of Pioneers. I asked Nasky, how are you planning to win? What's your whole deal going into championships? And his answer was Zane. That was the whole thing. He was, I'm just going to throw Zane at people, and if it works, it works. And right now, it's working.
I don't understand, bro.
They got a nice little corner of heaven there. Meanwhile, Alliance, perhaps not heavenly, but at least safe for the moment.
All right, Alliance, probably has a radio out there somewhere. I saw their setup. They've got radios in the merch booth, which is the coolest things ever. And as they push forward, Mandy, Yuki, and Hack is working together inside the building, trying to make sure that that team does not push onto them, kind of what was happening to KCP. The Dark Veil being expended, but Yuki still has his.
No, we've got two squads around Alliance. We've got Gumber Aoto-san and Enterforce 36. Kick just went down a moment ago. And
There's Kick out there.
And Alliance are playing aggressive now on the outside of the building, not giving up high ground, but definitely skirting the borders of safety as they battle for control of this building against two squads.
Arcstars incoming, but Yuki using the stairway to hold off as Ironblood Gaming falls alongside FC to side of Stormcatcher, throwing up the Dark Veil. We've got to move, but KCP has left the rock. They're working their way up as you see Player K and Strafing. If they hadn't have lost out on Easy Flash, this would have been so unique.
It would have been a fantastic position. Honestly, still can net them a nice few points. Wolverex, who have made their way down, will have to contend with FaZe, who have ultimate height at the moment. Don't have to drop down. And for FaZe, it's one more round of benefit. Phony does go low. Frex joins him, but this is a risky spot, and one that FaZe are not forced into by anything but their own hubris.
Oh.
It's a nice jump back up. Phonyhead keeps the squad safe.
That was a clean move there. As long as Frex stays up here, can focus on healing. They have plenty of shield bats, but being able to eliminate J-Lings, get back to the high ground, avoid the engagements, because you see Polfrex is still inside. They have to push out. I mean, there's a little bit of dance going on, and Pioneers hitting the grav lift and making their move, trying to clean up.
Nice few bullets thrown in by Zane, the secret weapon of the Pioneers. Player K has gone down, as we know. That leaves just one member left on this squad. Pioneers are going to play the outside, play both sides of the engagement, taking out Blackhand ultimately, and leaving just Moist right next door to them. They can eliminate this squad, they can secure a top 3 position, and it doesn't look like Moist can do a whole lot about it.
Let's go.
Pioneers now
Blackhand in it too, baby.
25 points, 3 squads in their way for a match win, but you've got Moist Esports, Pulverex, and FaZe, and you don't have Moist anymore, top 3.
A nice elimination from Pioneers, and now they've got a really good spot. They're alone on this side of the ring, knowing that Pulverex and FaZe both have to come to them at the same time.
Wait, it said that
it's a matter of holding this area.
Blackhand got a kill.
You can get a more aggressive angle. Down drops FaZe. You're gonna have an insta push on them for Pulverex. They've got to defend from both sides.
Before he died.
And yet they've already lost Snipe down. FaZe are gonna be melted by this gravity cannon.
But it's going to be Pioneers.
Big game for KCP.
Pulverex hasn't even moved yet. Phony is down. FaZe is eliminated. Now it's Pioneers versus Pulverex, who have left and are making the push with
Zane gets
Veil. That's right.
gold
from the
up.
Contest, they've got Fuse in that legend.
Nasty's got to fall back with his teammates.
Out the knuckle clusters, the
Nice.
What does Nasky have to
You know they're on the inside then with that.
Right now. Everyone else is trapped
You know they're on the inside still. Take that high ground. Nice angle. This is beautiful for Nasky. Oh my gosh. All he does is work. Oh my goodness. Oh, he swings the opposite way. He's a genius. Wait it.
Pulverex claw the game back.
Look, maybe Pulverex just needs more Fuse. We need more Fuse. Congratulations to Pulverex, your match 5 winners. So impressive, right? They win that original contest against Northampton and finally get to play the game, and they make their way from Thunderwatch to the Stormcatcher zone and go all the way.
Pulverex, that was such a back and forth fight. They ended up getting a Dark Veil. They didn't have to deal with FaZe. They had a nice mother load, but Nasky made this end game so impossible to play out cleanly. So much so that Pulverex were at a disadvantage
Still a good game, though.
going into that last clean gunfight, and still managed to pull it out. That is mechanical skill at its best.
I know, watching Nasky jump up on the high ground of that fence and just look around that Dark Veil while he still had his as well and never even had to utilize it. So I was so impressed with that. Just bouncing back and forth on the high ground. At one point, it looked like it would have favored KCP, but the smoke, the chaos, all of it. Pulverex right there, 12 placement points, 8 eliminations. That's a 20-point game for them.
I honestly, I can't even say that it was the smokes, and that is going to have something to do with it. As you talked about, though, the combination of smoke as well as spikes from Catalyst really make fights impossible in the late game, and Pulverex, even having to face off against a squad that had the first move, that had more damage, that had Digis, were still able to fight it out. They took so few fights this game. Pulverex were so passive. They were like the Gandhi of APAC Legends after the initial contest.
After the initial contest, well, let's look at it from Pulverex's POV, that final circle, right? This is where FaZe had elected to actually push down onto KCP early. So that was kind of wild, giving Pulverex a little bit more time to assess that situation, where they wanted to approach. They see final 2 squads, and that mother load is just ready and waiting to be unleashed. And here it goes. This is where things start to get mixy.
At this point, I just want to see how much damage Nasky is actually physically able to do. It's a quick retreat from him, because remember, he's buying time for the rest of the squad, and Pulverex never pushed past the Dark Veil. They don't want to take that risk, but with Shunmi almost going down, they've got to split up and cover as much ground as possible. If so little left in the ring, and Zane's finally able to come back over and do his thing, ultimately trading, leaving Pulverex with, I mean, let's count, how much is this? This is 75 health left total. Both on Flesh, no Digis.
Pulverex and Pioneers are 20-point games. Decent game for Moist.
Pioneers fall.
Black can still just
look at the results of
get points, man. Staying consistent.
20 points for Pulverex, but 20 points for Pioneers. They were able to get 11 eliminations in FaZe, who had made such a strong play onto J-Lings, getting back onto high ground, but they only accumulated 3 eliminations, but Moist going out in 4th with 10 points.
I take back what I said. I think that Gandhi probably took out less than 8 people. They got a little bit bloody. Let's take a look at the bottom 10 from this match, because with Alliance and Singularity rounding out 9th and 10th, Dark Zero surprisingly land themselves in 11th.
Yeah, Singularity was in 9th as well with a good chunk of eliminations. So that's why you just see pretty much a few here, a few there, and that's kind of what had happened. But that initial contest there with Kick, able to pick up 2 eliminations prior to moving on, very strong. But these contests, that's why they got to get them out of the way. If you're contesting, do it in groups because you want to get all of your drop spot POIs claimed prior to moving into the bracket stages because you cannot afford to lose out.
I love that you touch on that, Tiff, because right now we're looking at the overall points. What we've got so far after 5 matches in this group, C and D, is turning out to be, as we started, pretty top heavy, but Singularity clutching up a 2nd place so far is a great place to be. But we've got a whole nother game going on, and it's what you've just talked about, the game of contest, and ultimately the game of winners and losers bracket, of ultimately finals, and being able to secure your drop spot. Contests may not look so hot right now, but we've talked about this on the desk. Today, you're aiming for top 10 more often than not. If you don't make it, we've still got time later. What you don't have time for is a contest in finals. If you're planning to get there, get rid of the team that's landing next to you.
True. Contest with tons of talk on the caster desk, on the booth, but you know we've also got here a ton of watch parties. I want to throw it over to Peeps, who is with Vicky, one of our watch partiers.
We back, baby.
Tiff and Dia, thank you guys so much. We are here with the newest member of the ALGS Watch Party fam, Vicky. Vicky, oh, we got some fans in the house.
From the French commentary team, I think, right?
How does it feel to, one, be the newest member of the ALGS Watch Party, right? But not only that, representing ALGS to the whole entire world of anybody that speaks Spanish.
Spanish, okay.
This is like an awesome opportunity. I'm very grateful because I used to do watch parties for every ALGS. Like I did them for 2 years from my setup in my home. And I think a lot of Hispanic members of the community really appreciated that because a lot of them don't speak English or they didn't know a lot of the teams. So it's very exciting to be able to represent them and to have my stream as a way of them to understand and to watch their favorite teams.
I love that. Crowd loves that as well. They're loving you. They're loving you. So I gotta say this. I've known you for a while, I think maybe 3 years or something, and you've always been a grinder. But the last year and a half, you have absolutely blown up, right? Congrats on your success. But how does it feel to be one of the biggest streamers in the world?
Oh, that sounds like surreal to just imagine. I'm very grateful again because I love streaming. I started with my streams in 2020. So I just did it as a hobby. I never expected to get like big or anything. I just enjoyed playing with my friends and just interacting with the community in general. So I'm very happy because growing as a streamer is something that we all dream about. And knowing that you can create like this type of communities and come to this type of events with your favorite video game is always something I'm going to be grateful for. And I mean, you have also blown up recently, so congratulations, and you deserve it as well.
Thank you, thank you. It's a blessing we play video games for a living, but I think that's it. Congrats again, keep killing it, and Dia and Tiff, take it away.
Thank you very much, Peebs, and it was nice to grab that interview. I was really excited to see Vicky joining us. I've tuned in for a few of her. She did like a Price is Right style stream for a little while, and we'll play with viewers. Very entertaining, and a little bit of love I want to throw over to Pokies as well, who covers this in Brazilian Portuguese, which is fantastic. We get to reach all of South America with these two, and they're amazing. So thank you both for your work. I don't expect that they're watching, although you know, they got their own things going on. As we do prepare to jump into match 6,
Focus is dope, man.
We're all pretty excited for this.
Yeah, I
group,
saw.
For the amount that we've seen these teams develop over the course of a single series, but we've still got some squads that do look for the.
Did it get paused a second time after I got booted off the internet?
Match. This is something that I spoke about on the analyst desk, but this day of all days is likely the single most important for Dojo. Outside of risking elimination, This is where they're fighting, not for their tournament lives, Tiff, they're fighting for the vibes, and the vibes are so important to Dojo. They themselves will admit it.
Yeah, that is something that I know we had a long discussion about on Monday, so stay tuned for that, because Dia and I, we were just kind of going back and forth on the Dojo, and look at him, look, I mean, the vibes.
Okay, they got vibes, they got vibes.
They got vibes, he's vibey.
In the back as well. I just feel like it's going to take one game for them to really pop off and get that momentum moving forward.
Bro, honestly, he did so much in that fight.
When we saw
I was watching the end of it. I think I popped live by the end of it. If not, I was watching on my phone.
Emotions on Timmy's face. Dude, I almost teared up watching when he posted that he qualified and throughout, like, that was so powerful, right? So I want to see another moment for that, especially with champs, right? A lot of our teams, we have all the regions that have the last chance qualifiers, and so for those teams coming in from that aspect, show out here, show us what you've got, and then, hey, who knows what's going to happen for year 4.
I mean, speaking of the last chance qualifiers, a member who was critical in their qualification, it isn't even on the stage right now, is in the audience. Timmy's father was present during their LCQ run and managed to actually keep the team pretty darn happy with how they were performing. Keep, as we said, the vibes high, and he's in the audience. I saw his sign earlier. He's got the "Are You Winning, Son?" So if you've been here the whole time, you've likely seen him already, but it's been fantastic to see, as we so often do in Apex Legends, parents coming out to support the incredible athletes we've got on stage.
I mean, that's huge, right? We think of esports in general, and if you have your family in the crowd hyping,
I guess they're on a break because it's 2 games left, huh?
Feel good knowing. I know that throughout this journey of, you know, starting casting on the team as well, I've met a lot of the family, and Jen Burton's family is honestly one of my favorites as well over on DZ. Always here. I know we got Zero's dad in the audience, probably right in front of DZ somewhere, and that's amazing as well. The support always coming out, and it was crazy. It split 2 playoffs. Papa Jen Burton came up to me and was like, here's the deal. DZ's gonna win. And I was like, they are? He goes, 100%. So if he sees me and says that again, I guess it's all over for everyone.
Yeah, it is scary to hear a 2-time champion prophecy. Ah, that's what
there
I was
it is. There's
about.
a sign. I retweeted that sign.
Winning, son. I mean, Timmy's a memer, right? If you've ever been in Timmy's stream, I'm pretty sure he has 100+ like quick memes, and one of them being
it's really fantastic, and that's what's going to be really important. Now, we've talked about the Dojo a little bit. One of the teams that's flown under the radar a bit, but was really integral in the way last game played out, is Moist, and they had some big expectations coming into today that I'm looking forward to the development of. I didn't expect them to be a day 1 team, and this isn't pressure to become one. However, the pure amount of fragging potential that you've got on Moist, and the passion that we've got on this broadcast for APAC South, does have to come to fruition in the next little while. As
for Moist, at least. The rest of the APAC South doing pretty good.
In the day, some of the teams that popped off, some of our highlights that took, say, even NRG to this position. It's a big tournament for NRG.
Well, it's a big tournament, it's a big game, so I want to see exactly what that looked like, right? They had that 20 elimination game to kind of kick things off, and it was so strong and fun to witness, but they have been a real powerhouse, and honestly, we haven't really spoken too much about them just yet on the desk. They haven't necessarily manifested in a team to watch, and it's not because we're forgetting about NRG by any means. It's just because I have already, I know they're gonna make finals on Sunday. I know they're going to be there, but in what capacity, right? Sweet himself.
That's fair.
We always talk about him being one of the greatest IGLs in the world, but he doesn't have that LAN championship that just really validates that experience, and
That's
I don't
fair.
think he will say it himself until he has that.
I think it's fair to accept some humility.
Yeah.
I feel like for Sweet, though, especially winning it on a championship LAN,
biggest LAN so far of Apex Legends, and arguably the biggest LAN.
I think
of
you'd be able to
Sweet's
very
career,
quickly re-put him
especially
back in
given
that
the
conversation
playoffs
with
have
Zero
gone
and
the way that I think
Hal.
many people are
You know what I mean?
almost afraid to predict NRG.
Guys,
the
are y'all
same way
clicking
as
in the
teams
audio, or
have
my
hesitated
is my
about
headset just
jumping in for Alliance? Not because the team
my headset going bad. I'm being mad because I was getting frustrated
not because the team has changed in some capacity, but simply because
also, I'm gonna go throw some beard balm in because I feel my beard getting a little dry and I don't know why.
As a fan, as a commentator, you don't want to curse them before they start, and it's been very much the same story with NRG, and fortunately enough, with the, I would say, little amount of attention they've attracted, they've managed to already make big waves on the first day of championships.
Exactly, as we got a good comparison. We got Guild up on the board, 12 eliminations for that thus far, 9 assists. The survival time, very similar between Noises and such, but Noises is kind of playing on the crypto, playing a little bit more reserved character, trying to play the life for the team, but still doing fairly well. And honestly, to see Guild shine, it's really cool.
He's fantastic as a mechanical player. Guild is one of the original, or I would say, in the past 2 years, people that have cemented themselves as just controller players that are S tier. If you're gonna build a roster that needs somebody to do consistent damage, you're probably putting Guild on pretty high on your wish list. And so, seeing, as you say, performance in this LAN so far is really good, and it's in a different environment where NRG are playing a bit of a different style, something that changed even when they picked Guild up initially. They took a little bit of a shift, they changed their identity, and now they're considering doing that again, even if it is only temporary in the group stage, and that is yet to be seen.
Exactly, so we'll only see what time will tell. Will NRG rise even further to the top? Will they keep that momentum going forward? Because I would love to see another game that enacts as that point sponge for them. But for now, locked and loaded as we kind of prep up game number 6, the final match of this series. But a lot of teams have been finding their pathway, and it's kind of interesting to see KCP, right? They've been rotating heavily early, utilizing that Newcastle, even often having white shields going into the top 8 teams left. That's been kind of interesting for them.
And I really like that they're running Newcastle as well, because while you think about Newcastle's abilities and the castle wall being really important, one of the other things is that Newcastle deals really well with changes to loot because of his ability to open support crates that almost nobody else is running. There are going to be a couple POIs. I was talking to Start a Fight earlier about some of their loot path runs where it's very difficult to actually find good amounts of shields, batteries, cells, whatever it may be. And Newcastle largely solves that problem simply by being able to run over to blue bins and get your team a bit of extra sustain. Some teams like Start a Fight have chosen to opt for Watson instead to deal with that. But Newcastle is absolutely a viable choice and brings a lot of other things to the table, not just the castle wall, but the revive as well, mobile shield, and he's a big, chunky, fortified lad.
Yeah, he definitely is fortified, that's for sure, but it's quite interesting. We're going to cut to a quick break, but when we come back, match number 6.
Oh, they finally actually sent it to a break, huh? We can't fucking fix it, man. We're going to a break. One game fucking left, bro. Ah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. MDY wipe. It's not even a challenge.
Welcome back to Year 3 Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We got match number 6 coming your way shortly. I'm SpiderTip, Dia and I are here to kind of joke around me, but not only that, more importantly, call the action.
Absolutely. And there will be action to call very soon, which I'm excited for. Game 6 right around the corner, and with a little bit more time and plenty of time for these teams to blossom during the course of this series, it's not the last time that you're going to see Group D. We do have A and D coming up after this, where we'll get the opportunity to see the teams from Group D try their shoes on a different stage, see if they can tangle a little bit better there. However, this is going to be the last time that we see Group C for today, so it's important to get your nice initial games in, because right now you got to wait till tomorrow to do anything extra against Group B.
I love how we have DZ up on the screen. You're mentioning about trying your shoes on a different stage. I learned a lot of things in that green room. Not only is Genome a diehard fan, but for some reason, none of those boys wear shoes when gaming, and honestly, I don't either at home, but I'm just like, that's quite peculiar.
Do you wear shoes on airplanes?
Yeah. No, you do not break your feet out on airplanes. That is, no.
I have no comment to make.
Oh my gosh, get me out of this booth. I need to be saved right now. No one's wearing shoes.
Yeah.
Crowd, are you out there wearing shoes? Please tell me you guys are all wearing shoes out there.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I can't tell.
Yeah, they're wearing shoes.
That's a shoe. That's a shoe, thank goodness. All right, well, we're queuing up match number 6. I saw Asta out there with a golden Nessie. If you haven't got your golden Nessie already, I think I heard they were exclusive to Japan, but for some reason we've got them here in the Birmingham, UK, and I did buy 3. I might go buy 3 more.
I like it. I mean, they're, from what I heard, ALGS exclusive, and that's just what I heard. I have been wrong.
More golden Nessies, a little bit of a hashtag RidWin, Phaser supporters of Riddle. I'm a supporter of Riddle.
What up,
and honestly,
Biggie?
I saw a nice wig with a Riddle jersey too, and we were talking about our watch parties early on, and we've got some really great ones out there. If you haven't already, Nice Wig and Greek are also doing a watch party. Esports Rage, they have a full setup over there on the right-hand side for their Japanese broadcast, and they are some of my favorite casters. I'm a huge fan.
I'm gonna try and grab them some ramen later. And we know they love ramen, and that alone is worth the experience, especially for all the viewers at home.
Facts.
It's incredible the support that Apex Legends gets.
Now you're down to chill, huh? Hell yeah.
Period, and that's almost entirely due to them.
Ooh, one day I'll visit over there, but I haven't made it to Tokyo just yet, or that side of the world. I'm not too huge on traveling, but I would travel to go over there, and I want to now. But speaking of traveling, now while we get this match number 6 kind of underway, let's think back to the contests that we've witnessed, right?
Hey, you know who y'all should try and pick up as a third for some Apex? Oogie, Biggie, and Flogi.
1-1 on the Pulver-X North Eption Thunder Watts contest. North Eption,
I bet y'all would fucking roll shit.
Number 4, and they were able to provide a lot of damage to other teams, right? Specifically onto NRG, taking that third party and eliminating them. So I'm curious to see what North Eption brings, and it's been a different iteration of North Eption almost every single land. So for this one to really find kind of that stability and the adaptability throughout group stages, maybe this time for that winner's bracket, they could end up there and find themselves in finals.
What you got to appreciate about North Eption is that, while the players may have changed, the style, the spirit of the game stays very similar. Their take on it, the legends that they run do change up, but North Eption is largely a team that wants to fight you. And I really appreciate that about any team in Apex Legends. A team that will just go for it. In fact, my prediction for this group was Blackhand for that very reason. And Blackhand are another team that very much could use their breakout. They actually had a pretty good start for their first game on Stormpoint in match number 4. They could finish Stormpoint strong with a little bit of luck this game.
And that's quite interesting, right? Because you think about all the changes that came into Apex Legends prior to Champs, all the ring changes. Typically, North Eption's playstyle had been to remain in zone, crafting up, playing that incredibly hard edge, and it is completely different now. They are still edge, but it's a little more zone-oriented, and now with all of these teams enacting the contests, we're locked into the dropship. We're ready to see what happens at Thunderwatch. We're ready to see
last
what
game.
happens at Cascade Falls. And as our
I was just thinking about, let me also get updated scoreboards for you guys here.
Rod Alliance in particular are going to have a survey beacon and crafting and priority to get there.
And I'll tell you what really scares me is the J-Legs also have a ring console, which means that they have even more information to work with. Their zone prediction can be even more perfect, but that is to see who they have to contest with, as Onyx.
Let's see, with 21 bullets at a Dream and some high ground, not looking too bad here. Crusader running that original loadout of the Wingman.
After this game, well, there's still one more game. There's still one more series after this, Biggie. So there's still a whole other game, 6-game series.
Nice wide swing, 3 versus 2.
But then after that, we're doing placement games for the new Rocket League series.
We've got a little bit of celebration, respect to their opponents that's been paid in the aftermath. It'll also mean that with this being the quickest 3v3 we've seen so far, Onyx may actually get to play a game similar to what they normally would and rotate at a timing that they've practiced.
It's definitely true.
Asserting dominance.
Get to see a Pulverex North option contest because Pulverex decided to go elsewhere. So look at that. They want to play priority there because they've already had a map win. They have plenty of points. No need to waste that. But check out where the zone's going, right? NRG, they've got a ring console. They've got crafting. They've got a survey beacon. And they've got priority to a zone. So seeing where NRG decides to move for this.
So it's interesting because I see Blaze is on a flight. So I wonder if Blaze is going there. He just got
utterly empty right now.
Delayed. That's why We the People is
for NRG to stick around and try and hold on to
doing stuff the first day.
As a result, or rather the ring console as a result. It's definitely a viable strategy. It may not be a super powerful end game position though, and I think they know that, having gotten the scan. So do you want to stick around, get a little bit more information, or do you want to gamble on the chance that you can find a game-winning spot? I'll tell you what Dark Zero want to do. They want to gamble. They have an idea of where the zone is going, and they are heading straight over to North Pad.
Hey, I mean, you talk about it, right? Coming from Mill, again, with 2 purples and a blue, and
Crazy.
after that loot distribution being changed up, I can barely find a blue shield anywhere. But the Mill ring console, it's got crafting, and you have those bins in the center that almost always have all of the good shields. So now they've got the quick rotation sitting on 53 points, and wait a second, didn't I pick Dark Zero as my talent prediction, Dia? I think I did. I think I did.
Ooh, Black Hand.
Pretty good pick. I'm waiting. Come on, Black Hand. I'm waiting for you. I fully believe, even with 1 game left, and we'll say they've got a nice spot. They did rotate in early, and having picked up Watson to solve the shield zone problem that they've been dealing with previously, do have a decent position for defense setup in the late stage of the game. They do have to make it there, however, and with white shields, that can be a bit challenging. They've eaten some.
I was gonna say they gotta make sure they can stay alive here is the big problem, right?
They should be able to find a nice spot to play a little bit later. NRG need to get a little bit lucky in order to do so, but Sweet's gonna be picked up, and they're gonna be just fine.
So let's talk about this, right? Because we've already had 1 North Pad zone thus far, and that was in our earlier series this morning, right? So it's not necessarily the same. It's not encompassing all of the fingers north of North Pad, and that's where Fnatic and
But yeah, so Biggie, there's games today, tomorrow are both like similar length of days. And let me check.
To the teams that are maybe trying to find themselves underneath here at North Pad, but teams that are still playing around Downed Beast. Gombare Otosan sitting on really nice shields working on that early game are working against Complexity right now.
One of the things that you have to recognize if you are picking this fight is that other teams are going to rotate on you. Moving up through Downed Beast is very popular, and it means that Gombare Otosan have to wipe this fight faster than
I mean, I do definitely
Dogma
want to.
goes low for
You
a
know what I
moment.
mean?
Complexity play off the low ground, taking him out and leaving basically this all up to Zhongyi. Manages to do it. Complexity go down. Jusna stays up, and it's a quick reset on Dogma before anyone else arrives.
They're absolutely juiced. Now, Gombare, they land down Beast. They're going to have all the loot on the underside, which is usually at least 1 gold item. And for that to be the gold knockdown, it preferentializes all of their reses there so they can get back on their feet. And you're right, because now you have to think about all the teams that are going to rotate on
I
that
might have to
side
miss
of the
Little
map,
Man's
up through
baseball
down
game this weekend,
pushing towards
which is fine.
North
I'll have a
Pad.
couple weekends
Maybe a
after
little
that
tough,
to
but speaking of tough,
have
MT
nothing
for
to do,
Moist,
but
this is
go
not
catch
it.
his game.
Not the ideal way to finish the series, that's for sure. Fussy and Waltz.
I mean, I think I have kind of, bro, Moist is struggling, dog. I think I've just come to terms with the fact that I'm just gonna be a controller
with 18
guy.
squads left. It's even still.
If everyone's switching to
difficult
controller, why am I
to
teaching
actually find
myself
yourself
browser keyboard on
getting
Apex?
points.
You know what I mean?
Zero, a very different story, however, as their early rotate down has left them playing in the open ground, something they actively elected to do, and likely so they could do exactly this, farm up some kills with the shield advantage they have.
I'm gonna say, okay, Gen 0 on the high ground. Zainu joining up, and they are just stacking this fight as TYK forced to throw up the Dark Veil, but I don't think the timing is going to be enough. And just as that begun, the fight has been cleaned up. Nathan cleaning up Moist Esports.
Damn, Tong Young Kung out. Tong Young Kung out early as well.
Dark Zero are looking to potentially cement themselves at the top of this group series.
And I hate to say
Tom Young, TYK though had a pretty solid.
Dark Zero took maybe 50 combined damage, and that's being generous. It was a decisive fight from them, and what really swung it was the use of cooldowns that they instantly threw in. It's not, they weren't waiting for a crack. They walked in with confidence, threw out a Horizon ult off a nice initial push, and just kept the pressure on. You didn't let the other team play the game. Gets Dark Zero a nice couple 3 kills, and there's definitely a reason why why you and many of our talent predicted them. Dark Zero, they take no prisoners.
They take no prisoners, but you think back to the group stages and split.
Fucking knew you'd say something.
Alliance on their first showing took that first win in their group series, but things were a little different, right? It's been a little bit of a slower start, and some of these zones haven't necessarily favored them.
Realized I never updated scores because I had all the internet issues, so that's what we're sitting at right now, chat.
Can be incredibly challenging. You think about the dojo; they've made it into that next zone coming from the wall, but Alliance coming all the way from Lightning Rod are just going to have, you know, a little bit more time to loot due to that flight path, but they're going to loot along their way. Crafting was at the wall, they'll likely hit it there, and they are, but North Eption lie just in the midst.
It's interesting that North Eption have chosen to play these nut buildings because there's not a lot that they can gain from this outside of catching Alliance off guard, outside of finding a team that just isn't prepared to take the fight. And
I wonder if they're expecting. I wonder if they know that Alliance on the other side of the wall.
Most people are going to be ready for a fight. Most teams like Alliance
expecting them to rotate
should
in.
be scouting ahead. So North Eption's decision making here is almost a skill check to other teams in the area, and perhaps a rotational play for a little bit later on, as that will be available to them, as they likely have managed to find an evac tower along the way. Their rotation in is going to be mirrored on the other side, however, by Enter Force 36, playing around the bunkers and spotting out a respawn ship behind them. Gives a lot of data as to where their surrounding competition is. I wonder what their goal is here. Do they want to make a fight? Do they want to rotate in a little further? We're about to find out.
Dongba from Gombare making their way back in on down B, so they've landed there, they're still there. Likelihood of them hitting that rotation will be soon. As we can see, it's pulling ever so closely towards North Pad, but I don't know if it'll pull up to the POI itself. I think it's going to potentially end, but J-Lings all the way north are hedging their bets that it's going to pull all the way up there, and Alliance still trying to make their way into zone, but Dark Zero, you know, taking the time to hydrate. It's important, guys. If you're out there in chat, make sure you guys are hydrated.
One of the important things about zones that pull over by North Pad as well is that playing bunkers, while it may seem rough because you're on the low ground, gives you a lot of flexibility that other squads don't have. Now we're pretty
I think
sure
at this point Dark Zero will probably pass up TSM and XSET.
Yes, a very educated
So they'll be
guess. We watch a lot of
second.
Apex Legends. But there's always an outside chance that this pulls more out into the open, in which case teams that lie in bunker will have an inherent advantage over the squads that will need to make an exodus from North Pad. So when we see squads like Enter Force 36 and Dark Zero sitting out there, it's for good reason. Now Alliance, we saw sitting out over by Wall, and we wondered whether they'd be caught off guard. Right now, it's a 50-50, but they definitely didn't expect this.
They didn't expect Laika going crazy with the R9 wingman able to take down Yuki and Hackis. Now Mandy last alive in a 1v2 situation, but not
and here
KCP.
comes KCP.
This is our moment. We've got to go in. We have to move in exponentially quick, and they are fully healed, looking to clean this up. Disruptor rounds on that alternator, and they just have to get close.
Pioneers are the hero
Oh,
that
Zane through the
neither
queue.
team asked for. North Eption and North Eption just don't need it to happen. Pioneers walk up on Alliance. They now take high ground, and it's likely to be the end of both squads. Nice mobile shield as well will keep Pioneers from taking any meaningful damage. Alliance go down first, and making it to top 15 is going to be a
Singularity
small
taken
victory
out
for
in
any squad still
15th.
remaining.
Well, this is quite interesting, right? North Eption was able to get inside that IMC armor, which was exactly where they were.
I don't know. I've seen a couple people in the comp scene talking about how Horizon's going to be the next character that gets nerfed in the ground, though.
They realized the opportunity is no longer going to be viable for them. Trying to break into this IMC armory would only be a death threat, and with FC Destroy,
I think Horizon is all based off of when the last person takes it up from the team, though, right?
It's not worth it anymore.
It's fascinating. Since we've got one of our only Gibraltars in the lobby.
So I think it's also. I think the timing for when it breaks is based off on the last person the team uses.
Because you can Gibby bubble your way to relative safety. Enter Force 36 were unable to do this as they unfortunately did not lock in our Giga Chad Gibby. However, they'll have some more options.
I would honestly say that with that comp,
who don't need cover like
run
they've actually managed
Watson
to
over
we did talk
Catalyst
about this earlier on, whether they would take
because the Watson Newcastle combo goes dummy.
Gambled, and it looks like in the top left corner of their screen they've rolled right.
They have ruled right. This was not, remember that early Harvester pull where Oxygen had assumed that it was going to pull towards the left side of Harvester by the beacon, and then immediately it pulled to the choke in the nastiest endgame I have ever seen. So that could have happened here, but
you can basically make space, especially on Storm Point, you can make space wherever the fuck you want.
Right, they came out strong in game number 1. Can they end it strong in game 6? Currently sitting on 5 eliminations and 13 squads remaining. If they double down and win this with a ton of high kills, they could.
The problem is a lot of people don't want to spend the time to really learn how to use Newcastle to his fullest advantage, use like his fullest potential.
North pad is arguably one of the most powerful. It more often than not will get you a top 3-4 finish, and while we have seen exceptions to that rule even today, people prioritize it for a reason. What it isn't for Dojo right now is an active position. They don't have a whole lot
I
of
think
ways
the
to
one
lay
thing
down
that would,
cover.
if they fixed it, that would probably pick or increase Newcastle's pick rate was if you didn't lock onto your teammates when you were trying to do the.
Here we go, FaZe hitting the evacuation tower, looking for a place
when you're trying to place your wall.
FC Destroy just ahead of them.
Because sometimes you're trying to place it forward of your teammate, but it locks right onto the teammate instead.
Armory, so it's a rather tough rotation. And we talked about it, they don't have the Gibby, they can't throw out a bubble to land. So
nah, I think the shield size is fine, for real. I think if you literally just took away the fact that you lock on the teammates when you're trying to place your wall, so you could be more precise with it.
They're trying to get around this rock and eliminate that team and clear out their backside.
Jesus.
Look at all the damage going out. They're doing
Oh yeah,
just what
push
they
that.
need.
That is absolutely worth the extra grenade. It's worth the wide swing. Dark Zero have done so much damage. Their priorities unquestionable.
Just put your dick
Zero
in it.
does take
Wait a
bit
minute.
of a
Hold
chunk,
on.
and instead of pushing this with Jen Burton lagging so far behind, we're all going to take a chill pill. Dark Zero will retain their position. You don't want to make yourself any weaker by overextending. Our FaZe are actually in a position where they could go down. Phonyhead gets chunked pretty heavily and sniped down, ultimately commits to the high
Because
ground.
there's 13
Very
teams
well
left,
intercepted
dog.
far by Onyx, ends
The
up
fuck?
being just the right amount. The Goldilocks of Apex Legends finds their way to a wonderful team wipe.
Very unfortunate. At that point, you're just sniped down in the trenches, looking up, and you see all 3 members of Onyx above you, and you're like, there is literally nothing I can do in this situation. But now Onyx are gonna get inundated with all of the forces.
So
You
what?
have
Onyx,
North Eption, you have FC
North Eption,
Destroy,
and
North
FC
Eption
Destroy all
just
right there. That's tough.
the Dark Veil to work around. They just need a good line of sight, and they find one, throw down a good chunk of damage, but no one is even putting their attention towards Lycan, now able to back away, prioritize healing, and let the teammates do some work.
I'm amazed that Onyx even got away with that, and even now I may have spoken
For
too
real,
soon.
man. How is Onyx
Not a
getting
lot
away
of cover
here?
available to
That's
them, but
crazy.
Knocks aren't coming through just yet. GamerAdvantage does not even go down before this fight concludes, and North Eption aren't pushing. It is amazing that Onyx did not drop the entire squad in that moment. Now with North Eption on the push, however, they're still very much in danger.
Well, we knew Dark Zero was in the midst looking at a lot of these teams, and their rotation pattern kind of went a little bit different. And then Dark Zero decides, hey, we're not even going to engage on this. We're going to play zone and prioritize that. But Pioneers throwing down another evacuation tower. Now as a duo, they've lost out on Zane. They do have the banner, but they're not likely going to be able to make it to that respawn beacon before the zone closes.
And if NRG can do it, Nasky's got to believe that he can do it. I think that's absolutely his attitude. is that if somebody else has already done it, there's no reason that I can't do it better. And honestly, so far, Natsuki's done all right for himself, so I'm not gonna play games with that. However, Pioneers being just a duo does give them an inherent amount less pressure to the squads around them, and this castle wall certainly signifies that. It is not active. It is, if anything, more risky because they've announced that they cannot even fight for a good position. The team above them knows that. Dojo have to know that, having seen this as a duo, and any teams that rotate in underneath also have a chance of sniffing it out.
Well, they really don't have a lot of space to work with. The moment Dell moves just a little bit too far,
a tough spot for them,
left,
really.
That gives Dojo such a nice angle on them to really deal a lot of damage, and it's going to destroy all of their health utility. But now the Dojo, knowing they need to move, take
Dojo needs to kind of pop here.
to look straight down on
Oh,
the
what a spot.
here. With only 2 players up,
Let it burn, let it burn.
Gotta let it burn. We're just looking for the last of the hipfire going out, and just like that,
Wow, DZ got Zainu back up. And they're going to fight out here against Sue. Well, Zainu's down now.
Perfect execution. And on the other side, Dark
The Tom
Zero
Young Kung?
maybe falling a bit early. Jen Burton still got the
Right?
chance
Is
to
that
close
who's
this up,
on
but the
Ziki?
R99
No, it's Iron
does
Blood.
not
Okay.
do him a miracle today. And Iron Blood Gaming getting a well-deserved win.
IBG.
You know what this is going to do? This is going to open the door for NRG to make a play for the top spot of this series. FC Destroy is going to fall, so let's jump over here, check in with NRG on 51
Blackhand's
points.
still in too. Where's Blackhand at?
Elimination, and they are surrounded by North Epsham, by Dojo, who are finally starting to pull some things together.
In a spot like this, it's all about picking.
Blackhand might already be in circle.
Dojo almost overextend, but that Phoenix kid is going to save enemy, give them a quick reset and a rooftop position where enemy immediately finds a fantastic angle. The ultimate provides Dojo even better sight lines. Well, they haven't gotten to knock. It's 2 shield cracks and a team in front of them.
And that's going to be North Epsham. They were able to grab a knock on to Ling from the high ground, but they have to keep moving. That ring is coming in, and it's going to push them off the high ground straight into an EMP. Pulverex ahead of them. North Epsham will fall at the hands of NRG. Now, focusing on healing up, prioritizing the positioning. They're already sitting at 8 eliminations. They're looking for double digits.
NRG took a lot of damage off of this rotation through zone. They have no cover, and now they have no cover.
NRG has no cover. They have no chance. They are just fucked up. Oh, wait a minute. Blackhand's going to win?
See what kind of magic he can work, but he's being cried from behind, and Sweet's got to play cover.
Hold on.
Up on top.
Because it's them fighting Pulverex, right?
He doesn't quite find
Or no, Iron Blood?
With IBG coming in for the third.
No, wait. Does that mean Blackhand comes in?
We're into the top 2 squads. It's IBG.
Come on.
Come
on, Blackhand. Oh, is it just a solo?
And the fry from IBG is just a little too good. The 6th game goes
Hey,
to
it doesn't
Iron
matter though.
Blood.
Blackhand with another solid number 2, babe. Hold on.
Taken out Dark Zero when they did, we would have had a completely
Solid second
different
place.
game as they fought their way forward. Congratulations, Iron Blood Gaming. Well done.
This is a really good ending from them as well, and mostly about endgame momentum. I think we saw a lot of teams.
Dude, APAC South turning the fuck up on day 1.
Be able to call the move fast enough. Dojo actually is an interesting example to talk about, not because they mismanaged it, but because perhaps they played it in a way where they had other options. So that's where I'm going to go with this. They chose to commit onto the low ground, as so many teams did.
Yeah, good game for Dojo there. Dojo looked good in their first lobby of
And that killed almost everyone. It almost killed IBG.
good teams. I think they had a couple of early elimination games on their last game on World's Edge. They went out early. And then last game they went out early. But their other games, they didn't look awful. I mean, they had their one, but they had like 7 or 8 or something. They had a couple kills, quite a few kills in game 2. Yeah, game 2.
We'll deal with it at the end.
Yeah, I am really enjoying the difference that we've seen from Split 2 playoffs. Not seeing as much Seer in these lobbies, have really appreciated the way that we're able to, or these teams have very quickly adapted to using the small amount of information that you get from Bloodhound scans to make split-second decisions. That's really fascinating to watch and even see other teams react to, as we've seen squads pick up Gibraltar as an answer, being able to stall out some of that push.
It's been fascinating to see them adapt. It's been fascinating to watch, but now I'm curious to hear what our analyst desk has to say about that series. Take it over, guys.
Thank you very much. Fantastic
All right,
casting,
so
closing out
Gaskin
that
on
series. I mean,
set.
you're talking about variety and meta. We're getting
Here.
variety in the winners
So
here.
does that mean
Yeah,
we
no repeat
get?
winners in that group whatsoever. It's very interesting to see, actually. You know,
I think it means we get Zep for Rain Day. I bet you.
The first 3
To
games
start off the next
set.
set.
Like, this is getting a little bit point spongy. Some of the big
Ooh,
dogs
maybe
coming
not
through,
though,
you know,
because
NLG,
Rain's probably going to come back
wins
in
in those first 3 games.
post
but
the
then
deaths for the
towards
third
the end, you have
set.
Singularity, Pulverex, Ironblood Gaming coming through with wins, and I think it's just proof, right, here at the ALGS Championships that you can't take anything for granted. Anyone can win a game here, and you got to be on your best to perform the best and get those points on the board.
Yeah, honestly, very impressive for everyone. Obviously, we've got Onset, Gaskin, and Graceful up on the desk. Graceful, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Are you excited to be here?
Super excited to be here. Always been, you know, thank you.
A versus D next. So that means we will be seeing.
I'm very happy to try different fields in esports in general.
Let's pull it up here while they have the
Paying
interview.
attention in those final moments, because speaking of this last match, let's take a look back at the final circle. Walk us through
This
what
is our
you took away.
final lobby
the
here.
thing that caught me the most by surprise, honestly, is Energy's late rotate in the zone. They didn't notice it at all. Dojo didn't notice
Black
it at all.
Can
until it
could
was too late.
potentially
They were
carry that
starting a race
momentum
between IBG and NRG,
into
and IBG pretty
the
much
third,
cleans up the
into this lobby here, and just about put
but yeah,
themselves
NRG flank out of nowhere,
at
caught everybody
that
off guard.
qualification,
IBG
like
just
right about
plays
where that cutoff
super
line should
solid
be.
as a team. Hold hands is what we call it, or death balling, is where you're literally just hugging each other, running as a tank.
All right, I got
because
beat.
if you split, somebody gets caught off guard, that's where you see a fallen team take advantage immediately.
I think what's crazy about that final circle is the difference it made. NRG finishing 3rd instead of 2nd. Had they got those extra points, NRG would have topped the groups there, and that would have made a big difference in terms of what's kind of going down, confidence as we look through. But Darkzero and NRG, only a point between them. I mean, that's what you want as NRG fans. We were asking the questions, are they going to be up there? And they've answered that today.
I think a lot of teams have either answered some of our questions or surprised us, depending on what region we're talking about in the moment, because we've had some standout performances across the board from so many of our squads. But now that this series is done, we can take an opportunity here to talk about those match results, see where some of these numbers ended up, because you mentioned it, we had NRG in a spot where they could have gotten a few more points on the board for themselves. And right now, obviously, in groups, we've got a little bit more leeway. Still tons of time for these teams to get some points on the board. But talk to me a little bit about how that could potentially change those standings.
I mean, it's interesting, right? When game number 1 finished, I was like, NRG looks so solid. Like, what was it, like a 32-point game I think they had out of the blocks? And I was like, okay, if they have like a couple of solid games here, they're going to be topping it by miles. But then you got to remember the quality of the lobby a lot of the times. It is no easy fight whatsoever. And it did change. Like Dan was saying, you know, you got Darkzero up there. They had a great series as well. But I think those last 3 games really changed things up, right? As soon as we moved maps, we changed over to Storm Point. It seems like some teams and some players, whatever it might have been, just adapted much better, and it was a stronger map for them. And that's the fascinating things whenever we have these 6-game sets, right? It's always, okay, we're comfortable now on World's Edge, but now we got to change over to Storm Point. And even though I would say throughout time things have got a little bit tighter, teams don't get as heavy point on one as in comparison to the other, you are starting to see still those teams on Storm Point who can perform.
Yeah, well, we'll look at those numbers. Dan, talk me through your thoughts on what we got out of this one.
Honestly, I think when we saw these two groups going up against each other, we knew there were heavy hitters. We knew there was going to be a couple of teams that were going to big up those points, that were going to maybe make all those
it should be a really good set.
Struggle a little bit in the mid card, who want to be able to pick up, you know, 4 or 5 every single time. The first 3 games that we casted, it was your usual suspects that were going to be up there, that were getting so many points. And if Darkzero is in a lobby like that, maybe they'll be looking at, could we have got more points? Because they had a great start and they started to fall off and then they pick it back up again. 59 isn't a huge total. We have seen it a lot higher from certain teams in certain places.
Have they finished?
In that
They
final
finished.
match 6 result, Ironblood Gaming putting 24 would have given them such a big confidence boost now going into the other sets.
Graceful, who else jumped out for you in the entire performance here for match number 6?
For match number 6, I think IBG, obviously, clearly the winner. Blackhand as well, playing well. I think Dojo, though, has been super consistent in general.
Yep.
The biggest thing across the entire series, though, I feel like teams are waking up. They're stepping up. They're waking up. They're finally getting those reps in. You have to remember, many of these teams, some have had roster changes. Seer got changed out recently, mid-scrims. They have been practicing a lot of new stuff. They can't be heavy hitting immediately. They're using groups to warm up, get the tournament started.
Final scores, even though they're showing it now,
each
but
and every day.
All right, well, we also have the series results here talking about how close it was. DZ Energy separated by 1 point at the top of the leaderboard for groups C and AvD, but we also, like we said, had some other standout performances. We saw a really nice ending out of Pioneers and Pulverex, and that was a team that we were all hoping would get more aggressive here in the championship mark.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look how close this is. This is probably one of the closest groups point-wise that we've had in quite some time, especially in LAN. You know, 1 point separating the top two, then it's a 10-point drop, but everybody after that is within a couple of points of each other. And as fun as it always is to look at the top of the leaderboard who's playing well, it's also very important that we highlight who didn't have the greatest of lobbies. And down at Alliance, there was a lot of talk, ironically, coming into this tournament. Are Alliance a group stage team? Well, apparently not, especially in the first group that we've seen here, but there is going to be a lot more games to come, and they had some pretty rough circles as well. Keep that in mind.
Just saying, through the first group, all 5 of my teams would have been in going to winners bracket.
Sitting in for them as well, so we have to kind of
from my post I put yesterday for a team from each region to watch.
Also, you just expect them to win games, right? Every single time we see them. So for Alliance, maybe not the performance they wanted, but I'm sure there's a lot left in the tank.
And then down at the bottom, you've got Kick there, and I'm just begging them to kind of change some POIs at the moment. It doesn't seem like they are going to retreat. And if you're contesting every single map, then you are going to be down at the bottom of the table. And it's just at what point do you drop that ego a little bit?
All right, well now even just comparing the first 2 series across the board, Graceful, what is your overall takeaway from the day so far?
I think that a lot of teams in general have been slow starting, but every single team in the lobby can win, even the entire LAN. They just have to find their groove, and it's about to head up, I think, yeah.
All right, well, that is a wrap on our second series of the day. We still have tons more Apex Legends action in store for all of you. It's time for us to send it to a short break, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
They're gonna be right back. Let's go. Woo!
He's ripped 2 of them apart, and now it's a 2 versus 1.
Jonason's might get them all. Goud! It's all up to Timmy. Timmy puts them to sleep.
I bet you a Nestle plushie that Alliance win this game. It's a 2 versus 1. It's easily cleaned up. The plushie is mine, and Alliance will take the game.
The black hole completely sucks them in. It's Singularity.
Yes!
Clean it up.
Pioneers have gotten the edge to make it happen, but Pulverex claw the game back. It's IVG versus a solo from Black Hand, and the pry from IVG is just a little too good. The 6th game goes to Iron Blood Gaming.
So APAC South showing up and showing. Three in the top, 7? They have 3 in the top 7, 4 in the top 18. I think it's technically 5 in the top 20, right?
He went back.
Yeah.
I'm checking
keep
underneath.
Keep coming that.
I don't see them underneath. I'm waiting.
You did
I'm 4 or 5. Yes, I do.
On scan under.
Can we peek now? I'm peeking now. Come.
1 second behind you.
84 cracked. Down.
Nice.
He's playing a knock. Careful on height. He's 1 shot. He's already 1 shot. He got out. Get back inside.
Just the 1 guy left.
So another longer break, huh?
Where'd he go? 4 or 5. He went down the hill.
He went like
down
south
the hill.
yeah.
I guess the longer break makes more sense
Team
this
dead.
time
Dead.
around,
Dead.
strictly
Dead.
because you've got people who are like, staying on the stage, might want to take a little break between, right?
Yeah.
You guys need any loot? You want to let me loot this?
I think maybe.
Look at me. It's really safe.
They queued off my door down here. Yeah.
It's got a ton of heavy ammo.
Yeah, grab energy in the cells.
E6 died. There's no energy.
Is that team gone on the east side, by the way? Have you looked?
I can go check. I'm 16-3. I'll take this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check.
Yeah, check.
I'm 16-3. You guys need cells?
Yeah, I need 4 cells. I need 4 cells.
Did you hear me? They're still there.
Yes, I hear you. I
got 3 batch roll. You need 1?
I have 2. Can't carry. Still the team above us on our height.
Jordan, take my 2x for your scout.
I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm sitting here watching the doors, bro.
Okay,
Here,
I'll
take it
go
back.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Ping anything I can shoot at. I have a 3x charge.
One of them is sitting right above this door.
Take my armor hill.
Yep. They're getting sniped at.
Back
Listen,
on
the
north.
team on the high will eventually get shot at by other team.
Back on north. They might die here. They're gonna shot by everybody.
So is this from earlier?
Yep.
They went back. They went back.
Yep. I almost killed a guy here.
Like an actual game from earlier? Because earlier they didn't have anything to like do on replays, right?
I can shoot Valkyries too, by the way.
Yeah. Dying to the north.
Evan, Jordan, or Evan, they can peek that door and just shoot you.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Well, I'm gonna call if they're on the door.
I wonder if the corner spot is open. Have we looked? Have we been able to see that?
I can't check it.
That's possible to check from here, I think.
If there's a guy there, I see him. We just try to get as many points here. That's what we're looking for, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Falling in on the back here. But really bad spot. They one just got down. They're nading, they're bang ulting them too. They might push that. They might push this bang ult.
That's the team above us, by the way.
Yeah.
Delay in the cameras and the
Put
voices.
down. They're getting shot at. He's getting downed. Back there.
We have zone. We have zone. We're in a decent spot. We can
the zone's pretty good for us.
Yeah,
Really good for us.
Look, we gotta be careful. People are flying in.
Yes. Yeah. Look at these angles we have. These headies are really nice. We just play around here. This mid area.
One guy down or finished. Back there. They're still getting shot at.
Still a team cannon. Still a team across to the east, and still a team on height. Okay.
Okay. Evan, look at the doors while I'm looking at this.
Okay.
They missed that on me.
And
the team, we gotta be careful with this team on the high. I don't know what they're gonna do. They might shoot the team above
They
us.
should still be safe up there. There's plenty of space for them up there, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so.
No, they can walk along that outside rock. And
That's if they know that. They might not know that. They're putting a Moby here and sicking it.
What we science folk call AvD.
Stop flying in! North!
Under?
On the low ground, low ground, low ground!
A wee baddie landed nearby.
I
Walk the high
10.
team.
Scan in 3. I can scan Will ground in 3. In 3
yeah,
seconds.
We can. The team on height that might look, but yeah, I'm down.
Scanning. They moved. They dodged it.
90 on tier.
Go back.
The high tree knows. High tree knows.
Go back. There's a team right here shooting a like.
They're getting fried under.
There's a team cave and there's a team on ultimate height, by the way. Just so you know, over here.
Okay.
They're close.
Should double thick focuses, or maybe even trio focuses.
Let me know.
You're gonna have to jump. Actually, they're kind of safe there. They're actually safe there.
This could get interesting.
You want to peek?
What up, Ducky?
Evan?
I scanned low ground.
Quack, quack, quack.
The low ground team just smoked us, pal. They just queued me too. They just smoked and queued us.
No,
They're sliding down.
See out.
I am.
I'm batting. Drop the door. Crack the bat here. I'm weak.
Just bat. Yeah, we're chilling. You can see the low ground. See the low ground.
I don't have it yet. 5 seconds. They're fighting down low.
I know. I can't peek that. Energy died. That was energy. We're in a serial, by the way. We are in a serial. We're in a serial. I know. We're in a serial, though. I'm going now. I'm gonna go peek this now, I think.
I'm watching the back door, so.
With you, Al.
I can't see them. They're far right. All far right.
Going back.
I have 40 energy. They might push us, Evan. The team on low ground.
Do we have ult pixels?
I have one. Yeah. Here.
I have an ult pixel as well, Jordan. Can you carry?
Popping it. I can pop it.
Just hold it for now.
I'm dropping it, Jordan.
That was work, Ducky.
I want to hold back.
Wait, someone just horizon queued.
You can drop it. Drop it to me.
I'm 6'4".
Dropping.
Still a team on height.
Still safe. The team northwest on the high ground is still safe.
Spotted a bomb pot over there.
Okay, it's not that bad of a zone for us.
Yeah.
I'm 40 energy.
Enemy rather close.
They start bullying them. Like all of us.
Team on high.
It was good? Hell yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look for them.
Is there a team back here? Also, can you scan that? Scan on my ping.
I got one on scan down low. There's still one closer to you. Scan that? Okay, let me look. I can't see it. Nothing on scan over there.
They bang ulted us. They bang ulted us.
High Q me. I'm on high Q.
I drop down.
Listen, there's a solo somewhere. I think the solo is actually here, by the way. There's a solo on my ping.
They're fighting height. They're fighting height. Horizon on height.
Be careful.
You want zero down? I can zero this.
Yes, look. Look underneath. They're gonna look. Look at me. Look at me.
One on me, inside. On my door.
I'm looking at you, Jordan.
Got him, I got him.
Nice.
Finish him.
I'm watching Morgan push.
Are they trading on height?
On height. They're still on height.
I can't tell.
I'm scanning.
Someone just respawned over here.
They have a knock.
Can we go? Finally,
yes. I'm jumping on that. Cracked him. He's one.
There's a guy just dropped off on the north side. Solo Seer.
It's one guy. He ran down. Heal. Ping energy, please.
I need heavy ammo.
Body there.
There's someone right down here. It's a team down here.
I got energy.
It's a full team down there.
Listen, we have to prioritize other side. Be careful if people walk like queuing up.
Team of height. I don't know if the team of height jump or not yet. There's a guy outside here. On my ping.
Yes, that's a solo. I think that's a solo.
Yeah.
Should we get the kill?
No. We worry about position right now.
Okay.
We have to shoot these guys. Balcotting. We just have to worry about getting across, okay? Come now.
Don't get me wrong, I like the replays, but I feel like I would rather watch like a highlight reel from last event than just watch a game from last event. And I guess maybe the one that we saw last time, in between the first series and this one, is like the only one they had, which is understandable. 45 minutes is still very, very good.
I can pop an ulti cell and I'm gonna get ulti.
Pop an ulti cell. We can drop on the side.
Shut up. Hold on.
I'm gonna pop ulti cell. I'm ulting now.
Yeah, ulti.
We're fighting to the left as well, I think.
We got a third party this fight. We got a third party E somehow.
Okay. Yeah, pop in syringe.
We Balco now, I think. Balco now, so I noob it. We win this game.
Go.
We move this.
Where?
Ooh.
They're fighting back here.
We lay behind these guys.
Yes.
They're looking for it. I have no nades.
I'm moving forward.
Hey, let's go.
Red. I'm nading them.
See you're dead. One close now. One close in the smoke.
Knock one inside.
Bro, that's lit. I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to say it. That's lit.
I'm going back.
The down guy somewhere. There's another guy somewhere.
I don't know where he's at. Watch that sliding rock.
Hold it.
I'm holding it.
Hold this spot.
There's a team right here.
Scan around, Jordan. There's a solo somewhere.
I know. Nothing on scan.
Nothing on scan. I think. Wait, no,
There's a full team right in front of you.
We just hold this.
I don't know. Nothing on scan.
No, the other
to the left, baby.
Nothing on scan.
Right here, Jordan. See him. 3, 2.
There's a lot of solos. We gotta just pinch these teams.
Evan, play back here. Play back there, please.
It's a Valko. We cannot let them win on us.
Yeah, take space. Get ready. We gotta kill these guys.
We pinch everybody.
Can we shoot this Valko? Guys, do not let them land on me.
I'm here.
One guy.
They're landing back. I'm pushing this guy.
One guy.
Stay there, Jordan.
I'm close to you.
I cracked him almost.
I ulted them. I'm on the back.
Bang is one.
We can look at this. See digis?
One's on top of us.
We look at this.
I got one. We gotta kill them.
Hold it back. Look at this, guys. We gotta push forward, please.
Go forward.
Are you guys hearing crackling every once in a while on the audio?
Thirst. Ready to swap.
On the left.
chill, top 3, top 3.
Put this rock.
Top 3.
I'm healing right now.
Top 3. I'm gonna get to the rock. I'm gonna get to the rock now.
I have 17 heavy. I have 17
Last
heavy.
team, it's last team.
Drop them heavy, Jordan. Evan. Or
Here,
drop them
take
heavy.
this.
Okay. Elisa duo. Give me nades. Any nades for me?
No, pop it cell.
I'm scanning.
I'm gonna queue that. You ready?
One swing left. I'm shooting left.
I think we play slow.
Yeah, we have zone.
The wall is on the left trade. Can't do anything.
I don't know. We hold this.
I'm batting.
Heal.
This is my last bat.
I'm dropping you to bats.
It's 3. It's full 3.
Everybody push off that. They're not pushing. Why are we all here?
There's nowhere else to play.
Okay. If they push off, I'm gonna queue up,
I do not have nades.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. I don't have any either.
2 on the rock. There's 2 on the rock and 1 on the left on the box.
Focus the guy on the left. You can focus left. Focus left. Both of you.
He's going back. You're right back.
64 on him.
On me. You want somebody?
Doing us.
And also, why is the video audio, like the quality so bad for our replay? Oh, that was the final game. I didn't realize that.
We have our Apex champions.
Yep.
Pull the way.
We just
Do you go bottom? Do you go bottom?
Bottom taken.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay. We can wrap and then play bridge. Left side.
Yeah.
There maybe? I can't pay you. There's no way we can go.
The zip line's free.
Bottom zip line?
We're gonna go rotate for this. We're gonna rotate for this.
Oh, that one? Okay.
We're gonna have to run along the wall.
Okay, ready? I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, someone might be here.
Shannon. No. I'm gonna kill us into the zip line, right? Stand right here.
Yep.
Scan above.
Scanning in a second. Yeah, we're good. Are
you ready?
Yep. Yeah.
Easy.
I'm up, how many souls? I have 5.
I have
8.
Yeah. I'm just gonna sell them.
We have like the best spot now.
Yep.
The left spot is anyone high ground?
No, I'm not sure. This is good.
Wait,
this is
good.
good.
Anyone have crafting?
Yeah, I do.
You can craft without getting shot.
I don't actually. Fuck.
Jen, do you have crafting? You will.
Yeah, I have 20.
Yeah, you can craft without getting shot.
Okay,
Like
kick
here,
this side?
here.
Yeah, okay.
All sides are safe. All sides.
Nothing about.
I don't think there's anyone across.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Hide is hard stairs.
We just need to hold our.
Oh, actually, it's gonna try to kill us.
Yeah, there's crosses. They really can't
with the team water here.
What's up to I have 4-2.
Dougie does. No.
I'm 1-5.
6 on. If I get a juicer, it's actually huge. But
Sir Quackerton.
I don't want to use juicer. I wish she's gonna be staring though. Are they looking?
I can't break that trap. Are
they looking? Can I get this? No,
I'm
looking.
checking.
I'm not
They're
gonna get
looking. They're looking. I can't break this trap by the way. It's impossible. I gotta like swing out. Yeah.
The right pin is unlooted as well for later. No one's high ground. I don't think anyone's high ground at all, bro.
Yeah, I think we're fine. I think they're fine on high ground. Unless there's the team just sitting in that back area, but that'd be stupid. They should be playing out.
That was a nice little rotate, wasn't it? If ALGS doesn't int us, we just control all of height and win the game.
Waiting for
It's gonna be like
plus.
Yeah, let me know if I need to, if we're gonna have our.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how, because we were talking about like not renewing our PO box.
Horizon.
They might run for bottom, maybe. I'm looking. I think I'll take fire.
They might try key up middle.
Yeah, they're like low. Be ready for key up. The wall.
Fuck. I run middle.
I mean, they're low ground though.
Actually, monk us. I mean, if we play middle and left side, is it better?
Yeah, probably than this, right? But if OXG get this side, I mean, me and Jack can just try to hold this. I can wall diagonally now, and then we can just cross. You want to do it? Yeah, but I don't want them taking this if we can hold them there, right?
I think it's better.
Okay, I should use wall now. There could be someone left zipline. There could be someone left zipline.
Oh, is this the game that Dark 01?
I think this is good if we can hold RG. It's really
Let's
hard
split 2 playoffs.
You know? We'll see zone. Yeah, but left side doesn't get into. Like this side does get into. Well, they're shooting at a drone.
You read it. You saw it. He said it.
Well, we just hold height. We just hold height this side. But we're gonna have to fight that left.
You smell like a filthy charge rifle.
They just zipped up. Cross side. Yeah, we're gonna have to fight that team in height. He doesn't have that thing. It's just gonna be spam. Yeah. Well, we're just gonna have to kill this team in height. And OG are gonna drop and fight the team again. Swinging! You're fine. For sure. We're just at the wall to this. You just have to wall to this. You have to wall to the corner, yeah. We're gonna have to do it from right here. We're gonna break Horizon now, alright? Nobody run away. We're gonna get Horizon in the corner, you know what I mean? Yep. Yeah, do you have a heavy mag for my Prowler? Or... Yeah. What's that on? Fine. Okay. Let them cross this free, alright? Yep. We should've gone. He's in the middle, they're sitting in the middle. We should've gone left, not gonna lie. I could've walled.
This has to be the game, right? I think it was a barometer ending.
Pretty even, but I think it's gonna pull more left. I mean, it might be this one, I don't know. Is OG looking? I don't know, I don't know what's going on. I can't run out to this stack here. Someone is going up. Thank you. Yeah, there's still looking. Right.
Ew, you got a BJ's instead of Sam's or Costco? Gross.
Fine. I might get CQ. I might have to wall a bit earlier than usual. Yeah. CQ. Well, I don't have much. No, you're fine. You're fine. I don't even have much range. Yeah, okay, you don't? Okay.
Gross.
Just sit back here. Sit like right here. They won't kill you on scan. Oh, she's looking. Sure. They should evac though. They should evac. Can you break this KQ gen when they evac so I can let the bin? KQ? Yeah, they're evacing. Yeah. Yeah. Probably break it as soon as they get on it. Break it. Alright. Okay, get ready to wall. After that. They might CQ me. Look. I'm gonna wall. Yeah, you're gonna have to do it soon. Now? Yeah, probably. Or soon. Alright. Doing it now. Still done. Going. There. Got a lot of nades. Look, kills. There we go. I know if we try to get sticks on there. Get ready to get kills. You guys look left. You guys look left. Looking left. They're coming in. Oh, right, look, right. I think we just chill for a second. Good job. Yeah, we're gonna clear the fight. We're gonna worry about the 3v3s. Yeah. Wall jumping soon. Listen, I think if we nade them once, right, they're gonna... Then we can just int them. Yeah, I have it in 14. I think we go for this fight. Okay, I'm nading it. Is there someone low ground? I'm burning up blue. Can you CQ? Go. No, I have it in 3. Just okay, CQ that. No, go CQ.
BJ's OP? I don't know about that. I don't know, man.
They're not there. Fine.
BJ's is cool though, don't get me wrrong.
Where'd they go? Bottom left. Down here. It might just be a solo Horizon, bro. No, that's two at least. Two at least. I think it's a full team. I have to get my gun back. Somebody hold left. I'm holding left. I have to get my gun back. I'm going right, Jen. Yeah, I'm holding left. Where's my repeater? I don't know. Over here. I got it. Fighting bridge. They're blue armor. We played this corner, right? I'm okay. Yeah. Cannon team is the problem. Yeah, I'll wall that. Then I get it. There's a team height too. Like team dropping it? Yeah, look at this, Zero. 90. Where are you shooting? Right on this smoke, in that smoke. They're fighting here. Okay. Have you seen it around? No one's in there? Yeah. I'm gonna scan south. I scanned everything but that. You're gonna wall again, John? Yeah, I'm on 15. So we're fine. Yeah, we're just going for that corner. We fully played low ground, we win the game. Look here too. We have to worry about the team, I think, there. I have 2 nades left. 80. I'm gonna wall from B, guys. Running, right. Running. Okay, I'm looking. I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna jump down the wall. You're running open. Up. You boys ready? Yeah. Should I do it soon? We don't have to go soon. Yeah, a little bit. Well, we wait for. It should be in the open, right? Okay, I'm doing it. Wall left. Wall left. Come. I'm one cell. The rock's on. One about. Here, take. I fight top. Fight. Loot this kid. There's light. I need energy. I need sniper. Left too. Chill. They're running. Chill here. Where are they? In the crack pond. Okay, it's fine. Can I spam them? You can. There's like they're in the corner. They're in the corner.
We're safe here. We're safe here, guys. I don't think they can like peek us from that left side.
Having a little bit of spicy chips on break, you know.
I'm 3-1. They're holding the rock. They're holding. Going down. Going down.
A little red hot action, you know.
Yeah, we can cut it. Just shoot.
No, zero energy.
Yeah, this is the game that they won. Split 2 playoffs.
No, we want to sit low the entire game. Just hold this swing. Can we go fight for a little bit? No, it's too risky. We just gotta hold that corner. They're out before us, alright? We can't let them go rock. They're going rock. That's not good. I need that. Any heavy?
Well, you're gonna have wall, right?
Yeah, I can give you heavy.
Do you have any altar cells for him?
I have 60%.
Imagine. Yo, I'd take an
they don't really get any pick though.
sponsorship.
We can't let them play in here, alright? In here. Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
You can play here, by the way. I'm after the wall right side. People are going to get free kills.
You're just gonna wall left and we're gonna chill under, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't hide shoot us? No, you can chill under. You can chill under. Okay, I'm gonna wall off left. They're playing high ground. They're playing high ground.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna wall off left. No, do it early. No.
As late as possible.
Fighting group.
It's a very slow
Fighting group.
Team above us.
Like watching this,
Joe?
I watched
Eating this? Yeah.
AJ Hawk's video when he was playing this back. Like it's kind of crazy
5% on wall.
how at times Dark Zero really can play so aggressive in some games and like just pop off. And then they have games like this where they literally just chill the entirety of the game.
They're killed on. Nice, Joe. There's someone here. Huh?
Left wall.
Okay, I'm batting down here.
I'm playing it.
Might be someone next to me. I'm picking the wall.
Wall's probably gotta go down.
Okay, on me.
Yeah, we're on you. Play
There's
back,
no
play
one
back.
on me. Okay. Yeah, who might be on us?
Chill here.
I'm in the corner. He might be next to us. Wall jumping. Is wall jumping? Yeah.
They're just chilling.
Jumping.
Running back.
I'm staying here. I don't see them. They can see us.
Chill. I'm jumping there. Look. Right, Ryan. Just stare at this.
I can't heal. They're gonna drop.
Probably not.
Look at them. I'm no heals.
We're good.
I'm going to
Chill backside.
I'm chilling on the wall.
Chill.
I'm on the wall. Jumping on you. No, I got jump cells.
I'm grabbing. I'm fine.
Just chill.
Chill, Josh.
Shoot that guy. He died.
They're going. Look at him.
Nice. He's red. I'm getting out.
Lost. Chill.
Last guy. Chill. Dead. Three squads.
Chill on this backside. Kill.
I'm taking the cube. I won. Kill one. I'm dead. One. Behind you. No!
How delayed is the audio between their camera and I guess that was back when they were really struggling with Command Center, to be fair.
Playing off the bunker doors here. You see the piercing spikes put down in front of them. That's going to be TSM looking for the opportunity to contest LG. They already get the first knock right here. Option now playing a lot more passive, putting themselves in a risky situation. They're not going to get involved here, but TSM versus LG will.
Nice defensive gravity lift there, I believe. That's blocking TSM out from going in, but he doesn't need it. Verholz has got way too much damage on the Prowler.
Welcome Big E, coming out here doing Big E things. Let's jump into a listening with TSM after Effect gets some offensive reps.
I'm safe right here. Maybe not. Can I cue you to maybe, yes. Maybe later on. When they're, you gotta shoot them. You gotta cue me and you shoot them and you have to shoot them. You can give me gold res. Who has gold res? I'm shooting them. I got it.
TSM Raven has some
I don't know. It's a solo.
things to say. Oh, here. I can
Nobody inside.
see if I can do this.
I'm healing up.
Hey, Luke has to be there.
We go outside and heal.
Might swing inside.
Yep. There's 3 bats here if you need.
I need nades.
I got gold knock.
So I don't know what the result of the poll was, but they did ask teams if it was okay to pause during end games.
Someone's close doorway.
Interesting to think that was a majority yes. Also, I did see that this was talked about, but your teams are supposedly not supposed to be able to talk. But we've definitely been seeing people talk during the timeouts,
We can win this game here.
which is interesting.
Okay, you want to walk out right side? Yeah, we're gonna play on the front and shoot the team on the roof.
Okay.
They're right here. Can we shoot? Can we all peek this?
One sec.
Yeah. The solo's on the roof. He's giving out. Crack the catalyst. Horizon has the framer. 74 on Sear. 74. Sear, crack Sear. One dead. Shit on two. Nice.
Rubens no cover, I don't think. No, they do
Who has
cover.
the Kraber? Was that them? That was them. Yes, that was them. The team's still inside. I think.
Paladin,
There's a team on the left rock
frags.
still. There's a team on the left rock still. Whatever.
I have 3 frags. You need?
Inside. Jumping down. Shoot front. You're gonna count one straight across here, I think, Grace. Okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the left and do it, I think. And then wall to the right.
Straight across here, I think. Okay?
Yep.
Look at scan.
There's a team right on our left, like really close
They're
left.
playing the right side of our wall. Look at the kills. They're diving them. Shoot the guy on the right. Rising cracked. I cracked three. Made that. I'm popping one. Horizon on the right. Soul on the right. Catwall.
Yep. All in.
We should look for the kills on the right.
We're in Bagel.
We're safe on me. Left side. Oh, he went down.
Peeking the left.
Get the soul on me. I don't know where he's at.
Where is this from?
Resin one's over here. I killed a Resin. I killed one already. It's 2v2. Play on the right. He's down on the right.
They have caustic.
He's down on the right.
Q10.
This isn't from today because it's got Sear still.
We're gonna take this maybe.
Should we ping right? Should we swing right? Swing right. Left. In the. Everyone.
Jesus.
TSM take game number 1. They stand up, they pop off, the crowd goes wild.
That was from last LAN. It looked like TSM was about to speedrun that bitch. So it looks like now they're going to start just doing where they're showing the last circles of every fight, probably, or of every game, probably.
For the context of not just that little story, but where this tournament heads. CSM are right above them, and they are grouping as well, as Alliance now are getting a little bit of grief from Dark Zero getting involved, but all the meanwhile, TSM can just look down from above here, and they start to get involved. The black hole comes down, but that just invites Dark Zero to come and have a piece of this. Alliance, all of a sudden, find themselves in a little bit of a shambles. TSM don't let this opportunity slip. They slide in, they get a couple of kills, exit out in the meantime. Verholz has got to be careful, though. He's gone down.
Verholz has gone down, but TSM are picking up kills. 5 points off match point, but FC Destroy are in the area as Dark Zero will finish off Riddle Order. 7 squads remain. TSM still alive, but FC Destroy were griefing them. But TSM, it looks like they have got back up to a full 3, and they've managed to get
So that last one was split 1 or split 2 playoffs? That last one was split 2 playoffs, right? The game 1?
Will not be partaking in this final fight that we're going to see. The solo was dismantled, taken apart, as TSM march forward once more. A little bit of loot to play with here for them as well. That's how the lay of the land is at the moment. Optic Gaming right in the middle of that truck. Next to them, sharing the carriage almost, is Pulverix. FaZe have wrapped to the north side of this zone. And then on the other side, you can see FC Destroy overlooking the position of TSM.
Pulverix and FC Destroy certainly in good spots right now.
Chat, here's a question. If I pop live late on Saturday for a watch party, is it worth it, or should I just take the day off?
Because you can come from above, you can use the lips as a little bit of a head glitch and manage to just get some nice shots onto some teams and take that advantage. 6 squads though remaining means you have to be very careful with where you try and push here, because if you expose yourself from even the slightest angle, there could be several.
Little Man's first games is when it's supposed to start.
Tough thing here is the rotate for TSM and Dark Zero.
So realistically, I can get home, watch the games,
have to go through Optic and FaZe. On the other side of
and like fast forward through, you know, the stuff in between games,
have the high ground here, but they
and probably be caught up by
that's going to be pulling towards Pulverix.
the end of it, because it's winner's bracket, so it's going to be 8 games instead of 6.
Now they're making their move towards FC Destroy. Dark Veil goes down just to give them that extra cover, and even though FC Destroy are going to post up and take this fight, TSM look like they know they have to go in this direction. They can't afford to go north.
Kills might be enough here for TSM if they can get them, but there's the Newcastle wall. The castle wall's a problem, but so is Verholz. He's going in, but can't quite get the knock. There's the mobile shield, and TSM eliminated Newcastle, showing how valuable he is to FC Destroy.
destroy. Dark Zero now using the Dark Veil that was put down to try and shadow their way in.
Pulverix go down as well. Dark Zero now will push in and try and take this spot off of Pulverix. And Zainu starts to shred, but he's gone down as well.
Jen Burton now with Zero. Couple kills go down. It's FaZe who are feeling the pain right now. Jen trying to survive. Can he win this one? Jen Burton, can you get the armor swap? Or has that just opened the door for FC Destroy? They stop.
All right, so again, let's pull it up.
They take them out.
Here's the team playing this next.
As Dark Zero now find themselves 5 away from match point, and not only that, they now own the entirety of the western side of this circle. They can
Realize it looked good this morning.
And they should get an easy route into the top 3.
I mean, it's a fantastic view to show how
Oogie's
much
homies
control
do.
Dark Zero have right now. Everybody
Don
else has
Disguise
to
gonna be
walk
playing
through
this
each
next
other
one.
to get to zone, and then they have to go through Oxygen. Who's up on the high ground? Who's on their own? It's going to be Dark Zero. Pioneers fall in the meantime. We're down to 5.
It should be a Dark Zero or an Oxygen win with the positions that both of these teams currently
Should be
hold.
interesting.
NRG are down to a 2, so this is going to be a struggle, but they want to just get as much placement points as possible. The other squads, of course, LG Chivas and Exet, you can see on your screen, they've got to arrive from the northern side. It's going to be the most difficult situation for those two squads, because not only have they got to fight each other,
It's
but
crazy
then
to
they
think
get
that it's
briefed
only
by
2 o'clock.
Oxygen and NRG, and then eventually Dark Zero.
Rolling Thunder coming down. You can see that on the right-hand side of your screen. LG trying to force their way forward. Exet just trapped inside of that bunker and trying to take this fight right now. Surprising. LG zone starts to close very, very soon, though. LG know what they're going to do. Just hold. Make sure that Exet cannot escape. And don't take too much damage while you do it. However, they've had to expend now the exhibit from Seer. The Dark Veil goes down from Exet. They're trying to escape.
Yeah, all these ults are being used to escape.
It feels like Duke
to the final circle is going to be so difficult for them to win, but in the moment
and
it's
DSG
about surviving. It's about moving on and trying to avoid this
with
fight
24
as
points.
best
It's
you
like
can.
that's all right for like a. That's got to be your worst series. So you kind of got to turn things up
because
here.
otherwise you're just going to get thirded too easily.
If they're looking to put themselves in best
This is
position.
going to be important here for fun. Nocturnal Sense in the smokes. LG are forced out their little hidey hole up into the thinner air above them. The Q is going to be good, and it gets them safe. And now they get that opening knock, but send in Sykes. He'll exchange things. LG eliminated. Another black hole comes in. But while all this
Remember, the
fight's
only
going
way you
down,
get
man,
a head start on grand finals is by being in the matches on Friday for the winners bracket round 1. So you have to be top 20.
As Dark Zero now find themselves 1 point. No, Dark Zero have done it. They will be on match point, but what a big fight this is to try and win this game. As Oxygen Esports, they need these points.
It's a straight 3v3. Vayne is desperately trying to pop that Alt XL, but 99% turns to 100. He is going to be able to throw that Rolling Thunder down.
Does that mean they're going to play the DZ win twice in the same break?
Dark Zero will have to move, but the damage from Dark Zero might be enough for them to have to make the move without too much risk here.
Also, if Dark Zero have been doing their math, they know they're on match point. They can play this one a little bit more fearless, but a win going into the next map would do wonders for their confidence. At the moment, it's ring around a rosies from these Dark Veils. Where are you going to go? Is it going to be left or right?
It's height versus zone at the moment. Dark Zero do not want to give up this height without giving out some damage before they do so. But as soon as these Dark Veils expire, that's going to be the signal maybe to push. Here we go. The black hole goes down. Zainu's going to swing. They're going to go left. They're going to look to tough them up. They're going to look to put them to bed. Zainu moves in. It's a 2v1.
It's a 2v1, and it should just be easy from here, but the knockdown shield makes things a lot more difficult.
Zainu goes up onto height. Vayne left on his own, trying to do what he can. It would be a mesmerizing play if he could pull this off, but Jen's had time now to pop that battery. Send in Zainu. Send in Jen Burton. Send the victory screen towards Dark Zero, and Jen's up on the desk. Match point achieved for Dark Zero alongside a champion banner.
Let's jump into a listening with Dark Zero to see how they rotate from this.
You're done. 60.
They're in, guys. They're right here, right here.
Okay, chill. We have chill, alright. I can hold. Is this team being
crafting? 81 on 1.
I have it.
They have blues.
Here. What?
I'm right.
Yeah,
I'm good on me there, guys. I'm good on me. You should probably play on me.
I'm 0 bats. I'm 31. Hey, come to me.
Coming. I just used it on the guy above me.
They're dying. I'm picking.
You're all thing for you.
Kill, quick kills. Eat the rock.
Yeah.
Dead.
Nice. Watch the nice. Another team.
Not team. We're going back
Looting
in.
at me.
I'm looting.
Yeah, I'm looting. Go inside.
Nades.
Yeah. There's a guy up here. Guy up here, Zero.
There's a battle crafter. Okay. I need heals. Here, I can drop you 8.
Right here. That's a whole team. 40 on 1.
No bats.
I'm at the door.
I think we have to evac. I don't have
we need to
look at left. Look at left.
Okay, I'm gonna finish.
On car. Yeah, looking. He's getting naded. Besting.
Nice. Watch your team on height too, guys.
Oh, yeah, we have to.
Yeah, back.
We don't have a choice.
The back is good. Yeah, we have to do it this time.
There's someone right above us, though, I think. There is someone above us. I'm gonna pick you up late. I'm gonna pick you up late. I got him. I'm with you.
Chill. Come back.
Mine squad.
I need bats. Just drop me back. I'm dropping you one.
We need to go this side. You need to come this side. You need to come this side.
I got a few. Come.
Okay.
Dropping it.
I'm weak.
Pop that bat and come.
Yeah, I am. I'm batting. They're shooting someone else. It's fine.
Yeah, we're running out with you.
Okay, I'm coming.
We can lock up here and look left. I'm pretty sure that team might be a duo.
Are we back from break yet? Fuck!
I'm just gonna make it. We have to run. I don't know if I can evac. I'm gonna try taking it. I'm make hitting.
Take done.
I am. I'm taking. Just float.
Maybe here.
Is this in zone? Land here. Oh my pig.
Gliding.
There's someone there, maybe. It doesn't matter.
It's fine.
Chill in front of me. Chill. I'm here. Someone's on us. No, chill. Okay.
Chill right here.
I'm making.
Shoot a little bit. I'm just Sky needed it.
Joe. We're good. They shouldn't push us. I'm playing Piles.
We need to play
cannon.
too.
Full team cannon.
Yeah, we need to play a little left. We need to hold.
I can wall up.
No, chill.
Okay,
Just chill. Team here too, guys. Team here too.
Team cannon might push us.
70 of them. Chill.
Big on me. One's on me. I catch on.
They're getting shot in their back.
I like that all three of them talk and all three of them listen, but Zero still calls shots. You know what I mean?
Chill.
I walled. Chill.
They're running back, guys.
Chill. Wait, okay, on me.
They're running back. Play right, guys. Play right. Zero, we have to play here.
They're close. I'm gonna come back. Chill. I get two zones. Down it. On you. I'm down. You don't.
Ooh.
You can maybe reset, maybe a reset. Maybe a reset.
I'm gonna heal.
No, don't heal. Res maybe. Yeah, res. No.
Oh my god.
Push it. One day. Nice try.
Damn.
The dream is still alive. Dark Zero gets to lead it out of the lobby as FaZe move in, and they are going to join them. 3 squads left. Alliance keeping themselves on the board. It's going to be Alliance, Oxygen Esports, and KCP who are alive on the other side.
No one else looking like they can make it to match point by the next game, but certainly a couple looking to push up further. Oxygen sitting on 40 at the moment, might be the closest out of that. Actually, Alliance is just behind them on 39. Dark Zero, it was a solid rotation, but too many teams. I don't know if they'd worked out if it was DZ or not. There was a lot of sending going on there.
It was intense there too because FaZe was holding that back and the entire time. Catwalk coming in for Oxygen. Vayne looking low before he could pop a medi. Oxygen now moving in. Let's see if he can pop the shield back. He's going to start it right now. The ARCstars are getting hurdled. Currently in Aiden's direction.
Oh, man.
Alliance are in the best position to take care of this. They are just waiting for this to play out, but Pioneers have some high ground.
And the ARCstars nasty with these nades have been on another level. Currently, KCP holding the high ground means the gravity lift is what this squad's going to do to try to contest them. Alliance lose out on Yuki and effect. This is looking to be KCP's game.
From the high ground is apparently it's just too much of an advantage. Oxygen stayed alive this whole time. Wow, the rat play does work out to grab them some points, but KCP and Nasky take center stage here in game 4.
Let him cook. He is hyped. We're doing it, boys. You can already hear it, and the Nasky comes, lifting his team up in the air as the pop-off comes in. KCP.
All right.
Game number 4 are your winners. Alliance north of 100 Thieves, shrinking for 100 Thieves. They don't have the natural cover of the rocks unless they go to the right.
Oh, both of the teams might struggle to get out of this one. As you can see, Alliance try and stay ahead of the zone.
Do we have drop spots for this? I'm sure we do. Let me get over it on the minus tempos
To the northwest of the
thing here.
Effect. The circle doing so much damage, bringing tears to the eyes of Alliance. Nice for the wall hop here. Hockeys. Oh, so much damage. But
So TSM and Kick will be contesting one another.
The teams that have them in their sight.
Optic and FC Destroy will be contesting one another because I think we're starting on World's Edge. I think that's what we're starting on, right?
Out of the squad that had to rotate out from Alliance.
Moist has been a little bit quiet today.
Unless
so
Kick
far.
decides to start either reactive dropping or... Oh, also we've got MDY White and Jay Lings. Although they're contesting...
But they are currently 23 points away from being match point.
What the fuck's the POI that's now... Or used to be Frag East. Or, sorry, Frag West.
That is pixels away from the weather station I was talking about. Of course, that very small circle there to the left of Optic Gaming is where it will be ending up. Now, Pulverex have been eliminated. You can see some of the remnants of their amped cover still on that map feed there, but Fnatic have
And,
themselves.
go back and kind of look through here. So TSM... with a decent game, with a decent performance, can pretty well put themselves over that qualifying mark. Same thing can be said for Blackhand, who's in this lobby. Those are probably the and NRG. Other than that, though, I don't think we have anybody else who's really at that point. Maybe if Fnatic has another pretty crazy game. Or pretty crazy series, potentially.
All right, it's about to go down here on the south side. Vicky Bays, TSM, Exit, and Pioneers all coming out of the building at the same time. Moisture on the west of this and should be able to pick up some free points here. They are going to look on with glee as Arcstars ult nades.
And what, Dreamfire's Group B, right?
Oh, TSM reps getting double knock, taking out FaZe.
So that means they'll play twice tomorrow.
The black hole gets called in. He's trying to dance around. He's forced to go into the circle, the gravity lift to take him up. He's taking so much damage off the health alone. Can't walk behind him, but you can't get out of the line of sight.
Anyone feel like a game 6? We're going again here. FC Destroy are the ones who come out of that alive. Moist also do very well.
So Moon, this is Apex Legends, so it's a battle royale, except there are different legends and they have like abilities and stuff that kind of separate them from the other ones. Yeah, but anyways, we just got off break. We're about to start set 3. They were just doing a playing like the last circles from last event there. A versus D. So in the replays, it was game 5 from the grand finals because they were playing the last circles. But it's about to be game 1 of the 3rd set. This is going to be Group A versus Group D. No, yeah, you're good. And so, since they're probably still going to be a minute before they start talking, again, these are the 10 team or the 20 teams that we'll be seeing in this lobby. In this lobby, you figure if TSM, Singularity, NRG, and Blackhand.
What up to everybody just joining us? Welcome to Birmingham.
We're excited to be here. We're excited to have you for what's going to be the greatest Apex.
He's already lost his voice.
In the history of the game. My name is We the People. You can call me Peeps. For 5 straight days, we have 40 of the greatest teams
Yeah, this is
in
groups.
the world, 120 of the best players from around the world, all fighting for their share of $2 million. All right? So crowd, make some noise because we're live from Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK, and this is the Apex Legends Championship. Let's go!
Thank you so much, We the People. He's been doing great all day long. For those just joining us from North America, maybe waking up at a decent time, unlike my parents, who woke up at an ungodly time to support their son across the way. I will say, welcome to the championship. It is going to be one of the best 5 days. Plenty storylines coming into a collision course here. The TSM possibility of getting 2 out of 3 in a year. The
was just on with Dia, wasn't she?
possibility of Dark Zero doing the unthinkable, a split 2 in a championship.
Dia was just on with Spider Tiff. Sorry.
That unfolds. We'll see a little bit more about some of
Otherwise,
those
I'll say if we
final
get a
set of
Dia,
but of course, let me join you here on the desk.
Zeph,
My name is Rene, and I've got 2
Cass,
lovely
be dope.
men who didn't have to travel. Well, one did, but one didn't that too far. Onset and Gaskin. Onset, how you feeling, man? We're at the championship. This is what we work all year for.
Yeah, 100%. I think you couldn't sum it up better, right? It's a great moment for us as commentators, analysts, but for the players, it's like you say, it's what a year's worth of work comes down to. It's $2 million. It's a huge amount of money. It's the prestige of
bro, they got to
knowing
have
that
at least
Apex
one in the
Legends
Pacific
Global
next
Series
year,
champion.
especially the way both APAC North and APAC
It's a
South have
special
turned
feeling.
up.
Everyone who's here has been
to
loud
the
already.
UK.
It's only day number 1. We've got 5 days to get
For
through
lands
here,
this season.
Lord knows what it's going to be like by Sunday.
Yeah, being in the building, it's a little different, Dan, but in terms of watching at home as well, when it comes to the best of the best Apex you could see, this is certainly it.
Yeah, this is the cream of the crop, right? This is the players who deserve it after year-long play, and now we get to see
It'll probably
who can
be
actually
Glitter
be
and
the
Zeph,
team
maybe.
who can be the
Oh,
champions that just
Glitter
show
and
up
Vicky,
and
yeah,
be
because
the
we haven't
best
seen
on that
Vicky since the
day.
first
I am
set.
intrigued how you thought I was the only one who flew across the world. He was on the same plane as me from Texas.
Well,
Are you forgetting this?
Yeah, sometimes I do not understand your schedules. You guys are in America more than I am, and somehow it doesn't make sense that you're back and forth as much as you are. But of course, for those who are joining us, not too much back and forth in terms of the way this tournament will run. If you've seen Split 1 or Split 2, it's essentially the same, although it is extended. So let's get into the format of how this is going to work. Today, we are starting one of 2 days of our group stage. We'll then transition later on into the week into our elimination bracket stage, and then we'll go, obviously, into our match point finals on September 10th. How we get the start of those, we get every group going against each other. 10 teams per group. They will all battle it out to see who comes out on top in terms of points. That'll leave us a top 20 in terms of point totals and a bottom 20 that will be in the elimination round. That round will send 10 teams home and 10 teams to await elimination round 2, while the winners will send 10 teams to match point finals on Sunday and 10 teams to the elimination round 2. That's where we'll find our final teams who join us on Sunday for the most prestigious moment in Apex Legends history. And of course, you have to get past the threshold of 50 points and you must win or we go again. It all leads to an incredible story, an incredible moment, but more importantly, Mark, an incredible opportunity. No matter who you are, this prize pool of $2 million is going to change lives.
That is a huge amount of money to be winning. I mean, the pressure that comes on to
a lot of money.
shots when you know that the difference between first and second is nearly $300,000, right? It's a huge amount of money, and of course, over $500,000, $600,000 if you can lift that trophy. You ask the players what means more, the money or the trophy. Most to say the money, but I mean, the trophy, excuse me, some might say the money, but I think it's pretty close, to be honest.
A little Freudian slip there, both would say the money.
The trick comes out sometimes.
I certainly think, they go hand in hand, right? If you're lifting the trophy, you're getting the money. But Dan, when it comes to participants in this tournament, it's been an entire year. It's run its course. We have now whittled down the best 40 teams competing here. And I want to take a look after we see this trophy at exactly who is joining us here in this tournament. just give us a top-down view. Look at all the big names representing in Birmingham.
Well, I mean, you've got Dark Zero and you've got TSM, the two front runners in this tournament. The guys, the only two teams to lift trophies at LAN in the ALGS. So they are going to be the two big boys, the big hitters. Then you've got the outsiders, you've got the likes of Oxygen Esports who are coming up through the ranks, XSET who have been able to dominate in certain tournaments. These are guys that could definitely turn up, maybe on the biggest stage and surprise us and surprise our only winner so far. NRG, they started today, very exciting for the fans of that team. So I think there are, you know, we've got 40 teams here.
Trophy looks so cool, man.
I say that I believe there are about 15 to 20 who could really believe themselves.
Very
that they
well
are
put
champions.
together.
And then you've got the outsiders who, on a good day, probably could make it as well. I think that's what's amazing about ALGS and Apex in general, is they are the best teams in the world.
Well, let's take a look as you are joining us here in terms of what has happened over the last couple of sets. Mark, you've obviously been watching. You've had the privilege of casting as well. What's your takeaway from our...
But yeah, I would agree, Moon. I think Seoul would probably be a really good spot.
To me from the last series was
I feel like Seoul
winners,
usually
right? That really sums
does...
up how competitive
Seoul's done
these
some
lobbies are
esport
going to
events
be.
there, right? Like they got a pretty decent venue.
At the start that we just saw of this highlights package. NRG as a duo winning the game. Gilderson and Sweet pulling off the 2v3 to win that game. A great confidence boost for them. But, I mean, the competition has been fierce so far. I think the lobbies have been extremely high quality. Not many contests going down. Everybody wants to play the long game. And I think when you see an end zone...
Obviously, Tokyo was just done recently by
with 16, 17, 18 teams at some points. It means we've got some extremely
could also be good.
To watch. It's about as good as it can get. APAC South notably stepping up in these last few games, Dan, and they have proven that not only in APAC North, but also APAC South, they are threats to potentially raise this trophy. Can they cross the line, though?
Every region is showing what they're made of, and I think that's what makes it even more exciting, is perhaps one of the regions or some of the teams that have been slept on are suddenly now coming to life at the biggest tournament, and that's when you need to do it, and that's when you can make history, and you can suddenly put your name in the biggest of history books alongside some of the greats.
Well, taking a look at the standings after 12 games played, you can see Dark Zero here with 59 points in terms of their performance. NRG 58, Blackhand as well. This is our previous series C and D. A&D also played earlier on, so in terms of
there's gonna be a Saudi one sooner or later, you think?
This may be combined with
my only question would be why.
Again, and they will, certain of them, in just a little bit. So
while I feel you,
C&D will be taking at
but
least a break. C and B will be playing more.
Like they don't have any teams in esports right now. Like that was the one thing about the Gamers 8, right?
They went out to such a huge
was
that even in Game 6,
they
TSM
had
were in
like
the mix. LG were potentially in the mix. XSET were potentially in the mix. But
some of your
none
Middle
them could
Eastern
catch
orbs
the point total Dreamfire hit
in
78
every
after 6 games.
Yeah, they came out of the traps hot this morning. It really was
game. I
how
do.
aggressive they were being, but also how well they navigated some of those end games.
And particularly, I think the Falcons were in a lot of them.
On the board, which is always, you know, very, very impressive out of the 6 games. And it also, you saw the energy every single time that they won a game as well. That was very notable to me. It wasn't kind of like, hey, great, we won. It was like, let's go, the work has paid off. So I think that they're certainly a good team to keep an eye on as we work through the days.
Some of the most engaged fan bases that we've seen here in the Apex Legends scene as well. We talked to Roy, We the People, had a nice interview with him, and certainly expecting and would be extremely proud to head into the moment where they could raise that championship trophy on Sunday. But of course, they do have to get there. It would be a first for Dreamfire in that type of scenario. But fellas, as we transition and those watching at home into our final series of the day, it is.
Hey, they did my boy's Zeph for dirty, bro.
Some that have performed.
Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox. I'm fucking dead.
Very, very strong performance. Some not as much as we would have expected. Maybe Oxygen, a team that placed 3rd in our previous split 2, but haven't actually had that start that they would have expected. What are your thoughts here as we head into A&D in our final 6 games?
I think maybe TSM will have a point to prove in this one. Being topped by Dreamfire might be a little bit annoying for them because they could have seen that as a group of really picking up some big points, but they were still able to be consistent. I think that's what's important for TSM. As for Oxygen, I'm not particularly worried. They are a team who do seem to get better as the tournament goes on anyway. They're a great fighting team. If they can get involved in maybe a few engagements early on to build that confidence back up, I expect a resurgence from Oxygen Esports.
All right, another big series from Blackhand here.
Clash. This is one of my favorite things about this format is we get to see A versus B, then C versus D, and then we start to combine them, and that's when you have to start to wrestle for some of those POIs that you might have had for free in the other groups, but not in this one.
Mark, who stands out to you real quick?
I'm keeping my eyes on Moist Esports, actually. They've been a little bit quiet so far today, and they're a team who I think has been, I think I said this when we were casting earlier, one of the most consistent at LAN out of all of the teams that we've seen, always making it to that finals, always getting into those final circles, and I think that they had a little bit of a slow start this morning. Not quite sure what the reason was. Some of the zones seem fairly favourable to them, but we'll have to see how they bounce back. Sometimes the lobby just doesn't work out your way. They're going to have to look to right the ship here in this group.
Well, I like to say championships have to be taken. They cannot be given. One of the players on this team that we're going to talk about actually has taken a championship already. That's Vayne, one of the only players in this building to know what it's like to be at the very, very top. Oxygen Esports has come in with family support. Mama Reeds, I met her downstairs at the merchandise booth, but also fan support as maybe an underdog that could do it all.
And like when they got dropped,
what Oxygen are bringing to the table
was what from by Glitch was who they had before, right?
One of the best teams in the world has one of the most unconventional beginnings. Our story starts with Aiden and Reeds, two APAC
Bro, they're playing
competitors
AJ's
competing in
video.
arena
That's
tournaments
so
on
lit.
Arena Demons.
So me and all my controller boys, we started hopping on arenas.
And had a lot of fun. Did like custom games where it was like, you know,
Wait.
just 6 pro players.
But eventually they set their sights on the ALGS. They needed a third to fit their play style, but also to overcome the experience gap they had at the
Jayhawks
time.
get to do a voiceover for the
2021 ALGS champion.
ALGS.
Joining
That's so
anyways
lit.
was very weird. It was definitely not like any team I've joined before. I don't think I was really worried much about their lack of experience because, I mean, I had experience, so, you know, one way or another, we could work something out.
As a new team, they put the region on high alert in their first ever split, taking down G2, C9, and Sentinels on contest, while also reaching a draw with TSM and Lava Siphon. But they needed to work on their
See,
macros
these are the
to
types of
truly
videos that I've been
challenge
trying to tell
their
Rambo. Rambo's always saying how
first
like
split,
I don't add enough
it's
voice
kinda-
inflection
I mean,
in
we're
like my
learning, like,
YouTube
little
stuff,
things,
but like
like
a lot of
how to
esports
bid
stuff
a
doesn't
macro.
have too much
It wasn't very
personality in
good.
it, for real.
Mainly,
Not
it was
from the
just-
commentator.
Just taking 3v3s, like just taking fights and winning them because we're really good at fighting.
And we had all this great team fighting, but at the end of the split, we started to realize very quickly that, like, you know, this isn't going to work, and we need to, like, be smart about what we're doing.
Pretty much didn't know how to play the game, even though we, you know, did decent in Pro League. That was just purely off of like fighting.
Heading into Split 2, they added Thornton Smash, Psycho, SWL, and Muffins to their staff, and then Vayne swapped into being the IGL. All of this resulted in the team qualifying for their first ever LAN and getting signed to Oxygen Esports.
It was really nice, especially because we stuck it out as a team, qualified as a team. The whole prior year I had before we qualified for LAN was probably my worst year competing, really in any game. I was definitely like getting close to that edge of like, you know, should I keep doing this?
I was just excited to like prove to everyone how good we are.
Many began to predict that Oxygen would be the dark horse team to try and dethrone Dark Zero or TSM. During the group stages, they showed they were up to the challenge, finishing inside the top 5 to head to winners. They continued with success with another top 5 finish to put them through to the finals lobby with advancement points. But now was the toughest test they would truly face, match point. And things didn't start off easy as Dark Zero and TSM raced out to match point eligibility in only 3 games. The pressure was on. Oxygen needed to pick up the pace in order to finish strong. But sometimes, pressure creates diamonds. Oxygen reached match point eligibility in game number 6. And in
I don't know,
game
I was
7,
seeing a
they had
couple
a
about
chance to
EG
win
and
as
stuff, and it
Vayne
felt
as a
maybe
solo
not
came
quite as
so
monotone as
close
this
to
one,
clutching
but
out the victory.
still
Although
very
they didn't
more
win,
even
in
kill.
the first LAN as a team, they proved to be one of the best teams in the world.
Like going into it, I just like knew we were gonna get top 5 for some reason. Like it's just like in my head, like I know we're gonna get top 5. We're way too good not to.
Doing that well on your first LAN is pretty crazy, to be honest.
And now that they've proven themselves, their ambitions are set on the Year 3 ALGS Championship trophy.
I think this tournament could really be anyone's game. There's been a lot of huge changes to competitive right now, and there hasn't been a whole lot of time to prep. So I think really anybody could win this LAN. I think we're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I think we have a really good chance. In BR, anything can happen. I feel like any of the top 5, 6 teams could make it. Like I think we have a really good shot. Yeah.
I think we definitely could. It's anyone's game, but I think we definitely have a high chance.
Near 16th place, yeah, everyone, I agree. Oxygen Esports, they've got a great story. They've got a lot of poise and they've got a lot of confidence, and those are things you all need to win a championship. But only 19 points coming into this second series of the day.
They're going to need to get on the ball a bit if they're going to want to make sure that they're in that upper bracket.
Mark, thoughts on just the revelations of watching how Oxygen feels about their own play and maybe the expectations going into these last
Oogie, I don't have control. Stop yelling at me.
On the LP sounding absolutely great. I just wanted to kind of highlight the story, right? And I just feel like they're a team at this event that I can never count out. Like, they will be in a position they find themselves in now, but I expect them to be in a finals lobby. And I just think their trajectory has been consistently upwards ever since they came together as a team. They've stuck together, they've been through some highs, some lows, but it's been a constant learning process. And if the last event was anything to go by, you have to count them as maybe a team that could be lifting that trophy when it gets to Sunday. It's obviously a big ask for anybody, but you see there's this quiet confidence about them, right? They just seem to get better and better. The more they learn, the more they play, they seem to just find this like magic when it matters. And I mean, we talked about how close Vayne was to winning that game. I mean, what a turnaround that would have been if Vayne would have been, as a solo, able to clutch out those final moments on the Sunday at Split 2. If he can do it this time, maybe we'll have another chance. Maybe it'll look different.
I kind of almost hearken it to maybe the surprise when Dark Zero initially won, and I think people were stunned that they won again at championships after it feeling like, okay, that had to just maybe be a one-off here. No, they really are that good. Oxygen winning maybe in Split 2 might have been too good of a story for people to even accept at that point. Now though, Dan, is the community, is the Apex world ready to see Oxygen be the best team in the world?
Some of the community is. There's a lot of the community who aren't, because we know who they're behind. But yes, I would say Oxygen are one of maybe 3 teams that are outside of TSM and Dark Zero that are seen as genuine competitors by TSM and Dark Zero. I would say there are big 5 heavy hitters at the tournament. Oxygen 100% one of those. My worry is if you haven't won one yet, what happens when you do get to match point multiple times and then you see the likes of TSM and Dark Zero also reach it? Does the pressure then get to you a little bit too much? But at least they've been there once, they felt that feeling, and you'd like to think they could build from that here at the championships.
I almost think going into that moment, failing a little bit, and then having the month and a half that we've had to get to this point to rewatch, to understand how that didn't work out, things that maybe need to change for the next time. Even the mental game that has to adjust to say that maybe one of us was there, but 2 of us really should have been there if we were really on top of it. Mark, when you look at these intangibles that maybe Oxygen are bringing, or let's open it up now, not just to Oxygen, but we've talked APAC North were on the door last time. APAC South performing extremely well here in Dreamfire. How do you feel just the rest of the world is coming into championships and their willingness?
I don't know, it should be interesting, right?
I
feel like last land, I think
there's one thing that I always say when I'm talking to anyone about video games, and you cannot recreate the pressure and the feeling unless you're on that main stage in that situation. And sometimes you have to lose, sometimes you have to make the wrong play, sometimes you have to find yourself being disappointed and coming away thinking, I could have done that differently, to learn what it feels like and to be able to come back the next time and not make those same mistakes. And I think that's a testament sometimes to the teams who have been so consistent, who have won the trophies, right? They've been in those situations before. They've failed a couple of times, but also they've won. And then they know how it is in those situations and what you have to do in those situations to perform, hold your nerve, and play like you are playing at home. And it's impossible to recreate. It's as simple as that. You cannot recreate that pressure unless you are there in that moment. And I know that Jayhawk said that, pressure make diamonds. Well, maybe this is Oxygen's turn.
Certainly shining so far in our Apex scene. We'll see if they continue to do so in 6, because we are about to get these games underway, ladies and gentlemen. However, I do want to start, or at least finish, with our talent predictions. As we've talked about it, we had to give our thoughts on who would take it. I'm going back to TSM in Group A. I think they are going to get it. They were 1 point
a lot
away,
of moist here,
20 points away from Group 1, but they were 2nd place overall. But a lot
would
of
love to see Moist pop. I don't know if we do.
Support, as well as Fnatic and Go Next. I want to talk to yours, but this Moist pick seems to be very popular amongst our crew.
I mean, unsurprising, Genome's gone there, but I mean, I guess Vicky and Clear, if they want to follow suit, that's absolutely fine. Support Genome's region. I will say one thing, we're not seeing any confirmation of results. How did people do last time with their predictions, Rain Day? That's what I want to know.
I got a tweet. I'm just saying, competitive APAC. He tweeted me. He said to me and Tiff and Vicky were in the lead. So, you know.
How? Have you got 2 out of 2?
I've got pretty close.
Incorrect.
Almost.
You've only got 1 out of 2. So have I. So you're not in the lead. You're lying to yourself. I've gone for Jay Lings, though, Rain Day. I saw everyone else was going for TSM again, and Oxygen and Moist, you know, the big hitters, and I thought I'll go for an outsider. A little bit of an off pick. Try and surprise you. Catch you off guard. How do you feel about it?
You have caught me off guard, especially since you lied about you being tied with me, considering that I don't think your team scored higher than TSM in the first stage.
It was just about predicting.
If it's a draw, then, you know, the tie would go to the runner, as we have been talking about sprinting races here, which Dan and I have done. We might do one, you know, for some extra content. Mark, you went Oxygen, though, and I don't think we knew this heading into this segment. You believe they're going to win right now.
I was influenced by the Oxygen propaganda that we just watched.
Did you change it just now?
We did this beforehand, obviously, but I just believe in Oxygen. I just love, like I mentioned previously, their trajectory as a team. And I really feel like if they get some good zones, especially on Storm Point, if they get some barometer zones,
I think I'm trying to
and they are
stand
so
until I
good
go
at
pick up
converting
Z-Man.
Other pros saying if it's a barometer zone and Oxygen in the lobby, they're probably going to win it.
Yeah.
So I just think that they've got that consistency factor. I want to see them maybe perform a little bit better on World's Edge, because Storm Point seems to be their bread and butter where they pick up their
So
points.
hopefully that means I should be able to get the
I don't know,
first
man.
2
I've
games
gone
in
with the
before I'm going to pick up
favourites
Little Man.
because
But
I'm
depends
usually
on
at the
how
bottom of the predictions,
long it
and
takes
we
till
all
we
know that.
start the
So I've
fucking
kind of hedged
lobby.
my bets on some of the big boys this time around.
One thing I really love is that there are so many teams here. When you really talk about predictions, you can really only kind of laugh at it for a moment. I mean, we do take it seriously as much as we can, but you just have no idea. So many teams have shown up here and at the moment's notice can perform better than we've ever seen them. That's what championships are all about. It's your time to stake your claim, to make your presence felt throughout the world so that people know exactly what you mean. And hopefully you mean business. I want to let you guys know as well, we have a brand new award that we are going to be giving away on Sunday.
The Positive
This is our
Player.
Positive Play Award. That's right, the votes are in. They have already been tallied, and it supports, for the first time, Electronic Arts highlighting a player in the community of Apex Legends, the chosen game this year, who has been one of those outstanding members, who has really shown support, who has shown a positive presence within their ecosystem of the game, and obviously feels like they represent what it means to be a positive player. Those results will be announced on September 10th, Sunday, our championship day. All right, we're going to go quickly to a break. When we come back, we have more gameplay. Our final 6 games of day number 1 here in Birmingham. The championships are underway, so don't go anywhere.
Woo! Well, they're doing a live update on this. I'm going to say 110. Ah! 114, I mean. 114 is what I meant to say. Were we supposed to see that through the red? Alliance. These are too easy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham. We've got the best fans, and you know why? Because it's still midweek, and they're here from the beginning of the day, right when it opened, all the way to the end, with our final 6 games coming on your screen shortly.
Yeah, I just feel like all the other ones, like you could see because the color. Maybe just a bad background to be doing it on.
And one of my favorite things about this is sometimes, yes, we do have to juggle a few things. They are coordinating and getting this game underway shortly, so we appreciate your patience and hanging with us. But for the meantime, we do have a little bit more of an opportunity to dive into a few of the stories while we patiently wait. And trust me, we will get you to those games as soon as possible.
The whole dojo design is sick. I really like their jerseys.
Guys, walking into this venue, seeing these familiar faces.
You can't really see like the texture and the design.
A little bit of magic when you finally put the screen name or the experience that you've had hours online into actually seeing some of these pros in real life, giving them a hug, talking about their experience, seeing their family.
Hey, full season of Lands, it's just felt different, hasn't it? It feels like we've seen these players perform on the main stage more than we have since the start of Apex Legends. It's been wonderful to put the names to faces, like we're saying, the ones that we've been casting over for so long now, and we are seeing that consistent competition. We are seeing the fan bases really get behind their teams as well, with the opportunity to come out and support their teams. And speaking of which, speaking of fan bases, speaking of people getting loud, well, there's a group in the crowd right now certainly getting behind their team.
MDY White, they never cease to amaze me. Shout out to the MDY White fans who are continually here in
Dude, they really always turn up, bro.
Dreamfire, who are just phenomenal. It really does give you an opportunity to see how far you can take support, and I'm sure that's what people love about esports as well. I do want to kind of dive, though, as we have a chance, guys, into one of the bigger topics on what people are playing. Many of you who have watched Split 2 notice that if you've watched any of the games today, there's a familiar character who is not in almost any of our lineups, and that, of course, is Seer. It's been a year of this character dominating high-level play. Truly a year of Seer, as I'm calling it. And Mark, it has just faded away with this final patch. It seems it has finally done it, and the pros have said, not anymore.
What are you talking about?
Shifting up.
Yeah, I think one of my personal feelings, and this is, my opinion on Seer, I've never enjoyed it when people almost get too much information for free without having to take a risk to gain the information, right? And we have seen the adjustments to Seer, and I think that now it's not as viable. You don't get as much of that information as you would previously, so people are having to mix up their compositions a little bit. We also have some meta changes and other things with other characters that play into that, but I think the pick rate dropping from, I think it was near 100% at the Split 2 playoffs to, I think nobody picked it. When we had
FaZe. FaZe was about
with one Seer. Yeah. And I mean, that fall off is quite something. But what it does mean is when we're getting down to those end circles, when we're getting down to Zone 3, Zone 4, the pressure on IGLs to make plays, to gather information.
I am, yes.
Kind of establish what the lay of the land is.
While they're talking right now, I'm also
for it, and it really is putting you under the microscope. And
looking through some stuff on Wikipedia.
To see a little bit of a separation of teams being consistent at the top, because we've always talked about the best teams in the world will have the best leaders, the ones who can navigate them through traffic, who can kind of pick what fight is about to go down.
The cosplayers last year were pretty cool. I like my picture that I had with them.
I think you're going to see that as we go through the day.
I just wish it was a little bit better quality.
Up as well. Information is no longer free for these players. Information is no longer free for the IGLs. You have to work so hard for it, and I think it's going to give us some of the best Apex we've seen in some time.
It does tend to change things, and that's what we're seeing live right now. So as these days develop, you will probably see more and more meta adjustments continually. But one thing we want to talk about, too, is how these teams not only play during the day, but also
come
how
on,
they set
man.
up
Let's
where they'll be
get the shit
and
going.
dropping. It's one of the things that separates casual play and maybe you logging in at home in Apex to what we see these pros deal with, because they are all selected. They're all predetermined. They minimize that RNG, but sometimes, Dan, that still doesn't mean they have the ability to avoid somebody else trying to take their spot.
Who'd have thought? Kick contesting again as they've been unfortunately dominated all day, and it's not going to get much better for you. You've got TSM down at Lava Siphon, which
if I'm Kick, I'm probably getting out of there. Maybe they can ruin TSM days a little bit by slowing their rotation, but I'm still, like, I'm stretching there, just trying to make something work. Yes, there's not much space elsewhere on the map, but if I'm Kick, I'm probably trying to find something. Optic against FC Destroy down towards Stacks. Yes, okay, you've got Big Maud there as well you can work with. They can probably split it a little bit, but I think there could be some early fights happening. And then when we get over to Stormpoint, you've still got more contests happening as well. Onyx Esports going to go up against Kick, so their day doesn't get any better. MDY White against J Lings here on World's Edge. Maybe they'll share it.
Yeah, so we'll see Lava Siphon.
Again, they could start to get a little bit dicey if they want to try and maybe get aggressive and try and take the other one out so they can get double the loot.
I will say as well, just looking at Overlay, you see Sentinels versus Moist. That's been going down for some time. I think Sentinels have actually given that one up over time. So Moist should have that POI to themselves. But we also have seen, you know, people coming back for a little bit of revenge. We saw a certain Dark Zero getting, you know, a little bit tasty.
Did they say MDY White and J Lings were contesting?
Siphon and realizing there was some free KP available. So don't write anything off.
That's what my notes are showing.
You never know what could happen when we see those drops.
Yeah, and then also FC Destroy and
it's been funny, and I have to mention this
Optic.
anecdote. I was working out in the gym earlier, and Van Glorioso from Kick came up to me, and he ended up saying that, listen, if we can't contest TSM in terms of the game, at least I'll be buff enough to intimidate them to back off from our spot. We'll see if that ends up working out here. I'm not sure it will, but good luck to you as we head over to our casters. It's time to kick off our final series of the day. So Vicky, Kitty, Gino, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Man, talk about intimidation IRL. I mean, look, I respect it. I respect the grind. If you can't fight you in the game, I guess they could try to fight in real life. But you got to bring it first in the game here as we finally get started.
Hal down early?
Moves out on Hal off the rip. But this is Reps and Verls on the other side with Reps being on the fuse. No changes here. Kick maybe seeing some signs of life for the first time.
All right, well, they do get still easy down here.
Oh, but it's Verls with the PK.
All right, I mean, it is, I don't know.
So we saw Dark Zero rotating over into this very quickly in the last lobby. I wonder if we see, Big E!
Don't worry, Reps coming in after following up from Verls, who had the PK in his hands. Looking right behind them just in case. Lava Siphon is now
Sentinels
clear,
went to...
But that's what we're talking about. You know, you could do the reps at the gym.
No,
but you gotta do
Sentinels...
the reps out here when it comes to streams and where it really matters on that stage.
I thought Sentinels were dropping trials.
Fantastic. 18 squads left here currently for our first game for our groups A and D. Once again, thank you everybody for your patience.
Look, I know we don't have these kind of stats in Overwatch just yet, Vicky, but I'd love to know, you know, whether what the percentage of contest wins are when you lose that first knock, right? Because we saw Hal go down first, they still come out on top, and you know, that just speaks volumes about how good Verhulst and Reps are when they need to be.
That's because Big E's just built diff.
The way the Verhulst and Reps communicate with one another, holding different angles like he did right there. Reps had this like high ground. He was one, but Verhulst had the PK. And when I saw
that, chow them a bit in Kansas City. Pretty cool dude, man.
FC Destroy already running away.
His brothers are also really dope.
There was, of course, another contest happening while we saw the action go down there at Lava Siphon. J-Lings, sorry, no. That was, sorry, I'm in the last playoffs already. It was, in fact, Sentinels who have been contesting Overlook with Moist. They took them on there. They'd actually been losing a lot in scrims, said that they were going to give it up, but I don't know, had a last minute change of heart. They've decided to go there again, but they have been punished for it. Moist come out on top here.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, okay.
Already making the rotation right now, going from Overlook where they had the
so that makes
and
sense.
The ring console to now move towards Fragment. Moist seeing the next set of information on where that ring is going to be pooling. Pioneers obviously landing over by that Fragment side, and actually had already made that rotation as quickly as they can. Go next to the south side of Fragment as we see more of these teams waste no time in rotating where they have already gotten that ring console information.
Can see the ring going north. You can see on the little mini-map there of NRG, they've got the information. It will be somewhere around the Fragment or Monument areas. So NRG are going to be in there probably, looks about the 5th team, I'd say, to get into the middle of the map and find their position.
Taking a nice little overlook here, NRG. Already going to be rotating around the respawn beacon to the west side, close to Monument. There's 3 teams already in this area. It's going to be Moist, Singularity, Black Hand are making an appearance on that slight high ground hilltop. exiting out of the choke point from close to the sniper tower, close to the tunnel
Trying
as
to
well,
think about
south of Skyhook.
wait, time's looking. I think I'm
Option
actually
also already
leave in
making
the
their rotation
beginning
away
of
from
next
Lava
game.
Fisher, but so far, we're seeing so many teams already find this rotation. You can expect a lot of the fighting that break out in these different buildings of Fragment, but no overextension at the same time. Seeing so much catalyst. Moist Esports was the team that you and I were actually looking at going into this group stage currently with A and B right now, and they're looking fantastic with their Evo shields that they're already rocking.
Kasi not even popping the cells at this point. Is he going to try and greed that? Usually you'd only do that if you were just about to get an Evo upgrade and you save it and try and, use a bat instead of the cells in the meantime. But, economy management like that, definitely something you've got to think about. These guys have got something a little more pressing on their mind, though, as we go down to the chokes here. This is FC Destroy looking at TSM.
Saw them trying to line up the fence line, too. With those Watson fences, TSM looking where they could be standing before making their rotation, too. Again, they were able to exit out of Lava Siphon with a plethora amount of information to work with. And talk about some loot here. He's got the gold extended heavy mag on that flat line.
I love Raven always goes with the suit,
But having
man.
to be careful in this choke point in case teams like Optic Gaming that land
Too
by
cool.
Big Mod ends up taking their time with their rotate, which is usually what they do, playing closer to the edge. TSM looking to their backs before deciding where they want to rotate from the circle. Sometimes the circle could punish you if you rotate here too early, just in case it ends up pulling too far north. You're going to be exposed on the south side, but if it ends up pulling towards the south, you have that slight hilltop that you could work with on that slight high ground there by the train tracks.
MD White have 3 kills. I'm trying to work out how that's... I mean, obviously we didn't catch the other fight that happened. Does that mean it wasn't Moist that contested?
It was Jaylings and MDY White who had landed in Fragment. Moist landing in Overlook, and with Sentinels landing closer to Trials.
Okay.
And they split loot Trials and the west side of Skyhook with Aurora.
My sincere apologies, I've misled you all. Yes, it wasn't the Sentinels versus Moist contest like RKN was baiting me into expecting. It was indeed MD White.
You weren't 100% wrong. I mean, we had seen it in scrims earlier on, so it had been the adaptation from that previous, as they had been able to now rotate from that trial side. Aurora engaging in their fight after they just had left Skyhook. Sentinels taking their time to rotate through Countdown, so they won't get involved just now, but it will be in the middle of their rotate if this fight takes way too long.
Yes, this is Blackhand that's situated inside the building there. So Blackhand starting at Landslide. You might remember them contesting for it in the finals of the Split 2 playoffs. It's had a bit of a buff since then, Vicky. I mean, that it has a much higher chance of getting a ring console now, so it is the kind of place that you can play a very fast rotate style from. That said...
Dude, this team, if they start cooking, bro,
in this building,
I'm telling you.
They can tell that they're not within the next zone, and it's not necessarily a great spot to stay
Strafing
in
play
for
and
too
player
long if they are
arcade,
going
like
for
their
that turbo
synergy is
rotate
so
style.
good,
As you can
easy
see
flash.
here, it is going to be the one
One of the
that's
best
probably gonna go
mechanically
down to
gifted
the
players.
Southwest. Of where that
Definitely
circle
in
is
APAC
at the
South, but I'd
moment.
argue probably
maybe
the world.
down near the caravans.
Kid's
Obviously,
nutty.
most of the teams currently banking a bit higher up in Monument.
And this is a circle that I was thinking about too. So if you early rotate to a circle like this and you don't have a team composition like what FC Destroy has, they have the Watson, they have the Newcastle, they could secure an early spot here by the edge of the circle and try to contest and gatekeep teams like TSM, because it could work in their favor but with the rocks hugging behind their back.
Oh yeah, this is such a great circle for gatekeeping. I mean, you saw Go Next in the tunnel to the west as well, watching all those all the other teams who might be coming in from Landslide. And not only that, you've got the gatekeep kills in front of you, and then an easy walk in to the circle afterwards. And no one, no one can evac on top of you, no one can Valkold on top of you. You've got the tunnel there to yourself. So as long as you keep your eyes firmly planted on that, and rebuff any teams to try and get in there, you will be fine.
But look at this noise right now that we're seeing from TSM. They get the crack, they want to try to capitalize on this, but again, this has just been a skirmish that has been happening for far too long. Optic Gaming that we just saw right now from their POV have started to rotate from that south side towards that choke point that could then sandwich TSM, and they've already used the cat wall now. As they try to engage, they take the opportunity. They saw two whites here, and now they got a crack.
Yeah, I mean, FC Destroy, they had that knock. The Arcstar got them down, but here we go. Skittle gets the knock and the finish onto Reps. TSM have taken a little too long, and they are going to run away. Hail between their legs.
Sentinel's going down here.
While Optic come in and try
Blackhand also going down here.
TSM started getting going there on FC Destroy.
Oh my gosh. And then meanwhile in the feed, Arcan gets Craybeard, so we're having a separate fight over by the Monument side here as Optic Gaming now capitalizing off of not only taking that one pick off of TSM, sending them running, but now
the good news is they can still hold down that building. They might be able to keep Aurora out.
Nobody had
but
rotated right behind them just yet. This is a team that likes to take their time, play more so by the edge. They heard the fighting for a very long time, and they took advantage here.
Oh no, Penota also going down there, so 30-30 getting a good workout on the side of Optic Gaming, and now they've cleared this eastern side all for themselves.
Can't get ahead of themselves though. If you try to overextend in this situation, teams exiting out of the choke from the lava side north of Harvester could engage in this fight. That's another nice choke to hold in a circle like this, but once again, having to be careful because you could also get poked from afar from teams that go next who had rotated very early
unfortunate.
In that tunnel side, exiting out of Landslide where Sentinels have been taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, Arcane had a lot of experience playing from Landslide as the guard, right? This is, you know, probably feels a little bit familiar to him down there. But now he is about to go up against Go Next once he gets down to that side of it. Realize and Aurora, they're actually coexisting. Aurora just to the north of Realize's spot here.
Bucket.
Does he get a good spot? You can see using the pings there to indicate that they do know where Aurora's sitting at the moment.
Oh, again!
There's the first Kraber shot.
You love it. He got a knock earlier in Arcan, but they couldn't capitalize. They still were able to res Arcan, and that's why they had rotated away from here, now leaving this fight just Realize. And Aurora, but Sentinels looking to re-engage from right behind them. They have to be careful.
Yo, honestly, Oogie, ALGS knew what they were doing. They put DSG in this group, in the same group as Optic.
Okay, they really need to synchronize the meds
Smart.
here and just get into the circle. Koifel has been
Super smart.
amazing for Sentinels so far today. Can he once again take the reins here and push in to get through Realize?
Oh, they know now. They know now.
Up in had Epic Pen.
Nice little angle to at least hug the rock side here since they have to restabilize after coming in.
Where have you
Luckily,
been?
Zanayo has a gold Evo, so that way he can pop just a syringe, still get involved in this fight. Oobly doing the same thing here. That would be beautiful coming in from Realize. And having the Digi threat on top of that, but they lose out on Sangjun too.
As the smokes go down, Digitret early in the game is going to work out for Karanpu. He's still struggling to get sight onto this other team here as Sentinels work their way in, but Util on so many sides is making this hard for both teams.
Damn.
Realize will be the first to fall, but
Aurora
I
about
think
to be out here
MDY
too.
might make mincemeat of both of them.
Oh, you have also finishing off Chaku as an RG inside of that building, engaging in that fight that you mentioned, Gino. MDY White got engaged in that third party, cleaning up what is left of the fight that we currently just saw between Sentinels.
Yeah, I believe one of the Sentinels members is still out there, but there's a lot of action also going down here in Monument. Team stacked
Taking
up.
down
They
NRG's
know they have
back
to
to this
start
building.
making their way south eventually. Gravity lift will just block the
Oh
door
no, the
here.
body
They've
block.
got the death boxes on the other side. They're kind of wedged in.
Oh, he threw the arc star on top of the grenade too that he had to avoid because it unfortunately bounced off his teammates back here. Ironblood Gaming, this team with the comeback opportunity, qualifying after this LCQ. Sweet in the feed, gonna be able to get that knock onto
completely different roster?
Just jumps into the thermite real quick, but it's to fully find out where that last straggler is trying to run from. Singularity get cleaned up by Nasky, and the charge rifle that we saw get reworked going into this season. The pings are coming in. EMEA is in a lot of trouble though, gets pinged from both angles. Another team on the other side, that may be Onyx Esports from inside the building. MDY White, bit of trouble while they try to run away. That's Ironblood Gaming searching for some blood.
MDY White may have got a couple kills up the top there, but that's going to be the end of their run for this game. IBG.
Oh, they probably will.
There's another
Not right away, but
on
eventually.
top of them here in this building. I think they've just maybe only realized it was the Sentinels rat. There goes Denial, and now they worry about Onyx, who stand between them and the circle. Again, it's one of those very strange circles where no one actually wants to play within it until they absolutely have to. There's just almost no cover in the middle now, and so you see teams crowding the outside, just sort of, you know, waiting for someone to cut the ribbon, and they all rush in at the same time.
KCP, Onyx, Ironblood Gaming.
Where it could pull, it could just be out in the open, where the only natural cover you really have is the low to high ground disparity. Those 30-30 shots ringing through the air as KCP, team that's going to be rotating from the north side of where the circle is, south of Monument. Seeing how they want to approach this, playing off that slight low ground compared to the team that's above them on those train tracks. Trying to see how they're going to be able to go in with Disguise being in that position. Onyx right next to KCP. This is a sandwich opportunity for both Onyx and Disguise, depending on how KCP approaches this.
Yeah, I mean, Disguise do, like, they are currently in the ring, so it might be a little bit better for them, but look, we'll see. Optic and Oxygen both playing.
I honestly think if you took off the zip lines from Broken Moon, it wouldn't be that bad. It's got, what, 20, 21 POIs or something like that?
Talking about for quite some time. IBG have decided to rotate all the way around the edge here and try and take this angle in, and thus circumventing Onyx.
Like the pings that you currently see too from IPG, 9 squads left here in the lobby. But I'm confused here. You saw Go Next originally having this high.
Yeah, I feel that.
On.
I feel that, man.
Outskirts of that tunnel side, right behind where IBG is. They gave up that slight high ground, and now IBG has just taken that from them. Looks like Go Next were skirmishing from afar against Oxygen Esports, who also were on the corner of that circle that
DSG pushing up on
also moved into. So
KCP's territory.
You can see TSM playing this.
TSM here as well.
In so much trouble as Senox
TSM just got
take out TSM.
Freaking deleted, my guys.
Sheesh. More of the fights happening as Optic Gaming finally
Moist on the low ground.
Oxygen. It's just a matter of time now before Go Next, right behind them, come in for the third party.
Yeah.
Oh, the dirty 30 is disgusting.
Honestly, I think both sides are going to get crushed.
Hey, IBG is rolling, dog.
Versus Moist now, as they combine to really just clamp down on the two teams in between them. With 6 squads left alive now, Go Next have actually given up that lower spot, which when you get these highway, you know, train track sort of zones, Vicky, it really, I feel like you end up with a lot of teams on one side and then just one on the other. And if Go Next or IBG, where they are, stay there, I think they could be in the prime spot.
And neighboring right next to them is Moist Esports. Let's jump into a listening with Moist to see how they plan their next move.
We third dive fight there, okay? Yeah, I hear you, I hear you. Do you have smokes? Yes, 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 yes. Smoke? You might need a smoke here. I'm gonna vert nade them, It might be good, it might be bad, I can't tell. No time, do you have wall? Yes. I think you got a wall to here, wall off left side, we're gonna run it into here. Yeah, okay. I hear you, I agree. Oh, early. It's not that bad, Wait for me to call in future. Okay. That's fine. Fix your horizon here. We can shoot right. You want horizon ult them. I don't, for 3 seconds. Back on zone close. Can we cross now? I'm crossing now. They got bang ulted. They're still inside horizon on them, I think. I'm ulting them. No, bounce off you. Look forward. 50, crack. 50, the 30 flash. Okay, chill. We can play on me.
You just have to watch that team to your left. Watch the team to your left.
They're all on your heads.
Fuck, bro.
They're jumping on you. Swing left. Fight them. Fight this.
Okay, cracks. Almost.
Play off. Just play your life. Nice. Before.
No Seer to catch out the
you also saw the mistake on the
rat.
You heard the oh no going into the comms. It happens to, it happens to sometimes. That's the experience, and it was an unfortunate mistake because they wanted.
Here comes IBG.
Now off of their win in game number 6 in Group C and D, trying to ride that momentum right now, but Zicky looks like they're in some trouble. The headlock shots are going to do it in. Manigu coming in instead, gets the res, but can there be enough time before Disguise comes in?
Surely not. Disguise rolling up now, are not able to make use of that res, and now Nuku just has to try and hold out behind these
Let's hear it.
Down shields. Can't do it at all. Let's get a doop in the crowd.
Oh, cheers to the crowd. the applause.
Bro, the DSG apparel is so good with the stick figures, and they do it with every team. I fucking love it.
With the patience, but we have to tell it as it is. That circle.
They did with both their Val
incredibly
teams.
chaotic for the teams that had to exit out of Monument, and Disguise did a very good job at making their rotation and being able to get there all the way from the south side of World's Edge.
Yeah, going up from launch side there is tough, right? Not only are you far away, but you're a couple of rough chokes away from there as well. But I think the way it kind of worked out is a lot of teams really clustered into Monument and Fragment, and so the teams that were sort of just holding the southern side of that zone, they actually didn't have too many other teams to compete with, to contest with until the later stages of the game. So as you said, it was really that shove out, you know, the one we saw TSM go down, you know, Moist and go next for some of the only teams who made it on that sort of eastern seaboard.
It's a good point too, because Disguise had taken their time as well, rotating in there and finishing off with 10 KP, 2,500 damage out there too, on top of the dub. That is huge, especially when it comes to that first game on World's Edge. They want to play to their strengths. This is definitely a team that when I look at them on World's Edge, I see more confidence compared to what we usually see on Stormpoint.
Especially as the first game of the series, right? We'll take a look at the final circle now, but it just gives you so much confidence going into the rest of it. You can kind of loosen up a bit, right? Like, you know, we talk about needing, say, roughly 33 points in each series to get yourself going forward. And if they've done most of that in game one, you can really just loosen up a bit and have some fun with the rest of the series. Takes a lot of the pressure off for you. So here we're having a look at that final end game here for Disguise. They do get the reset. Luckily, they've got this nice little cliff there to play from, where they're really just they're separated from the rest of the teams.
Cleaned up the last member of Moist before having the opportunity to close in on the fight that was happening right in front of them, and it was just a cleanup. It was the timing too for them to get the remaining members here in this game. Let's also not ignore the fact that when they were previously playing in Group A and B, I believe they had finished in 14th, and something that came to mind as we currently see the match 1 results. IBG, the team that won Game 6 in the previous group that we just saw, their hands are warm.
They're looking good,
and they took that Game 6 with 12 KP and rode on that
Moist didn't look bad, but they've
first
mostly got theirs off placement, man.
A and D. So
A little concerned for Moist. They need to turn shit around, dude. I mean, granted, they are a team who can also play their way through the lower bracket, right?
Touch on this for, you know,
it's just they're a team that's never had to.
South scene, I suppose. You know, this is a very different Iron Blood Gaming roster than we saw earlier in the year. This isn't the roster that came first in APAC South in Split 1. They essentially picked up the Inside the Ring roster, which has been a very long-standing team in the region. You know, quite a few veterans on that team, so fantastic to see some of them get some land play.
Surprising on the other side here, NRG, the team that I believe had gotten second in that previous group that we also were able to watch, not going to be able to really come far, but we're able to get 6 KP. They're getting the kills, but the placement, unfortunately, does not reward them. Same could be said about MDY White. We saw how strong they started off that game from the very beginning, getting 3 KP by the time that the second ring was closing.
Still a bunch of, look, definitely some KP down the bottom there, and, you know, it feels like our better teams out of these groups in the group stage, Vicky, even if they're not bringing in the placement points, even if they're not having the greatest of games, they're usually still picking up a fight win or two and just ticking along with, you know, the 6, the 9 points.
I love looking at the Disguise squad. I love being able to see the fans live in the crowd, giving their energy to the team that they want to win. Shout out to you guys out here. And with game number 1 in the books, we're going to be going to a break. On the other side, we got
time for game number 2 coming up soon. So yeah, I'll probably get to watch literally the drop-in maybe, and then I'll have to go watch Little Man. Yeah, a couple of y'all who are in here to make sure chat don't get too crazy, right? R99? Maybe the Nemi? No, still an R99. So was that saying that Nemi had the most kills, or that was the people who voted for Nemi? Also, that's Jen Burton, right? That was weird because the Nemi definitely had the biggest number next to it. Yeah, right, Ogie? I'm not sure.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. Game
hey man, you
number
know
one
he's practically
in
a
the books,
DVD
and it
man
goes
these
in
days.
favor to Disguise, finishing off game number one with not just the double, with 10 KP to their name. Overall, though, that top three overall match was incredibly close with so many of our teams that ended up in a very chaotic circle on top of those train tracks, on top of the fact that a lot of teams were congregated in Monument, having to exit out from that slight low ground when there were teams waiting for them on that high ground on top of that hill.
Yeah, and you know, Disguise, they weren't in the top 20 after all of our teams had played their first group stage match. So 22 points, I believe it was there in that first game, is going to go a long way to making those guys feel a little more comfortable here at LAN. As we said, it's been a while for some of them, since Poland for some of them.
Welcome back to competitive Apex here in LAN. It's a different experience, but now you get to enjoy it, reap the benefits. This is also a team that I feel like individually the players benefit off of momentum. I mean, you could say that about basically any team, but specifically the mentality of it is incredibly important. And when you take a look at the time difference, the amount of hours that our Group A hasn't played versus what we are currently witnessing from our Group D, they just finished playing in the Groups C and D. And so they're pretty
I feel like I would rather be of the Group D side than the Group A side here, right?
4 or 5 hours ago, and now getting re-warmed up all over again.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather
Disguise. IBG, another team struggling a little bit at the very beginning, taking that dub in that final game within their own respective group in that previous lobby that we had seen. And this is also two teams that I feel like IBG does a really good job on Storm Point. So having a very good game on World's Edge will also benefit this team. Disguised, on the other hand, this is a team that I feel like excels even more on World's Edge. So this is where you want to take that advantage, run through with it. We saw some early contests going down as well, some early 50-50s. Match number 2 is coming up shortly, and we are going right back to World's Edge.
So as you said, launch site down there that Disguise was starting at, that's quite some way away. Maybe they'll get a more southerly pull this time to help them out. We will, of course, be keeping a keen eye on those contests once again. TSM coming back from being behind at the start of game 1, and it was J-Lings who went down to MDY White over at Epicenter. So look, I don't know, we could honestly go either way with the contest this time, and hopefully we will be catching the action of one of those two. But yeah, look, TSM and Kick really struggling across the entire group stage so far, because they have decided,
well, they're
contesting
all the time.
Violence, right? Like they have decided to contest someone on basically every map and every group that they're playing in. That's kind of tough.
At least for Kick. At least for Kick, it definitely brings a tear to my eye to see the experience. But that is their decision, and when you try to contest a team like TSM, you're going to be inevitably met with that contention, with that challenge. I mean, you've seen it on social media, the way that Imperial has posted, all right, Kick, go back. And I mean, that's the nicest way I could put it here.
Yeah, I mean, they have mirrored the compositions on Kick and TSM right now, both choosing Fuse, an incredibly good character in those contests. And yeah, I mean, you can see why, right? It's a legend that we actually saw a little bit before it was in the meta at all, just purely for contests, but now it's kind of creeping into both. And it's like, okay, well, we'll take it as a contest pick, but we're actually not that mad about it on World's Edge overall either.
And you also think about what Fuse brings to the table against so many catalysts that we have in our lobby, and not just that, you have to consider the armor changes too. Going from 150 to 200 to get that blue Evo shield, and with those knuckle clusters, best believe not only are you clearing some space, but you're dealing with a good amount of
map
pressure
number
and damage
1
too on top of it. Verhos has already landed on top of a blue Evo, and we are going right back to the fight that we had seen already in the beginning from our last game.
All right. fights. So as we saw,
What a swing here from the CEO.
Necessarily everything, but a PK off drop is pretty good, and kick are gone already.
I blinked and I missed it. It was a speed run right there, TS. Look at Hal's face. It's just like, all right, I guess we do this again. I mean, it was happening back in scrims. It was happening again. Trying to go for a wall bounce over there by the side. Noise is unfortunately paying for that. Feiju now with MDY White. This is the early contest that we had actually seen when they came out on top of that fight.
Damn.
Yeah, look, I got it wrong again. I said Epicenter, it's actually in Monument. You know, we were looking at this map before and being like, oh, maybe, you know, maybe they can split it, go Fragment, Monument, but no, Monument, it must be. MD1
Jailing's
will not
out.
let it go, and they get both for themselves with another win over Jailings.
And it's once again, too, it's that 50-50 that we see from both sides, and both of these teams that consistently won that drop has now won again.
But that's not all, Vicky. We've got something else going on. Optic and FC Destroy down at Big Mord. I don't think these two teams went at it last game. I think we got at least...
I think that they separated, right?
Those two early contests, maybe they managed to, you know, land stacks Big Mord, and
Yeah.
maybe they don't want to do that this time. Maybe it's a drop ship difference. Who knows? Getting those catalyst door, like having those reinforced, is really important in these early fights.
Well, this is a decision made by FC Destroy specifically because they had landed stacks and then quickly rotated past Optic. Because of that, that allowed Optic to then move in behind TSM, not only engage in their fight, but then deal with FC Destroy in the long term. So they're taking things into their own hands here, and even with
I
that
love
attempt,
the PK when
you
it
see
slaps.
the trade-off from both sides.
I can't make it do
looks
it.
out on Skittle. On the other side, Hammer Drill goes down here.
But it looks so
Playing
clean.
off the side, though, means that they also have that Newcastle Watson comp that they could just bunker down in if they so decide to do it.
Oh, they can't give them time. Two of them are so low right now. It's a 2v3 with Optic versus FC Destroy now. But if they give them time to use their meds and get back up, Optic surely will go down. They're trying to get the res off on Skittle Cakes right now, and they do actually get him back up.
So many of these individual fights happening right now.
Something that's not here from Onyx.
Seeing right here, Onyx Esports, while tuning right back into Big Mod. Will the engagement happen? Hammer Drill may go down again. Literally one here. Skittle Cake was not able to get res. Hugging the door, trying to block it off. Sends out that smoke nade drop, having to drop around the side, take the zip line. Nice shoulder-to-shoulder situation here for Optic Gaming, but playing this cathartic.
This has been quite an elongated fight here, and this is usually the time where you'd be like, all right, tap the watch, time's up, boys. There's going to be a third party coming in, but luckily the ring is so far away, and the only team that would be anywhere near
Here in a couple
Skies,
minutes, yeah.
They split landed in launch site and dome, and they've gone over to go craft by the
So,
looks of it
Ducky,
in
when it comes to
Tree.
going and picking up Little
you know,
Man,
they're busy just like playing their little edge style here.
it's
and
either
luckily
like I
for Optic
leave
and
and I get
FC
there at the
Destroy,
front of
they
the
get left
line
in the 3v3 TDM.
and I
They
wait,
deal with this, and while the circle is closing,
You
the
know what I
winner
mean?
of this fight will also be able to walk away with a
or I
survey weekend
wait,
in Big Mod.
I get there
So
towards the
that's something to
back of
know,
the
as well as
line,
the great loot
but
that
like I'm
Optic
getting there
Gaming
as the
don't
back of
like
the
how
line is
long
getting
this
to
fight has
pick
been
up.
taking,
You know what I mean?
and
So
has
it's,
already gone ahead to start
so since I'm
rotating
watching
to
right
the
now,
north side towards Geyser. So unfortunately, counting
I
their
wanted to see if we had
losses,
any
it doesn't look like
more
they were able to
like delayed
res that third, so having to play this
contest,
out as a duo.
and then when I head out, like that
Banner,
way
at
I'll
the
be a
very
little bit
least,
closer to the
maybe
back
get
end
the
of
res
that.
over by Geyser.
Yeah, the
But
beacon is
yes,
there.
I do
I'm
got to
not
go here
sure if
shortly.
they did manage to grab
To
that
go pick
banner
up Little
in
Man,
the
so I'm gonna
end,
need
but
you to
I
hold
don't
it down
believe
for the
they're playing
pound.
support
Appreciate you,
character
big
either, so
dog.
that won't help them, even though the crafter is up and running over at Geyser. Here we get a look at the circle now, and as you can see, it looks like there's probably I'm going to give it a 50-50 here between Landslide and Countdown, probably erring on the Countdown side.
Sometimes you also see this pull towards the north side of Landside in that open area where you would have to rotate towards the east side of Countdown. Already those teams having the high ground though will be able to take advantage of the squads that have gone for an early rotate and have decided
So
to
as
stay
long as
on
Black
the
Hand can keep
Yeah,
their
look at a team
spot,
like
they should be
KCV
all right.
playing over towards Lava Fissure there. That's not a bad
Looks like they're
bet.
pretty well
They
deep
also
in zone.
can
I
just
think
pop
it's actually
quickly
close to
into
where
the
their
ring
landing
and
spot
grab,
is.
The ring console over in Lava Fissure if they feel like that might be worth the meds and just the risk to help their next steps and formulate a plan from there.
All right, Zane. Bunny hopping his way all the way around.
And they say you can't do movement on console.
Having too much fun. KCV also had the bow check in the hands of Nasky. And Zane's also got the gold extended light mag. The only thing he's missing is those disruptor rounds to ring through the air, and that would be deadly.
All right, tell
and
me, Vicky, if you get the alternator early game, are you sticking with it? Are you a believer? Are you like, oh yeah, I'm definitely picking up the disruptor rounds, or are you just like, no, let's play it safe. We take the R3 or the R9.
I'll take it until I start rotating.
Do
if
I
I
have the
pass
map
2
for
POIs
what?
and I don't see a disruptor, if I find an R301,
Okay.
or
2
it's for,
POIs,
yeah,
that's the rule.
Yeah, it's a 2 POI rule for me. Some people will just give it the one and done, but unfortunately, at least for me, I want to be able to get that faith because those are disruptor
Oh,
rounds.
you mean the drop?
It
the
makes you happy, but unless you're on the other side, then it makes you cry.
drop
Literally brings
spots?
tears to your eyes for how much it hurts. Oh, great. Knuckle Cluster still finding some impact to eat that from across, still being able to find some takes, and they also have information. That's something else that the Knuckle Clusters do for you.
Oh, yeah,
It allows you to
'cause,
check the evil shields from the opposition, from the squads that are rotating from
Yeah,
lands,
they're dropping
which is
landslide,
on
so
esports
they're
in this
right in the middle of
I
this.
mean, who needs Vantage, right? Like, yeah, as you say, like, you know, tickle them with Knuckle Cluster, you get that info
Just
anyway.
saying, give Echo a P2020. You just never know what Echo could do flying through, all right?
Yeah, like where the landing
Sometimes
spots
even
are.
if that sniper isn't enough to give you some of that check, at least you got those Knuckle Clusters do it for you on Fuse.
Yeah, because Vantage having 3 guns with the with the
No,
sniper
my
rifle
PC
isn't
keeps
enough.
having
We need
issues, and
4.
whenever I run like multiple
I like the
streams, whether it's
I
command
have, like,
center or do
gaming.
like the multi-stream thing, is when it starts having
With
more
this
issues
valve.
with the connection.
Over to the side.
Not exactly
Snake
sure
Ring,
why.
Right alongside Aurora. This is a difficult situation unless they start wrapping around the mountain closer to Grandma's
So I'm
house, because
literally
if they
just
do want to try
watching-
to rotate towards the Volt side, Fnatic is there already.
Just the
and
main
then once they get
broadcast,
through
that's
Fnatic,
it.
Aurora just get right behind them. And if they want to engage on Aurora, then they're just going to get third party by Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. But I gotta say, man, Aurora, it feels like they've got a rule as well. It's like, oh, we can't leave Skyhook until we've had a fight. Until we've taken a team fight, maybe taken out another team, we're going to stay in Skyhook. So, you know, the zone is not here, but Aurora are, and that's a statement we'll probably be saying a few times throughout this tournament.
What was it team that I think about? Choosing violence. It's Aurora now. Rotate on the other side. Take that gravity lift to try to take. Kai does 9 impulse. Gets a little bit of a haircut here. Also some information from the other side. That's IBG once again. Fnatic is still overlooking this fight. Not trying to overextend. The attempt was there from IBG. It's the respect. Sometimes you get the Bloodhound scan into the Bloodhound scan.
Harassment! Harassment!
Fnatic creeping closer, though. I don't know if the other teams do have that info on Fnatic being there, but if a knock comes out,
High bag,
you can
yeah.
bet, they
Don't
will
be a
get that
bitch.
sent.
And that's a good point too, because
He's
there's
gonna
also
sit there and
decisions
take
that
it?
Fnatic needs to make. They're probably going to be holding split positions. Two members looking to see what's going on over by Skyhook, which, by the way, KCP have made an appearance. So there's 3 squads that will be rotating from that south side of Skyhook into where the circle is going to be pulling. And if you could take a look at where it is with some of the teams that have that ring console information, it is pulling towards that north side of Landside in that open area where Energy could have predicted maybe he could be pulling towards that truck.
I'm a pacifist. I don't believe you.
We've got 3 squads very close to each other, but absolutely nowhere near the zone right now. So FC Destroy, they're on the tail end here of Optic Gaming. And to their right, actually now probably getting a little further away, is MD White, who are going to be probably going back through Monument where they started.
Also, I went ahead and put...
I mean, with an evac, they'll be fine to get right through that rock, but do you want to risk taking that in a position like this? It's the same equivalent to the problem that a lot of teams still sticking to their Valkyrie in the last playoffs.
Last bit of today,
It's the
and then
risk of
tomorrow's
trying to
drop
land
spots
too
in
late
Apex
on
Legends
top
and
of the
Discord.
team. KCP hearing the fight, getting involved themselves. This is one of the 3 teams that are still in Skyhook. Trying to see what's happening over there by the squad that has that Bloodhound and has scanned them already.
I mean, almost 4 as well, right? Fnatic are leaving a man in the tunnel to watch that, but they're like watching with keen interest what's going on here. And IBG have said, well, we're probably taking a little bit too long now, so we might
Oogie, is that like a pacifier that's a
the
fist?
circle to get
I
out
like
of
it.
here, while KCP and Aurora sit even longer in Skyhook.
Interesting. Probably have medkits to work with.
Pacifist, you know what I'm saying?
Wondering if they haven't already scanned that survey beacon, if they're just opting to get information, or if they're opting to take a different approach, maybe with an evac. We're gonna have to see how that plays out for them.
All right,
FC Destroy.
let me go pick up little man real quick.
Another team rotating from the circle this
Oh,
time
down
around
for pound.
from the south side of World's Edge. This is the team that was contesting Optic Gaming before in Big Mod, and they have not let them breathe once, almost to get revenge after what happened in game number 1. But is this something that they want to take on this rotate? I mean, it's not a terrible rotate. If they have the meds for it, they could approach from staging if they know that it's just a solo from AvD Gaming.
Wow, Vicky with the call here. I've just had a look at where the ring's going next, and you have nailed it. North of Landslide, TSM, the team currently sitting in there, and they'll be looking at that. That means Countdown, where we've got the angle for here. There's going to be so many teams just funneling through, and a situation where a lot of them are going to struggle to make it over the ramparts and into you know, the free-flowing fields in front of Landslide and to the east of Countdown.
On the plus side, there is a lot of natural cover with the rocks, and again, it's that high to low ground that you could work with in between that area, exiting out of that Countdown side. But from circles like this, it sometimes also pulls over to the east as MDYY engaging in the fight, burning down what we had seen from the team IBG, who had to rotate all the way outside of circle.
Yeah, because they were going for the res there. They had the mobile respawn beacon down, but unfortunately, it's a beacon in more than one ways. You see that big pulsing green light, and you know another team is there. So MDYY going to take the KP that comes along with that.
Absolutely served on the silver platter if they want to work with it, but something that maybe MDYY have to keep note of is the team that's right in front of them, Go Next. But if they engage here, this will be the noise that Fnatic needs to hear to know that they're about to fight. Currently, Disguise also in some trouble.
Look, round 3 closing 17 teams. You all know what that means. It's about to kick off.
Oh, this is going to be the bloodbath moment for game number 2. Disguise going for the res. In the plus side, having these gold evos, you love to see it because you could just restabilize just as quick here as Senox having to reset completely. See the piercing spikes on the floor, TSM on top of that high ground on that platform. They had a nice rotation to this platform on Landside when they were hanging out on the south side outside the mountain from Countdown, seeing all these teams congregate together and avoiding a lot of that chaos.
Some amount of meds. I was just wondering as we saw a couple of team members on TSM quite low on health, how many they'd have. If you're up here without the Lober, it can be a little tricky, but Fnatic now finally in the tunnel getting into the action.
It was just a matter of time. Where else did they go but Fnatic? They dropped the ball and served themselves to MDY White. The crowd energy here to support them, and with the gold knockdown, you're going to be able to get that res or some extra health. I mean, you got some time to go into that next circle, but there's so many teams, Genome, still alive. 16 squads still left. Yes, they have the extra loot, but they're going to have to exit out of that tunnel where they'll be in that slight open area where other teams like Go Next, NRG can start taking pickings at them.
Yeah, the Hipfire G7, it's always a little bit of a gamble, I say. And AvD Gaming, trying to gamble that no one's going to notice dropped here in this position. I hope he's picked a skin that blends in with the grass or the pallets particularly well, because he's going to need some camouflage, I think, to stay alive here. Realize, looks like they're taking one of the caravans just near here. Meanwhile, TSM up here may not even have to use that much ammunition. They can just keep those knuckle clusters on repeat to charge up those Evo shields, and you can see Reps has almost got that third one up to purple.
That unfortunate rat from AvD Gaming ran for their life from FC Destroy, chasing right after them, going hunting as Sentinels hunting themselves. Disguise get eliminated at the very end. Maybe trying to go, the last member trying to go wrap around, but just too much damage coming in as Sentinels full gold Evo shields to rock with here. Love to see the weapon loadout too that we're seeing from RKN. He's been rocking this very consistently in the games that we've seen him play in now as KCP. Also with this rotate, coming in from the skies. This is what I was wondering that what they were gonna do if they wanted to rotate from so far away in that north side where all that fight was happening. Well, now they've been able to secure a spot here close to the rock and with the Newcastle ult.
Oh man, they better hope the Fuse teams don't see where they are, because sometimes it's a little bit of like, oh, do we want to waste ammo taking down this Newcastle wall? If you're a Fuse, you're just like, oh yeah, I'll do that. No worries, just use the ability.
Nasky Salt dropped. AvD Gaming eliminated. The creeping barrage knocks Bambino as Go Next had used up the catwall earlier. Oh! What? How did he not see it? He was standing right there. And with the beamage on the alternator, doesn't even need a sight, doesn't even need an extended mag. hip fires him, gets the knock. Now we see Moist getting involved here too. Onyx Esports engaging onto NRG. You can see the double catwalk coming up. Well, KCP look beyond. They're gonna have to move forward eventually, but they can engage from right behind Blackout and Sentinels.
Crusader finally getting his chance at LAN. Obviously taking the place of Fussy here on Onyx. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders and very big shoes to fill here. Onyx, though, have been looking good so far this LAN, and the man has been gifted with the red weapon here, the Prowler, and he's putting it to good use.
Doesn't have the digits right. Must have ran away when he picked that weapon up here, but nonetheless, still a beam of a weapon here as Crusader falls under a lot of pressure. So does Moist Esports. They get taken out by Onyx as Raki, being on the bang, sends out the smoke, is going to be able to try to go for the reset. TSM finding some picks of their own. Black Hand, hearing the fights though, are still hugging this other side by Countdown.
Well, happy birthday to Raki. Hopefully the other teams are going to gift him a reset, and I think we might actually be getting that one, as Black Hand here on the northwest side are going to have to start giving up this position and moving in. We've got 6 squads left. TSM finally moving past and mopping up FC Destroy. That'll be one more going. And for once, they're not all jammed in together. They're actually going to come at this circle from very different angles, and we'll have to see what small amounts of cover they can find. It's all going to be this, you know, just a little variations in the terrain, the rocks you were talking about beforehand.
And that's why they're playing so far on by the edge. We also saw so many catwalls going up in those previous fights that if you don't have a catwall by this point and the circle's closing in as you can currently see right now, it can be incredibly risky to rotate early if you don't have the natural cover of the rock side. TSM, see the beam with the R9 coming in, sending out those arc stars. There goes those catwalls coming in as well. KCP benefiting off of that, trying to block out the view from TSM. They completely pinched Realize on the other side, but don't want to give their back to them as they move forward.
Oh man, TSM are taking so much space though. You can see angles on either side. They've got the red shield, so they feel like they can take that poke before they have to worry about too much. Black Hand, they'll come down and finish off Realize. Do they catch off TSM 2 split though?
Man, Verholst and Howe just do this dance around so many of these teams, especially when it comes to these split positionings that they can hold. KCP with the Newcastle wall, with the rock. Nasky gets the knock. TSM on that rock themselves, finding themselves to send out Mufasa. Verholst could hold that position right there, right next to the catwall.
Okay, so TSM, they've switched up the game plan. Now they're holding hands, looking to roll over these other teams one by one, as a unit, as a team. Onyx go down, KCP and Black Hand now left. We've got the 3v3.
TSM versus Black Hand as your last 2 squads for game number 2, taking to the skies on the gravity lift. Howe takes on top of the rock, finds the beam again on the R9. Look at his ammo though. He's got only 4 bullets in the reserve here, drops down. Maybe he can try to access that box, but it looks like with just the 30-30, this is all he can work with. Reps incredibly low, gets knocked. How gets the trade? And TSM with the 30-30 and a dream are able to dance around the gravity lift, find me to the skies, and are able to take game number 2.
I'm trying to work out if that's words of encouragement or an admonishment there from the IGL strafing flame. It was a good effort by the team, but TSM, how good did they look? I mean, they started off that final circle so well. As I said, when we came into circle 5, Vicky, it was almost like you had the, quick maths, what is it? From the 360 divided by 5. Anyway, that amount, you know, they were all coming into the angle, like this last circle from a different angle, but once they got in there, all of a sudden, TSM just spread out and constrict the space, taking it all for themselves, and then it's only at that last moment where they're at risk of getting picked that they group up again, and just the elasticity of the team to be flexible like that, I think is really one of their strengths, and showing that they can play that in 2 different ways there, whatever the situation requires.
The 2 games that they won in groups A and D, or rather A and B, was very similar to this. That's exactly how they were able to win game 4 on Stormpoint and game 3 on World's Edge, playing in these split positions that you make mention of. Taking a look at a replay from that final circle, Reps having the R9 and G7, this entire team was starving on light ammo. And Hao was beaming with the R9 from the time that we saw him rotating from landslide KCP get eliminated, but it's fine. That 30-30 was in good hands here. Even when the squad took to the height, with that gravity lift, he was able to not just ignore who's on the height, he had faith in Verholst right there.
Sorry, but you're coming with me, gravity lift. Like, oh, I love that play. Surely Hal running light on the light ammo there has to be on one of those Reddit bingo cards as well. But, oh, look, TSM have taken out, what is that, like their third game already for today? I think it's been a very impressive effort by them. Has to be one of, if not the highest, just game to win ratios so far. Looking very impressive.
That is their third dub for the day today. I like the consistency that we are seeing from TSM. Not so surprised. Once again, when I was taking a look at scrims for the first 3 weeks, I did see that this team was incredibly consistent. They're bringing that energy going into LAN as they should, and also being able to secure a good amount of KP aside from the dub after that second game.
Vibing out. Loving it here. I hope the crowd's loving it. I hope everyone at home is loving our first day of ALGS Championship LAN action here. It's been a wild ride, frankly. I'm loving it from the APAC South perspective, of course, as always, Vicky. We had a bit of a rough playoff split 2, honestly. But it feels like we've almost gone a little bit back, wound it back to split 1, where we had some impressive results. But look, if we're winding it back to split 1, then who knows, maybe these guys will be lifting the trophy again, because damn if they aren't looking good.
Oh, they absolutely are, and I was looking at HouseCam, and he looks absolutely locked in. The comms seem very fresh. Again, I really like the shoulder-to-shoulder play that we've been seeing between Verholst, Reps, and Hal. If we see that Hal goes down, Verholst and Reps take these two different off angles. I feel like that is their strength that we just keep highlighting, because it's that split decision making where if a team is pinned between 2 individual players, what position are you going to hold so that way you can find the advantage to have both of them in your line of sight? Because if one is to your back, what are you going to do in a situation like that? You would have to reposition, especially if you're on the low ground there. That's why we like the gravity lift being used second from Hal, because he was able to bring that player up with him. Get over here, basically. Bring it to him. Like, we are taking...
Hit him with a scorpion.
You got to out here. And that's kind of very similar to what we had seen. And also, they were low on light ammo, so they had to work with what they already had. I think Reps had double light. He had like the G7 and the R9. So in a case like that, you have to work with what you got. Even the melee.
With the melee.
Yeah, the melee right there at the apex of the gravity lift. But so far, yeah, that is TSM's third win. When we calculate the total, what they were able to achieve with the KP on top of that, they gotta look good and they gotta stay consistent. And on the other side, what I was surprised to see, Genome, our winners from game number 1, that consistency, unfortunately, not benefiting them. I believe they fell in 16th after that second game.
Okay, so getting a look at the points here, we're seeing the TSM take away 25 points here just from that game. 13 kills on top of it, and this starts to raise some interesting questions, because this is where we get the really spicy part of the group stage, where TSM, obviously, they had 58 points going into this just off the one series, right? Chuck 25 on top of here, couple for the rest of the games they played, and you're like, okay, TSM 100%, they're through to the winners final. Sorry, the winners part of the bracket stage. Now, at that point, you can start worrying about, like, hey, we don't like the fact that Kick are contesting us. We can just start messing around with these guys, right? You need to start locking down your drop spots. Once you are through to the winners final, honestly, that becomes your next objective.
Or if they want to do what we had seen previous between Dark Zero and Dojo and grief other teams maybe out here too. Yeah, finding the opportunity for it. They're already comfortable, just why not in that case? But we have to let these games extend, see how this is going to go for TSM, because our top 3 squads right now, even going all the way down to IBG in that 4th place spot, are rather close. Yes, there's that gap between TSM and Disguise after just those 2 games alone, but we have noticed with these teams, I'm talking about IBG when it comes to Stormpoint, I mentioned it before, some of these teams just do better when we make that transition into those final 3 games in the series where they do a better job on Stormpoint.
It definitely does differ from map to map, doesn't it? And, you know, with 2 matches down, I mean, you know, you can see the people who are on 0 points, right? J-Lings and Kick, that's because they're getting contested. So this is kind of what we're talking about with, you know, the teams who are deciding to vie for those POIs. It's a big risk, and you can end up with that donut in hand.
Talking about J-Lings and Kick in that situation, the contest coming in and not benefiting them in those first 2 games. But when do you call it at that point? Do you just commit when you have only 1 game left on World's Edge? And if you find yourself more comfortable, then do you just decide to go somewhere else, or are you going to just take the L and just try to do better on Storm Point?
Well, I think we've seen a shift in that, right? I feel like in times gone by, you know, it was like 1 or 2 games, and then you're like, you know what, I guess we go Dome. Like, no one else wants to, that's kind of our lot now in life. But recently, teams have been a little more hard-headed about it, and it feels over the past year, more and more we're seeing teams go, like, if we decide to contest, it's do or die. It is like, either we're going to get to finals or they're going to write our name on the gravestone here somewhere in Monument.
If you want to dig your own grave against the CEO himself out here trying to make a name for this champs, let's take a look at the stats that we just saw currently right now within this stage alone. Going to be able to get 6 kills, 6 assists thus far, but it's about the damage that he's been able to put down with the follow-ups between Furholz and Reps.
All right. Yeah, I think that was just from the last game, I'm assuming there. You can see 6 kills, almost 3k damage. But yeah, if that was just from last game, that's nuts. I mean, you know, 2.7k damage in a lobby like this is pretty damn impressive.
I missed the end of game 2.
Expect that, 'cause it was, what, 13 kills for the team, right? So that does kind of track. And if you have looked at you've really gone deep into the stats in past tournaments, Vicky, you will know that Imperial
TSM win, 13
very
kills.
often all the way at the top.
Well, while he's locked in, I want to hear from Keeps, who's taking a visit to the WD Black booth. Take it away.
What up, everybody? I'm We The People, and I am here at the WD Black Lounge at ALGS Championship, all right? So they have one of the sickest setups you could possibly hang out in. If you create an account with them and buy a product, you get 10% off their entire product range, which is a heck of a lot of money you can save. But that's not all that they got, all right? So powered by Cyber Power PC here, you could actually 1v1 a pro or an influencer to win a
KCP
WD
third, Black Can
product,
second. However many kills.
They also have some free coaching lessons that you could just come here, become a better player, become a better streamer, anything at all. But that's not it. So if you head over here, part of the ALGS passport that you do have to fill out is you have to spin this wheel, all right? And by spinning this wheel, you get to win some amazing prizes. And not only that, after you fill out your passport, you do win some more prizes as well. So we're gonna spin this wheel right now. Let's see what we get. Spin again. So guess what? We're gonna spin again because I got a feeling, and I got a feeling like the Black Eyed Peas. It's spin again. 3rd time's the charm. You can't make it up. Not this time. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't, but you will never know if you don't make it down here because WD Black is the official storage partner of the APAC Legends Global Series.
Here.
I'll see you here.
Some wise words from our former #1 Bred in Apex Legends. Thank you, peeps. We appreciate you.
You know what, next time, I think we need to get like some team stickers. And we put them on each of the little pieces of pie, and we spin it around, and it's like, you know, it comes up. Dreamfire, not this time. Sorry, guys.
It's like, oops, all right, spin again. Spin twice just to get nothing at the end. Sometimes your luck runs dry when you get to pull a Nessie out of a claw machine, all right? We got to see that earlier from We The People.
He did pull out the Nessie first try, so.
Into our next game. That's 2 games down thus far. We had Disguise take game #1 with double digits, as well as TSM take game #2 with 13k beats to their name. Let's see who takes game #3, our final game on World's Edge before we transition to Storm Point for our final 3 games of the day.
So we were looking at TSM and Kick last time. Now I'm just going to keep my eyes on J-Lings and MDY White. So J-Lings going with Bangcat Horizon, MDY White. I think they were the same, actually. So You know, both going with what we would call the meta composition at the moment. And yeah, I mean, Horizon, like
I like that it shows their legend pick in front of their screen at LAN. That's so sick.
It does vary by POI, right? There's not a huge high ground, I feel like, that you necessarily fight on as much. Maybe, you know, the middle tower in Monument, but you do have like fairly good access to that with zip lines and whatnot. So,
and
either way,
what does a cat bring to the table too? On top of that, if you're forced to play off that low ground too, piercing spikes cover some space. At least it's option coverage, depending on how the transition of the fight goes.
Well, she's very good without her ult. I think that's what you would say about Catalyst, right? But we'll go back and see if TSM can mop this up as quickly as they did the second time.
Let's do it again. TSM versus Kick right now. And Hal's already picked up the PK. Ooh. 1-2, Scooby-Doo over to the other side. It's that gravity lift though. And he heard him coming in. Where is he hopping to?
Okay, now it's all up to Verhulst. How many of the others are still up from Kick? It's 2. Oh, not this time.
Look at his smile. Look at his smirk. Kick said, don't worry. We got it once. It happened once.
All right, well, they can gloat on that for all they want. Now, as we go back and see that Jailings have also turned the tides and taken out MD White. MDY White. So both contests actually end up going 2-1.
We talked about it. We said this was the last game in this 50-50 that we were going to see on World's Edge. And they delivered, Genome, Kick, and Jailings. Having some breathing room now, exiting out of these POIs with some information on top of the fact that they both have ring consoles to have that knowledge on where that ring's gonna be pulling.
How do you feel about the disrespect, Vicky?
Listen, you're right there next to the booth. If you're gonna try to do that, shoot at my box, keep that energy when I have to walk and get some food later. We have to see how that goes, maybe see how the social media is also going. We also see 2 evac towers that were called in.
All right, so Moist did not do a good job of capitalizing on a zone that was close to Overlook
so we've got the
last
circle.
series.
It's one you're probably familiar with, over towards Overlook. So the question is, does it finish on top of Moist there?
So now they really need to make sure
down near where Go Next,
they can capitalize here, because they even here haven't looked that great.
And I'm just going to be fascinated to see how Moist play this one out, right? Because every time we seem to get a circle over here, they seem to play it safe and take, you know, silo height with the Horizon, gravity lifts, play it back there. But then if the circle goes a bit lower, they do struggle to make that rotation sometimes. So, yeah, look, either way, you know, we will see how this happens. Last time we had this circle, you know, back in LAN, TSM actually walked out on top.
They did, especially if it pulled a little bit more so towards the Vince, but Go Next. Get beamed. Hammer drill. Finding Slap. Bambino trying to create some space. Being on that fuse, tossing out that nade, but look at the gold R9 that he is rocking with some now extra loop to his feet from Slap. Gonna be able to walk away from that, but also pressuring out that team to now back away for now. Playing in that vault though and taking this fight and making it too long is gonna be incredibly dangerous for the teams that once again take their time to rotate into that next circle, such as Optic, like we've seen already before. Disguise with their rotate, they're approaching that choke point closer to Geyser. FC Destroy though, seeing where they're rotating and maybe saying, all right, well, we've already declared that this is going to be our space, setting up the Watson fences on the outside of the bunker doors. Is there a need right now to overextend with other teams that have already rotated in the open area of Overlook?
Oh, lots of teams getting into it at the chokes that surround Geyser. It is a very tough area to navigate when you need to get from one side to
true, and
the
I
other.
forgot that DSG was landing over
You
here.
do traverse from north to the south of this map as these teams are trying to traverse the catwalls here. Senox just gets yeeted by that nade.
Oh, couldn't even use the Horizon black hole here too.
Closest, I guess.
Pushes his way around the corner of the Veil. Is it going to be enough there too as Dupe comes out and tries to rotate around that? His Kick eliminated in 18th. And RG clean up on aisle 4 to try to find that last straggler as they chase him down.
Yeah, as one curtain falls, another is drawn, and NRG trying to be the beneficiaries of that, and they will be. Disguise go down. NRG, as you can see, have got 14 points so far coming into, or at least at this part of Game 3 here in our final series for the first day. And Geyser, oh, look, they've got a ring console there if they need to pop that. So depending on whether Energy want to play that choke that they just went through, or maybe plan their next steps from Geyser, they have given themselves some options now.
Could be a little risky just in case, noting that Optic are making that rotate too into Geyser. Also, maybe not wanting to rotate through the Volt side too, with so many teams that have already.
All right, so EG announced that basically their whole backup roster can get picked up. Thoughts?
Aren't going to be moving from here, but instead are going to be able to pressure the likes of Fnatic.
You see any of them get picked up anywhere?
We're taking a look at KCP, who have found themselves the safety of this building, and Serdell. All right.
I'm trying to work, like, is this the, yeah, I was about to say, you've got so much of his screen right there taken up by the ultimate animation. You can see he was just trying to work out exactly where he could place it inside that building, you know, just for maximum coverage. Anyway, NRG, okay, so they have moved up from Geyser. They wanted an earlier spot in the ring, and they've decided to play in Ghost Town.
Do like this decision. We've seen the circle pool here too. On the outside of the fence line, sometimes of the northern buildings of Ghost Town. There's also a survey beacon, but I don't expect these teams to be able to get that safely, especially with so many other teams that are looking on top of that high ground here.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, we had a little bit of Gibraltar earlier. I don't think we've got one in this lobby. We'll have to go back and work out who that was. I think it was one of the APAC North teams, I think, that was playing Gibby, and really in these kind of very tight end circles, the dome
I thought we saw a couple more teams running Gibby though, didn't we?
But Energy,
Wasn't
I
just
like
one.
the position that they're holding right now. You saw Sweet at an off angle on that slight high ground right next to the building that Energy are also holding, and they call it. Look at where this circle is going to be pulling away from Overlook.
Yeah, this is what I've said.
Like, oh, and Black Can right in the middle of it once again.
Just will not go there. Does that mean that's a, you know, is that a current season thing? Because, you know, these teams, they say that there's trends every season, right? And you're like, okay, we see a lot of this circle this season. And it feels like certainly the silo ending we are not seeing in tournaments very often so far in Overlook, but Moist continue to hold that position, and we've got to see if this time they've learned some mistakes maybe from the failed rotates the other times, and they can get in a little bit further.
You see, you have 4 months to be able to see where these circles pool. You know, you have 3 options depending on where that circle is here, and that's something that they've been able to adapt around as well. Yeah, they're on top of the silos, and Moist can now see where the teams that they were able to pressure out originally are now going to be rotating. The Crafter is busy, and Waltzy just with this position. With
yeah, they're contesting FC Destroy.
Yeah, looks like he's waiting for, he was hoping to maybe hold back a shot until someone actually put something on the Crafter and then just try and beam them down. But look, getting a little bit impatient, saying, well, no, I want my purple shield, 138. Still needs a couple of shots on the Peter to get that.
Put a little bit of damage right now. Meanwhile, teams that have already been in no name like KCP, NRG, not going to be able to move. Sitting very happy here, while Go Next, and have also not moved from that Volt Tunnel and having to play this game completely as a duo after FC Destroy took advantage, moving in, getting that one player. So many teams are playing by the edge of the circle, but you could expect chaos from that north side teams. Aurora, Onyx, Ironblood Gaming, Moist, Fnatic. And once they all engage, you know it's easy pickings for the teams on the north side of No Name that could try poking from the window side.
Yeah, and out of the couple of teams you just mentioned there, certainly Onyx and IBG have been okay at making their way into the later circles. Aurora, who look like they're about
nice
to
camera angle here, by the way. Love it.
As I think both teams put down a Bangalore ult there.
They get my good side?
Before I think we get the engagement happening, but Aurora certainly look like they want to take this fight.
That catwall, very interesting. I mean, as they drop down from the high ground now, and Onyx Esports are transcending on these train tracks, there's a team right above them, and they're getting pressured out. You could hear the 30-30s ringing through the air. It's Impulse, beams them, and the follow-up too with Uchaku are going to be able to clean up
Two down.
those 2 members, yeah.
Raki and Crusader go by the wayside there, so it's all up to Shady now. I mean, the armor advantage was certainly going the way of Aurora, right? Triple purples there. Would have made that a hard fight for Onyx either way, but this time they've finally turned the tides. As you can see, sitting in 19th place in the lobby currently with 4 points.
Getting some extra loot here too. The gold extended light mag, you'll have to see it on the car. It'd be nice if you have that digi, but we can't have them all. Calling in the ultimate accelerant so that way he could have that creeping barrage even quicker. 16 squads still left, and that's because so many teams are inside their own respective buildings. Teams that have a building, NRG, KCP like we mentioned before, J-Lings, Blackhand, Oxygen, Sentinels. And other teams are still taking their time because they don't have information on where that next circle is going to be pulling. So like Moist, now they see where the circle is going to be pulling here once it closes.
So Blackhand's still in a decent spot for now.
The dotted circle. As you can see, Moist immediately went to the ring console, so that's why they opted to stay here in Overlook, because they want to see where this is going, and then that'll give them the information about where to make their next step to the next rotation.
They aren't going to know that they aren't quite in the following house, though, or following circle, though.
Ghost Town here, I think that could potentially be Godspot. Going a little bit further into this game and go next, who we're kind of hoping we'd get a
NRG probably in the best spot of most teams there. Same thing for Pioneers, because I think their building's also still in
I'm interested to see how
the following
they
ring.
make their next move, because although they are playing by that choke and realizes to their left, the moment that either of those teams engage on one another, that position is a pretty good position to hold with the natural LOS opportunity that you have to get out of those LOS sites from NRG, from the likes of KCP through those buildings. So you could hold that hillside and still have high advantage depending on where that circle is going to shift, even if it shifts over to the west side of where that next circle is. Getting engaged in a fight already. NRG is the team that was inside of this building originally, and Optic Gaming smell blood. They want to share some of this building space with them, and instead of going and contesting them on the inside, they're just going to be hanging
I don't
on the
hate
bottom
this
side,
spot for Optic. The only problem is
from the teams that share this building.
I mean, it's playable, but I'm doing playable
you
in
can get,
air quotes here.
like,
I don't know if it's just
naded out
like
pretty
PTSD
easily.
from the caustic days of World's Edge, and when you play under here, and it's just like every single time you're getting grenaded
Gassed
into
out.
a corner and then caustic altered to death.
Yeah.
Like almost just every single time, maybe even several teams on repeat as that happens. But it is playable, so we'll see how Optic survives underneath there. Certainly NRG will be a little bit happier inside the building. Here's that rotation now from Moist. It's a big balloon. Do they actually make it? They decide to play the respawn beacon.
That's so well
and the
done.
Bins. Interesting decision.
That's scary. I mean, where do they go at that point? They don't have information with a scan passive.
Yeah, but
where flying
they
over a
know
bunch
that
of
they're in
teams
the
and
middle of the
you just see
following
all
ring.
the
The
bullets of the
following ring's
30-30s
off
ringing through like
edge, so it's
fireworks,
going to
and they
close
fly right
somewhere
past all
towards
of
them.
You have to, I feel
Right?
like at that position, you have to be actually quite disciplined with your smokes as a Bangalore. I think it's 15 seconds for the cooldown there between the smokes, and you really just have to use them. You can't almost smoke two things at once, right? You just have to use one at a time to make sure you've always got some cover to hide yourself in.
Oh, I saw blood splatter right there. Could be already a cracked player landing with just health. Kampu, unfortunately, couldn't get the follow-up with the G7 there, but is still holding this position. This is a nice position for Realize to hold, a position that I thought Optic Gaming may have wanted to hold themselves, but now they just gave that free real estate to Realize. They'll be able to move into that next circle, and Fnatic are going to be able to find themselves in the lobby instead. 15 squads
Bro, Fnatic had like a 20-something point game number one in their first set, and then they've just literally just shat the bed for the next
Starting to put that on
6.
Team Singularity, who are about to get cleaned up
7.
by FC Destroy.
Now 8.
Elysium. I
Crazy.
don't care how good you are. Oh, headbutts the grenade there, and that's, I don't know, I guess he was a little bit dizzy as he gets taken out with the R9.
Team Singularity out. 14 squads left while shifting
Kind of
their
insane
attention.
for
FC
real.
Destroy. Let's not forget, they were hugging the vault doors of that armory, of that tunnel, and now are going to be able to rotate around past the north side of the train tracks, as well as finding IBG, who don't want to fully engage. They're inside of that train cart too, on that slight high ground, not fully in the circle, but the bloodbath that's going to come out from the teams that have to funnel outside of Fragment will be easy pickings for IBG with this position if FC Destroy doesn't pitch from behind.
Yeah, currently IBG, both them and J-Lings are sort of split holding, you know, RV and building or train tracks, and a little bit below there with Ziki. just trying to maximize their position to hurt.
Where does Blackhand go on the circle is the question, right?
As the circle closes over the next 30 seconds.
Sweet wanted to poke around for a little bit, said nope, never mind, and he was literally one shot before he jumped right inside back into the building, and they were able to reinforce the doors with the catalyst. Bambino gets taken out by a 30-30 coming in from Ubli, and Optic Gaming now still playing off the slow ground. See that team from right behind them, but can't fully push because the
I believe it's Obli, not Ubli, but I could be wrong on that. Oxygen Esports out.
Okay, Sentinels.
Oxygen been rather quiet in this lobby.
Will be used. There's no point leaving anything in the tank, and Koifol has just a shred of health to play with here, but they can't make it through. Aurora and Onyx will make sure of that.
That was the bloodbath that we were going to see. They were forced to just be out in the open, and where do you go from here when IBG has the height and also has this free reign over where you're forced to rotate?
So Blackhand's pushing themselves into a third-party situation here.
Blackhand losing out on Strafing Flame. Back away
Bro.
right now. Easy Flash Kid having to be careful right through that gravity.
Moist coming into.
Lose out on Strafing Flame. See player. I was wondering if he was.
Oh no, that's.
He does set up fences on another fence time, but then now
KCP.
there's the line of sight of another team. Optic also get a knock with a thermite.
Blackhand's about to go out here, I'm pretty sure.
Finally engaging onto NRG, so KCP on the other side find Blackhand in these two split fights.
KCP doing well.
So Blackhand here with Moist. Who's the third team here then?
More will flood in.
Is that
It
Onyx?
looks like MT's decision to take the respawn beacon is paying off. All of a sudden, they lord down upon the teams below them. It's a great vantage point here for Moist Esports.
This is off of them using an evac.
Why is that a
tower to get into
dishonorable
position
win?
of those crates. Insane here. While they're able to keep oppressing this team from inside
So that
the truck.
IBG
Staying
pushing
gets taken
into
out thanks to the wall seat
KCP.
right there too. He also did a little bit of tick damage from what looked like to be the thermite. KCP out. 7 squads left here, while Moist still have that slight high ground. NRG are taking some pressure.
Optic out
Gaming
7.
Get eliminated by NRG doing the comeback.
As soon as they take any aggro, Moist have got another team that they can
Is
go
that
farm
IBG in there,
KP,
right?
so they'll
Yeah, it's
pull back.
IBG.
They won't waste too much time.
It's a big
there,
game
and
for
they'll
Moist here, man. That's what they needed.
harassing another team. So here we go, round 5.
Kind of sucks that it's another APAC South
IBG
team, but
have
is what
to
it
try
is,
and
man.
get above their APAC South compatriots here, but they're
Come
not
on, Moist.
going to make it. Moist pull back now, and they've got to worry about Aurora and NRG.
Oh, but while the fighting's happening over on the right side by No Name, realize, take advantage, and clean up the team that's leaving fragments. This is the team that was close to
NRG gonna
Optic
go
Gaming on the
down
south side of the
here.
circle. Now they have free reign.
Aurora's
on the
close to
entire
going
west
down
side of
here
the
as
circle.
well,
Moist by
which means it's going to be
Aurora.
Moist
The
coming
third
up.
party's gonna come in from Realize.
So
Being
Moist
so
and
clean
Realize.
here. Waltzy needs to get the armor swap. Will he get it? Oh, actually, he's going for the bat instead. But the gravity
Nice.
comes up. Have they reset in time? Do they have enough left in the
MT?
tank? Moist, it's all
No.
up to
Realize.
Waltzy. A couple of bullets left. He pulls out the repeater, but it's not enough.
Such a smart, patient game from Realize. Landing in thermal, making the rotation to the south side. Gives a thumbs up real quick with the
You
monster
are a
in hand.
monster.
Especially after that game. Realize. Really realizing, I mean, very similar to what we had seen.
Realize that Realize
in
just won.
At A and B stage
Crazy.
where they took, or rather they had gotten second place with 11 KP to their name. It was TSM that had taken that game, but it was so close until they finally got that dub right there. The smiles, feeling themselves a little bit, get that little head nod here too on top of that. That's what we like to see from our APAC teams.
I mean, you've got to understand, these are some of the most veteran
Trying to make sure he gets put in the highlights for the day, you know what I mean?
I mean, those guys have been around since the very start. Karapu and Obli, they were there in Poland. They have, they've been almost all the way to the top, but still something eludes them. The trophy, Vicky, and a win like that will just give them that feeling that they're one step closer.
Hey, when they make the comeback after game number 1, they fell in 16th with no KP. Before that game alone, they were sitting in 14th. It was a huge deal there for them to make the comeback and get a huge last game on World's Edge before transitioning now into Stormpoint. I do believe that is a team that does excel a lot better on World's Edge, and I keep highlighting that because it makes a difference for the squads that do.
All right, so we have 3 more games left for the day.
Going into these different map swaps. That's it for World's Edge. imagine that's it to say from what these teams were able to provide on that map. Our
So who
final
does
three
the
games
last
going at the
two?
Stormfront. But before we get there,
Gaskin and
I wanna hear
Onset,
some
right?
thoughts over by Rainday.
Well, that's exactly what we've got for you, Vicky Kitty and Genome. Thoughts and some handsome men right by me here, all dressed to the nines. Well, I guess, you know, what are we, the sevens? Maybe the nines will be on Sunday. We're going to keep elevating as we move forward throughout the championship. Rainday, Dia, Zephyr, and Graceful now on the desk to walk you through games 1 versus 3 and set up games 4 versus 6, which will also come on.
All right, how many pauses do we get on
Graceful,
Stormpoint chat?
We saw Realize take that win, a big win for them. They've been performing quite well today. I believe in their earlier group, they were around 5th place overall. Walk me through what you saw in that final circle, and also walk me through kind of what you're seeing here in terms of Realize's performance over the day.
So everybody's performance in general has been ramping up rapidly, I would say. Realize specifically has been, okay, let's just say APAC in general, Realize as well, have all been guns blazing in general, I would say.
Yeah.
This right here, though, underneath, the zone is pulling towards them on the underneath side bridge on the east side of Frag East or No Name
What's up,
Village.
Booger?
They're able to just clean up fight after fight, taking isolated fights, and just...
yeah?
They're so good at fighting together. As a team, when you're a death ball, and you can trust your guy when you're saying, I'm swinging left, I'm swinging right, and somebody follows up, you feel unstoppable.
I think we can
and
get
they're
you
just
some
showcasing
cookies.
that
All right,
so
let's get you some
perfectly.
cookies.
Is that something that APAC maybe brings a little bit more to the table?
Yeah, back
Unity
chat.
and how they like to fight, how they move?
Yes, so the biggest thing that people haven't really realized yet, since Seer came out of the meta a little bit, Apex is gods of mechanics. I would say all players, rollers, mouse, and keyboards. Now that they get to showcase this, just raw fighting prowess, they've been all over the, like they're going so hard on everyone.
Zephyr, clearly it's working. It worked here in this final circle. Still a very competitive overall group. Moist Esports, a team we had talked about earlier. Even Aurora having a couple of nice games. And I know you like EMEA, or at least... who doesn't know you like EMEA?
Return for EMEA, all but a little bit here. Aurora, and of course, I'll give a little tail into Pioneers for some of our early matches today, but I'm always happy to see that, especially in what we talk about when we go into the more competitive kind of micro analysis of, say, those APAC teams. You start to target Aurora, the likes of them, very similarly having that kind of success as we make our way down towards our bottom 10 here. Not much to say. A fantastic representation, though, for Jailings, especially after they got that great wipe on MDY wipe early on.
You know, it's interesting, Dia, I know you like to talk about South America. We were just talking a little bit of your backstage Brazil stories, but in terms of that, Kick, not able to do too much with that win against TSM, though it does kind of give them a lot of confidence going forward. TSM still leading on the day after 3.
Yeah, they're obviously going to do really well. I think TSM, the biggest surprise for me has been how quickly they've jumped into the day. Normally I see them taking a little while to warm up during the playoffs. And actually, to touch on the South America point as well, having talked to both these teams, they feel like this is their most difficult group. Both Kick and Singularity have a little bit of a difficult time, with Kick being constantly contested, and Singularity having to change up their own drops in order to suit specifically A versus D.
Most importantly, too, just remember, the story of South America, for those joining us, is that they did not make it into finals. Not a representative from South America has had a chance to even play in match point. So just doing that in championship, obviously it's a step forward, but ultimately they want to be competing for the top prize. What has changed, though, over the past couple of months in Apex is a lot, whether it's meta, whether it's characters, or whether it's just the ring. And Graceful, walk us through what has changed, because Season 18 brought some updates to the pace of the ring in a very significant way.
So I would say it's very different. We have to look at it from two perspectives. In both pubs and competitive, the average match time has gone down drastically, right? But in general, since most people in pro gameplay play Edge as well, that honestly hasn't changed too much. Ring 3 on average is when most teams rotate into the actual zone, or where they fight for an actual god spot or a spot. So the macro hasn't really changed too much, but the timings have changed. So you actually have to make up way faster plans now, and you know, crafting masks also costs more now for medkits in zone. They gotta be fast.
One of the things we kind of talked about is that, in fact, this ring change isn't necessarily that you can't do the same things, but you have different consequences for doing those same things. As in a word, you're now going to run into different teams, Zephyr. You're going to have to take different rotations. You may still be able to get those med kits, but it's going to result in obviously now having to face a new challenge.
Exactly, and we got to see that actually earlier today. I know they're not here right now, but Alliance, we pick on them especially, and they were held out by NRG in landslide, forced to rotate all the way through back in this zone. And previously, where you can take the opportunity to kind of get your resources in a better state before you then approach Zone 3. You're not able to do that anymore, and as a result, we are seeing a lot of that punishment, not just there, but with so many of our teams today.
Great points, and obviously we're going to continue this roundtable as we head to the rest of the games in just a moment. But before we do, we have to get to one of my favorite segments of the day, and that's, of course, WD Black's What's in Your Pack. Each day we will highlight an item that maybe has a bit of an impact or maybe just has highlighted itself today, no matter what. Dia, the car SMG has been in full force, demonstrating why SMGs in general, but also this weapon, is a great pick.
Especially because of its versatility, the car is always going to be such a valued pick. The ability to pick up both heavy and light ammo makes it really good in the early stage and late stage of the game when things get a little bit antsy. As well as that, it's really not that far off from the R99. It is a slightly, I guess, less popular weapon, but it serves a very similar role. Graceful, am I hitting the right points?
You're definitely hitting the right point. The biggest thing is that SMGs in general have been powerful across the all season generally, right? But we're talking about the best players in the world. They can control an R9, a car, like we do ARs, generally speaking. They can shoot you from 0 to 100 meters and they'll just hit you for 100 and stuff like that. It's just so versatile, just the SMG in general. You play it mid-range, close range, and it just steamrolls.
And with the rise of, I think, more acceptance of controller being a standard meta in Apex, especially in these close engagements, where the way I was described it is that if you have a most important moment, it's usually going to be up close. Those most important moments, far away, rarely happen, but the up close ones happen. That's where controller, that's where SMGs shine, and so that has kind of dictated where we have seen Apex Legends go. Obviously, we have 3 more games to come up. I want to leave it open to you guys as well. Any predictive thoughts? How are we feeling, TSM? You know, I thought that they would show up pretty well today. I think they have. I'm not sure if anyone is rebutting that. I know you've talked about 4 out of 6 zones earlier on went their way graceful. Are you now impressed with their play and not just the luck of the zones?
So this is the thing. We're getting to the stage of the day where veterans are stepping up. You see Pioneer stepping up, J-Links is stepping up. You know, all these veterans across all the rosters are finally getting into their groove. And I would say that generally speaking, they're warmed up. They're ready to hit the, hit everyone. I saw TSM with a good macro as well. They fight every 3v3 so clean. They're showing why they're so far ahead of most teams in many aspects. But all the veterans, they got their niche, some got the macro, some got the fighting. But in the end, it's all about adapting. And veterans, they're the best at that.
I want to piggyback off of what you said just at the start there. KCP, Pioneers, they also very much veterans. I think they can go a little bit further, and the big test to me is going to come in the next map once we get over to Stormpoint, because that's when they have Mill. I talked about Mill. It was fantastic for Dark Zero. They get it all to themselves. They're not contested, much like Dreamfire weren't earlier today, and that's where they have to make a big splash.
And alongside that, when we talk about veterans, you can't help but bring up Moist. We've gotten a lot of the shine out of the APAC region, but especially earlier today, it felt like Moist weren't quite hitting it. They've started off this series with a bang, and I'm watching to see if they, like many of their brethren, can continue with the same fervor that we have seen.
Interestingly enough, Oxygen Esports for me, they're a team that is notably underperforming. And I think it's only because we've kind of set the story up for them to be performing today. They came
the Jayhawk
off
curse.
Split 2. They've obviously got the skill. There's a previous champion winner there in Vayne, and I think that means that expectations are high. But sometimes, as we've seen this, high expectations don't always lead to a team feeling more confident when that is on their back. A team maybe like NRG that comes to mind does a little bit better when the expectations are a little lower on them. They almost surprise us and play well with that off their back. But 3 games to go. What does that mean for Oxygen? What does that mean for TSM? Maybe no longer contesting. And what does that mean for any of these APAC squads, especially Realize, to continue the momentum? We are going to throw it in and get ready for our next 3
All right, let's get it. And it's Onset and Gasket.
Over to Stormpoint. Oh, and we're switching casters as well. And I think one of them just had and made me a coffee. Of course, I'm talking about Onset and Gaskin. Looking good over there. How you doing, Bells?
Pretty good, man. You did change what I did to the coffee, though. That sounded weirder than it was meant to. He topped it up with cold water because he wanted it straight away. I thought I'd give him a nice hot coffee. He'd be good for that, but apparently it wasn't quite
Classic
right.
Americans always doing
something
different.
Right? But I will say, Dan, we've got 3 games left, and I'm ready to give this some energy, my friend. Stormpoint is where we're heading, and we're going to find out exactly how this group is going to look at the end of play.
And we do have Stormpoint specialists. I mean, I always say it, there are going to be some teams who prefer prefer it. The worrying thing for this lobby, TSM historically have been better at Storm Point over the most recent lands, and they are currently leading going into match 4, so maybe that is going to be bad news for the rest of the teams. But Moist are not far
I don't know. I
behind.
feel like
Only a few
TSM
points
already got their couple
separating
of
the
northern
top
zones
3
for
teams. So who's going to step up
World or
as we
for
go
Storm
into
Point here.
Point? Usually, we can see a couple of early fights happening. We do have a contest happening. Again, it's going to be Kick. We know they constantly want to fight against someone else. Onyx versus Kick is going to happen.
It is indeed. Let's see what happens then. 3 more games to go today before day 1 is done and dusted, everybody. Birmingham, we've got a lot of Apex Legends, of course, ahead of us, but let's give these players a little bit of energy to send them home with a smile on their face today. Love to hear that. Storm Point is where we're heading. Dan, you ready?
I think I'm ready.
Let's do this.
We're absolutely ready, and these players, I hope they are ready. It's been a long day for some of them, but now is their chance to shine. Even if you were able to get 1 victory.
What is
here,
it about
that could be the
Apex that
difference
even
maker
though
with
it
your
gets good
chances
viewership
of getting
online
into
compared to
that
other
winners
esports,
bracket? The drop shits
that the live
loaded,
viewership
and
suffers,
we are
Chad?
gonna see
What do you
the
guys
players
think?
now dropping on into Storm Point.
Well, here we go then. Storm Point to end the day, and what a turnaround it's been for Moist. We saw them a little bit earlier today, playing a little bit of Apex Legends. Didn't look like the Moist we were used to, but a very, very strong performance in the first 3 games on World's Edge. We had a 3rd place, we had a 7th and a 2nd. Couldn't quite go over the line for the Champions banner, Dan, but they had a pretty good run.
They did have a good run indeed. Now, are we going to see the fight happening? Yes, Cascade Falls is where we'll see 2 teams taking on one another. Also, we might see a fight between Go Next and FC Destroy, but I think they should be splitting. Yes, they will. So Go Next and FC Destroy are not going to fight against each other. Instead, it will be Cascade Falls, where our first fight is, and Onyx already getting up close and personal with the Mastiff.
Well, there's a jump scare. Crusader trying to finish off this kill. Might have an opportunity to just pop a couple of cells, but Onyx looking to take that fight. Peacekeeper in the hands here of Raki, and we know that in a contest, if you can find a PK, then usually you can get huge, huge entry damage. Finding those weapon drops obviously so important when you are contesting, and you see at the moment that one team's a little bit more split than the other. Onyx looking to push in here, and there's a car on the floor, and there is that first knock, and it's going to go in the favor here of Onyx.
Yeah, that's 2 now for Onyx, and it is kicked down to just the 1 remaining player. Maybe it was going to be a change of fortunes for them after finally winning the contest against TSM in their 3rd match.
I wonder if we see Kick start doing what Noctum started doing during Split 2 playoffs and just reactionary landing.
Will continue. Very tough when you are being contested game after game, but unfortunately that's just how the cookie crumbles in Apex Legends, as Onyx just try and stamp a little bit of authority on Cascade Falls.
Well, Staller's going to be last player alive. You can see that, unfortunately, he's going to have to think about playing this one out solo, or maybe wrapping back for some banners in a little bit, but you can already see that the time on those banners is disappearing before our eyes. Now, let's look at where the zone is going to be going. We do have a little bit of beacon information to relay to you wonderful people at home and here in Birmingham as well. And Checkpoint fans, NRG fans, well, you're going to be smiling.
Yeah, I think this is really good news for NRG. Optic Gaming Pioneers all should be able to move very quickly to some of the prime positions up towards Checkpoint and the surrounding areas. For Blackhand, they also want to try and make their way. They've got that beacon information, so they're going to have a really good idea of where they want to play here. And that's why they are going for the speediest approach with a Trident.
Yeah, they'll be playing the little tunnel at the moment on the cut through to where this zone probably will be ending a little bit later on. Pioneers securing.
Were they going to use
They made
the
a very, very sharp
Trident to block one of the doors, you think?
And they can be able to reinforce and play for that end game. And having this kind of composition, quick rotate, you're going to be feeling pretty good, Dan. You've got the Catalyst, you've of course got the Newcastle as well, all sorts of defenses to play around.
Yeah, TSM had a ring console to work with. Go Next had a survey beacon, and they're also making their journey up because they would have seen all the movement and they would have seen where all those players were going, so they'll have a rough idea as well. So there are going to be a good 10 to 12 teams in Checkpoint in a matter of moments. So that is a lot of early movers, which means there is going to be a long and kind of
no, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be too busy today. It's a Wednesday, right? Like usually we see Thursday crowd even still struggle.
Circle and try and force their way in. They're probably going to be griefed a bit.
Well, Blackhand maybe thinking about trying to make a play for one of these buildings. You could see that Strafe and Flame was thinking about putting that cat wall down so they could maybe scuttle across and not take a little bit of fire and deny some LOSs from some other teams.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, this is Champions. I'm sure when we look at it compared to
a little bit of a rotate coming in from them.
DCT, RLCS Champions weekends, like it won't
first kill does go down. Lovely stuff
quite
from Hamadrill.
be the same thickness in the crowd, you know what I mean?
If you can get around it and catch someone off guard, you can shred with that R99, and now it's a matter of trying to find the remaining players. But if you are going to drop down, you need a little bit of help, and they have to be careful there, FC Destroy. You don't want to give a free knock too easily. So I prefer this. Just wait, stay together, and maybe you can have a push together.
Scans coming in as well, so they know there's maybe more than one team who are having a little poke at this, but it does look like it's fairly isolated for now. Bambino and Slough going to be the last 2 players alive down on that low ground, so that's why they can't drop without that risk that you were talking about. Oxygen and esports creeping up on this though, Dan, and having a little look themselves.
Yeah, and we spoke about Oxygen a lot prior to this series, and they weren't able to get going on World's Edge. Only 9 points at the moment, but the good thing is no one has really accumulated a large amount of points across World's Edge.
That's true.
22 points off of first place at the moment, and that is definitely achievable on any map, but Stormpoint especially. If you can be one of those squads that picks up kill after kill, you might be able to find something. Now, Ironblood Gaming going to be able to get the res. They were able to get a knock at the same time, but just a couple of teams who are rotating in got in a fight. It was Aurora who were on the receiving end of this one, and unfortunately they're going to lose 2 players.
Cleaning up the damage. Simple as that, 2 knocks coming in. DigiThreat going to be pinged as well, which is of course absolutely vital, especially with the amount of Bangalores that we see knocking about on this map. Stormpoint. So Ironblood Gaming didn't get the full wipe, like you say, but have cleared the way here. It should be pretty comfortable, and by the looks of things, Dan, fully looted as well.
Yeah, fully looted, booted, and they will have the entirety of the Southwest. It will only really be when they start to get towards checkpoint that they're going to come across any sort of trouble, so they should have a relatively relaxing journey for now. The same can be said for Team Singularity and Disguised, who are going to be rotating late. Realize are still at Lightning Rod, may I add, but they will have a survey beacon up there and a ring console, so they might be waiting that one out just to get even extra information for their very late rotation.
Every little
White
thing
are holding the northern side of the zone at the moment, but everyone else is in or around checkpoint areas. It is getting very congested over here.
TSM found their way into one of these buildings just south of checkpoint POI itself. And this is going to be one of those slow burner games here where the excitement, the anticipation is just going to build. Everybody is finding playable spots, I should say, not just for this zone, Dan, but for the next one as well.
And we've had some heavy zone shifts so far today. I mean, I even saw the players in the chat complaining about it a little bit, obviously joking around, saying, God damn, these polls that are ruining my day, but it's one of those things you have to accept. And sometimes when you play those outer edges, when you play the maybe not quite as priority of a position, you do get rewarded here or there, but when they do pull like this, we're probably going to see a very predictable zone over towards checkpoint.
Yeah, so Stormpoint certainly a little bit easier, in my opinion, to predict where we are going to be having an end game. Dan's saying that because he's just seen a little bit of ring information that will relate to you as soon as someone on our screens hits a beacon to get that themselves. But not too unpredictable, I would say, for a lot of the teams here. Some of them playing for that high ground, looking to wrap down. If you're wondering where the zone is going to be going, we're going down a little bit more south than we were, but Disguise has got to be careful that they just don't get downed right now, because Lou has to pop a bat, Xenox has to pop a bat, because just above them is going to be Team Singularity.
Well, I said that Disguise and Singularity would have a comfortable, relaxing rotation, but I wasn't expecting them to kind of end up at Stormcatcher together. Whether they want to take this fight, either of them, that's going to be the question. They'll probably know it's an isolated one, so that always gives you something.
Hello.
There's 3 players.
Oh, Lee, they probably weren't expecting all of them to jump up like that, though.
Full send, but look at the head glitch being played here. However, just as you thought there was going to be multiple knocks coming in from one side, the first does go the way of their opponents. Now Disguise down to 2. And on the other side, you can see Team Singularity also down to 2. Swapping over though, FC Destroyer finally making their move now, down on that low ground, looking to clear it out. 3 players do drop, and it looks like Go Next might be down to just 1.
Yeah, FC Destroy now should be able to find out that last remaining player. Disguised and Team Singularity still having a little bit of a scrap, but it looked
There
like it
are
took
8
FC
players
Destroy quite some time
eliminated,
to build
no
up the
team's
courage
gone,
to drop
though.
down the hole, but eventually they will go, and we head back to Stormcatcher now. Disguise
2v2
versus Singularity.
2v2 still. Team Singularity trying to take that high ground back off. They got the beacon, and you wonder if they're going to try and stick the res. And also, you're going to be wondering if Disguise have also realized that might be a play coming in. The respawn has been called in, so they weren't challenged why they were doing it. So that 2v2 is about to turn into a 3v2 in 2 seconds' time.
Well, Lou, last remaining player, and will go down.
Wow.
And it is going to be a successful set of kills from
Vamos!
Singularity to take out Disguise. And as I mentioned, a very isolated fight at the time. But there is a team nearby that might have a sniff at Singularity, but right now it's FC Destroy under a little bit of pressure. They made too much of a ruckus. Maybe that push took a little bit too long.
Minotaur just stunned here as well, and they're going to have to retreat down to that low ground. Going to try and stick this res here. The catwall will go down just to give him a little bit of protection from any team who does fall. Amadrill back to his feet, so not too much of a problem for them. As I say that though, all of a sudden the problem rears its ugly head once more. Shady now going in himself for Onyx Esports, but doesn't get that knock, but so much damage being done. The question is, can they finish this off here? Flesh damage coming in. Surely this is going to be a clean wipe. Yes, it is. SC Destroy will fall, and it's Onyx
Bro,
Esports.
APAC South has just been slaying in their 3v3.
I think that's going to be frustrating for FC Destroy after they probably took too long to try and push the remaining players. Also,
I think that was a 3v2, but still, just their gunfights.
They
They've
were
been,
isolated, but now realize it's going to be there
as a whole, looking really solid.
And more than happy to play gatekeepers here to get up and get the kills on the final pieces that were left of Singularity. And I just think the zone damage is going to be too much for Team Singularity. They were never given that opportunity to really reset. They will back off, they will run away, but Realize definitely got the better of them.
Yeah, Realize probably thinking KP from our position, not the worst thing in the world. They do have to work their way into zone, and that zone is shifting away from both of those teams extremely quickly. Elsewhere, you can see a couple of fights breaking out here. Iron Blood trying to send it, but that's not the best Horizontal that I've ever seen. However, catching someone off guard in the corner, that'll do the job.
Yeah, surprised to see a player just kind of hiding there in the corner, maybe unexpected of the push. But Iron Blood Gaming say thank you very much. We will lap that up, as at the moment they are playing with so much confidence, more than happy to push on to anything that they see. And the Armors are looking at a good position as well. So Iron Blood Gaming will be happy for now.
Do they know Shady's behind them in the
as round 2 closes in 10 seconds, they're going to have
cave
to move
or no?
even further west, but southwest, which is something that we were touching upon before we had all those engagements. We're not going quite up as far as north as checkpoint. Instead, it is going to be a little bit further southwest.
Speaking of checkpoint and taking a look at it now, NRG who drop over here, of course, trying to defend this height, trying to defend anyone walking up from them. But it's going to be an interesting rotate for NRG. You can see that the zone has shifted down to the south of where they find themselves. So if they do want to get into a position to be involved in this endgame, they're going to have to go through a few teams and fight their way forward.
A few? There's so many, because everyone
most of the
joined
lobby.
them.
Okay, most of the lobby.
Everyone joined them up towards checkpoint. We've still got 18 squads remaining. You said it was a slow burner because with a circle like this, everyone decided they wanted to move early, but there was a lot of teams that predicted checkpoint or at least around
Blackhand's got
Those
good
who were
spot.
arriving a little bit later,
Player K is calling his
green
fucking
here. Even
mind out
Oxygen
right
down
now.
on that southern tip. They're still in a good spot to try and rotate through. Sure, they
Or not
might
Player
be
K,
held out
Shaving
by
Flame.
Sentinels. You've got to look at Sentinels, Blackhand, Optic Gaming. They're in some of the best spots right now.
Well, Oxygen Esports, I think their plan is going to be to try and force Sentinels and Blackhand to engage and be the third party who comes in and steals away one of those buildings. However, you can also see that Team Singularity have managed to get that res back on. However,
If what
when
is
they get
true or
into
not.
the ring, they might be met with a little bit of a surprise because Iron Blood Gaming and Realize are hunting right now on the edge of zone. Elsewhere, MDY White trying to wrap behind Jailings, I believe this is, at the northern side of where this zone is at the moment, but trying to wrap through zone, it's such a risky play. However, if you catch someone off guard, it can be a rewarding one too.
Yeah, they pinged it, they saw him, and I think it's caught Jailings off guard, and Jailings have already lost 2, and MDY White will say thank you very much, we will take this choke, and they force Jailings out of position, and I think Jailings are going to be so disappointed and frustrated with that one. Maybe not expecting anyone to take that wrap through the zone.
Watch your back. Because MDY White, they're creeping around and they're trying to edge their way towards zone now. Did have to use a lot of utility to get into this position. You saw the cat wall being put down as well. And look at Team Singularity, man. Look at them go. Just when you thought the game was over for them, just when you thought there was no chance, all 3 of them back on the map here. As Kick Esports, Stal, who was the last player alive, remember, on the contest.
I mean, this will be sad, really, won't it? After having a really tough day.
Don't give it away.
I'm not going to give it away. This is the benefit of not having a seer, by the way.
I don't know about that.
You can get away with doing things
But
like this.
I get where you're coming
Kick
from.
need Stal to at least survive to top 15 to get a point on the board.
Oh.
And it looks like he's gone at least under the radar here.
Aurora eliminated in the meantime. We saw the rest of Jailings getting eliminated, and ooh, Stal's gonna be safe.
No
everyone.
way.
He's made his way in.
Should be okay. He just wants to see in that kill feed a couple more teams to be eliminated. He's doing the best he can for Kick in the position that they have been put in. Now Iron Blood Gaming still taking fights against opposition teams that maybe they think they are far better, far superior at that, because it doesn't look like Iron Blood Gaming fear anyone at the moment. Reps and Hal have just gone down, by the way. TSM are being griefed. Zane also getting involved, so this is not looking good for TSM.
TSM eliminated.
TSM outie.
Coming in from Yuka to finish things off. Fnatic been a little bit quiet in this lobby as well. They're down in 20th position after World's Edge, so they really have to pick it up here.
Onyx
in these
got
final
him
3
15.
games. Onyx Esports are eliminated as well. So now all of a sudden we're down to 14, and by the time this zone closes down, and everybody who's watching right now, you can expect that to drop considerably.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams who are on that southern side need to move fast. So we saw Ironblood Gaming, who were looking confident, they were looking to get into fights, but that's for one reason, and one reason that
I think Blackhand is in one of the I think they're in the bigger donuts,
they
right?
Have to get in the engagements, or they have to move quick,
Or
because
one of
the zone
the
is going to
trios?
force them around the mountain that they find themselves in. As for Fnatic, it's a small journey that they have to go from north to south here to get into this circle, but I think they're a little bit concerned.
I think when they showed them
of the
earlier,
teams
they
who
were
already
sitting
find themselves in. NRG
this, I think.
have got a player alive. Optic Gaming find themselves in the building just south of them as well. But this has been a tough shift for a lot of players to try and adapt to after predicting it to go a little bit more further north to checkpoint.
Look at
Penis.
Stalman. Look at him.
Having a great day.
God, it feels good to have Rats back. I'm going to say it.
I mean, it feels good for at least Kick to be able to get some points on the board here. And if he can rat to a top 10, and it is very much job done. Ironblood Gaming, they moved up to first position in the overall leaderboards.
Oh, that's still Singularity there.
Ripping through shields.
Ironblood Gaming takes Singularity down. Kick Esports still alive, by the way, but maybe not for much longer. However, you never know in these situations. Maybe you pick yourself up a little armor upgrade on the way through. Maybe you see an opportunity to follow a friend up one of these balloons, but is the zone going to be the winner here? I think it might be Kick Esports.
Yep.
Good try.
Did
2
get
placement
10th
points.
place, though, so an extra placement point, job done, respect to the man. Ironblood Gaming now are going to be very much roughed up as they arrive into the zone. It's realized doing the damage. 8 squads now remain.
Obviously, last player alive as well. They're eliminated, and it's Sentinels who are holding them out. So all of those teams who were down on the southern side of the zone now eliminated.
Ooh, I think that means Blackhand has circle, right?
As we find ourselves with 7 squads remaining. Sentinels in a really, really solid spot. But the one team that you want to be right now is Blackhand. They're in the only building which is involved in this final zone.
Yeah, it will be a target building potentially for some teams to try and desperately drop on top of if they're able to get up into the sky. But with it being such a small circle now, if you even try and get an evac tower down, the likelihood is you will be focused. So sometimes it's about timing and making sure that you are the team that gets up first. Now, potentially a pause here, and we'll see what happens as the players just make sure that everything is correct and everything is dandy.
Make sure this final zone is played out the way that it should be, but it does give us an opportunity to give you a little bit of the lay of the land, how everything's looking, as we do have, as you can see, just in the background there on the main stage.
All right.
The top down of the map.
Another
Actually,
pause,
you know what? I'm gonna give that
baby.
information away, just in case someone takes the headset off now.
Just in case.
Done this before.
Competitive integrity is everything. Great to have the game pause feature and make sure that all things are working for all the players. So we've got 7 squads remaining.
I was going to say, one thing we can do is talk through who the squads are.
Yes, we can. So we've got Fnatic, Moist, Optic, Blackhand, MDY White, and Sentinels, and then a solo player of NRG. So there is definitely a lot to play for here. And
They're not supposed to be talking here, by the way.
You mentioned it yourself, Blackhand in a really good position
It has been
right now,
told.
and could be the favorites to win this final circle.
Do like the position of Fnatic as well. I will say, we've talked about how they wrapped from the northern side of the zone. Well, you've got to think everyone who's in front of them has to either leave a building or will be contested on their way down that hill towards where that zone is going. So Fnatic might be in a position to clean up those pieces, but we'll have to see what happens on the restart. But some good points for some teams who needed them as well. We're talking about this top 7. We mentioned Fnatic were down in 20th position with a 14, a 17, and a 16th position in the first 3 games that we did see on World's Edge. So this is certainly going to be an improvement.
Do you know what I do find funny? It's not hilarious, but it's a little bit funny. Is how sometimes things that start in World's Edge end up still happening on Stormpoint. We had MDY White and J-Links contesting each other a little bit on World's Edge, and then we saw MDY White take down J-Links by out-rotating and going in the red here on Stormpoint. But you can see, game is about to resume.
All right, here we go.
Make sure US players are ready to go as we have now unpaused the game. We're back into the action.
Well, here we go then, straight into the action, and what a perfect time to join us if you just joined us at home, because this is going to be the final zone, starting to be an influence on how these teams start to move. You can see Moist Esports, who have had a very, very good performance with these A&D groups matching up. Well, they're looking to continue that. 3rd place overall at the moment. Haven't got that win yet. They'll kind of be
Moist doesn't have the best of rotation, especially since they have a team that's actually in this building, plus they have another squad across the way. I think it's Optic, right?
For grabs here, do Moist Esports. Round 5 about to close. Now, NRG, as I mentioned, are a solo. Nathan, last remaining player, just trying to rat out and maybe get into that top 5 to secure those extra placements.
But Moist and Fnatic, they're both
Oh,
going to
it's
have to
Fnatic
move. So
over there.
Dark Veils to give you that little bit of cover, whichever way you want to enter this zone. But for Fnatic, it's pretty as simple as north to south and take any sort of height you can over the other teams.
I think they wanted to try and fight against MDYY and just clear out this western side of the zone. The only problem is their Dark Veil was met with another Dark Veil, so the time is not on their side. But look at Nathan, still alive for NRG. I mentioned how the lack of seer is a good thing, in my personal opinion. It allows those solo plays to be made. Well, maybe Nathan for NRG can do that, but unfortunately, not this time around. NRG eliminated as Fnatic now under pressure.
Fnatic and MDYY are going to be right next to each other. You need to hit shots with this car if you can.
NRG out.
Just try and maybe get that extra little bit of opening damage for the team. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough.
MDYY out.
Still hold strong.
Points for Fnatic though, much better from them. MDYY win that fight, and now will control one part of the zone. The only problem is, it's been you who's left
looking
on
to go
his
down
own
now.
in this situation. Will
Oh,
be
it's a
able
pretty
to
good
drop
spot.
down to the bottom
That's
of this
a good
waterfall.
spot.
Will be able to survive, but for how long? That's the question, because here comes
Oh,
Sentinels,
Sentinels on him.
free KP for them.
Wow, it's so interesting. Both Optic and Sentinels rushed out of their buildings to try and get involved in this fight. In all the meanwhile, Moist Esports landed on top of Blackhand. I said that building, the top of it on that roof was definitely playable, but Blackhand have just shut down Moist off screen and have made sure that they will not be able to get
Blackhand
further
could win
than
this
top
game,
four.
The
baby.
Sentinels have to try and split the zone, and that's exactly what they've done. They've wrapped to the northern side, and now they can see with the kill feed that someone has gone down. Optic versus Blackhand is happening in the building, and surely you feel like all Sentinels have to do in this position down is wait for the damage to be done.
Try and wait it out, but maybe also recognizing now that there's going to be other teams. Blackhand are able to get that res. They're able to get back to a full 3 as well. A Skittle Cake will get eliminated. Drop's gone down too.
Flash, throw your ult. Flash, throw your
Sentinels
ult.
moving in. Sentinels taking the height, and they will be in a position to just rain down fire to potentially win this game. Blackhand know they've lost their roof as well, so now for them to leave this building is extremely tough. They do have the ultimate available from Bangalore though. Can they force Sentinels off of the height with that ult?
And there's still one remaining player of Optic. Now there's no remaining player of Optic. Two teams remain, Blackhand versus Sentinels, high ground versus low
Come on,
ground. It's a
boys!
tale as old as time. Some people prefer having the high ground. Some people prefer being able to scuttle out. It really depends on your utility, as you mentioned. Dark Veil is available for Blackhand to use here, and plenty of smokes.
Evac Tower going to go down as well, just to buy a little bit of extra time and maybe even mobility. Sentinels control. There is that Bangalore ult I was talking about, but it's not going to cover enough ground. But
No, but it lets them
maybe
get out.
Dark Veil is gonna allow them
Brilliant.
to escape here, Blackhand. They might be able to just peek out that door and get out, but look at Sentinels. They're in a
Oh,
perfect
why'd you
position
wait
up
so
on that
long?
height, and they control the door as
They're
well.
fucked.
A great play from RKN on cap.
Not sure Blackhand moved quick enough there. They had a moment of opportunity where they could have dashed out, but they did not take it, and now they are still stuck in this building. Sure, Dark Veil's there, but there's absolute coverage from up above. This is not looking good for Blackhand as they now burst out.
Have to send it, have to leave. Strafing Flame is going to stay alive here, and somehow they've escaped for now. All of a sudden, though, the black hole comes in, and that is a problem. They are trapped, and Sentinels just have to clean up what they started to finish this game.
Damn. That's alright though. A
Sentinels
second
are
place is
champions.
good for
Here
Blackhand.
on Storm Point, and RKN, he's got the legs out to celebrate.
And there's been doubts of Sentinels. What can they do? Are they still good enough? Can they still roll?
They had quite a
with
few
the big
KP
dogs?
too.
Well, there is your
9
proof.
points, 15
They
points
get the
for
victory on the board for our first time on
Blackhand.
Storm Point in this set. And it was so well played for them as well. They saw the Rolling Thunder come down. They just quickly back away, but then instantly, as soon as they see that Dark Veil, they know they have to get back above Blackhand. They didn't give Blackhand the chance to escape. Maybe Blackhand were a little bit too slow, but Sentinel certainly applied the pressure.
I feel like that game was really kind of decided as well. Just after that, when you saw they tried to leave.
Yeah, I
the
felt
building,
like
but
as
RKN
soon as
just
the
took control of the door. He managed to reinforce it from Sentinel's side, which means
Dark
when
Veil
they
came
to
out,
leave,
you had to
they
push
to
out.
boot it down. They were going to be vulnerable for just a few seconds. Free damage for Sentinels in that
Yeah.
situation. Also, if you can get some piercing spikes down on the outside of that door, anyone leaving is going to be slow. They're going to be hurt, and they're going to be easy pickings for you.
Sentinels, who were on 11 points coming into this one, absolutely needed a big game to try and send themselves up these leaderboards and give themselves a chance of a big set so they can get into that winner's bracket, because that's what it's all about in the group stages. It's just big point
That's
games.
what
It
it's
doesn't
all
matter if you
about.
come first
Hey!
or second necessarily
Right?
in these sets.
Like
It's
that?
just about making sure you have a good amount of points so that you keep up with those front runners. You want to be in the top 20 once the groups are done.
Well, here is that final circle for everybody to watch once again. The move from Sentinels, just remember, they were down on the waterfall as this final zone started to break and started to really pushed the teams together. They took only a few seconds to get back up to height, and it was the perfect time for them to do it.
See, I feel like here, why aren't you leaving the door here?
Excuse me, the catwalk going down that you talked about, Dan. That was their moment to try and get
right.
out. They weren't able to do it though, and then this moment here, RKN controls the door, piercing spikes. Good luck getting out that one.
Yeah, I have to ask the question of Blackhand. I mean, the Bangalore coming out, still batting. I just feel like it was a missed opportunity and a real missed window. I don't know what happened. Maybe there was a little bit amount of a damage or a nade hit that had them hesitate, but they did not take their moment when it was.
What's weird is you see Easy Flash walking out with a bat, which makes me wonder why don't you just wait on the ult combo so everyone's healed, right?
Did very well with the amount of damage they output, but was not enough to take down Sentinels. Something that did happen off screen was Moist tried to take Blackhand's position, and Blackhand,
it's a big game for Blackhand though with the 15 points.
For Blackhand to give them a chance of getting into that top 2, and why they still
especially since Blackhand had a solid first series.
Mentioned how they haven't got a win yet, but they do get another top 5
and they're sitting at
fourth place.
What, 17 points before that, so they're at 30 something now.
But the placement point certainly seeing
if they have a decent game between the next two, they're not quite qualifying after 2 groups,
almost felt unwinnable,
but they're looking really good for getting into that upper
just
bracket.
Put that into perspective, Sentinels now tied with TSM on points, which is pretty insane when you look at how TSM had a really hot start over on World's Edge, but a couple of 0-point games can mean you definitely get caught up by the rest of the lobby. So Sentinels now one of the front runners with a victory like that, and it blows this group wide open. Iron Blood Gaming though, they were solid throughout that game, and they will still
APAC showing up heavy though.
Disappointed with the amount of points they got out of that game, with the zone pretty much being gifted to them over at checkpoint. They had an opportunity to really get into a priority position with the quickest rotate possible for them, but they'll look to bounce back in our next game. Only 2 games to go today, Dan. Kind of sad.
It's kind of flown by, hasn't it? And I'm sure that it's flown by for a lot of these players as well. You only get certain amount of moments, certain amount of fights where you have to be the difference maker. And
bros act like we ain't been live for 12 hours already, all right? Come on now.
Questions of what can we do wrong? How do we right our wrongs? And it has to happen in that next one. But what a game it was for Sentinels. 8 kills and getting 10 assists on the board as well.
Really good communication from them in those final moments as well to make sure that they got that win on the board. And I do feel like Sentinels are a confidence team, Dan. If they win a game, all of a sudden, you might see them start to roll through the lobby a little bit and pick up a few more decent placements as we march towards the end of our first day here in Birmingham. Blackhand on our screen, you can see their stats as well. 6 kills to go alongside that second place, and the all-important win against Optic, you mentioned that previously, and Moist as well, who tried to take him down. They held that building for quite some time.
Yeah, just that final fight, the one time that they really needed to dig their heels in, they were unable to do so. And actually, maybe it was the opposite of digging their heels in. They needed to get on their toes, get out of that building, just weren't quite quick enough. But Sentinels would have been delighted with the fact they were able to keep them in there, keep them in their cage.
Hey, we all love Max Strafey.
Hey, it's
That's
Cage.
the easiest thing in the world to say. So, but what we're going to do now, just before we get into our next game, is go for a quick break. When we get back, though, match number 5, Storm Point, coming your way.
Bro, we're still going to a break, though. Come on, no. All right, go refill my water real.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. I forgot where we were for a second there, Dan, but Birmingham is where we find ourselves at the Resorts World Arena, and Game 5 is just around the corner. We're heading back to Storm Point for our penultimate game of the day.
We are just trying to see who has the legs here in this set, who can actually pull something out and try and break away from the pack, because it is very hotly contested in the top 10 at the moment. This is a really close group. There is not really a clear set of front runners, which is kind of crazy. When we look at a lot of the other sets, we've seen a couple of teams maybe just show what they're made of and really dominate these sets, but it hasn't quite happened yet.
Big win for Sentinels in that last game, though, and like you say, it does seem like the points are being shared about a little bit at the moment. We'll have to see if Sentinels can change that narrative as we go into match number 5 now. Back-to-back for them would be huge for their momentum moving through the lobby, but also for me, eyes on NRG.
Eyes also going to be on Cascade Falls to see whether we get the same old contest or maybe Kick might change their mind. It seems like I'm a broken record at this point, and I should probably start to realize that Kick are not going to change their mind, and I'll get over it eventually. After a night's sleep, I promise everyone I won't mention it ever again.
To be fair, you are lacking sleep.
This is true.
This is true. So we'll have to see if that is going to continue, if Cascade is going to be the place to watch for us early on here to see. Oh, yep, there's 6 players. That only means one thing.
It gets to the point where you start to root for Kick a little bit, doesn't it?
It does.
I feel bad for the teams that are going up against them, because you'd almost feel sorry for Kick. But Onic were able to topple them previously, although one player was able to get away, and Kick still finished in 10th position and were able to get a couple of placements points. It was Stal who was the escapee, but Kick have the high ground. Now Kick have won.
Yeah, but Kick's like already in the lower bracket.
Went down pretty well for them.
I'm pretty sure.
Unfortunately, find themselves in this set in 20th position, only 6 points.
Oh, look at this cheeky little angle, though. Stal with the RE45, good damage coming in from him as well, but almost unpushable, this setup that you have.
They had a pretty low score total, I think, in their first group as well.
It looks like they've solidified both of those doors, they've reinforced
if I'm not
those.
mistaken.
So Kick, if they want to push,
also, let me get y'all
yeah, the Eva 8's pretty good, though.
Scoreboard real quick.
Oh, wow, the full send, all
damage.
3 players. A couple of melees being swung, but I think the damage was already done by Kick, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 for now. Can't quite connect their Stal with that RE45, and the last player is scarpering away here.
Here it is. Here's updated scoreboard, just like per usual.
It's looking ugly over at Cascade.
It really is, but unfortunately for Onic, it looks like this contest is not going to go their way. So hats off to Kick. They stay resilient, they continue to take the fights, and they will take down Onic in the second time of trying here on Storm Point. My biggest concern is whether any of the other teams around are going to try and third it. It looks like Kick should be okay to get a reset here. So Kick get a chance to play the game. That's always good. I'm always happy for them. But as for Onic, it's going to be one remaining player just trying to rat out as Kick did previously. Now, to talk circles and where we're going to be heading.
If you enjoyed the previous game, well...
yeah, it's a pretty similar circle to the last one. This time, we're not going to see teams, though, go to checkpoint, because the circle is not going to be within checkpoint. Instead, it's going to be closer to the mill, but on that western side for sure.
Godrock going to be a very, very valuable position for a lot of these teams.
Mill, huh?
They can hold that down the height for the long game, then they will
gonna
be in a
good for
position to
KCP
really do some
here to
damage
try and
to this lobby. Oxygen Esports, by the way, already set up
get themselves up in this scoreboard a bit.
Cannon, but Moist Esports, I'm going to take a little bit of time to smoke and make sure that they're safe here as they pick up a bit of loot on their journey.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest game in the world for Moist, but they still picked up about 5 points, which if you can consistently get 5 points in your off games and then just have that one big one, you're going to look in great stead to get into that winner's bracket. It's all about consistency and good averages when it does come to group stages. Speaking of consistency, TSM, 5th at the moment, 31 points. They've had back-to-back games now with 0 points, the last on World's Edge and the first on Storm Point. We'll have to see if their fortunes
Remember, TSM had a pretty strong day as well earlier,
TSM
right?
Drought, 0 points from 2 games, something you don't hear very often from them. It was Jailings who they were chasing away just a few moments ago,
almost
as well as
60
they
points?
Rotation
yeah,
down
58
towards
points
Cascade
going into
Falls.
this.
Team's still in the vicinity,
They're at
though.
30-something now, so they're
more than
already
aware of
pretty
that.
well
And the
at
ring
what's
console within
kind of
Cascade,
been
they'll
cut
be able
off
to
point
head
for
forward and get some extra
winner
info
bracket.
where the zone's going to be going. And I mentioned NRG. They've made a really quick rotate here, Dan. They're going to be holding down this height, but they've got to be careful. Nathan's got to be extremely careful. Double time gets activated, and good job for him.
NRG at the moment, 10th overall. But as you can see, only on 25 points. So
not far behind first place in this group. Points up for grabs.
What did Energy get in their first one? They're pretty close, right? Oh, they're at 58 as well. Yes, they're cruising too, man.
This is a lobby where it's a slow burner. Everyone's respecting one another. The rotations are certainly being shared between teams.
Blackhand with another good read.
It was hectic. It was mad. Everyone was playing on edge. Everyone was rushing kills. People are starting to learn how to play this map a little bit more when it comes to zone play, and some of these zones have been a little bit more.
I do think this ends a little bit closer to Oxygen than Blackhand.
For everyone watching at home, everyone in the arena is lucky.
But I think Blackhand doesn't have to move until Circle 5. I'm pretty sure.
So that's great. That's been added here to the Resorts World Arena at the World Championships. Always increasing the viewership experience. I love that from the ALGS.
Hard to disagree. Sure, everyone's enjoying that out in the crowd, as we are certainly enjoying it here up in the caster booth as well. Optic are going to be very happy with this zone as well. They can play Mill for quite some time here. They also have a ring console. They have that info of where zone's going to be going, so even though Skill Cakes is
this close on the Mill side of that little choke point there?
Damage for the long game.
I don't think it does, right?
Piercer, which is looking golden and shiny and all lovely on his 30-30 repeater. So if anyone walks past at the moment, he only needs 70 damage to get that blue up to a purple, and he's going to get that nice and comfortably.
Yeah, it's Optic, J-Lings, and Pioneers all over towards Mill at the moment. Very close to one another. Speaking of close, Fnatic also close to another team that they are taking a couple of pop shots at, and TSM are the team that they are looking over towards. TSM are more than happy to take this building for now. That's why Verhulst is just going to set up and make sure these doors are his.
Yeah, TSM maybe not the best when it comes to armors, especially in comparison to what Fnatic have. All dressed in purple, Fnatic, suited and booted, looking all good, matching on their way through checkpoint. You did see reps with the white armor, something that, unfortunately for him, is more common than other players. He seems to always be left with that. But Fnatic taking their time on this one. Nobody wants to commit too early to this fight.
And both teams happy to hold checkpoint for now because there is a ring console to work with. So if there wasn't another team there, you hold checkpoint, you do the ring console, and then you have that extra little bit of info over the other teams that rotated a little bit early. As we still have a lot of late rotators. Realize are still up at Lightning Rod, crafting their way to victory, or they would hope, but they are going to be particularly late to the party here.
They certainly are. They're going to have
Look at those top three teams right there. APAC South,
is going to start to chip away very much quicker than it is right now.
They're one of those teams.
I imagine they're crafting medkits.
Yeah, they're just one of those teams that said, yeah, we'll be there in 5 minutes, but you know, realistically, it's going to be another
10,
25. Yeah, they're those kind of friends.
Everyone's got that friend.
We all have them. I'm probably that
You are
friend.
that friend.
He is definitely that friend.
I'm really, really sorry about that.
You see in the lobby in 5 minutes, Dan?
Well, maybe I'm crafting. Have you ever thought about that?
That would be weird. Aurora moving their way now through zone or into zone.
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Love you guys though, chat. Thanks for putting up with my shit.
By multiple teams. Optic Gaming going to be to their north in the mill still. You've got Ironblood Gaming who are just to their side as well. And here comes Dupe driving his way downtown, trying to force his squad into the zone. But elsewhere, just late arrivals to the zone. They're going to be Sentinels who are approaching from Barometer at the moment. Skies have now found a little spot under the bridge to play, but I think they're trying to hold a couple of teams out at the moment, and I mentioned Sentinels, well, they're going to be making their way through.
I'm still going to say it is blowing my mind that Disguised Toast sponsored a team, and the jerseys, or I should say with quotation mark, the jerseys that these guys are wearing are the best. I love the oversized t-shirts into just drawings on them. It's full circle for me.
I
remember
the graphic designers, man.
At the start of my career, like 7 years ago, I was commentating over Disguised Toast playing card games, and now here I am commentating his team in Apex Legends. A really weird and surreal thing. Sorry, everyone, to go on a tangent, but it's kind of cool. But yeah, their shirts, I want to buy one.
Their jerseys are always so quirky.
Well.
I fucks with them kind of low-key.
As Disguised are at the moment. Shady left on his own after we did see that contest, of course, taking place right at the start of the game, but alive. Most importantly for him and Onyx Esports fans, but only with the white armor and hopefully not casting too many shadows behind that bit.
Life is a lot more enjoyable without Seer for a lot of players, isn't it, really?
Bro, it's so nice.
Not just for players.
No, yeah, well, for everyone involved, even the viewers, I think, at this point, but no Seers around. We've only, I think, we've only had one, and I think it was FaZe, and they might change off it as the tournament goes on. It will have to be seen, but it is a drastic change since Split 2 playoffs to see the meta shift and the legend selection, a lot more Fuse and a lot less of Seer.
Well, Fnatic are going to be forced to leave checkpoint now, move down. If you're wondering where TSM are, they're still very, very close. Yeah. That is TSM that Yuka's having a little peek at right now over this rock.
The 2 times on the 30-30 is going to give him an opportunity to at least scope them out and see what their next move is going to be. But speaking of leaving checkpoint, well, there's one team arriving, and it's going to be MDY White, who might be wrapping behind them.
Yeah.
Hey, actually,
probably not expecting there to be 2 teams here, which is going to be a surprise for them if they get caught unaware. But at the same time, if the timing is right, they might catch a team off guard.
I mean, this is what MDY White did in the last game, right? And they caught Jailings off guard. So if it worked once, why not try it again for them? Going to spot out Fnatic as well. You can see the pings coming in, so they know the position. The question is, what is their play?
They did ping a couple of times and maybe have an idea that there's at least one team in the
he
area.
goes 2? No, I'm getting for me.
And there we go. Now they're being a shot at. So TSM well aware of where MDY White reside. Fnatic will also gain that information purely just from hearing the bullets being shot. Team Singularity suddenly getting up close and personal here.
Yeah, the Prowler's getting beamed. And now they're going to have some players in front of them as well, and it's going to be Hammer Drill from FC Destroy who will be falling here. So, having moved through Jurassic Park, they do manage to force the last 2 players back here. Pinator and Yuka Perodator are going to have to scupper away as they will take control of this side of zone for now. Anyone rotating in behind them, it looks like they won't be. They should be safe for now.
It is crazy, the story for Team Singularity. We saw the interview earlier, Glitter interviewing Elysium and his return to the game and how important it has been for the Singularity side, who have been far better on Storm Point, may I add, as now realize they're able to get a knock, maybe try and push their advantage here with the extra player.
Trying to climb the egg, see if they can get a little bit more damage here, right on the edge of zone. A couple of players, a couple of teams actually in the vicinity. And it's going to be Moist go next, realize FC Destroy all within, I would say, about 50 yards of each other at the moment. So if one team kicks off here, you get the feeling that they're all going to throw themselves at it.
It's about
Top of this lobby is so crazy right now, man.
First to enter the fight, but you also probably don't want to be the last because there is some KP available. If you are too late, you might miss most of it. Moist are just analyzing when they should start to press up, and look at where Slab is. Slab is being a Slab right now, fitting in and blending into the rock as best as he can.
Just chilling. I'm a tree, I'm a tree, I'm a tree.
From the last season, but for now, Moist Esports have only got 44 seconds to force their
No
way forward.
one's looking. No
You can see that
one's
zone is going to
looking.
start to close behind them. They're kind of hoping that other people are going to have to shift, but nobody wants to give up their position at the moment. Everybody wants to be the gatekeeper of the teams who are moving in. So this is a smart rotate from Moist. Seeing how busy the area was, seeing how many teams weren't willing to
Remember,
give up the
chat,
position,
for all the
you can
teams
kind of
in this
base
lobby,
your play of the fact that
this is
nobody
their
else
second
wants to
series,
move, that it might be more
which
than
means
one
they
team
only-
in the vicinity.
only get one more
with
series.
an absolute nuke of a fight.
Right?
You also want to make sure you are getting ahead
So it
of
makes
the game
sense
and ahead
that
of the
now
curve of this
we're seeing
ring.
things really
It's going
tighten
to
up.
be hurting quite a bit, and if you are just constantly retreating from it whilst other teams are running alongside you, the likelihood is you're going to take damage from both ring and opposition team, and then you're going to join all the teams who have arrived earlier. MDY White now get eliminated, our first squad to go out in this match. As now the Dark Veil's going to go down, and Fnatic start to make their way down the hill.
Oh, this is going to be assault on Kick. Kicker inside of this building at the moment, and you can see that Fnatic having just done some big damage. They want to take this fight, but just remember who's in the vicinity as well. TSM here too.
No, it actually looks like Fnatic just wants to
Looked like
kind
they
of
wanted to take the fight initially, but maybe
move
they've just
to the
tried
cutoff
slide
point.
past Kick,
That's a
and
smart
exactly
move.
what they've done.
Which is great for them, because maybe Fnatic, knowing that there were teams behind them, most importantly TSM, and they said, look, if we try and take this fight from the northern side, Kick are just going to hold us out and we're going to get third in. So they make the right decision of going ahead of things as Sentinels now, RKN gets a knock on to Guild.
NRG down to 2 then. Sentinels trying to hold this spot. They've got to work their way into zone at the moment. The rest of NRG have scarpered away. The Sentinels still have to move forward. The zone is going to be closing in behind them, in front of them. Is going to be NRG, Onyx. They might have an opportunity to move up here, and AvB Gaming going to clear the way a little bit maybe, but no. They're going to be taken down as Duke clutches up for his squad.
And that's our front runners as well, so that is going to be a lot of points available to some of the other teams to see one of the big heavy hitters getting taken down, and it is absolute carnage at the moment. We've got 4 or 5 teams all in the same kind of area, all trying to survive. Oxygen being one of them. They're doing the damage on that western side at the moment, and we'll see whether they can do it.
Well, Moist Esports are looking at this at the moment, and we have an opportunity to jump into a listening to see how they play this out.
Do we have to go early to heal?
I don't. Can we? Yeah, I do. Well, can we?
No,
can we wipe out fucking map? They're fighting again.
No, there's still a team on the cannon. One's close.
So they're at 54 right now for Moist.
36 blue. Crack one, bang on him.
This could be a big game for them.
Bang on my left. I gotta go back. I might die here.
Cracked out. One.
I'm batting. That's all you two. I'm batting. Come to me.
Oh, they're fucked. They're getting shot from both sides.
Dead on the left.
She cannot get res.
The teammates are looking.
Close. We can play on the bank. I'll think forward.
This is a good push.
I need the armor.
I'm Phoenixing. River wall, west. Yes, nice. Phoenixing. I'm playing slow. Phoenixing. Play slow. Play really slow.
I took the armor in there. Get that armor.
Yeah, you're good. 90. I'm batting.
It's okay. They might be able to hold them off and get help from behind.
Don't get too there's another team near us. We go.
Yep, they're getting help from behind. Yo, this is clutch for Blackhand.
They're trying to walk.
I'm on you guys. We need to get moving this way. They're swinging. What's in my
Oh, I don't know if Blackhand can win this though.
Trying to heal.
I'm on Bussy. I'm playing slow.
Wall's gone.
Can we move with Bussy? Yeah, move. I'm gonna kill them. Horizon dead. In front of me. I'm stopping. No, she's only got white. I'm dead. She's only got white. Fuck, man.
You can't play on
Safe
me.
one empty.
Oh.
Safe one Bussy, sorry. Knock one. Last one.
Damn.
Play off.
Blackhand's out in 8th.
Just rat. They're getting fucked. Just rat. Crash walk in. You might need to wipe this.
Yeah, he couldn't go. Fudge. Denial is so close too.
They're trying to just collapse on these last pieces that are left over.
Still a solid game for Moist though, being nice and consistent. Again, 6th place, but they are out. 4 squads remain. Sentinels get eliminated.
It's another good game for
Fnatic doing a
Sentinels
great
though
job
too.
on this eastern side, but they're the ones who have to move the furthest now. Pioneers, J-Lings, and Optic Gaming are all in this next circle. Fnatic the only ones who are not.
I say Pioneers landed in mill, so they should have been able to get really good spot, and they do.
Looking at where people are stacked up, well, Optic Gaming in 9th at the
Optic's
moment.
not in all
A win
false
here for
positioning.
them would be a huge contributor to them firing themselves up those leaderboards. The same could be said for some of the other teams. You mentioned Fnatic, how their last game was a good one and how they needed it. Well,
If KCP wins here, Paige is gonna go nuts in the crowd. You're gonna hear her over like everybody else.
TSM, IBG, Moist, all getting eliminated. You know there is going to be points available. The Pioneers at the moment, 33 points. They're in 7th. They could jump up to 1st position with a victory here. So this is a real opportunity.
Why do I have a feeling we're about to
points
listen in with
be gained.
Pioneers?
The calm before the storm at the moment for Pioneers. So calm that Naski's happy to take his hands off his mouse and keyboard.
We know that Naski likes to pop off. Can he pop some heads with this Kraber? Looking for a few targets.
They know not to give.
One can't quite connect though, and now has
They
to
know
escape
not to give
back to the safety of the
Nasky a listen in.
It was J-Lings as well on the other side. Fnatic have now pushed underneath Pioneers, but they have lost 1, so that's great news for Pioneers, because if they were to get aggressively pushed here, at least they've got the player advantage.
Yuka is down, but he's not out. They might be able to think about hitting a res here. However, there's a black hole that could cause some problems. And you can see that they're desperate to swing on this Pioneers. They want to make sure that the whole of the building is controlled by them. They do get the...
No, I think they want to make sure they at least get the frag so they get the 3v2.
Pioneers just aware there are other teams and there could be a third party, so they're playing this one very safe and close to their chest. Optic Gaming have a lot to work with here. Not only have they got the rock on the high ground, but they also have the fence! Or they did until Naski gets the knock onto knocked.
The one thing you can't predict, someone headshotting you with a Kraber, and that's what they find out now. However, you can also see that Fnatic have been eliminated in the meantime, so Optic have a chance to get the res. They get the res, they're back to a 3. It's a 3v3, and J-Lings, well, they're about to swing onto Pioneers.
J-Lings make the move, and they get the first knock as well. Dallin Naski will back off, and
There's
this is
the big
advantage.
play!
It is tag him back, steal him in, and get him back on his feet.
Newcastle value bait. Oh.
Black hole goes in as well. There's a couple of nades. There's going to be big damage, you would imagine, and Optic are going to send this. Not gets that knock. The second comes in. Skill Cakes now having to play around the player who's remaining on that knockdown shield.
Pioneers just getting sandwiched at the moment, and maybe J-Lings can take advantage of Optic's aggression. Still though, 3 teams. Pioneers still just about alive as Optic are trying to get this final kill.
Staircase is looking very dangerous at the moment. Reinforcing is dropped. Pioneers still have one alive though. Playing behind that knockdown shield, it looks like he's not going to be alive for much longer.
Big swing coming in from Optic Gaming to take down Pioneers, and now
big game from
Optic.
Optic.
The Rolling Thunder goes down to try and force them off that high ground.
Really intelligent from Optic though. They waited, they knew that final player was there, they got the reset first, but now we see above them is J-Lings. They've got the gen down, they've got everything they could want to stay alive and avoid the Rolling Thunder, so they will keep the high ground and won't be forced off.
Optic managed to escape for now. Gonna smoke them off from height. Catwall goes down as well, so they're able to escape to center zone right now, and this could be really big. J-Ling's just down to a 2. Noises have fallen. So now it's a case of 2v3.
Oh, no.
You get the feeling they're gonna be favorites. Skittlecakes
Damn,
Optic
Optic.
Gaming close out the penultimate game of the day here on Storm Point with that dub.
Yeah, it was such a shame that J-Lings lost that one player as they pushed in. I thought for sure it was going to be a 3 versus 3 and they'd have a real opportunity, but as soon as Optic realized it was a 3 versus 2, well, it was just about targeting the right player, making sure you're shooting the right guy, and it was going to be easy as 1, 2, 3. Well, 1, 2, should I say.
I did get a little bit worried for them. We saw them when they had that center zone control, when there was 3 or 4 teams still alive. Nox gets peeled by that Kraber from Nasky, but boy, did they come back for revenge. They managed to get
The big dub for Optic
control
there.
of that building. The black hole through the window was a real game changer. They commit off the back of it, get all of the damage without going down themselves. And then most importantly for them, escaping the building early. Finding out it's a 2v3 is always good. And I mean, that guy there, I don't know, he couldn't watch.
Couldn't watch, hands over eyes. Is it a guy? It's a bear.
It's a
By
bear.
the looks of it. Got to be careful around these fights. Birmingham, you never really know what to expect.
The
What
local
might be
Birmingham
waiting
Bears.
for
There
you.
is actually a team called the Birmingham Bears.
Well, there you
My
go.
boy Loopy.
Is it a basketball team?
You don't know.
I think it might be a cricket team.
I reckon you made it up.
Hey, wait for me to alienate all of our North American viewers. Anyway, let's talk about what we've got ahead of us, because Optic, I mentioned how they were needing a win, needing some points. 9th place, I believe, coming into that game. Well, that is going to really propel them up. And I tell you what, these leaderboards, Dan, are going to be so tight as we head into this final game.
I mean, as I said, it's just, you can't split the difference between the top teams in this group at the moment. We're not seeing clear front runners. None of the big heavy hitters are able to get those massive games, and it's a real opportunity for Optic to catch up. You can already see at this point, they're up to 3rd position in the overalls, and with a victory as
So they're at
well.
42 points, and what they have in their first set, they did alright. They had 27, so they're not bad. That puts them at 69, nice points heading into the last game of their second series.
The overalls to try and get into that winner's bracket.
It's the moment that Optic
That has them in a pretty solid spot.
Damage. The smoke, I think, really important from Dropped as well. Just denied the line of sight long enough for them to scarper away from the reticles of the 2 J-Lings players. I mean, J-Lings in that situation probably had to hope that they could knock one as they left. Skittlecakes takes to the sky. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see that.
Yeah, that
Imagine he hit that though, bro. Would have been the
moments. 22
craziest.
points though, I said about being a heavy hitter and getting those big point games. There is one for Optic Gaming. Just had Sentinels done in the game prior, suddenly it puts you in the conversation of being the winner of these 2 groups going at it. J-Lings do far better at getting to 2nd place, but no kills, and perhaps that's why in those final moments, perhaps they ruined things a little bit for the Pioneers, because Pioneers, they were happy, they were dandy, they were in the building thinking maybe they would be the last to enter the fight, but then they were suddenly aggressively pushed by both squads, and they couldn't really do much about it.
Yeah, very, very tough situation.
It's alright, Blackhand's going to finish off with a nice strong game here. Even if they finish with where they're at now, they're in a solid spot.
Here, and we head to our final game, I should say.
What they have, like 38
Very
points?
quiet for them, although a little bit of a rough zone for them to get into.
48
Actually
points,
quite
plus they're
once more,
35. Oh, they're
fighting with
Gucci,
another zone,
bro.
which they had good priority to, Deb.
And now suddenly, with Optic getting those points, they find themselves in 1st position.
Ooh, how tight
in
is that,
the
though?
overalls. It's only a point, and as I said, only 2 points between 3. But then you look even further, down to 8th. I mean, Blackhand are only 7 points off of Optic Gaming. Even Disguised are only 12. This is very much achievable to get some points here. This is good, though, for groups B and C. We are not seeing a lot of points being gathered by any one team. So that means if you are one of the teams that are leading in B and C, I'll use Dark Zero as an example because they topped the last time they played, then you might be able to really dominate the overall.
Bro,
scene.
honestly,
some of the other bigger teams not picking up those points.
We're gonna have to see how they do
Blackhand's look
finish
good,
out.
bro.
Looking at some stats though from our match 5, the top 3 teams you can see in front
They
of us.
probably play their weakest
Dropped 4
group
kills
tomorrow.
to his name. Skittlecakes doing most of the assisting and the damage for his squad, Optic Gaming.
Not sure if that's completely correct on the side of J-Lings, although maybe they just ran their way out.
Yeah, they did not get a kill, judging by what we saw. Pioneers, however, were able to pick up a few, but again, it was two teams who were in one of the better positions throughout the majority of the game, and then everyone arrives. But when you're in a building, you're not always able to pick up those kills. But at least Pioneers were able to get a few on the board alongside their placement points. But sometimes, that's the consistency you need. If you can get top 2 consistently, 9 points over and over again across 6 games, you're going to be in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be honest, I was a little bit surprised to see that. But it does get those points on the board. But just before we get into our final game, Dan, my boy Peeps, he's got an interview with Pokies right now. We're going to send it down to him.
Apex, what up? We have the Brazilian representative of ALGS, Pokies here, the one, the only. How you feeling, my brother?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good because my friends of Brazil are doing really, really well. And Singularity, my team, like, we're almost 70 points, and we're more than halfway to go to winners, so it's pretty good for us and pretty good for Brazil because we need results. We need this support for everyone, and we're very happy, but this is only the beginning, first day, so
love it, love it.
The rest of the days.
I love that. Oh, Brasil, vamos aí, vamos aí. So I gotta ask, if you could play video games with anyone in the world, who would it be?
That's a tough question. You mean Apex?
Anybody in the world.
Okay, so we have Fallen in Brazil, or Hero from CS, so it'll be good. I think, yeah, he's my idol, so it'll be good to play with him.
I love that. I love that.
I played CS for like 12 years.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, yeah.
You're just a legend. You're just a legend. Então, essa pergunta vai ser em português, né? Quem que tu acha que vai ganhar o campeonato? And for all my Americans out there and English speakers, that means, who do you think is going to win the championship?
Singularity! Of course it is Singularity.
Vamos aí, vamos aí. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Gaskin on set, take it away.
All right, last game.
Awesome stuff. Shout out Pokies, by the way. Always doing an amazing job of covering the region, showing them so much support. We love you, brother, and we're happy to have you here in Birmingham as well. But now we have to turn our attention back to Apex, back to what we have in front of us, because we've only got one game remaining today, everybody. It's kind of sad, right?
Yeah, it's really tough to try and work out who on earth is going to top this group, because it could be anyone in that top 10, really, with how close this is going to be. And, you know, I've got my eyes set on a few teams that maybe we didn't expect to be up there. Teams that are starting to come out of the woodwork a little bit here on Stormpoint. Optic Gaming being able to pull off a 22
We saying Optic's coming out of the woodwork?
Of hurtling their way up this leaderboard.
I don't know about
they
that.
currently top, just being followed by Sentinels and Moist. But Moist have been so consistent, 3rd, 7th, 2nd, 4th, and 6th. They have been the team to beat in this lobby, and they are going to be in fine stead to make sure they are getting points.
All right, final match, chat, let's go.
Was match 6.
Last match of the day. For these teams, it's their last match of their second set, meaning they will only have 6 more games. Put as many points as they want. They want to try and get up in that winner's bracket. Remember, winner's bracket, round 1 is where you can earn yourself points heading into grand finals, which is why you want to be there.
Shout out all the fans that are still in the arena as well.
I got
They've been here since pretty much 9 a.m. this morning to watch all of the Apex action. We appreciate you. And of course, we can't wait to see you again tomorrow as we continue the ALGS Championships. As Kick, frustratingly for them, they were not able to win as much engagements as they would like today, so they make a little old journey over towards the middle, and it's going to be the Pioneers that they take on this time.
Well, let's see how this one goes. A little bit of a change of location. Let's see if it's a change of result for them. Certainly going to catch them off guard here, but you can see the Kick now have 1 remaining player. So Dell holding the high ground with that alternator. He's only got 18 bullets to work with, but the good news for him is he's got 2 teammates. They're going to kick this door down. I think they want to finish this off and maybe teach the player on the other side and the team on the other side a lesson. Kick eliminated.
And it's been a tough day for Kick. And I know it's as easy for me to say, oh, come on, that's unnecessary. You don't kick a man when he's down. You don't kick
Shoot the boxes!
No, you don't kick a man when he's down. Oh, that's tough to see. Poor Kick. They've had such a tough day. It's easy for me to say, you know, our Kick should leave their POI, but where do they go? every POI seems to be occupied. So you can go for maybe a no-name location where the loot's going to be garbage, you're going to be on graze. It's a really rough situation for Kick, and it's tough to watch.
Hey, maybe tomorrow will be their day. Maybe they win every contest, and maybe they
Kick
storm
lost their
their way
contest,
back up
huh?
the leaderboards. But that is going to be the end of their first day here at the ALGS Championships. As we take a look at the zone, and once again, not too far away. Seems like we're just slowly moving more south, but on the same line. Checkpoint to barometer, we're somewhere between there.
It's still a little bit better though for the likes of Oxygen, dropping down a barometer. Aurora will be pretty happy at Cenote Cave. They had a ring console too, so they'll know exactly where they want to play. The same could be said maybe for Oxygen, who are moving very quickly over towards just south of Cenote. Sentinels are also quick movers from Shipfall. They had that ring console. So all the teams who are probably in the closest POIs to where the ring's moving all got ring consoles as well. So that's great news for them.
Very good news for them. Not good news for everyone else, though, who are going to have to find that those primary positions are going to be very much with teams within them. Oxygen Esports need a game here, Dan. Need a game indeed. They are very quiet so far, and unfortunately for them, there's only one team below them at the moment in the leaderboards. They are in 19th position. Sentinels, though, jumped up to 2nd in their last game.
But as I was alluding to earlier, what's very different from regular season is it's not the end of the world if they don't win the group here, but if they can have a big game and still finish in, you know, the top 8, then that's pretty happy. I mean, you're going to get, what, 30+ points? If you are
I'm happy to see Sentinels doing well, man. Like, honestly, good for Arcane.
TSM, who have had a string of games, what, 0 points, 0 points, and then 4 points.
Don't forget me, says Reps. Sorry.
It has not been the best of Storm Point for them, but they still find themselves in 5th position here on 36. As I said, it's a consistent amount of points for them still, and they have a chance to still try and get on top of things. But it just hasn't really gone too well for them.
Storm Point been very quiet for them, like you mentioned. It was 16th and 11th respectively, a couple of KP in that last game.